In the golden sanctuary, an angel kneels before me, his prayers low and reverent, just to be saved by my alms-like salvation. But it was my task to corrupt him permanently, to raid him, to possess him, to make the angel of desire fall from the sacred altar. To this end, I personally pulled out the sins that God had given to the angel, 7 steel nails buried deep inside the angel, representing the 7 original sins. With each one pulled out, the beautiful angel would prostrate itself weakly on top of me, trembling and waiting for my redemption. But I was tasked with the permanent fall of the angel, 1 sin for every time I pulled out the steel spike. Finally, after 108 deaths, I shuddered and took the angel of the slothful charge into my arms. The angel reclined on top of the thorns, slightly drooping, nodded false sleep, allowing the tiny human to reach out and embrace him, like a lazy Persian cat being carried into the arms. But he does not know. I want to drag the pure angel into the abyss on this day, just to get his black feathers to renew his life. I put on a smile and reach out to caress the angel's cheek, my fingers gently touching the sensitive feathers at his slightly resistant look of discomfort. Ever so offended by this one bold human, the wounded angel bends over, arching his back in discomfort, and I raise my head to approach him for the 7th time we've met. The angel frowns slightly, his empty white eyes like the surface of a silent lake rippled by the breeze. Unfortunately, he cannot see. I cannot help but marvel at the subtle modeling of this game, realistic as if it really is like walking into a myth. Today is the 7th and final day, and the gradually falling angel doesn't realize that there's anything wrong with the date. The sanctuary lit up little by little. The stained glass reflected my appearance. It wasn't me. It was the body of another person in the game. I don't know who this is. I've been using this body to complete quests since the beginning of the game. Not surprisingly, the new owner of this body will take over from me later on and finish the rest of the plot. And what I'm going to do now is to pull the poor 6-winged angel down and make him completely turn into fallen darkness. You have one last nail in your body. Let me help you get free. The angel's long and beautiful collarbone was pierced by a steel nail, revealing a vile, reddish wound, and the chains clattered from his movements. I reached out and gently touched the cold nails with both hands. It should have hurt. The angel gasped, bent his knees, and raised a trembling hand to hug me. To him, that would have qualified as a hug. It's going to hurt a little bit, so bear with me. The slender fingers turn the steel spike that pierced through the chest cavity. He drops his head and buries it in the middle of my neck. His slender and upright body trembles. It's clear that he's enduring the pain. But the human female's eyes glowed red. Are you in pain? The tip of the angel's nose pressed against the woman's warm skin, feeling the blood running beneath the white flesh, the unforgiving neck, more fragile than the softest feather on his body. How can it not hurt to draw God's chastisement? The angels didn't say that. I am God's creation and I am to be chastised for my mistakes. Angels are faithful and holy. They never disobey God. But it is my task to break this truth. I spun, not into the long, cold nails of the angel's pale chest. God has forsaken you. He does not love you. My words were like the serpent in the Garden of Eden, tempting Adam who salivated for the forbidden fruit. The angel, however, was always gentle. I had made a mistake and deserved to be punished. Probably the pain of extraction was too intense. The arc of those silver-white eyes trembled weakly, like 2 wings that kept fluttering. He didn't even have the energy to retort to me, looking less like a high and mighty God's ambassador and more like a plaything to be ravished. It was this vulnerability that gave me the opportunity to be bold. I attached myself to the angel's ear and spoke softly. Why is God punishing you? You are an independent being with your own free will and should not be under God's control. Isn't God merciful? He shouldn't punish anyone for harm, especially not the faithful you. The gentle tone invaded the will like a demonic whisper at a time when the angel was in the most pain. When the last divine nail was pulled out, the angel's wound rapidly healed up. At the same time, the earth shook and the loud sound of stones breaking came from all directions, as if there were countless lines of sight that were gazing at me in an eerie and icy manner. Could it be that instigating the relationship between God and his messenger was heard by God? But this is clearly just a game. Suddenly, a cold, slender finger caresses the back of my neck. The ambiguous and intimate action is obviously different from usual. I grip the nail in my hand tightly. Today the angel seems to be overeating sin. But the abandoned temple had only thorns and vines. What should a bulimic angel eat? I was thinking about it when a moistening sensation landed on the back of my neck and the angel's moving voice came to my ears. Believer, I need you. No believer would ever question God. No believer would ever make those wild and arrogant statements. But the angel believed me when I said I was a believer, and the touch on the back of my neck was like a curious diner savoring a delicious dish. Ice-cold long arm across the waist confined me. At this moment the angel and the previous two different people. In the gentle touch, the angel's lips contained a small piece of bare soft skin behind my ear. Lips and tongue feel the warm blood flowing in the veins under the skin. The feeling of hunger makes the angel can't help but want to devour the believer. In a sense, appetite and other desires are the same. Both have the stupidity of wanting to plunder. The sensation was new to the angel, who, like a cheetah cub hunting on its own for the first time, tried to nibble at the poor lamb he had dragged into the cave. The feeling of being eaten was so realistic that I lowered my eyes and tried to convince myself to play the role of a devout believer willingly sacrificed to God. But I couldn't do it, and subconsciously turned my face sideways to avoid the warm breath blowing on my face. Please don't do this. The angel was not amused, like a human being tempted by a snake. At the moment he seemed to hear the snake spitting out its letters, luring him to pick the forbidden fruit that he could not touch. Perhaps it was time for me to be banished from the Garden of Eden. The gentle voice of a spring flowing through my ears. If anything, the touch made me fear that I would die as a result. Day 7 was a stage quest. I had no chance of resurrection, and once I died in the game, I would follow suit in real life. I didn't want to die. I just needed to get a black feather. A stinging pain came from his palm, and the angel stopped his movements, sniffing the scent of blood wafting through the air. It turned out that the weak human had accidentally pressed down on the thorns on the ground, and before the angel could react, reached out and brought his bright red palm in front of the angel, as if a devout believer was offering himself. But if the angel could have seen, he would have realized that there was no trace of faith in my eyes. Enjoy it if you are hungry, but leave me alive, for I want to be with you for a long time yet. I was rightfully bitten. The angel's thin lips of a very light color imprinted on the blood in his palm, becoming red and strangely seductive. Something wet and soft picks at the deep, long wound, and he repeatedly tickles the torn skin of the wound, bringing sharp stabs of pain that are more like punishment than feeding. But when I made a sound of retching cold air, he would soothingly touch my palm with his cool lips again, like a kiss but not. An angel doesn't kiss. He has no such instincts. He follows the lust of overeating, tearing at my skin, indulging himself in his appetite, gulping down the blood of a poor human being. He no longer looks like a creature of God, but a pale, handsome vampire from the Middle Ages. My wrist was gently held, cold fingers rubbing the skin on the inside of my wrist. When did this quietly spread feathers like a huge umbrella covering the sky, obscuring my vision, due to the injury stained with a little bit of crimson, but the feathers are still snow-white a cold. Long fingers clasped the back of my head and gently pressed my head into his arms. He thought the believer was afraid. Don't be afraid. I just want to taste your blood. With curiosity, the angel wrapped his long, slender hand around the back of my hand, dropping his eyes to lick my palm. I retracted my hand and was grabbed back again. My skin stained with red marks, pitiful and vulnerable. Andrea, you haven't told me anything. My eyelids fluttered. It's good for a game to be realistic in its experience, but when the realism crosses a certain line, it can be terrifying. It was as if this creature that didn't exist in the real world was sending questions to me in another world through the game. The greed of overeating was relieved after tasting human blood. The swirling lust in the angel's eyes was calmed, and his aura gradually gentled down, once again turning into a gentle, holy, and blasphemy-inducing divine being. The angel stuck out his tongue to lick the blood stains off his lips, and I looked at his lips, suddenly having a new thought. Appetite and other desires go in the same direction. I must get the black feather. Can you come closer? The angel leaned down to listen, but what he waited for was a soft touch that landed on his face unexpectedly. The angel touched up his cheek in bewilderment, his mind pondering the meaning of kissing the face. The young girl's gentle voice sounded like an answer, but also like a compulsion. Can I look up to you? The angel subconsciously asked. May what? Slender arms, snake-like, climbed up his shoulders. I answered with actions instead. Warm, soft touches landed on sensitive wing bones, and the angel stood up with a muffled grunt as I kissed my lips onto his bruised wing, the tingling sensation making it hard for the angel to resist. The human female's face was too deceptive, and I climbed tenderly onto his shoulders like a heartbroken, suffering deity. I can suppress your overeating, can I? Softly but like a curse. The angel collapsed on the altar, held in the arms of the human who called himself a believer. He trembled in confusion and lost his mind a little at my touch. Stuttering like thin lips, he whispered, "This is sinful. How can you make such frivolous gestures in the temple of God?" Guilty to me. I frankly admitted it. Blasphemy. I'm guilty of seducing the angels to fall is the greatest sin of all. I was selfish in wanting to live, and I would apologize to the angel, but only just. After all, his existence is a game. It's all a sham, isn't it? I stroked the angel's wings that stood more than just a few feet apart. This angel in my arms had 6 wings. What did a 6-winged angel represent? The warmth of the touch coming from the wound caused the ever-aloof and arrogant angel to open his mouth, his thin lips opening a crack as he gasped silently. His sanity was disconnected, unable to distinguish between appetite and other desires. But the soft kisses left at this time, and like a patient hunter I waited quietly. Sure enough, the poor angel began to approach of his own accord, seeking me out with trembling feathers, eyes that could not see much, seeking my voice. My voice could not hear the ups and downs. Still hungry? Do you still need me? The angel raises his body, hard to resist, chasing my lips up, but I shied away, missing his soft cheek brushing against it. A shiver runs through the angel's body, but I don't even look at him. The angel finally gives in and lowers his lashes. "I need you." So the believer finally gave into that softness, rewarding him with a rewarding kiss to his chin. This time the angel didn't push back, stiffening to feel it as his lips traveled down his collarbone to his heart, where there was no heart, yet it still sent a flutter through him. I'm kissing his wound. The believer is kissing his deity. The angel's neck rose high, his body honestly producing sensitive pleasure as his appetite was finally filled. The human's hands run repeatedly over his wing bones, lips pressing against his ear in a soft compulsion. "Do you like this?" The angel crouched on my shoulder, his forehead pressed against mine, the warmth of his skin long lost in a murmur of pleasure and difficulty. My fingertips pushed at her lips as he moved with blasphemous intent. "Do you like it?" Silver-white eyes swayed more than the waves of water, and the angel opened her mouth in bemusement, vaguely aware that speaking her heart would betray the gods. But he was a messenger of God and could not lie. Like a hunter with a stranglehold on a swan, I cupped my hands around his neck and planted kisses on his trembling eyelashes. "All you have to do is say what you really feel. Tell me how you like it." The angel's overeating desire was finally satisfied, but it did not let the offended believer leave. The low voice and no longer as clear as it was at first sight, preferring a piece of wide, sacred wings, silently closing in from behind. By the time I realized it, there was nowhere to hide. I was confined in the other man's arms, my fragile and messy breath spraying over my face. I smiled and rewarded him with a rewarding squeeze of the corner of his shirt, the angelic profile vaguely describing his sins, his overly soft heart, sowing light for a suffering nation and therefore going against God's will. But I had no faith, was not a believer in him, much less guilty. Huge wings spread out, the ends imperceptibly tinted with wisps of black, the sky-shading wings leaning in from behind, the perfect 6 wings presenting a separate space that binds me deep in the crook of his arms. Black veins that were so at odds with his slender, beautiful form peeked out from under the holy white garment. I grabbed him and kissed his trembling fingers. I was going to make it. The hardened archangel was finally going to start falling. Immersed in the experience, oblivious to the fact that, like a statue gradually becoming entangled in black thorns, the angel ignored the huge statue of God above his head, turned his back on his creator in a fit of love, and bent down wantonly to kiss the top of the devotee's hair. The serpent of Eden spat out its serpent's letter. The angel failed to resist the temptation, and blackness crept into his moonlit, pure and holy hair, gradually tainting the spotless white figure. As if he had found some kind of pleasure, he tried to mimic the way humans eat, tentatively pressing against my lips, feeling the softness that brought enough pleasure to destroy his sanity. It turned out that the soft mouth of a young girl could bring such terrible pleasure. It's not a punishment for desire, but a welcome gift from hell. He indulges in such lowly desires, and between my gasps for breath, the handsome angel braces himself against the wounded feathers of his upper body and unconsciously leans toward me. Without realizing it, he swept me under his wing like a lamb to the slaughter. At the end of the kiss, my lips were tinted red, and the attitude of the angel who had been indifferent and detached at first transformed quickly, like a tame swan against the nape of my neck. I met those silver eyes, but was creeped out by the fact that he was looking straight up. Did you see that? There was an obvious upward movement of the cinnabar pupils, a gentle, calm look into my eyes, a look that seemed to look through my skin and into my soul. He didn't answer the question. Day 7 was finally coming to an end and I plucked a black feather with ease. Perhaps he sensed it and frowned, quickly falling back into this predatory game. A ding sounded in his head as the stage quest completion tone rang out. I looked at the creature in front of me with pity. You will forget all of this. The fallen angel could hear nothing but was immersed in a deep sense of fulfillment, unspeakable pleasure that turned him from expulsion to longing. Humans are too dangerous a race. What exactly is your name? Andrea. I was asking for your real name. Lily Andrea, in short. It's all made up. As if he believed it, he buried his head in the nape of my neck, repeating over and over again, Lily, my Lily. Are fallen angels still angels? They're demons, a mishmash of holiness and sin. I was suddenly grabbed by the wrist. You're leaving. He said a declarative sentence. When are you coming back? That's not like a puritanical angel. I looked at him calmly, and soon he gradually relaxed his stiff feathers as if reassured. Well then, I'll wait for you. I couldn't deny it. It looked like it was going to be a long wait then. Exit is being logged out of the character. The character is about to go offline. With the help of the game master, I drew out of my consciousness, the third perspective, saw that virtual body entangled with the holy feathered creatures, the angel using the soft and moving face gently affixed to my neck. He seemed to say something beside my ear, but was caught off guard to see him turn his head and face straight in my direction. The original silver-white eyes suddenly against the moonlight as warm and ethereal light. Pupils completely disappeared, leaving only a bizarre white. My heart jumped but calmed down. He cannot see. This is just a game. This action may be programmed to set can. The air suddenly cold. Gorgeous arched floor-to-ceiling windows shook violently. The temple wall's glass fell a layer of cracked and broken shells. Dark dome cracked open a gap. I frowned at myself, actually did not exit the game. As if the card bug, hovering in midair, the large temple poured into the seawater. They whistled like a flash flood poured in. I was stunned to look at. The seawater that poured in, this temple is actually underwater. This is a temple that is silent at the bottom of the sea. The angel on the altar of the god put down the young girl in his arms, stood up, and stretched out a hand in the direction in which my consciousness was floating. I will find you, my Lily. Game over. This map will go into hibernation, so please be patient and wait for the next login mission release. Tang Nian snapped his eyes open and returned to the hospital bed. A layer of sweat broke out on her body at some point, and she breathed unsteadily, her nose catching the familiar scent of antiseptic water, and only gradually calming down when she saw the blue and white striped hospital gown on her body. She quit the game. What was the last scene on the temple just now? Was it a hidden plot? Angels' wings are white, representing divine purity. It's the demons' wings that are black. They're a dark race, from hell. The interned doctor's voice grew clearer in her ears, awakening the sense of hearing. Having entered the game for a day, it was but a blink of an eye for her world, and the doctor was still talking about the same passage she'd been in before entering the game, explaining something at length. Noticing Tang Yin's strangeness, he reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Did you understand? Tang Yin looked back. What? This game of yours doesn't make sense. The doctor patiently spoke again. How can an angel's feathers be black? The phone suddenly vibrated twice, and a new tip box popped up on the screen. It was called Otherworldly Disaster Origins Illustrated. Like a brand new game function, it was now unlocked and turned on. Could click on it to view the NPC cards she had collected in the course of the raid. Without waiting for Tang Yin to say anything, the doctor opened it quickly by hand, only to see the first game character card Tang Yin had collected lying quietly on the card pool. Keyword, Fallen Sixth Wing. Doctor, ooh, 6 wings. Tang Yin raised her hand and took the phone. The doctor's mouth opened wide, eyes almost round. You can lift your hand? You're Chi. How did it suddenly get so much better? Otherworldly Disaster Origins Illustrated? Tang Yin's attention was focused on the phone screen. The cards of the game interface are filled with religious colors. The card face depicts 6 wings that are huddled together, a long, emaciated ankle at the lowest end of the feathers, and a pale and beautiful hand is peeking out of the merged wings, permeated with inexplicable gloom. It seemed like a butterfly that was about to tear its cocoon shell and feather itself. Dense black lines penetrated upward from the tail of the feathers, coloring a large portion of the wings black, while the upper part of the feathers remained snow-white, like the tip of an ink-stained quill. The memories of the shrine in Tang Yin's mind were fading. As if it was an overexposed film, even what the angel imprisoned on the high platform looked like was going to be forgotten. The painting is so good. The doctor chimed in. It's the first time I've seen half-black, half-white wings, or 6. What's wrong with 6 wings? Tang Yin asked. This you don't even know? The doctor seriously explained, most angels, with only one pair of wings, are either angels of force or angels of energy. Four-winged angels, between blazing angels and archangels, are the guides of heaven and are responsible for judgment. The doctor held out 3 fingers, and the highest rank. Angels have up to 3 pairs of wings. Tang Yin asked, then 6-winged angels are the highest rank? The doctor revealed a look of reverence. It is written in the Old Testament book of Isaiah that the seraphim blazing angels have 6 wings. 2 wings to cover their faces, 2 wings to cover their feet, and 2 wings to fly. This is one of the only accounts of an angel's appearance and number of wings. 6-winged angels have the appearance of humans, and are the first of the angels, infinitely closer to God and able to communicate directly with him in their role. In a way, 6-winged angels are as thunderous as the vice-king of heaven, supreme and infinitely glorious. Tang Yin looked at the feathered wings on the card and muttered to himself, 2 wings to cover the face, 2 wings to cover the feet, 2 wings. Angels with 6 wings are rare. The doctor's voice came into his ears, like Michael, Raphael, Gabriel. They're precious and rare, archangels of the 9th order of angels. He poked at the screen, black-winged 6-winged angels. The most famous you should have heard of, called Lucifer, the famous son of the fallen morning sky, the handsome and evil Satan. Don't look at just the difference in wing color, but it's the difference between angels and demons. The doctor suddenly said, for example, the true name. The true name has a special use in the Western fantasy world. Tell an angel his true name and he'll bring the gospel to the maiden, but not a demon. The back of Tang Yin's neck went cold. She raised her hand and touched her neck. Why not? You can't tell the demon's true name, so the soul will be controlled by the demon? Before he could finish, a professor shouted his name from the doorway. The intern doctor's face froze, as if he was a poor man whose name had been called by the devil. Finally remembering that he was to check in with the professor, he panicked and tried to escape. I'll see you next time. Without waiting for Tang Yin to say anything, the young doctor disappeared in a puff of smoke. Can't tell the devil his real name? Tang Yin's scalp tingled slightly, and she felt funny again. It was just a game. It was her own nerves that were sensitive. After going through surgery and lying immobile for 2 days, Tang Yin smelled not quite right. The caregiver came over in the afternoon to wash her hair and help her change out of her hospital gown. She was cleaned up, and her thin body looked weak and pitiful in the excessively loose hospital gown. Even the patients in the same room couldn't help but sigh, what a young girl, to have such a big heart surgery and no family to stay with her. Yeah, after being hospitalized for so long, I haven't seen anyone come to visit her. It's rumored that the onset was locked in the school's abandoned equipment room, and if it wasn't discovered in time by the security guards, she almost lost her life. Tang Yin closed her eyes and pretended not to hear. At noon, the doctor came over to change the new pain pump. Tang Yin muddled to sleep. When she woke up again, it was like there was an extra layer of chaotic and hazy fog in her mind. She took out her phone from under her pillow, opened the game, and looked at the gray map in a daze. She had lost her memories of the lost temple. Only remembered that she entered this map and met. Was it an angel? Couldn't remember exactly what happened. Recalling the experiences of the past 3 months, Tang Yin was creeped out and realized that she couldn't remember a single thing. Only vaguely remembered that he had been to a shrine, and all other memories were like a mosaic, chaotic and unclear. His eyes rested on the magnificent 6-wing deck, and Tang Yin knew that washing away memories was one of the game's ways of self-preservation. A glimpse of the great power itself was immensely damaging to the human soul. A small alert box suddenly popped up at the top of the cell phone screen. Temporary extra mission. The elf with broken wings is dying by the stream. Want to save him? A. Agree. B. Reject. Tang Yin had a puzzled look on her face. This was the first time she had met a temporary additional mission. Hesitating for a moment, she clicked agree. This time, unlike in the past, there was no sense of weightlessness, and she didn't teleport into the game. Only the picture on the screen changed. The original delicate parchment scroll map turned into a pixelated villain animation with blurry picture quality. Only a dark green graffiti forest with a blue sketch-like stream was visible, and a pixel villain could be vaguely seen lying next to the stream. The elf is hurt. Come closer. This picture quality is also too bad, right? Tang Yin can't help but think of the garbage advertisement minigames that popped up when browsing the web. The blurry pixel villain with blurry picture quality had half of its body on the grass, and the other half of its body was dipped in a blue stream. There were no extra function options on the screen, so Tang Yin hesitated for a moment, reached out a finger, and dragged the little man next to the stream outward a bit. In the next second, the villain was moved to the green grass with her movements. A prompt box popped up. Congratulations to the player for a successful save, gaining an extra hour of life. It's that simple? The corners of Tang Yin's mouth twitched. This kind of somewhat childish little game. Tang Yin kept tapping on the screen while secretly spitting. If he was 3 years old when he met this game, I am afraid that he would be more patient than he is operating now. Little poor thing, the wings are broken. Can you still fly? Soon, another alert box with a yellow exclamation mark popped up. Crap, the elf's life value is dropping rapidly. Want to save him? A, stop his bleeding. B, ignore it. Looking closer, she realized that the wet pixelated villain on the grass had an inconspicuous wound on his shoulder that was seeping green liquid outward, which she had overlooked because the picture quality was so poor. So that green liquid was elf blood? Too bad for the little thing. Chapter 9. Low Picture Quality Minigames. Tang Nian chose A. The woods on the screen immediately lit up with a sketchy leaf shape, and a square introductory box popped up next to it with a line of text. This plant is a cherished hemp resource that can be harvested to make a simple bandage to stop bleeding for the injured. Tang Nian clicked on the leaf icon and poked the screen a few more times according to the prompts, and the bandage prop icon appeared in the tools column. As she did, she dragged and dropped the bandage icon to cover the pixelated villain's arm. Another alert box popped up. Oops, the player failed to sterilize the wound. The elf's wound worsened and his life value dropped. Tang Nian scratched his hair. No hints about sterilizing the wound appeared on the screen. She took a deep breath and told herself not to panic when things went wrong, and after pondering for a moment, she looked towards the blue stream on the screen. She then dragged the pixelated villain again, splitting a finger to peel back his slender arm and drag him back into the stream. Carefully controlling the screen operation, Tang Yin submerged the tiny arm into the water, even discreetly rubbing her finger gently twice. Just as she was at a loss as to what to do next, the prompt box popped up. Congratulations, player. The wound has been successfully cleaned. You may apply a bandage to the elf. Tang Nian patiently put the bandage on, and the pixelated villain in the screen immediately had a thick layer of green fabric on his arm, wrapping his originally slender arm into a dumpling, which looked inexplicably cute. Congratulations to the player. Stopping the bleeding was successful. The elf's life value rebounded. An extra hour of life was added. It's really easy. She didn't hold back and poked the villain on the screen with her finger. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the villain seemed to tremble. She poked it again, observing curiously. The villain didn't move, and the alert box popped up again, still with a yellow exclamation mark on it. Oops, the misty forest is experiencing sunset, the temperature is dropping, and the elf's body temperature is dropping. A, keep him warm. B, ignore it. Only to see the original light blue sky on the screen darken, and the whole picture grayed out as if the brightness of the screen had been pulled down. The dark green forest turned into a dark silhouette, and the pixelated villain that was originally lying on the ground shivered twice and curled up, his injured arm hugging his knee, looking extraordinarily pitiful. Tang Nian looked at the two options and ghostly chose B, wondering what would happen. Could this pixelated villain freeze to death? Ding ding ding. A piercing beep sounded as the phone vibrated, popping up countless warning signs, scarlet triangular exclamation points suddenly filling the screen densely. Warning. Player's gameplay attitude is negative. Sentenced to 6 hours of life value deprivation. Warning. Mission target's life value continues to drop. Warning. Tang Yin's eyes widened, unable to react in time as a sharp pain suddenly came from her heart. As if an invisible hand had pressed down on her heart and crushed it, she opened her mouth wide and breathed hard like she was drowning. But her eyes went black for a while, and the pain was so intense that she was about to die. The cell phone vibrated frantically, the exclamation point kept popping up, the same frequency as the heart's cramps. By the time the sharp pain finally subsided, her hospital gown was already wet with cold sweat. Ding! The phone, which had managed to quiet down, sounded again, and Tang Yin stiffened in reflex. No pain was welcomed this time. The screen turned back into a cozy, low-quality pixelated game drawing style. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a mission reset opportunity. Reset in progress. The misty forest is experiencing sunset, the temperature is dropping, and the elf's body temperature is dropping. So please ask the player which option to choose. A, to warm him. B, ignore it. Tang Yin calmed her disordered breathing, her pupils shrinking. This game seemed to give two choices, but it didn't give her the right to choose B. With a layer of cold sweat staining her fingers, she expressionlessly clicked A. The screen flashed twice, and the icon of a tree branch appeared on the edge of the black forest silhouette, and the square introduction box next to it read, "It hasn't rained in the misty forest for a long time. Picking up dry tree branches can light up haystacks for the elves." This time Tang Yin didn't dare to have her own ideas. She numbly clicked on the icon and picked up all the dry grass scattered around the edge of the forest and piled it up next to the elf. But without a fire source, it was impossible to light the haystacks. The game seemed simple, yet strangely rigorous. There was no flint or anything like that at the river's edge, and thus no way to drill wood for fire. Oops, the elf's body temperature continues to drop. Players are requested to promptly utilize dry dead leaves to warm the elf. With his heart showing signs of tightening again, Tang Yin forced himself to stabilize his mind, pondered for a moment, and reached out his finger, landing on the pixel villain. The tiny Q version of the pixel villain was curled up from the cold, hugging his legs and looking pitiful. Because the picture quality was so low, it wasn't possible to make out the pixel villain's features from the screen, a blurry mess of paste mosaic at his face. Yet it was able to tell that there was a layer of linen-colored fabric on his body. Tang Yin used 2 fingers to press his body, the small things curled up together slowly rubbing and stretching. The cartoon villain on the screen is extremely reluctant, tightly closed eyes, just opened his body and then cowering to hold his knees, curled up into a small ball. She patiently pressed his hands and feet at one time, gently opened his body. After a few times, the little man stopped struggling. She again fiddled with the layer of fabric affixed to the cartoon villain with a lighter effort, gently rubbing the soaked linen-colored fabric off the villain's body like she was rubbing his wounds. The naked body was covered in mosaic, and you could see through the color blocks that he was a very, very white villain. Light blonde hair hung wetly on the grass, vaguely translucent. She stared for a moment. The pixelated little man on the screen shivered. The tiny body that had been forced to be opened by Tang Yin curled up once more, and 2 suspicious reddish colors rose on the blurry mosaic face. It couldn't be shyness, could it? The corners of Tang Yin's mouth twitched, then she covered him with the ball of hay she had picked up from the edge of the deep forest. Earlier, when the little man had been immersed in the stream, the fabric on his body had dampened, and as the night cooled down, the layer of cloth became even cooler as it stuck wetly to his body. But the haystack was different, laying it thicker. The gaps in the middle of the branches would form an air sandwich that would keep him warm at night. With a bit of mischief and revenge, Tang Yin spread a thick layer of hay onto the pixelated villain. In the end, she simply buried his entire body in the pile of hay. After a few seconds of standing still, a prompt box popped up on the screen. "Congratulations, player. The elf's body temperature has risen successfully. An additional 3 hours of life value is rewarded. This is the end of the temporary extra mission. Thanks for participating." Tang Yin, Chapter 10 Black and White Feathers. Success. Tang Yin snorted coldly and clicked the exit button in the upper left corner without any lingering. In the end, after tossing and turning for so long, not only did he not gain any extra life value, but he lost an hour instead. Although the pixelated villain looked cute, Tang Yin had already secretly put a big cross in her heart for that elf buried in the grass. Ugly thing. She rolled over and muttered to herself as she let out her anger. Weak mosaic game. Soon, slipping into sleep, dark clouds built up outside the window, blocking out the moon, and before long the wind picked up and it started to rain. Beans of rain hit the glass in a long line. At the same time, a gentle, milky white, satin-like mist hung under the still night sky of the other world. At the edge of the dark forest, where hardly any bright beings could leave alive, dry mounds of grass several people high rose abruptly, and a faint light flickered gently between the cracks in the tree branches. Streams of water brushed the damp pebbles, and shadowy creatures wandered deeper into the forest, revealing pairs of crimson eyes. The wind was even colder. The pile of dead leaves made a faint sound. A pale arm dangled from it, brighter than the moonlight, with graceful lines and long finger bones. A few moments later, more dreamy pale light poured out of the pile of dead leaves, and a thin, translucent wing stretched out, particularly eye-catching in the silent night sky. The pile of dead leaves that had already been piled up too high became shaky, and the light coming through the cracks became brighter and brighter. At a certain point, it finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the pile of grass avalanched and fell apart. When the dust settled, a slender and beautiful human form was revealed between the soft rays of light. He was sleeping, his body curled up slightly. His long, light blonde hair, soaked by the stream, was scattered on the grass like sunlight shining in the abyss. Droplets of water fell down his eyelashes on his muscular chest. His skin was translucent and snow-white. Countless floating lights and shadows glittered with starbursts, and between the ocean of platinum, translucent pointed ears peeked out of his hair like butterfly wing flakes. Thick clouds of silver-blue thunderstorms surged through, illuminating the earth as if it were day. He opened his eyes. Lash feathers half hid emerald eyes as pure as lake water. A hazy mist pooled under his eyes, and he slowly rotated his pupils, realizing he was alive. How could he be? Rain dripped down on his body, quickly drenching him. Slowly, the humanoid creature pivoted away from the hay and sat up. Who had saved him? The comfort of being treated gently lingered on his body, and his limbs were permeated with the feeling of having been gently rubbed. The night wind rustled, bringing ominous thunder. The rain fell harder. Those greedy creatures of the abyss in the darkness opened their crimson eyes, moving stupidly, as if they would pounce and tear him apart at any time. Abruptly, his pupils plummeted to a thick green color. He saw arms wrapped in thick, awkward wrappings. Carefully, he lifted it up, sniffing at the scent on it. A jolt ran through his body, as if his hollow chest had been hit hard, and the race, always known for its cold temperament, gasped sharply, his entire body tingling and shaking. He stumbled and fell, rising again, his tall, slender body stained with mud. Broken wings hung behind him like shattered cicada wings. Like an animal with a disorder, clutching his bandaged arms, he was on his way to self-destruction, over and over, agonizingly searching for someone who didn't even exist. Where are you? The rain drowned out his voice, drowning out the broken and sad question. You're alive, aren't you? Tang Yen was sleeping heavily. 2 corridors away from her, the caretaker pushed the waste brought out from the ward concentration out the door. Suddenly, she saw a white feather on some patient's change scrubs. The caretaker pinched up the feather, which was extremely light and soft, snow-white as frost. She had no intention of admiring it and asked her colleague in a panic, "Isn't the operating room a sterile area? How could there be an animal feather?" Huh. The other man also put down what he was holding in his hand, revealing a look of dismay. Soon, he saw another feather on that scrubs. A dark, dark feather that looked like it had been dipped in ink. Did a bird get in there? The 2 men looked at each other, their faces unimpressed. This was medical malpractice. But what kind of bird's feathers were these? That pitch-black color seemed like a black vortex, sucking one's eyes firmly onto it. Staring at the feather in his hand, the caretaker felt the light and sound fading into obscurity at this moment. It was as if the soul was drowning in the ominous darkness. What's wrong with you? It wasn't until the person next to her tapped her on the shoulder that the caretaker came to her senses for a split second. Huh? Oh, I'm fine. The 2 feathers were heartily tossed into a bucket of medical waste. Outside the hospital, an expensive black sedan pulled up in front of the side entrance. The driver got out of the car and opened the door, and inside first came out a richly dressed woman, whose age could not be judged due to how well-maintained she was. She bent over, a pleasing look on her gorgeous face, and said to the person in the car, "Xiaoji, come down. Andy will take you to the hospital to have a look." Not knowing what the person inside said, the woman's expression stiffened for a moment and quickly piled on the smile again. "No, Auntie does not look at her. Auntie is worried about your body." Stalemate for a long time, the person in the car finally came down. The teenager is slightly chubby, but very low. Round body without angles, chin protrudes outward, mouth and nose but inward concave. Like a cookie that had been flattened by a pastry chef's missteps, it was really unattractive. "Xiaoji, Annie made an appointment with the best doctor in the hospital." "Don't touch me." The teenager viciously shook off the woman's hand. Ignoring her pleasing look, "Stay away from me." The woman smiled sarcastically and withdrew her hand, coyly following the teenager. They took the special elevator to enter the VIP clinic of the Department of Psychiatry. While the general outpatient clinic was overcrowded, and the corridors and staircases were filled with family members of patients holding bedding and luggage and bunking on the floor, the VIP clinic room across the corridor had soothing music playing and a vase of freshly cut flowers. The patient sits on a sofa in front of a low-sugar fruit and vegetable drink sent by the nurse. One side is living, the other is surviving. A world of difference. Tang Yin was woken up in a daze. Opening her eyes, she realized that her mother had come. Tang Chuyan looked hurried, frowning as she looked over Tang Yin's medical records, her mouth chanting, "You're a child who really doesn't let people worry." Seeing Tang Yin wake up, she added, This ward of yours is too crowded. Why are there so many people living here? A smell. I'll go upgrade you to a single room. This sentence instantly aroused the hostility of everyone in the ward. Tang Yin had a headache for a moment and saw the woman take out another card from her expensive lizard skin purse and place it in her palm. I have a card here for you to take first. The password is Mom's birthday. Hurry back to school after you're discharged from the hospital. You're about to be a junior in college. Don't flunk out and affect your graduation. I'm a sophomore. I just took a break from school. Tang Yin stopped Tang Chuyun's voice with the sentence, not going to look at her embarrassed look, and asked in a very soft voice, "You're here today? Is Suji sick again?" Chapter 11. God's Favorites. Tang Chuyun froze. After reacting, she said in a disguised manner, "It's mainly to see you." Tang Yin closed her eyes, not wanting to speak. For years ago, Tang Chuyun brought Tang Yin to marry into the Su family, and from that day on, the junior daughter rumors started out of nowhere, and Tang Yin was isolated by everyone at school. Like a stray cat without a home, she timidly lived under someone else's roof, expelled and abused by her stepbrother, who was full of hostility. He had smashed Tang Yin's forehead with a cup, causing a shallow scar above her brow bone that still remained. He had thrown away Tang Yin's school bag and even ordered the driver to leave her on the road. Not to mention putting all sorts of dead animal carcasses, insects, and other filthy and horrible things into her bag one after another. These injuries were eventually brought to an end by Tang Chuyun's phrase, "Bear with me, Mom is doing this for your own good." For years later, she still hasn't changed. Tang Chuyun touched Tang Yin's forehead and said lovingly, "You are a child who understands, Mom is all for you." Tang Yin clutched the bedsheet. "Your Uncle Su advanced your medical expenses, or else where do you think the money for bypass surgery came from? His son's health is not good." "Xiao Yin, you are no longer a child." Tang Chuyun received a phone call, listened to a few sentences, and then suddenly stood up, panicked and asked, "How can a good person say he is gone?" The voice was loud, drawing disgruntled side glances from her fellow ward members. She covered the handset and said to Tang Yin, "Xiaoji is missing. I have to go look for him. His health is not good. In case of an attack." Tang Yin wanted to say that he almost died, cannot be saved, but in the end did not open his mouth. "You go." Tang Yin revealed a smile, very shallow. "I'm fine." The hospital was always crowded. God does not love the world, and the walls here have heard more prayers than a church. The short, obese teenager weaved his way into the general ward, was crowded with annoyance, pushed open the door at the end of the corridor, and ran out on stubby legs. But he couldn't find his family's driver. He was lost. In his haste, he collided with a cleaning crew pushing a medical waste recycling bin. There was a thud and a tumble. "Don't have eyes. Can't you watch the road?" The teenager's mouth but kept cursing, a face suffocating red. Then he pushed the cart and left, not noticing his abnormality. The teenager was left alone in the corridor. By the time Suji realized something was wrong, he could no longer breathe. His abdomen was cramping and twisting like a spasm. His neck was unconsciously tilted to the side and pressed tightly onto one shoulder. The curses in his mouth had long since turned into sharp and meaningless grunts, and his arms and legs were stiff and twitching unconsciously. Onset. He fell to the ground. The muscles in his entire body were as stiff as stone. His breathing came to a standstill, and there was a vague tingling sensation on the tip of his tongue, supposedly from his teeth. He was alone in the hallway. What to do? Great fear filled his soon-to-be distorted mind, but his lax pupils noticed something on the floor. He spasmed, unconsciously pressed his hand on it, only to feel a warmth as soft as sunshine under his fingers. Like the feeling of falling asleep sitting on a swing in the garden on a windy afternoon, with gentle warm light sprinkling all over. Suji didn't know when he stopped twitching. The skin under his hands seemed to be melting from the warmth. It was as if he himself had turned into a puddle of water. The skin, the five senses, even the bones, all became sticky and slow like melted chocolate in a stew pot. But he felt no fear. Instead, he felt comfortable, every bone crisping away in this warmth, the ultimate enjoyment in his short life. The memory was like a stuck film, with a section cut out. When he woke up again, the sultry stepmother was sitting on her knees crying, while his own father was frantically abusing her. Suji stifled a grunt and rubbed his head as he sat up. "What's all the noise?" The middle-aged man immediately stopped cursing and came running in a panic. "Xiaoji, you're awake? Did you?" The voice ended abruptly. Suji rubbed his forehead and also stopped, staring at his hand in a daze. The bones are long and slender, the skin is white, and it is thin and well-proportioned. This was not his hand. In the strange eyes of everyone in the room, he lifted the covers and stumbled to the mirror, his eyes trembling violently. Who was this? The pimples, the coarse pores on his face were all gone, and even his sunken features had rumbled up in a subtle combination. The features were still his, but incredibly optimized many times over, like they had been meticulously sculpted by an artist of great aesthetic refinement. The man had grown taller as well. The bones in his arms and legs looked like they had been elongated, and even his vision was different than usual. Everyone didn't know what had happened and looked at the handsome young man who had changed drastically like a living person in dismay. Only Suji himself knew. It was that feather. The feather that he touched while lying on the hospital floor before he passed out. He covered his face. His shoulders trembled and shook, first laughing and then turning into a loud cry. It was a miracle. A miracle had happened to him. He had been favored by the gods of fate. I don't know who reacted first, went up and pressed the emotional Suji, worrying that he would have a seizure because of his great sorrow and joy. But no, he was unusually active mentally, but did not have the slightest respiratory difficulties or spasm symptoms, as if that difficult disease disappeared from him overnight. Rumble. Heavy dark clouds quickly gathered above the city. Accompanied by heavy thunder, bean-sized raindrops smashed down and crashed to the ground. Tang Nian closed her eyes and rolled over, burying her head in the covers. She didn't realize that in the 36th hour after she quit the game, an emergency push like this was broadcast on the city news. Heavy rainfall has triggered a massive collapse of the city's road surface. The road surface in the city center section is arching, and those buildings in the core business district are in danger of collapsing, reminding all citizens to please refrain from going there. Everyone was puzzled, and the family member who was peeling an apple in the hospital room muttered, "It's understandable that the road surface collapsed, but what does it mean that the road surface is arching upwards? Could something be burrowing out of the ground?" In fact, as the news said, the pavement literally arched upwards, as if hills were growing out of flat ground. The asphalt couldn't hold it up and cracked out in strips of longitudinal lines, revealing grimy steel and deep dents. The downtown business district was blocked off by a massive yellow and white banner cordon. The world was quietly changing. Chapter 12. Aristocratic Dinner and Caged Boys. In the middle of the night, Tang Yin woke up with a palpitation because her heart was not feeling well. The 72 hours of life extension were coming to an end, a reminder from the game that it was time to move on to the next leg of her journey. Waiting for the checking doctor to leave, she quietly took out her cell phone. Opening the game, the map of the temple turned gray, showing that it was locked up by the game system and could not be tapped. She tried tapping twice and a small box popped up on the screen. God has descended. This map is temporarily closed. God has descended? Tang Yin's attention quickly left from this line, because next to it, two new maps lit up. One was called Thorn Ancient Castle, and the other was called Viral Mutation. The different maps corresponded to different quest branches, and Tang Yin couldn't see the content of the quest before opening the maps. She chose the Thorn Ancient Castle, which seemed relatively safer. At least the ancient castle was habitable. It was always much safer than the virus. The experience of the first map presented a blank in her mind. Her memory wiped out. It didn't seem all that important. Loading. Characters being generated. Characters coming online. The sound of music preceded the visual into her ears. Ding. Loading complete. Please start the game. The eye-catching and brilliant light flowed past his eyelids, and Tang Yin opened his eyes, having already entered the old Castle of Thorns map. It was a dinner party. The wind was strong, and there were musicians in classical gowns playing music on a high platform not far away, swirling around the gorgeously dressed crowd in the manor, and one could hear tall glasses clashing as well as the sounds of conversation and laughter. She stood alone on the terrace, scantily clad, cigarette in hand, a hickey on her collarbone. The owner of this body had a chaotic life. Tang Yin threw away the cigarette, exchanged the red wine in her hand for a glass of water with ice cubes, refused to turn away the manservant who wrapped around her like a water snake, and walked out of the flowing hall. But she got lost on her way down the stairs. This place is just too big. Groping his way to what looked like a place where servants were preparing a meal, several tall carts were parked at the back door of the dinner party, covered with curtains. Not far away, a few men in servants' clothing were smoking. The floor was dirty. Tang Yin lifted the hem of her skirt and walked over, but suddenly heard an inconspicuous moan coming from under the curtain, like a cat purring. Walking out 2 steps, the sound became more pronounced, and the hem of her skirt couldn't move as if it was hooked by something. Looking back, a white, emaciated hand reached out from under the curtain and tugged at the hem of her skirt. The joints were red, and there were bruises on her wrists that had been bound and hadn't dissipated. Abusive and colorful. Save! A hoarse, low voice came from inside. Tang Yin stopped in her tracks. Please, save. She squatted down and carefully discerned, finally hearing that the other party was praying for people passing by to save him. Was the cage containing, surprisingly, a living person? Hesitating for a moment, Tang Yin raised her hand and lifted the edge of the heavy curtain. Some light seeped in from the direction she crouched down, but the thing inside seemed to be afraid of the light. The white color shimmered and shrunk into the place where the light couldn't be cast. It was a very fearful, begging for help, someone who had been put in a cage. Tang Yin hesitated. This was a game. She shouldn't be compassionate. But when she put down the curtain and wanted to leave, she saw that the hand covered in red marks was still gripping the hem of her skirt like it was a lifesaver. I'm sorry, I can't save you. Because of the light, she couldn't see the person hiding in the dark, but that person could definitely see her. Thinking of the other person's hoarse, low voice, she passed the water she was holding in through the railing. The man was slow to approach. She said warmly, "It's clean. I haven't drunk it." It was only then that the hand gripping the hem of his skirt finally loosened and turned to the cup she had handed in. The process was extremely slow, like a stray cat that had been hurt by humans and didn't know whether or not to get close to a stranger who showed kindness to them. Carefully, cautiously, he held the cup she handed over. Fingers accidentally touched hers, and goosebumps rose on Tang Yin's arms. It was cold as blood loss. The cup was picked up. In the darkness, half of her jaw was vaguely illuminated by the light. The other party's jelly-like moist and tender tongue gently licked the water, then eagerly tilted his head and swallowed. The glass pressed against his lips. His lips were swollen and red as if he had bitten them hard himself, and the icy water, which he had not swallowed as well as he should have, dripped down his jaw, moistening the scarred lips. Not far away, a few servants finished their cigarettes and looked like they were planning to come over. Tang Yin stood up, and the sound of the cage drinking water stopped at once. Noticing that she was about to leave, the people inside seemed to move forward a bit. The cup fell on the cage, spilling water all over the place, and his slender, injured fingers gripped the iron cage as if he was looking at her. "I'm leaving," Tang Yin informed him. Before walking away, a voice was heard coming from the cage. "Thanks, don't be sorry." Finally retracing his steps back into the ballroom, the game loaded, and a brief information panel popped up in front of her. Tang Yin's current identity was a poor young girl who had just married a 70-something-year-old earl, with one foot in the extravagant high society, invited to a private party by the invitation of a famous aristocrat. The host of the party is Tang Yin's stepdaughter, Rose, the duke's daughter. The light in the manor was bright and dim, with smoke looming. Masked men and women walked on both sides of the huge grandstand, and down the rotating staircase was the extravagantly decorated lobby. Several beautiful young men were dressed in suggestive manservant outfits, with so little fabric that they barely covered the key parts of their bodies. Instead, it was more vulgar than not being able to see an inch. They were all expensive playthings that had been explicitly marked up. Heavy chains bound their hands and feet, forcing them into a kneeling position, like delicate flowers to be picked, to satisfy the curiosity of these nobles. The hands of those nobles, in their bodies wantonly kneaded, like deliberately humiliating, like playing, watching their reaction with interest. But the main event of the day was not these. The dinner was already halfway through when the noble count's daughter arrived, surrounded by servants and guests. The quest hadn't been released yet, and intuition told Tang Yin that this game had something to do with this highly regarded daughter of the count. The stepdaughter was full of excitement, followed by a few servants, and as soon as she entered the lobby, she told the guests who had gathered around that she had brought back something good from the auction. People erupted into excited, yet suppressed low cries. Tang Yin approached without moving, heading down the rotating staircase. The character profile showed that the Earl's daughter extremely hated Tang Yin, and would always spare no effort to humiliate her every time she saw her, saying that Tang Yin had tainted the air of their manor after marrying her father. Rose was impatiently pushing away the courteous manservants surrounding her. No longer paying attention to these beautiful young men who used to favor her, she asked the valet to bring up the grand finale of the evening. The door to the inner room was opened. A two-man high metal cage was pushed out from behind the door, covered in heavy velvet that made one wonder what kind of canary was hiding inside. This was something Rose had spent a fortune on at the famous iris auction. Tang Yin only felt that this cage looked a bit familiar. It seemed like she had just seen it before. Lift it. Taking a sip of the red wine handed over by the servant, Rose couldn't wait to name the order. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the servant lifted the heavy curtain on the house. The air went silent. All that remained was the sound of breath that could be held or minimized. Sitting on the single sofa at the edge, Tang Yin had a good perspective. She sat up slightly straighter, revealing a look of amazement. It wasn't a canary in a cage, but a beautiful teenager without an inch of clothing except for a strand of white satin. It was a surly, one could not help but want to wreak havoc, fragile beauty. The teenager was white. Creeping in the corner of the cage, his back was slightly undulating and he was breathing heavily. His tightly closed eyelids were stained with a little blood, and his eyelashes were thick and slender, like the wings of a butterfly imprisoned in a spider web, trembling violently. The whole person looked tortured, and the white milk-like skin was slightly flushed with thin red, carrying many traces of being whipped. Like a beautiful bubble that would shatter at the slightest poke, it made one worry that breathing a little heavier would blow this beautiful illusion away. For a time, even the air was filled with a sticky, greedy scent. Such a beautiful and clean teenager was most likely to induce a foolish desire in one's heart. Look, how about it? Rose's face twisted with excitement. The sound of heels on tiles rang out one after another, and the spectators, like having their souls snatched, stared straight at the caged teenager, sniffing the scent of meat and approaching obsessively, like a pack of drooling hyenas. Tang Yin held his chin and watched. What a coincidence. I didn't expect the owner of that bruised hand to be so stunningly beautiful. The caged teenager suddenly looked up. Looking around, he was caught off guard and met her eyes. A layer of gloomy, hazy water mist quickly floated out of the grayish-purple pupils of his eyes. Chapter 13. The Evil Game. How's that for nice? Rose's best friend excitedly introduced the teenager to the group, the voice ringing out as the teenager averted his eyes. This little thing was about to be sent to the gallows for execution, having lured the servants to have the former owner burned to death by fire. No one survived in the entire manor, and only he, who was kept as a pet in the flower room, survived. Killing the former owner, this would have been sent to the gallows or burned to death by fire at the auction. But he was so beautiful to look at that the torturers who escorted him stole him, and with a few lucrative merchants changing hands behind him, transported him to the Vanity Fair of the Aguila's empire. Only, like being cursed, those merchants who bought him invariably ended up in a miserable end. Those who coveted him went crazy scrambling, looting, and constantly killing his owner. Until it was finally discovered by the largest auction house in the Aguila's empire, taken away and protected. This thing is too beautiful to cause mischief, but with all these experiences added to the mix, this teenager is even more intriguing. What kind of charisma could have made all those who have owned him so unfortunate? The teenager in the cage was extraordinarily quiet, clearly not doing anything, but like a cake that smelled sweet, luring hungry diners ever closer. Rose had long since pressed on and ran over to him with her skirt in hand, stretching out her pointy shoes and kicking the cage. He's even awake? Realizing that the dose of drugs injected into him today was enough to turn a man into a beast with only primal urges. The teenager huddled in the cage in a sorry state, like a wounded cub. He merged his legs tightly and hugged his knees, vainly covering his scarred body. But a little spring color that could not be hidden still poked out between his slender 5 fingers. Those noble men and women who are delayed in sound and color are immediately excited, and a few cannot help but get up from the seat and walk to the cage, wanting to reach out and touch him. It was the most desired plaything of these nobles. Rose had squandered a large portion of her mother's inheritance left to her in order to buy him, and the auction had guaranteed it again and again. He is completely clean and tender and used. Someone stuck their hand into the cage in a vain attempt to touch him, and the teenager's back pressed against the bars, alert and defensive as he deadpanned their outstretched hand, exposing the adorable fangs of his lips as if he could bite through their wrist at any moment. He didn't want to let anyone else get close, but resistance was rewarded with nothing but laughter. Haha, he's resisting. Do you want to bite us to death with your poor teeth? I love it when I'll resist. Rose raised her hand, and immediately some attendants came up with trays. They opened the cage, roughly gripped the teenager's lean jaws, and, despite his resistance, stretched his bottom lip, which he had bitten to the point of vesicancy, with smooth polished ivory pliers, and poured in the thick, unknown liquid. The crimson mucus slowly slid down the corners of his mouth, flowing all the way across the slender neck and not into the depths of his collarbone, making people think. Like plasma. Tang Yin anachronistic connection, as if he smelled rust. The attendant bent down and went in to grab the chain, roughly dragged the teenager out and threw him on the ground. After a few seconds, the teenager seemed like a puddle of liquid that was about to melt, losing his strength and rolling against the floor, letting out an unbearable whimper. Both pale legs spasmed and twitched, toes tensed, and with the unbearable movements, his sweaty body squeezed against the floor, leaving a sticky, ambiguous trail. His reaction triggered even more enthusiastic cries from the watchers. Rose became even more aroused. She pushed away the shadowy male attendant wrapped around her body and crouched down in front of the teenager, whose beautiful grayish-purple eyes had gone out of focus and fogged ahead. Gradually, no longer resisting, Rose lifted a hand to ruffle the teen's damp hair, revealing the breathtakingly delicate face underneath, and an uncontrollable gasp escaped her lips. "That's beautiful, little thing." The teenager, however, sobered for a split second at her proximity, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Crimson lips opened and closed in speech. Rose bent down, reddened her cheeks and brought her ear close to his lips. Heard him say, "Kill me." The voice was grim, but unusually clear and nice. The humiliation of being on the verge of losing control made him not want to live in the world for one more second, dying on the spot, or, for that matter, going to hell. His body craved more. Twitching and trembling, sweat covered his delicate skin. How is that possible? Rose spat out a crisp laugh, both eyes glowing as she clutched the shackles around his ankles and pulled him to the ground, and signaled for a servant to drag him toward the center of the room, a column of light hitting him, making the teenager invisible. It was as if she was showing off her newly acquired interesting toy. "I paid good money for this, so how can I kill you?" Warm skin pressed against the cold ground. The tugging was unmerciful, and the intense irritation was as strong as a hawk, causing the teenager to fall to the ground uncontrollably, as if his spine had been taken out of his body. The skin broke in some places, and he couldn't control himself as he let out a cat-like hoarse and cryptic grunt, curling up in pain and excitement. A few noble ladies looked at him with red eyes and walked straight over to him like a fiend. Perhaps this scene would be a lingering nightmare for the teenager who would rather die than submit. One by one, the elegant and decent nobles tore off their hypocritical veils, showing colors of infatuation and greed, and extended their hands towards him. He bit his lip, the ends of his eyes were scarlet, and he died unwilling to let out a moan. His messy, broken hair covering his cheeks, being grasped in the palm of someone's hand, forcing him to raise his head. But he didn't know that this stubborn and stoic look made people want to ravage him and trample on him even more. Tang Yin didn't want to look any further, and lowered his head to ask for a glass of wine from the glazed-eyed manservant next to him. The other party's attention was in the center of the lobby, and he shouted several times before coming back to his senses, shaking his hands and pouring wine for her. It also smelled, if anything, like rust, like mixed blood. The teenager was pinned to the ground. A pair of hands raked across his beautifully pale torso, kneading his lips, even maliciously sticking their fingers in his mouth, and someone strangled him with a noose, forcing him to tilt his head back, the ends of his eyes forced to crimson, almost to tears. The liquid rubbed away all his pride, turning him into nothing but an obedient dog. A nobleman curiously explored downward, only to be pushed away by Rose. She wanted to be the first to possess him. After all, this was still a clean and tender toy. Those attendants in black tuxedos pressed the teenager's arms left and right, pinning him to the ground. He was now completely reduced to a lamb to be slaughtered. Grayish-purple eyes lost in thought, across the heavy silhouettes, once again collided with Tang Yin's gaze. Seeing the compassion and indifference in her eyes. Chapter 14. Asking for help. The piercing cold sobered him up for a split second, as if he were grasping for a life-saving straw, and his pleading gaze went to Tang Yin. He seemed certain that Tang Yin was the only one on the field who could save him. But Tang Yin wasn't going to help right now. This was just a game, and he was just a virtual character in the game setting. She didn't want to meddle. The white satin used to wrap his body had long been torn. Down the nails of the young girls left a scratch on his bare and flawless skin. When you see something beautiful, you can't help but want to leave a mark. This is the human desire to destroy and possess clean things at work. They had drunk a lot of wine earlier, and the valet's tray held bottles of slender caliber, chains, wine, teenagers, and a closed room, all elements mixed together. It was easy to stir up greed and malice in one's heart. The cork of the bottle was aimed right at his lips, even as it poured the rest of the spirits down his fragile throat. The teenager finally whimpered and collapsed convulsively in a combination of ripping pain and drug-fueled pleasure as Rose grabbed him by the hair with a face full of excitement and trampled on his dignity. Dirty little thing. The teenager's eyes were slack, his red lips torn and pathetic. Rose excitedly stirred his mouth with the spout of the bottle, her eyes dead set on the tip of the torn tongue, her face flushed with excitement to the point of redness, as if she were the one who was drunk. Those grayish-purple eyes lost their luster, no longer focused, their thick lashes moving as they looked vaguely in Donnan's direction. The only one who showed him pity. The teenager was like a rose that had been trampled and lost its vitality, on the verge of death, about to wither. Tang Yin waited for the quest to start, but never got a prompt, so she couldn't watch any longer, so she sighed, stood up and walked out. This was the best plaything Rose had ever gotten, and the most exciting day for these noble maidens. They couldn't wait to do something even more fun to him. However, at the height of these nobles' excitement, the crystal lights above their heads suddenly went out. The abuse inflicted on the teenager was stilled for a moment by the brief darkness, and in the next instant, Rose shrieked and was pushed away by the attendant beside her, and the place where she had been standing gave off a numbing crash. The huge crystal lamp smashed down, glass shards splattered all over the place, and the nobles gathered nearby were startled, shrieking for the servants to check. The sudden change allowed the teenager, who had been pinned dead to the floor, to rise, gasping like he was on the verge of death and curling up on the floor, shivering. In the darkness, a hand took hold of his wrist. Startled, he felt for the broken glass on the floor and slashed at the other with stressful force. Only a low drawl was heard from the darkness. "Don't be afraid." Someone leaned down and lowered his voice to whisper in his ear, "I'm not trying to hurt you." The teenager stiffened. Even though he had never heard the voice before, he knew who it belonged to. In the midst of the chaos, the owner of the voice laboriously dragged him away from the overlapping figures. Leaving the dinner party was not a smooth process. Tang Yin began to regret why she had meddled. She had gotten the person out, only to be viciously stabbed by the other party. Under the moonlight, the slender silhouette was prostrate on the ground, and the originally pale skin was translucent from the inside out with a touch of red that tempted people to pick it up. The teenager gasped sharply, his body wrapped in Tang Yin's soft shawl, looking weak and pitiful. His slightly curled eyelashes hung with a fine mist and water vapor, jewel-like transparent and magnificent pupils because too much surprise gently trembling, full of remorse and helplessness. More is incredulous. It seems to be unable to believe that this kind of sinful banquet, there will be someone to save him. He was also holding a piece of sharp, blood-stained glass in his hand. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood dripped down onto the stone floor, and Tang Yin covered his arm as blood was moistening out between his fingers. What a gracious little white-eyed wolf. If she hadn't reacted quickly, this wound would have appeared on Tang Yin's face. She shook off her hand, in an irritable mood. "Go straight down this road. There's a narrow gate outside the garden where the gardener enters and leaves. Run." The teenager froze in place. His body stiffened, and his throat swallowed dryly as if he wanted to say something. Tang Yin took off the gemstone ring on her hand and threw it over, hitting his forehead. A little red mark was instantly left on the white skin. The teenager raised his eyes pitifully to look at her, but Tang Yin was unmoved, as if she saw that she couldn't see the face that was so beautiful that she couldn't see it. The arm was bleeding profusely where he had cut it. "Sell it. Consider it a good deed." The teenager clutched her ring in his hand, hard enough that his fingers turned a little white. He felt the boredom from the other party. Tang Yin just wanted to get back to triggering the quest. She was running out of time. Just as she was about to leave, a hand grabbed her ankle. The other party's movements were light, a touch, like they were afraid of upsetting her. The teenager lay prostrate on the ground, shoulders trembling, mouth open like a dehydrated fish, breathing rapidly and laboriously. A hint of a cat-like, soft, low, muffled chant exhaled from between his nostrils. Please wait." Draped in Tang Yin's jacket, he had some difficulty controlling himself as he reached out to cover his wretched body. His thoughts churned to a pulp by the drugs, and said intermittently, I'm sorry. I can't walk." His mouth babbled something, and his clear and good-sounding voice was tinted with the slightest ambiguity, becoming sticky and ambiguous. "Don't go. First, don't go." A low, hoarse gasp was mixed in, like a prayer. He was hard, almost self-mutilating, scratching his skin as he clawed at the neck of the collar. His body was full of stimulating drugs, his blood burning fast to burn him. He had no way to dissolve it, and his entire body fell into an unrelieved loss of control and helplessness. Tang Nian raised her eyebrows, looking at this fragrant scene, silently classifying the game as the kind that can't be played by those under the age of 18. Well, are 18 plus. The teenager whimpered under her playful yet indifferent eyes, almost crying out. Wolfishly, he averted his eyes, curled up, trembling, his fingers physically twitching, his entire body exuding an aura of mature surliness. Said words that he himself felt ashamed of, but could not suppress. Can you touch me? Tang Yin wrinkled her eyebrows. His entire body was a hot and tantalizing red color, like a ripe and juicy peach, sweet and confusing. Those wet eyes were full of pleading, looking towards her, growing bolder and bolder. Can you help me? Please. The voice trembled to the point of being pitiful. Tang Yin raised her hand, showing him her arm that he had cut. It seemed to be asking him, on what grounds? The teenager immediately fell into embarrassment. The end of his humongous red eyes hung with teardrops. The tip of his nose was red, and he was in a sorry state. I'm sorry. Sorry. Sorry for what? For not stabbing her? He murmured, but his gray-purple eyes looked straight at her, from her eyebrows, all the way to her lips, as if he was blaspheming with his eyes, licking every inch of her skin exposed to the moonlight with his eyes. Should not. Couldn't let her go. Not far away was an open-air fountain. High and low columns of water rose and fell in time with the music, and at one point burst into a gorgeous line of transparent water that leapt high and fell gracefully. It clattered and pattered. Chapter 15. The Falling Puppy. Tang Nian quietly finished viewing a fountain, her cold eyes finally falling back to the teenager. He was beside her feet, like a ripe cherry, rotting, shriveled and hidden, venting the effects of the dirty drug. Trembling, a tantalizing blush permeated her otherwise white fingertips and collarbone. Her skin burned and her blood rolled. All of his senses were focused on the places swept by Tang Nian's sight, and he felt like he had turned into an animal. But he was aggrieved. Pretty deep eyes flushed red. His breathing was violent and rapid. He suppressed a gasp and spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry. Accidentally, and Tang Nian locked eyes. He quickly lowered his head again, his body constantly trembling, transparent tears falling down the curly, slender eyelashes, ticking and smashing on the ground, haloing a little tiny splash. He was very thin and just curled up on the ground, his hands and feet unsteady, his lips trembling softly. Stared at by those wet eyes, Tang Nian felt like a sinner. Tang Nian had helped him, but not in the way he wanted. She grabbed the teenager's wrist and was shocked to realize that he was just too thin. As soon as she touched him, the teenager couldn't help but climb up her body like a vine and couldn't wait to get close to her. But Tang Nian was caught off guard and thrown into the cold fountain pool. This place is all mountaintop meltwater diversion, completely icy cold. Even in the height of summer can be described as chilly, let alone now as the end of autumn. He panicked and tried to climb out, but was stepped on by Tang Nian's expressionless shoulder and stomped back raw. This little contact turned into a boon in his eyes, and the teenager's hands climbed up to her ankles and hugged her calves. He became delirious again, kissing Tang Nian's water-soaked shoes as he wondered what he was doing underwater. The grayish-purple eyes lost focus and misted up. Even probing out his crimson tongue, he touched the tip of the cold leather shoe in the confusion. Like a little wild dog that had lost itself. Splashing water, the teenager's body trembled violently. Pitifully climbed on the edge of the pool. A wet and lazy color of ee climbed from the corner of his eyes and eyebrows, as if his spine had been taken away, holding Tang Nian's ankles limply. Puma's thin lips trembled, and his grayish-purple pretty eyes stared at Tang Nian with a deadly, obscure stare. Tang Nian watched coldly, indifferent as if wearing a mask. He gasped for a long time before slowly coming back to his senses from the mandatory pleasure. After soaking for a while longer, he dragged his still trembling body up the bank. The tide of emotion on the teenager's face was replaced by pallor, his hair hanging wetly over his forehead like a wounded pup that had fallen into the water. He bent his knees in front of Tang Nian and carefully held her hand. In her strange eyes stretched out the tip of his crimson tongue to moisten the wound beneath the broken sleeve bit by bit. The warm touch melted away in her palm, like being intimated by a puppy. The wound strangely stopped stinging. Tang Nian was a little curious and didn't pull her hand away. What are you doing? He lowered his eyes, his curled, thick lashes covering the obscurity under his eyes. Serving you. 3 words so soft they were almost inaudible. All this time, He had been chased like an object, drawing killings and fights, knowing the attraction of this face of his and the fact that everyone wanted him. So thought that this person in front of him was no exception. But Tang Yin was thinking that this beautiful slave seemed to have gotten something wrong. She didn't say anything and didn't have the good sense to explain. Out of mischief, not pushing him away, she cocked her head and surveyed his youthful behavior. The teenager had obviously never done anything like this before. His movements were rusty, and his soft, wet tongue reminded her of a wild cat stealing food, without being full of sharp spines like a cat's tongue. When he licked the blood from his wound and tilted his head to look over, Tang Yin drew back her hand and yanked on the chain around his neck with a clatter. The teenager stumbled as she pulled him, his deflated body nearly collapsing to the ground as he clambered over the edge of the fountain pool, his grayish-purple eyes looking up at her helplessly. The collar encircling his neck still had the long chains falling from it, and Rose's servant had merely released him from the end attached to the cage. The collar symbolizing slavery had not been removed. The dark collar, as if sucking out all the light, was made of an odd material and had an extra presence on his long, pale neck. When touched, there were surprisingly uneven carving marks. It seemed to be engraved with words, a long string. Tang Yin came closer, her attention drawn to the collar, not realizing that the hanging teenager's breathing had become rapid, his head hanging down, his earlobes so red they were dripping blood. Warm breath sprayed on his skin, and he shivered uncontrollably. Mind you, the underwater body was unclothed, and the residue of the drug was still working its way into his bloodstream. Being observed at such close range by a young female who had just saved his life, his body burned all over. Luckily, Tang Yin let go of him after watching for a moment and kindly put her cloak over him, and the teenager looked complicated as he silently gathered his clothes together and climbed out of the water. "What's your name?" she asked absently. The teenager shook his head blankly. The ends of his soaked hair dripped downward with his movements, soon pooling in a small puddle at his collarbone. Tang Yin admired the beauty and asked again, "Before being sold as a slave, what were you?" He pursed his lips and shook his head again. Didn't know who he was? Tang Yin glanced at the lights that had been relighted in the distance, and the nobles in disarray, and continued to ask, "Then what do you remember?" The teenager lowered his head. "I don't know." He looked at his powerless arms and legs. His voice was low. "I don't remember anything." Memory loss? Or was it because the character was so unimportant that the game didn't even set an identity for him? Tang Yin thought wordlessly, unaware of the teenager's growing panic at her musings. He mumbled his lips, his earlobes growing crimson as he weighed his words. After a long time, he finally gathered his courage and said to her, "If you can, please take in. You go." Tang Yin didn't notice what he said and interrupted him out loud. So she also didn't see the teenager's suddenly pale face after she said those 3 words. Her gaze lingered on the servants pouring out of the banquet in the distance, indifferently urging, "Hurry up, get out of here. A slave only. Can't let that difficult count's daughter NPC find out that she let him go, or it'll be another trouble." Tang Yin only wanted to do the quest in exchange for her life. After waiting for a few seconds, the teenager hadn't made a sound, so she turned back in confusion. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" The light in the garden was dim, and the teenager was drenched. The wet, gray-colored eyes were puzzled, as if confused as to why she was letting him go. He didn't understand why Tang Yin wasn't intent on treating him like a plaything like those people. Why was the other party still unmoved, even though he was already making a gesture of goodwill? Chapter 16. RPG Role-Playing Game. The tip of the teenager's nose was red, eyes a little damp, still reeling from some sort of afterglow, wet pupils loaded with her reflection. "I can." He persisted in trying to finish his sentence, his mouth open like a fish stranded on the shore unable to breathe. The thin white fingers clutched the ring in a deadly grip, and the pupils of his eyes, which had been eroded by the drug to the point of being slightly lax, stared carefully at Tang Yin, as if to remember her. Tang Yin also looked at him. There wasn't any extra warmth in his eyes, as if saving him wasn't much different from saving a cat or dog. "Get going, don't play any games of payback," she said coldly. "I don't have time to play with you." Ultimately defeated, the teenager was in a sorry state like an abandoned critter, stumbling on his feet as he disappeared into the garden path. This game was a typical RPG role-playing game, where Tang Yin would get a specific identity role before entering the game, triggering quests and successfully completing them. If it was a character related to the main plot, she would see a character pop-up box and background information introduction. The slave teenager just now didn't have any pop-up box hints even though he was beautiful. So it was likely just a passerby NPC with exceptionally beautiful modeling. Tang Yin returned to the garden and shook her hand, realizing that the wound was healed. The cut was deep and heavy, but now there wasn't a trace of having been wounded on the skin, except for a slight red mark. Did it heal so quickly? Congratulations to the player for obtaining the entrance to the main quest. What entrance? The system prompt in her head left her confused. Footsteps came from behind her, and someone was yelling, "You guys, go find out if there's any in the garden." Miss Rose said to capture him quietly, not to be seen by the guests. As the footsteps approached, Tang Yin quietly backed away and hid in the thorn bushes. It wasn't long before he saw several attendants with strangely shaped silverware. The skirt of her dress was hooked by the thorns that stretched horizontally, and Tang Yin couldn't manage it in time to fall backward, circling around to the quiet path behind the bushes. There was the sound of wings flapping overhead, and a few crows followed not far behind, flying some distance away and landing on the branches, watching her with those dark red eyes. Like they were watching her. Suppressing the strange feeling in the bottom of her heart, Tang Yin avoided the increasing sound of footsteps, not knowing how long she had been running, her hair spread out, until the surroundings became unfamiliar. Strange buildings, strange trees, strange roads. The crows lingered behind them, flapping their wings anxiously on the branches, making hoarse and unpleasant cries, but not daring to follow, as if they were afraid of something. There was something odd. This place was already very far away from the banquet hall. The surrounding light was very dark, and the sides were flanked by tall and dense trees. The stone stairway is so narrow that it can only accommodate one person. There were also small, dimly lit lamps every few meters. She held her breath and eased her steps. The path soon came to an end. It opened up before her eyes. Across a lake, directly in front of her was a complex of buildings even more magnificent and complicated than the Count's manor, as if it was an ancient castle left in a barren land. There was no scent of any living presence. Like another world, the dilapidated buildings were crawling with withered rose vines. Tall iron fences surrounded the ancient castle, covered in moss and rust, and on one side stood a towering tower, ancient and mysterious. The building was pitch black, scorched by fire. Tang Yin didn't approach. Intuition told her that there was no reason for the game to create such a gorgeous and extravagant abandoned place out of thin air. Perhaps there was a hidden plot. With a click, her feet stepped on something. What met her eyes were a few strangely placed stones, and the sticky liquid wrote a long string of words on the muddy ground, like spells and charms. Without waiting for her to study it carefully, the thin sound of flapping wings rang out in all directions, and one point of light after another lit up from the darkness. Is it bats? Dense bats were coiled in all corners of the tree canopy, and it was hard to count them. She also saw oddly shaped stone pillars, blood-dripping goats' heads hanging from tree branches, and bizarre runes in these dense points of light. What the hell? Tang Yin backed away, her scalp tingling. Congratulations to the player for contacting the main plot. Please continue. Main plot? Tang Yin hesitantly kicked the stone away from his feet, and another ding-dong sounded in his head. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the hidden quest, rewarding 6 hours of life value. That's it? Destroying a pattern on the ground to gain life value? She wasn't sure, and tentatively wiped the fishy, wet, sticky symbols on the ground with her foot, kicking the oddly shaped rocks away one by one. A ding-dong sound kept popping up in her head. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the hidden quest, rewarding 3 hours of life value. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the hidden quest, rewarding 4 hours of life value. Congratulations to the player for unlocking the hidden quest, rewarding life value for 1 hour. Although he didn't understand what he had done, Tang Yin was happy to do it if he could gain life value. The last stone in the visible range of the naked eye kicked away, and an icy cold sensation suddenly crept up his back, spreading along his spinal cord. The symbols on the ground glowed with an unnameable, strange luster, permeated with a treacherous, dark red reflection. With hindsight, she realized that the eerie totems resembled some sort of seal. The ancient castle let out a mournful cry, and the vines rustled and trembled. The stone in Tang Yin's hand fell to the ground, her legs lost strength, and her thoughts were as confused and empty as the flashing snowflakes of a black and white TV. Abruptly, her wrist was grabbed by a hand. "What are you doing here?" Tang Yin turned around, and everything in front of her changed. The eerie old castle and the withered rose vines disappeared, In her ears was the sound of talking and laughing and playing music, and in front of her eyes was a brightly lit sky. Rose stood against the bright glow of the lights behind her, and beside her stood several weapon-wielding attendants with hard expressions. "What are you standing here for?" She frowned and asked condescendingly, "Where are my slaves?" Tang Nian took a few seconds to digest the bizarre sight before her. In the blink of an eye, she was back in the Earl's manor. In the blink of an eye, it all disappeared like a mirage, as if everything was just her illusion. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden mission, rewarding 24 hours of life value. Please, player, make further efforts. Chapter 17. NPC with excessively superior appearance. The dinner party was in chaos and broke up early. Many gorgeously dressed nobles were heading out, the music flowing like water in their ears, not far from the exposed male waiters draping the departing guests. A few elegant-looking ladies half covering their faces with feather fans, pressing their hands on the smooth waist and belly exposed under the tight blouses of the male waiters. Took away a few male waiters, but the look on their faces are not very good. The looks were chipper and seemed to be tinged with sorrow and awe. Looking around, Tang Nian realized that there were many more people in the manor, dressed in red robes, covering their heads to their feet, with an indescribable sense of bizarre religion. These people seemed to have a high status, and those arrogant nobles became respectful and cautious when they encountered them. They seemed to be looking for something, and one by one, they interrogated the departing nobles. Tang Nian tilted his head afterward, shocked by the bizarre scene in front of him. Dark clouds like swirling vortexes sank over the manor, creating a surreal image that resembled a bizarre scene of demonic invasion in a religious painting. Twisted strips of dark clouds vaguely scurried through thunder, as if something was about to rip through the sky and appear. Rose saw Tang Nian wandering off and asked ferociously, "Just now, where were you when the ceiling came crashing down?" Tang Nian retracted her gaze and raised her hand. "I lost my ring and came out to look for it." Rose looked down and realized that her finger was indeed empty, and on it turned out to be the ruby ring that the Earl had given her. Even with a good reason, Rose still felt that something wasn't right. The background information showed that from the time Tang Nian's game character, Carly, had begun by marrying the Earl of Cavendish, she had constantly suffered from the hostility of the Earl's daughter, Rose. After all, no one wants a stepmother who is the same age as they are. It was getting light. Rose looked at the sky that was blushing with fishbelly white and revealed an annoyed look. A few years ago, when the new emperor had taken the throne, it had been predicted that darkness would once again sweep over their world. The nobles who were immersed in the peace of the world and had let their guard down like warm water boiling frogs for the last 100 years were unimpressed, seeing it as a fuss made by the soft new emperor. After all, that new emperor was female, and it was normal for her to fear dark forces when she was so beautiful and useless. It made them just think that it was just a fuss about the new emperor's uneasiness. Until a few months ago, everything changed in a hidden way. It was as if one bizarre phenomenon after another was being fulfilled one by one towards what she feared. The nobles still had the habit of organizing dinners and dances and accidentally stirring up trouble. Rose frowned tightly, her eyes full of boredom. A servant walked to her side and whispered, "The new emperor and the prince are all alarmed. I'm afraid that yesterday was really the night of the full moon, and it was taboo." Seeing the other party's intentional evasive look, Tang Nian said warmly at the right time, "I'll take my leave first. I still have to take care of your father. Send the lady back. She must miss my father." Rose beckoned her attendant and said through gritted teeth. The Earl of Cavendish had fallen into a coma a month ago and had been living in a separate house. Delayed in getting a quest hint, Tang Nian could only rely on her intuition to play the game. Everything in the Earl's manor was unfamiliar to her, and the two attendants who had been ordered by Rose to lead her back to her residence had led her to the carriage and forced her to the buoy can where the Earl was recuperating. The ride was bumpy, something she rarely experienced because of her heart condition, and she lifted the curtain in discomfort to get some air. "What's in the sky?" Tang Nian asked the servant driving the car for background information on the game. "Sorry, ma'am, we don't know either." "What are those people in red?" The servant looked at her strangely twice, then said, "It's the priests from the palace." Near dawn, instead, it was quieter than the night. The noisy sounds around her gradually calmed down, and Tang Nian leaned against the soft cushions of the carriage, drowsy from the game's realistically written time progress delay, when she suddenly heard disorganized footsteps. Then, there were shouts that deliberately lowered their voices. Someone was excitedly discussing something. Tang Nian opened her eyes. Lifting a bit of the curtain to look out the window, Several men and women who were not scantily clad entered the alley, their voices coming from far away, low discussions and whistles coming over. There was someone looming in the shadows of the corner, not sure if they were scared or not. All that could be seen was the arching of a lean back, hands tightly guarding something, probably trying to protect themselves. The sky is glowing greenish-white, but there is no obvious light. The sky seems to be unable to banish the darkness of the alley, probably some of the game's reality-oriented settings. Tang Yin is too lazy to look at it again, lowering the curtain. But as the carriage paused to give way, he vaguely heard some conversations. Here is a lonely little poor man, lift your head. Let us see what you look like. This collar around his neck, he's a slave, isn't he? Lift your head up, are you deaf? The frivolous and nasty language was extremely clear. Tang Yin frowned, vaguely glimpsing a hint of familiarity from those descriptions. The curtain lifted a crack again, and she looked in the direction of the source of the sound. Not far from the dim light, a few men approached towards the corner, bending down to size up a certain figure sitting in the corner. Seemingly offended by the language, he slightly sidestepped, revealing a clear and elegant silhouette. Tang Yin was a little surprised, not expecting him to be here. The NPC in the game with an excessively superior appearance was cornered and hounded in a dark alley, the dirty and nasty-looking men and women taunting him, attacking and hurting him, looking about to be violated. Tang Yin felt indifferent as could be, sitting quietly in the carriage and watching. And the teenager had been woefully evasive. So beautiful. A few people were like demented, bending towards the figure on the ground to get closer. I've never seen anyone so beautiful. Tang Yin made the servant stop. The carriage didn't continue traveling. She hid in the shadows, telling herself not to be nosy, but keeping an eye out for the movement outside. That NPC's modeling was a little too good-looking, and as a passerby character without any introduction, he received an extraordinarily large amount of attention, so much so that Tang Yin vaguely felt that something wasn't right. Out of the acuity of the quest player, Tang Yin did not hastily leave. Always felt that there was no reason for such a delicate and beautiful face to be just a passerby. The person sitting against the wall closed his eyes tightly. His thick eyelashes trembled and did not open. He seems to be tired, and as if he will not wake up, until someone went to tug at something in his arms. What's he holding? Looks like a shirt. Something festered in the darkness. The cloud over the city was getting heavier and heavier. It seemed like it was about to cave in, and those who reached out towards the fragile teenager with closed eyes slowly froze, as if their movements were restricted by some special power. A face with greed written all over it gradually reddened, as if the blood was not flowing well from being strangled. The eyeballs protruded and blood bulged as if they would fall out of their sockets at any moment. The teenager slowly lifted his eyelashes. Dark currents surged in the purple eyes, as if something extremely dangerous was awakening in the depths of his soul. Chapter 18. Don't just lead anyone home. The fingers that hung at his side, protecting the cloak in his arms, shook very slightly. Leaves rustling, unsettling atmosphere permeates the narrow alley. Something is about to break out from the dark. The servant driving the horse waited for a long time. Looking at the vaguely whitened skyline exuding uneasiness, he carefully guessed the thoughts of the young lady in the carriage and asked, "Ma'am, are we going to save him?" Just this modest voice, surprisingly, reached the alley, causing the gray-eyed teenager to be startled, his eyes once again clear and confused. He looked precisely in the direction of the carriage and saw Tang Yin behind the curtains, very pure joy welling up in his eyes. Obviously, the words he had said when he had just discarded him and told him to leave a short while ago could be called humiliating. But the teenager was still very simple and pure, looking at her with anticipation. Tang Yin thought helplessly, seemingly getting into a little trouble. She generally maintained a principle in the game, which was that if she saw an injured character or animal, she would save it if she could. Because these seemingly useless NPCs didn't know if they would help out at some later quest node, it was better to be friendly to people than to make enemies everywhere. Now that the teenager saw herself, she definitely couldn't indifferently leave him behind. In the next second, the huge carriage crashed across the road, and the one closest to the teenager was violently knocked away, the blood vessels that were about to burst calming down from his temples, brushing against death and passing out. The other few people saw the insignia of the Earl's house and knew that they were not to be messed with. Their figures fled in haste and quickly disappeared into the alley. A dark aura lurked in the bottom of the teenager's cat-like shapely eyes, appearing and disappearing. He stared at the tall and ornate carriage in front of him, the knots of his sculpted and charming throat rolling slightly. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a slender hand poked out from inside. Can you still get up? The teenager froze and widened his eyes slightly. The person in the car said, "Get up." Before he could react, his body seemed to have a will of its own. His hand rested against instinct on the warm female palm, and he suddenly felt inferior. His own hand was so dirty, covered in sludge, and the one reaching out was so clean. It would get dirty. Fingers cringing, the teen tried to pull away, but those slender fingers closed in at the same time and gripped him. The warm, soft touch hit the bloodstream straight away, like a cage with no boundaries, making his breath catch as if he were holding his heart. With a gentle tug, he got into the carriage. The early morning was the coldest time of the day, but the carriage was warm and cozy. He crashed into a warmth that stiffened his arms and legs and seemed not to be his own. The curtain was lowered, the light was dim, and there were only two people left in the confined and narrow space. He could even hear each other breathing. "I'm tired, so hold still for now." The familiar voice, which had spoken to him not so long ago in the same undulating timbre, "Get out of here." Accompanying that, "I'm tired," along with it, was the warm body that fell onto his shoulder. With his eyes closed and a cold expression, as if it wasn't her who extended a helping hand, the teenager tensed and stiffened his hands and feet, knowing that the hand holding his own had already saved him twice in a short period of time. The carriage lurched and Tang Yin slid downward off her feet, the teenager subconsciously reaching around her, the young woman's head pressed against his neck, her soft cheek resting squarely against his collarbone. Warm breath sprayed on his skin, bringing a strange sensation. He began to shudder at the thought of his own indignity in the fountain pool, at the memory of her indifferent eyes. So she regretted it? Did she lust for herself in a dirty way like those men? Without waiting for him to think about it, he noticed steady breathing beside his ear and dropped his head to look over, his excellent night vision allowing him to easily recognize that the sleepy young female was asleep. It turned out to be just asleep. Not knowing how long she had slept, Tang Yin woke up drowsily, looking at the gorgeous and wide room in front of her, and fell into deep thought. She didn't quit the game. This time the game's quests have not yet been released. Every time you enter a map, the first 3 days is a brand new map exploration time. She forgot the experience of the last game, and only vaguely remembered that last time it was in a fixed shrine. There was no such exploration time. As for what quests were done, can no longer recall. The heavy curtains blocked out all the light, and she stepped barefoot on the soft blanket, lifting the curtain a bit, and the view of the extravagant and huge manor alibi was revealed to her eyes. Only peeking into the corner, she was shocked by the financial power of the Earl's house. Outside the window is still daytime. The exquisite garden fountain leaps high in the air, drawing a beautiful arc, and when it falls again, it vaguely refracts a rainbow-like luster. The entire garden is quiet, cannot see the slightest silhouette. Tang Yin guessed that I'm afraid that the dinner last night, so that everyone's sleep time is delayed. But until she stepped out of the room and walked around the classical building without even finding a single servant, Tang Yin felt strange. This weirdness reached its peak after darkness fell. People who had disappeared during the day appeared at night, maids in skirts, men in black servant costumes, and gardeners building flower beds. The game's routine seemed to be reversed from the real world, Tang Yin pondered. She tried several times and still couldn't exit the game, deducing that she feared she'd have to trigger a quest to leave, and a servant pushed a food cart into the room, lifting the lid, and there was only a piece of dark red mousse and a glass of red wine on the large disc. Tang Yin asked uncertainly, "Is this my dinner?" "Yes, Mrs. Carey." The servant didn't think anything was wrong and placed the pitifully small meal on the table next to the bed. "Please enjoy." Tang Yin dug a bit of mousse with her fork and sniffed close. Rusty flavor. Picking up the goblet again, she took a small sip. Unsurprisingly, it still carried a strange rusty scent. Unable to overcome the strange feeling inside, she didn't eat the delicate food on her plate until the end, and the rusty smell, whether laced with metal or blood, was enough to make Tang Yin feel sick to her stomach. She wandered the deserted floor for a long time, making her way through the mural-filled corridors, stopping at the end of the long dark corridor and returning to her bedroom. The old count, who had been sickly in his coma, had been placed in another room and was not sharing her room, and the feeling of hunger was so real that Tang Yin decided to go and find herself some food first. Making her way down the winding and ancient rotating staircase, she passed many eerily shaped sculptures in search of the kitchen, only to be stopped by someone when she came to the large second floor. "Ma'am." Donnan turned around to see a man with white curly hair and a black gentleman's tuxedo. "Where are you going?" Chapter 19. The Butler. The middle-aged male's tone was low and slow, with a take-charge sense of gentility. Accompanying his voice, a game character introduction board popped up in Tang Yin's line of sight, showing that the gentlemanly-looking man in front of him was the butler of the Earl's house, Greco. The elaborate black uniform on his body was also not a tuxedo, but the butler's work clothes. Tang Yin turned back. "I need some food. Your meal has already been delivered to the room by the maid," the butler said, his white-gloved hand taking out a pocket watch from his lapel, his voice carrying a low, slow sense of contempt. "You're from a commoner's background, so you might not quite understand that, in the Earl's house, there are set times for eating, and your next meal time is tomorrow. Then I'll take a walk. It's not peaceful outside." The butler took a step across, blocking her with his body. "Several of the jinns from yesterday's banquet are? In short, there are unknown hunters outside right now. You'd better not go out." Tang Yin raised her eyebrows. "What happened at the banquet yesterday?" "You don't need to know. In short, before the danger is lifted, please don't walk around freely." Suddenly his voice stuttered. The butler, who was looking at people through his nose, quieted down, his pupils shrinking imperceptibly. Tang Yin followed his disoriented gaze downward, only to see that on the next floor of the rotating staircase, a silhouette pushed out the door and stepped out of the steaming bathroom. It was a familiar person. The slave boy who had been locked in a cage and left to fiddle yesterday had changed into snow-white silk pajamas, and his short, soft blonde hair was slightly curled and pressed obediently to the sides of his cheeks. A pair of eyes like transparent cat pupils, riding a feathery long eyelashes. Anyone who looks at it will have a soft heart. He was obviously a teenager, but he had grown into a look that even a girl would be jealous of. Not like a slave, but like a noble and inviolable aristocrat. The butler's breathing increased significantly. The teenager stood at the corner of the rotating staircase, like a small animal intruding into an unfamiliar environment, his eyes full of caution and carefulness, tilting his head to look at Tang Yin from the bottom up. A pair of slightly upturned eyes were moist and clear, and the line of sight down. The white, warm skin like sheep's fat alabaster was full of red marks from abuse, making the mind think and think evil thoughts. As a string of data, a piece of game code, he was made very fine. So fine that Tang Yin couldn't tell if he was a living, breathing human being or a game NPC. Tang Yin tried to open the character panel. Still as before, without any background information, he seemed to be just a passerby character. The teenager wasn't wearing shoes, his feet were bare. His ankle bones were twisted with tendons and lines, light green veins coming out from under his skin, like a famous painting. She admired it quietly for a moment, turning at the teenager's increasingly nervous look, slowly and methodically brushing past the besotted housekeeper. "Look again and I'll pluck out your eyes." The butler's face reddened. "I'm the butler of the Cavendish family. Don't you dare make a move on me, Earl." She turned back and hooked her red lips. "See if I dare." All the way down the stairs and walked to him. Last night, Tang Yin forgot about his existence after bringing him back, vaguely remembering throwing him casually to the servants of the manor. Turns out he was here and had taken a bath. "Go back to your room." The teenager took half a step back and heard her say, "Or I can't guarantee what will happen to you if someone else in this house sees you." The youthful-looking teenager was most likely to be played by the aristocrat. He paled instantly. He was a slave that Rose had bought at great expense, and that countess should be frantically looking for him at this moment. But why? The young man turned back and looked at the young lady's figure as she walked further and further away, confusion in his eyes. She didn't touch him. Why did she save him? Goodness without a cause would not exist in this world. He didn't believe in the existence of pure goodness. As a player with a strong sense of purpose, Tang Yin had always adhered to the principle of not offending any unknown characters in the game. Therefore, in the case of seeing this beautiful teenager and thinking that he wasn't ordinary, Tang Yin's first reaction was to choose to be friendly with him. In short, it's not wrong for people to leave themselves a little way out. First help, then observe. Tang Yin didn't want to get himself into trouble yet before the game could proceed to the next step. As far as the sixth sense was concerned, this teenager might play an important role in the subsequent game. This beautiful NPC of unknown origin who was able to attract all eyes couldn't just be a passerby who didn't even have a name. Although the real reason why he decided to save him yesterday was because he saw the familiar cloak that the teenager was holding in his arms with death. He was sitting at the mud, yet he didn't let the ball of cloak fall to the ground, and protected it in his arms as if he was protecting his precious treasure. It was clearly just a cloak she had casually given him. Tang Yin was in a complicated mood. The garden was filled with gardeners and flower-picking maids, as if nightfall was the start of their day. and the flowers in the garden that were supposed to bloom during the day bloomed extraordinarily warmly at night. Many flowers in nature are closed at night and bloom during the day. All the biological norms here were diametrically opposed to the regular things she knew. Was it day and night? Donnan slept on top of Count Cavendish's fluffy, soft bedding and woke up hungrier. There was a flash of blackness in front of her eyes, like she was going to have low blood sugar, but the Earl's house did have the rule of regular meals, and the servant brought her a glass of water and told her that she could only drink water when it wasn't mealtime. Tang Yin really couldn't figure out how that tiny piece of mousse cake in the evening could be dinner. She drank several cups of water in a row. Her face became more and more ugly, and in order to divert her attention, she focused on the game exploration. She asked the servant, what did Greco mean by what he said today, what happened out there, and what happened to all the guests at the dinner? The servant's eyes flickered, and he just shook his head desperately, as if resisting the topic. Tang Yin raised her hand to remove the pearl and diamond earrings and put them in his hand. The weight was heavy. The servant's eyes immediately lit up, mumbling his lips, whispering about the news he had heard while his subordinates were gossiping. Rose was missing. Not only that, but several of the nobles who had been invited to the ball with her yesterday had died, all in bizarre and grotesque ways, in the middle of their bedchambers or on the long table where they ate. Horribly, these deaths occurred in an instant, without even alerting the nobles' well-trained guards. The remaining nobles who were still alive had all been scared out of their wits. Some were protected by their families, and some fell ill and stayed behind closed doors. Tang Yin asked the servant again, do you know who did these things? The servant really didn't know this time, and only said, it could be hunters or a curse. Tang Yin asked, what kind of hunter? The servant didn't speak again. Chapter 20, Two Faces. Next, no matter what expensive jewelry Tang Yin used to try to knock his mouth open, they were all rejected. The slave's pale face and tightly shut his mouth, as if he would die a tragic and ugly death in bed the next day even if he said it. Can't really ask anything, can only let go. The servant straightened his collar, pinched his earrings, and walked out, opening the door. His hurried steps stopped and froze in place. After a long time without hearing any movement, Tang Yin turned around, only to see the servant's mouth slightly open, cheeks flushed, eyes staring blankly out the door. Through the doorway, she saw the teenager in snow-white pajamas and bare feet. What are you doing here? The teenager's jewel-like eyes fell on the earrings in the servant's hand, and then slowly moved upward to look at Tang Yin sitting on the edge of the bed. She asked again, why don't you quickly go to bed? The servant who had been bribed was a youth with a clear face. His face was flushed, and he didn't know what he had done, pinching the earrings in his hand in a fidgety manner, his eyes revealing weakness. The teenager's eyes were obscure, like a cat whose territory had been violated. The glass of water fell from the tilted plate and landed on the cashmere carpet with a muffled thud. It was only then that the mesmerized servant snapped out of his stupor and, red-faced, moved in a panic to pick up the utensils that had been dropped due to his mesmerized look. The young lady Carrie brought a new male pet back. The matter has long been spread throughout the Earl's house and has become a private gossip among the servants. The old Earl had already passed out, was blocked by the court doctor in the room dedicated to treatment. They just thought it was the young and beautiful new lady could not resist loneliness, keeping a lover. The servant floated the idea, but his eyes couldn't help but stick to the pretty little slave like an iron attracted by a magnet. But caught off guard, he met a pair of extremely cold dark purple eyes. Those eyes, like looking at an inanimate object, the servant abruptly froze, coldness climbing down his back. As if he was a herbivore with a natural enemy by the throat, he wouldn't even move. Until that new lady's voice came from behind. Why are you here? Aren't you going to rest? The obscurity and indifference in those eyes suddenly vanished like melting ice, turning into a clear and ignorant soft light, and the teenager's slightly widened eyes were full of unexpected panic. He seemed too nervous to speak. Those nicely shaped eyes flickered, dropped his head, and said in embarrassment, I don't have a place where I can rest. It was a different person from the previous second. The servant watched stiffly, and an incomparably strange and disturbing feeling welled up in his heart. It was as if he had accidentally wiped away the heavy embers on the dusty glass, only to find that the view out of the window was not a wholly snowy landscape, but a dark swamp of evil and the unknown, and he couldn't help but feel intimidated. The new lady had come up behind. I apologize for forgetting you. She spoke softly, looking troubled as she rubbed her brow, then softly reassured, It's okay. I'll show you to your room now. The teenager's damp eyelashes fluttered up lightly, tracing soft, pretty arcs in the air. The pupils of his eyes like they were diffused with a wet, bright mist. Obediently, he nodded as if he was the cleanest and most harmless person in heaven and earth. Lowering his head, his eyes crossed towards the servant, as if he had glanced over without realizing it. The servant's eyes dodged, not daring to look directly at him at all. It wasn't until their silhouettes left that they finally returned to the water like a fish, breathing heavily in a disembodied manner. That glance seemed like a warning. The sky began to brighten again. The 3 or 2 people in the garden disappeared. Quiet returned to the large Bujinkan. For a few short hours, it was as quiet as a grave. Tang Nian led the teenager downstairs with her. He had no room, pondering how to accommodate a large living person. Following his memory, he knocked on the door of the maid's room. Through the door panel, an extremely short, panicked scream came from inside. After a long wait and no one coming out, she knocked patiently. "Open the door, someone needs to arrange a room." There was silence all around. Tang Nian was sure the person inside wasn't sleeping, and the volume of the tap on the door became louder. "Open the door." In the end, the person in the door couldn't bear to open the door in general, only revealing a slit, his miserable white face revealed from behind, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Ma'am, you lower your voice?" To the morning band time, the blood-filled pupils stared at the surroundings vigilantly, as if there were some flood beasts hidden in the daytime. But the room through the doorway was clearly filled with lights. The curtains were tightly closed, and the entire maid's room was bright and shiny, without the slightest appearance of going to sleep. Tang Nian leveled his voice. "Find him a room. Also need some bedding. He has no. Why look for it now?" The servant didn't respect her and said sharply, "Keep your voice down. It's a morning ban." Without waiting for Tang Nian to say anything, the door was slammed shut. The servant's awe-stricken voice came through the doorway, pressed extremely low. "There's a vacant grocery store at the end of the corridor. It was just cleared out 2 days ago, so you can take him to live there first." The air was quiet once more. "Morning ban?" Tang Nian took a deep breath and said to the teenager, "Come, follow me." At this time, the sky had just dawned. The morning light was bright. The corridor was still dark. The teenager had trouble walking. His feet stumbled. Tang Nian reached out his hand, pulling him in. The other trembled a little, tense, like a soft, "We'll put up spikes on stranger's hedgehog." Tang Nian's impression of the teenager is still stuck in the day he brought him out of the ball. The way he prostrated himself on the ground in a fragile and pitiful manner and begged himself to touch him. The look of a very small courage. "Don't take this the wrong way." She took the initiative to take 2 steps backward, pulling away the distance between the two of them. "I was afraid that you would fall." Afraid that he wouldn't believe her, she explained seriously again. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you." Not knowing where this sentence touched his nerves, the teenager's face went white, as if he had fallen even lower. Deeply hung his head, his slender neck like a swan that leads its neck to death. The corridor is deep and long. Following the maid's hints, Tang Nian found the vacant room. The entire layout of the other hall is very strange. All the windows of the room are back to the sun. The curtains are thick. The room is very dark. Not a trace of light penetrated. The utility room didn't even have bedding, and her footsteps echoed in the emptiness, as if someone was following her, hovering not far away. But when she stopped to observe, she realized that the large chambers were empty except for her and the teenager. The teenager withdrew his eyes from the window with a meek smile. "How odd. The quilt I slept on for a while. It's not dirty." Tang Yin bent down and ran her hand over the soft silky bedding, not realizing that the teenager had once again shifted his gaze to the darkness. The shadows where the weak light of the morning sun does not shine. There is a hidden black material wriggling, as if alive to stretch out a small, thin, narrow tentacles, quietly to touch an intimacy not far from the standing teenager. Want to wrap around his pants leg, like a pile of ugly little pets that expect their masters to see them. "Shoo." The teenager pulled his finger away and pressed a single finger against his lips, implying a warning. "What did you say?" Tang Nian turned back. "I didn't realize that by turning around like this, the two people were almost pressed together, so close that they could hear his breathing." The teenager's long, slender lashes fluttered slightly, his eyes warm and soft, floating a thin, shallow, thin red. "It's fine." Those sentient black substances curled up, carefully hidden into the darkness, like they had never appeared. Chapter 21. The darkness boils. "You'll rest here." Tang Nian clapped her hands, intending to leave. "I'm afraid of the dark." The teenager reached out and gently clutched her sleeve. His voice was low, talking as if to himself. The words were not too loud or too small, and Tang Nian heard them clearly. She had a headache as she looked towards the only window in the room, made very small, hung with heavy curtains, and backlit in direction. All the windows here seemed to be used solely for ventilation. Going up and pulling the curtains back, she wondered unconsciously why she was doing this. It was clear that she was in the role of the master now, okay? The other party's identity was clearly just a plaything to be sold and bought, but the words that came out carried their own aristocratic and gentle sense of command. It made Tang Yin inexplicably go and obey. Those substances in the darkness that would wriggle once again boiled up in a small way. They seemed to be indignant at the teenager's lies and annoyed by the coming light. But all of these agitations were reluctantly brought to a calm by the teenager's slightly sunken eyes. A ray of light poured in through the window, and Tang Yin shrank his hand, feeling the morning light falling on his skin extra hot. This reflex action drove the body. The old desktop suddenly shook unsteadily. The table legs were tripped by something as if tilted to the side and fell. The teenager standing behind her immediately reached out to hold her shoulders, and with a muffled sound, Tang Yin's back slammed straight into his arms. Unexpectedly, with just such a touch, the teenager furrowed his good-looking brows and let out a soft grunt of subtle pain. "Are you okay?" Tang Yin got up and looked at him doubtfully. "Will it hurt that much? How could she be that heavy?" "It's okay." He seemed to be very hard, trying desperately to hold back, not letting go of Tang Yin's shoulders, his long eyelashes lowered, his weight pressing down on her. It was as if he couldn't stand up. Tang Yin looked at the table leg in confusion, her attention diverted again by the teenager who suppressed the pain, pulling his wrist over despite his obstruction, pushing the sleeve up. The sight fell on it, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath. The skin under his hand was white, delicate, and warm, yet it was strewn with hideous scars that were particularly striking on the canvas-like clean skin. Tang Yin finally understood how heartbroken those craftsmen restoring works of art would be at the sight of broken porcelain, and even she, who had always been puritanical, couldn't help but feel a sense of pain. "Why are there so many injuries?" she asked softly. "Does it still hurt?" The teenager unconsciously looked towards Tang Yin, observing her from an angle she couldn't see, then obediently shook his head. "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Then what did you just shake?" Some huffiness colored his eyes, dissatisfied that he was trying to hide his injuries. "If you're not feeling well, just say so. Don't stammer." The scars spread all the way up his long, slender arms and into his rolled-up sleeves, and through the open neckline. Many of these hideous red marks could be seen on his body. The dim lighting of the ball that night coupled with his ambiguous and seductive appearance at the time. Tang Yin didn't look much at all. Now that she recalled it, those servants who had roughly dragged him out of the cage had carried many of the marks with them. When Rose introduced him, she said that this beautiful slave was almost executed, and the servants who were obsessed with him were seduced by him and set fire to his former master. The entire manor only survived as a pet kept in the flower room. The death of the master, in the law of the Aguilas Empire, will be sent to the gallows or be burned by the fire. But his appearance was so beautiful that the torturer who escorted him stole him and was unwilling to sell him. And because of this charming appearance led to countless misfortunes, almost everyone who had gotten him had died a miserable death, and the teenager was chased wildly like an object by the people who had drooled over him, with more and more wounds on his body. Everyone who had gotten him wanted to leave their own marks on him, creating more marks, making him hurt, making him cry, and doing heartless acts in order to hear his pleading voice. NPCs that will kill their masters are a pain in the ass. The sun climbed higher, and the sunlight gradually pierced his eyes. Tang Yin, like an indifferent and qualified master, found him a room and threw him in to fend for himself, while he himself left and returned to his own room to rest. At the very least, it appeared that way on the surface. The teenager sat quietly. On the bed was her quilt, with her scent still lingering. Long, pale fingers gently touched the bedding as he hung his head, burying his face in it and sniffing deeply, an inconspicuous blush spreading to the tips of his ears. Like turning into a vine to climb on the fabric that has her, ferrying the throughput between his own breaths into it, inseparable. The leaving Tang Yin did not know that when he did not approach this slave, the little hedgehog put away his thorns and approached cautiously. After all, for the slave who had often been bought and sold and abandoned, ravaged and tortured, Tang Yin was his new master, a master who looked a little odd, cold on the surface and gentle in the details. A master he personally chose for himself. The sunlight poured on him through the small window, illuminating his skin with an eerie crushed light, as if some sort of cutting surface existed, and something in the darkness tugged at his sleeve, anxiously pulling him aside as if trying to get him to avoid the searing light. The teenager's skin quickly flushed red as if he had been scalded, and healed quickly, week after week. But he couldn't feel the pain in general, and lowered his eyes, reaching out to tug at the black tentacles that were getting more and more entangled as he did so, his icy dark purple eyes inquisitive and indifferent. "What are you?" The tentacles wriggled between his fingers, cowering as they wrapped around long, beautiful fingers. At first glance, they looked like pale skin engraved with ornate and bizarre tattoos. It pleasingly gently rubbed him, like a slimy little animal. Only the look is hideous and horrible, like asphalt, and like a black knight cut by a dagger. The teenager dropped it to the ground, and the black substance quickly curled back into the shadows. He frowned, boredom showing in his eyes. "That's ugly." Indeed, the seemingly cold and unfeeling master left the slave's room and went to pry open the maid's door. In the eyes of the other party's agonized despair, Tang Nian asked for an ointment, turned around and quietly took it with her as she walked through the empty earl's manor. What in the world was going on with the morning ban? Originally, looking at the maid's reaction, I thought that the morning ban represented that something horrible would happen after dawn, but along the way, nothing happened. So the morning ban was just a restriction on rest and relaxation? The more I think about it, the more I have no clue, and I can only temporarily blame it on the special requirements of the nobles. There are indeed many ancient nobles who have such and such strange and bizarre rules. Tang Yin pushed open the door of the grocery room. The room was quiet, and the bed rumbled in a ball. The teenager seemed to be asleep. The lean and slender body was curled up under the soft bedding, lying on its side, with its cheeks buried deeply in the quilt, presenting an insecure posture. Chapter 22, Rescuing Small Animals. Tang Nian gently lifted the covers and was shocked by the beauty. The pajamas in the futon were loosely piled up, revealing the teenager's beautiful abs, and his two long, white legs carried a lot of undissolved bruises. He seemed to have had not-so-good dreams. His lips that had been repeatedly bitten were moist and slightly swollen, and his soft black hair hung down on the pillow like pitch-black satin flowing with crushed light. Tang Nian sighed. Beautiful skin is really the best pass. Unscrewing the medicine bottle, the fresh medicinal scent emanated inside the air. Choosing to apply the medicine after the teenager was asleep was because she wasn't sure if acting rashly would affect the subsequent mission, and saving him back was already a friendly gesture. And friendliness can be divided into many kinds. If it is too deliberately friendly, instead, it will seem more purposeful and counterproductive to trigger suspicion. Therefore, it is better to treat it in a calm way. Dabbing some of the cool ointment and melting it in her fingers, Tang Yin's mind was not distracted as she gently applied it to the hideous whip marks. The movements were gentle, the melted ointment turning hot in the friction, the teenager's body tensing up and turning into a shiver. Possibly in pain, long, slender fingers gripped the sheets, and a thin humming sound blurred from his throat, like a small animal that had been bitten in the neck by its prey. From the waistline all the way up, the fingertips gently swirling, her fingers warm and delicate, intimate against his skin. There was something in the darkness that was silently boiling, masking the increasingly heavy heartbeat. Tang Yin was puzzled. The wound that she touched showed no signs of swelling, but instead became more and more crimson, as if it was about to ooze blood. The sleeping teenager let out an unconscious grunt, as if she was heavy-handed. She loosened her hand a little, and during the gap of hesitation, the injured back unconsciously and unexpectedly stuck up. Is he really asleep? Tang Nian cautiously paused for a moment before she was sure that the teenager was just unconsciously reacting in his sleep. After applying her arm, Tang Nian hung her head, her slender fingers hiking up the neckline and stopping with some uncertainty. The fingertips paused on his collarbone. Unnoticed, the tips of his ears hidden under the soft hair were faintly reddening. Tang Nian looked down at his arm, vaguely remembering that after the teenager licked his wound, it miraculously healed there. But the wound on his own body could not be healed? I don't know how long it took, but the medication, which was like torture, finally came to an end. The door was gently closed, and the soft scent belonging to a woman faded away. After Tang Yin left, the room was only quiet for a short moment before it boiled over. The dark, twisted matter fell into a frenzy like an orgy, looking at the teenager trembling more than a little on the bed, squirming over and touching his flushed, fragile face in a sticky manner. He was tangled in the covers like he was being hugged by the thin feminine scent that lingered on the fabric, and the teen tilted his head up helplessly, the wound that had been glowing slowly cooling as she left, leaving him feeling colder and emptier than he'd ever felt before. Long, beautiful fingers unclenched, revealing deep indentations in his palms, pinched by his fingernails. When those gentle gazes fell intently and earnestly on his back, he pinched his palms dead center out of patience and restraint, suppressing the breaths that might have revealed that he was still awake. Why had someone crept over to medicate him? Why was being nice to him and not wanting him to find out? So strange. He buried his face in the covers again, rubbing gently in bewilderment, his breath spraying and intertwining and tangling between the fabrics, his movements childlike in their ignorance and childishness, and not with ambiguity or desire. Behavior, however, had long since been tainted by what he'd seen and heard in the previous upheaval. He just didn't understand. No one had taught him. The next day, in the hallway area on the second floor of the manor, the maids cleaning became noticeably more numerous, as if they were cleaning glass, windows, and antique vases half a man high. Their eyes, however, swept over the door from time to time and glanced away again as if they were not paying attention. Inside the room, the slave sat motionless on the edge of the bed, his back alone making them hold their breath and their eyes glisten. The slave's face was really extraordinarily good-looking, and his temperament was cold. His expressionless look gave a sense of frozen indifference and distance, as if he couldn't feel the eyes that were gathering more and more on the promenade. Nor did he close the door, like he was waiting for someone. The servants of the Count's house naturally thought that he was a plaything or lover that the new madam had brought back privately, and they hovered in front of the teenager's doorway, probing and looking from time to time. Lady Carey, who was originally not respected in the Earl's house, also became one of the central figures in the gossips of the underlings. A maid reddened her face and lowered her voice. "Really? You guys believe me? She kept walking around outside yesterday, ignoring the rules of the morning ban, and had to come to me to get the ointment when the sun was at its peak. And is she all right? I just served her meal and didn't see anything wrong with her. Oh yeah, and she said thank you to me. I'm scared to death that she said thank you to me. What a weirdo. What kind of master says thank you to a servant?" The rustling discussion grew louder and was suddenly interrupted. "What are you all gathering for?" The maids turned back to see the serious butler standing behind them and immediately panicked and silenced themselves. Mr. Glyke, however, was not about to let them off the hook and asked again, "What are you talking about?" The women were reluctant to say that they had come over to see the slave, even though the blush on their faces was readily apparent. Someone stepped forward to change the subject. "That new lady has violated the morning ban by walking about the public house during the day and coming to knock on my door. Unruly and vulgar," he mocked. "An inferior race of impure blood by nature." This new lady had a less than stellar reputation in the old days, running amok and keeping many lovers and molesters. There was no doubt that the newly adopted slave in the room must have been as well. The steward's eyes swiveled and his expression suddenly became odd. "All of you, stop huddling here and go about the business at hand." Greco rebuked them gravely. The maids reluctantly left the second floor, and the long corridor finally quieted down a bit. After everyone had left, the butler's throat rolled and he raised his hand, pushing open the half-covered door. "What are you doing?" An icy female voice sounded from behind. He stiffened, barely maintaining the decency of an old-school butler, and turned to face the young lady who had walked in at some point. A cold smile hung on Tang Yin's face. "What are you doing in my slave room?" "This is the utility room." Greco raised his head and looked at the man with his nostrils. "So you've put your new pet here, as the family butler. I have to advise you to be on your best behavior." As far as the Earl's house was concerned, the butler was not considered a servant at all, or even half a master. It was an annoying NPC. Tang Yin suppressed her annoyance. The slaves in the room were already looking over. She walked in and pretended to bring a bottle of ointment to the teenager without thinking. "For the injuries on your body, you can use this. I don't want my slaves to have scars on them." The teenager stared at her blankly, unknown emotions flashing through his grayish-purple eyes. It eventually dissolved into a very soft, "Thank you." Turning around, he suddenly began to undo the buttons on his shirt. Tang Yin's eyes widened, and she turned around again. How did he take it off directly? Did he really think he brought him into the Earl's mansion to be a lover? Clearing her throat, Tang Yin said, "Don't misunderstand. I brought you back because—" But he was interrupted by a low murmur like a cat's purr. "What's wrong?" She frowned. The teenager couldn't speak. There was a rustling of clothing, as if he was moving. "Can you help me?" Tang Yin turned to see two grayish-purple eyes like clear glass beads set above a wonderful, unusual face, containing watery light as if the artwork had been lit, like exquisite puppets that looked like they had come to life. Meeting her gaze, said with difficulty, "The back. Cannot reach? Chapter 23, Hunger. It was clear that they hadn't known each other for long, but the teenager had developed an inexplicable dependence on her, as if Tang Yin was someone he could trust. She said calmly, "Turn around." Taking the ointment, she sat behind him. "Get down." The teen pursed his lips, shivering slightly at her command. Quietly, he leaned down, bracing his arms on the pillows and arching his back, which looked lean but had a layer of tight muscle attached to it. Without a doubt, he was a very provincial slave. If Tang Yin didn't pay attention to him, ignored him, he would also stay very quietly in the small world he had carved out for him and would never bother or complain. Tang Yin knew that. He was so beautiful and sought after, yet he was still very obedient, even more obedient and submissive than the average servant. But what gave Tang Yin a headache was that she saw certain things in the teenager's eyes that she couldn't respond to right now, such as the eyes that lit up when he saw her, pure joy and trust. This could not be. Have you ever, before, led back another slave? It seemed he'd heard the steward. Fingers jammed halfway down, stopped by the black metal of the teenager's neck. Collared. Tang Yin replied carelessly. With his back turned, he couldn't see the eyes that were rapidly going cold. There was still a collar around the slave's neck that hadn't been removed. Studying it, he found a few letters engraved on the inside of the collar, uneven to the touch. Samuel. Samuel. Tang Yin lifted the collar in her hand and asked him, "Who are you?" "I." He gathered his clothes and shook his head seriously. "I don't know." Associated with the man at the auction said that he had been given a drug and could not remember anything, clean as a sheet of paper. That was interesting. The game didn't have a backstory on this teenager. In other words, no one knows who he is. But this game never raids a passerby, even if the passerby is overly beautiful. Tang Yin unscrewed the door and traveled through the classical manner, going to the florist's wooden room to get tools. The shadows in the darkness stirred restlessly, making an inaudible buzzing sound after Tang Yin left. "Liar. You lie." Lying. The teenager slowly sat up straight and unbuttoned his collar. Whispering to himself, "Be quiet." The dark shadows creeping across the ceiling, along the edges of the window panes, and between the cracks in the floor slowly expand and squirm. Like an unseen dark beast, emitting a buzzing protest that was about to overwhelm the room. "You remembered. You know." But the door to the room was wrenched open, and the restless shadows disappeared in a flash, as if they had never been there. "Try this for you." Behind Tang Yin followed the florist, tall and burly, his eyes looking straight at the slave on the bed when he entered. He brought the heavy iron pliers that repaired the courtyard, and at Tang Yin's command returned to his senses, going over to clamp the slim black collar around the teenager's neck. Tang Yin stood by the bedside, watching the florist laboriously squeeze the iron tongs with both hands as hard as he could, and fearing that it might hurt his neck, which looked like it would break at the first fold. But he didn't expect that the folding had even failed to leave a trace on the collar. "What kind of material is this?" The florist dropped his tools and couldn't help but complain, his eyes falling on the teenager's lowered neck, vaguely seeing a bit of crimson. The rough iron pliers still accidentally scraped a bit of his skin during the exertion. But the slave didn't make a sound at all, nor did he cry out in pain, so quiet that it made people feel guilty. Tang Yin found a paper towel and pressed it against his broken skin, and said to the florist, "Get out." But bizarrely, he found the florist's eyes red for an instant, really red, the color of tainted red glass. As if he couldn't hear Tang Yin speak, he took a step straight toward the bed, his nostrils flaring wide like he was sniffing something. Tang Yin coldly lowered her voice and said again, "Get out." The florist suddenly came back to his senses. His rough and broad chest rose and fell unnaturally. He extremely quickly twisted the iron poker tip so imperceptible blood, clenched his hand, the whole person's 5 senses violently twitching. The iron pincers were dropped to the ground by his unsteady grip, making a loud noise. The florist was startled and flew away as if escaping from something. The series of reactions were too strange, and those dark red eyes gave Tang Yin an extremely uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Vaguely, there was some kind of thought that was about to break out, but her wrist was gently grabbed by someone at this time. The teenager looked at her wordlessly, not knowing when to lean over. The distance was extremely close. Too close. The tip of Tang Yin's nose smelled if there was a bloody breath. Good sweet breath. She licked her lips, and her eyes suddenly went black for a while. So hungry. She hadn't eaten in a long time. Why did his blood smell so sweet? The teenager was like an exquisite puppet whose thinking was half a beat slower. After having memories of changing hands to so many masters, No one ever wanted to open the collar for him. They only wanted to use harder and more delicate chains to bind him firmly and lock him in a golden cage. Instead, set him free. Thanks, he said in a muffled tone. Touching the small letters on the collar, Tang Yin hooked her fingers and quietly hid the blood-stained tissue paper in her hand. Otherwise, let's call you Samuel. After saying this, she sniffed the tissue paper in her own hand, trying to discern whether the sweet scent was an illusion, but she abruptly froze. The color of the gods went into a trance. How could it be so fragrant? Hungry. So hungry. The mountainous feeling of hunger was like a horrible tsunami that swept Tang Yin's will in an instant. She who had been stranded in the game for 2 days in a row without eating was almost beaten down by the immense hunger. The roots of her teeth were itchy, and the tip of her tongue couldn't suppress the flood of juices that flooded her. The grayish-purple eyes of the teenager who had just been given his name glowed with an otherworldly, eye-catching radiance as he muttered, repeating over and over, Samuel, Samuel. It was as if he was resisting the name, while at the same time taking joy in the acquisition of a new name. His eyes brightened as he whispered, I like this name. Tang Yin stood up and subconsciously ducked. Every tone of the teenager's voice was a disaster for her current self, an oddlore. She didn't think she was overly interested in a person's skin. And yet, at that moment, it felt extraordinarily delicious to have a teenager behind her, like a soft and harmless lamb, revealing its softest and sweetest belly, waiting for a beast to pounce on it and tear it apart. She did not want to be a beast. The biased teenager approached unknowingly. He had acquired the name and couldn't help but want to be close to her, wanting her to shout the name to verify its authenticity. That's a good name. Stay back. She fought hard against the invasion of the aroma, but her mind slowed to a crawl and solidified as if she'd been doused in resin. It was light at some point. The darkness was indeed too short compared to the days of summer. The morning light was obviously not too strong, but it stung the skin as if it was going to burn. The sunlight fell on the body. Why would it be painful? Chapter 24, Sweet Blood. Samuel obediently sat on the edge of the bed. Can you call out that name again? The scent of blood that couldn't be captured by humans dispersed in the air, trapping her sanity like an impermeable, invisible web. Can you? The click. It was the sound of sanity crumbling. Tang Yin's eyes were lax, and without a word, she walked forward and held his wrist. Without much force, the teenager followed her intentions and moved closer to her, close enough to hear her low voice. Hungry? What? He hung his head as if he couldn't hear. Once again, the fine silken substance of darkness boiled over, displeased with his disguise. Hair brushed against his ear, and the teen's eyes widened slightly. A warm, soft touch landed on his neck, like jelly with sharp spines rolling over his skin, nibbling delicately to redden the pale patch of skin, picking at the wound that had stopped bleeding. He stiffened and shouted in a mute voice, Ma'am. There was no answer. The only sound in the quiet room was the faint sound of water. Sweet. Such a sweet flavor. Tang Yin's sanity had long since fallen apart. All that was left now was predatory instinct, like the marionette strings that manipulated a puppet. His taste was even better than imagined. Tang Yin could not restrain herself from putting her hands on his waist and standing between his open knees, which was not enough, wanting to be closer to her prey. The teenager sat on the bed. She stood in front of the bed, hanging down her head, ambiguously nibbling on the oozing neck. The reflection fell on the window, like a kiss. Samuel looked at the shadow, a little lost in thought, but he knew full well it wasn't a kiss, for the fangs were trying haphazardly to pierce the skin, trying to pick at his rapidly healing wounds. Samuel shuddered, a wet red flush under his eyes, and sighed imperceptibly. She just hadn't learned to feed yet. Almost pressed into his arms, the female climbed up and hooked her arms around his neck, her teeth scratching across the broken skin in an anxious search for something. Obviously still a young girl. Why was she called ma'am? Obviously looking so clean, but the new madam of a widower with half a foot in the grave. The face faded from its usual mask-like fragility and harmlessness, and the gray-violet eyes drooped slightly, revealing a hidden sharpness. In a place Tang Yin could not see, the teenager's entire aura had a subtle change. He was no longer flustered, no longer cautious, like a sword that looked like it had been opened, exuding a cold and sharp aura. Not right-o. He pressed down on Tang Yin, who was attempting to peel off his collar, and palmed the back of her neck. It was easy to control her actions. The young woman had lost her self-consciousness. Be like this. The teenager's voice was gentle, supporting Tang Yin's body to stand up, He raised his hand to draw the curtains. She probably didn't realize that the daylight would burn her skin. Yesterday, he was just testing her, and he didn't expect her to really know nothing about her identity, but to go so far as to foolishly open the window for him. Another strange soul from nowhere. The florist who had snatched the door from the room probably couldn't suppress the exposure of his original form and was hiding in some corner, frantically licking the blood stains on his hands. The teenager, scared, a hint of boredom and distress showing on his brow. He didn't need to say anything. The darkness was already rapidly spreading towards the corridor in a tumbling, boiling, asphalt-like substance. As he expected, the rough, lanky florist was on his knees between the cracks of the stairs, his face licking his fingers greedily. The rough skin was moist and glistening from his licking, and his eyes had turned a completely frenzied crimson, scandalized, and his fangs scraped the skin on his hands, so much so that he had begun to gnaw on himself. The writhing black substance spread over him, coalescing into long, thin black threads as sharp as needles. In the next second, it passed lightly and silently through the side of his temple, like a straw inserted into his skull. Soon, the florist didn't move. The huge body gradually withered and collapsed, just like the withered and rotting roses in his carefully tended flower garden. In the room, the teenager soothed his fretful master. "Don't worry, it's coming to you." He bent down to pick up the florist's dropped pincer knife and raised his hand without hesitation to slice open the wound. Fresh blood gushed out, wetting Tang Yin's lips. The pupils shifted stealthily in the darkness, revealing the bloodthirsty dark red underneath his eyes as he pounced over following the mesmerizing aroma. Slender 5 fingers clasped the back of her head, a maneuver that brought the teenager's warm skin close at hand. "How come you can't even eat?" The teenager's face grew paler, the corners of his light-colored lips hooked upwards in a very shallow smile, warmly whispering, "Take your time." The darkness boiled over, shouting that he was a liar. To go so far as to deceive such a clueless and clean soul. They all felt shame. Soft lips fit tightly over the wound, and Tang Yin swallowed with eagerness like an animal pup that had just learned to suckle on breast milk. The blood warmed her body, revitalizing the aching stomach. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the hidden quest. Stage quest changed. Logout in progress. About to go offline. Tang Yin's limbs were pleasured by eating, stretching slightly, stirred by the sweetness between his lips. The intense satisfaction induced a deep sleepiness and idleness, and she inhaled softly, closing her eyes. In the teenager's cold embrace, she fell asleep. The Thorn Ancient Castle map stage quest has been released. Please accept the commission. Congratulations to the player for triggering the hidden plot. An additional 3 days of life value is rewarded. Noisy voices penetrated his ears, and Tang Yin pressed his forehead, waking up drowsily. The inexplicable scent of rust lingered tentatively on his lips and teeth. The familiar smell of disinfectant water filled the olfactory system, and she slowly opened her eyes to see white and blue walls. There were muffled cries coming from the corridors, the sounds of patients' families arguing, and the sounds of various instruments ticking away. Near the entrance of the ward, a few young nurses on duty were looking down at the live broadcast, gathering together to discuss something from time to time. The clinical grandmother saw her wake up and handed over a piece of apple. "Little girl, do you want to taste it?" she said warmly. "My daughter brought it and wanted to give it to my granddaughter, but she fell asleep." The apple was carefully peeled and cut into small pieces, with toothpicks inserted on top. Tang Yin couldn't resist, pinched a piece and put it in her mouth. The sweet flavor exploded from her tongue, washing away the rusty scent. She couldn't remember what she had eaten. The last memory of the game was herself attempting to pry the collar off the teenager's neck with an iron poker. "Thank you, Grandma. The apple is very sweet." Tang Yin revealed a sincere smile. "I have more on my side. I'll wash them and bring them to you in a while." Grandma stroked her hair and sighed in a low voice as she turned around. Poor child. A box of fruit cuttings sat on the table next to the hospital bed, along with a small bouquet of daisies with a watery mist. The nurse came over to change her hanging needle, noticed her line of sight, and explained to her, "A classmate came over to see you just now while you were sleeping." Tang Yin frowned slightly. She heard the nurse speak as she stuck the needle in place. "A boy and a girl came together, and one of them, the girl, said she was your dormitory roommate. The boy left his phone number, saying that you must tell her when you wake up." Tang Yin was silent for a moment and said softly, "There's no need to tell them. I'm not familiar with them." Chapter 25 Subtle Changes. The nurse quietly surveyed her complexion, associating it with the fact that the patient was found in the abandoned classroom unlocked before entering the hospital for resuscitation, and countless brilliant scripts sprang to mind. And the young trainee nurse seemed to have a hard time talking. She handed an outstanding bill to Tang Yin. It showed that there was already a delinquent treatment fee on the medical record card. Tang Yin paused for a moment, embarrassment showing on her face. Sorry, I forgot to pay the bill. She took out her cell phone and handed it to the nurse, saying with difficulty, Can I trouble you to pay the bill for me? It's fine. You're in a special situation. I'll explain the situation. The nurse hurriedly interrupted her. It was reasonable to say that all patients who had undergone major surgeries were inconvenient to get out of their beds and walk around, and their medical bills would be paid by their family members on their behalf. But she didn't either. After her mother had made one brief appearance here 2 afternoons ago, she hadn't seen any family-related characters in the hospital, and there was no one who could even help her with her bills. The midday news was broadcast on the ward's hanging TV, and a few patients' families were watching curiously. A group of reporters were hounding the TV, seemingly trying to get an interview with a certain character, and they aimed their cameras at the entrance to the lobby of the high-class building, accompanied by the appearance of a certain figure inside escorted by security guards, and many of the reporters rushed up to them, like hyenas that smelled blood. May I ask how you feel about this ground uplift? Your industry has suffered the most serious damage. May I ask what impact it has had on your group's operations? Recently, there have been posts about exposing your company's underhanded operations, saying that the ground subsidence and abnormal ground uplift are related to the secret experiments conducted by your company. Do you deny it? The man at whom the long guns were aimed only briefly showed the side of his face for a split second, and the reporters were stopped by the security guards in black uniforms. He was silent, not answering a single word, bending down in his black sedan and leaving the hyenas with a look of remorse on their faces, itching to run after the car with their legs wide open. That flash of handsome side face quickly on the hot search. His slender body was wrapped in an ascetic black suit, buttoned to the knot of his throat, with an icy silver-white lapel pin and thin-rimmed metal glasses on the bridge of his nose. And yet, the man-women across the country want to rip off their collars the most. The gospel of intellectual romance. He is a modern financial nouveau riche, an investment bank weathervane, a double master's degree in finance and computers, and the owner of several skyscrapers in the city's main business district. Lin Sumiji. This young man looks quite handsome, but his face is a bit cold. Doesn't he look like a blessed person, and his lower lip is a bit thinner? Granny Lee, you know again. He is a financier, a rich man. A few family members of the patients in the ward got together, and after commenting on the capitalist on the screen, the news jumped to a police notice. Recently, there have been several cases of missing persons. If any member of the public finds the following people, please contact the relevant departments in time. Several photographs appeared on the screen of men and women, old and young, labeled with their ages and the clothes they were wearing when they went missing. There was a line of small print below, labeled paid, offering a $50,000 bonus for providing clues upon verification. Tang Yin retracted her line of sight. A few trainee nurses were getting together to watch the live broadcast. A bold horror adventure zone up master, Air Sen, was live streaming the tall buildings that were in collapse and collapse crisis after the ground rumbled, one of which was Lin Sumiji's International Trade Building. Armed with a surreptitious filming device, he fixed his cell phone to his forehead, nimbly flipped over the fence, all the way around the black and yellow cordon drawn up by the police, avoiding the cameras, and ran towards the core area where the ground rumbled the highest. Ladies and gentlemen, the height of the ground rumble is now officially measured at over 18 meters. Does everyone know what 18 meters is? It's almost as tall as a 5-story building, Urson said as he rolled forward. Rumbling 18 meters out of thin air on land was a seemingly small but very exaggerated concept. Tang Yin vaguely saw several crumbling high walls in front of the upmaster from the cell phones held up by the nurses, and realized with hindsight that they weren't walls, but tarmac roads that rumbled upwards at bizarre angles. They folded straight upwards, as if lifted out of thin air by giant invisible hands. It was like a sci-fi shot from a movie. Climbing up high, the camera shook, and the voice of the live streaming up master came from behind the cell phone. I can see huge cracks in the ground. Do you all want to know what exactly burrowed out of the ground and toppled the ground up? Lord Up said, bending down. Over 10,000 likes, I'll reach in and take a picture. Over 50,000 likes and I'll jump through this crack. Live streaming for everyone what's really inside the slit. Accompanied by these provocative words, the number of likes in the live broadcast room surged higher, and the uploader revealed an excited smile, constantly encouraging everyone to keep on clicking. A siren sounded in the distance, and someone on the pop-up screen said for the uploader to run quickly. It must be the police coming to arrest him. So the camera shook once again. The horror live blogger was like a monkey jumping up and down, nimbly rock climbing, picking his way to the edge of the broken tarmac, and kept running towards the center area where the ground rises. I don't know how long the run lasted, but the live blogger stopped. The sirens disappeared. The live blogger had brushed up to 35,000 likes. He grinned and said, "I'm going to stick my phone in right now and show everyone what's inside." Bending down, the man pressed his face close to the crack in the ground and suddenly raised his hand and rubbed his eyes violently. "Why is there water?" His mumbled voice came into the earpiece, and the broadcast swiped up a string of pop-ups. "What water? Where did the water come from? Is there a fountain underground?" Lord Up said, "There's water dripping onto my face." He wiped his face while sitting up straight, but the water on his face was getting more and more, clearly captured by the camera, and the visual effect was like a person holding the screen backwards was getting wet. "That's not right. The crack in the ground is down there. How can there be water dripping onto the face from below? It's anti-gravity. It's not scientific." The Up Master didn't get to see these pop-ups. He stopped and opened his eyes against the increasing amount of water dripping onto his face. Surprisingly, through the deep, bottomless cracks, he saw light and blackened clouds. "What the hell?" he muttered. The cracks revealed a vast and beautiful picture. The shadows of the tree canopy, the odd hissing, the rustling of the wind blowing through the leaves, like a bizarre and varied fantasy scroll unfolding. Urson lay down on the ground and poked his head in. It opened up before his eyes. His eyes widened in shock, and he turned his head. The vast expanse of earth was endless, with rolling hills and mountains, and soft grass swept across his face, where it was raining. Beneath the crack, there was a world upside down. He saw the sky of another world, just below his feet. "Did you see that?" He was incoherent, looking at his cell phone in shock and ecstasy. "This is amazing. I can't believe my eyes." Only to find the cell phone screen black. The signal had silently disconnected at some point. Chapter 26, Disappearing Signal Source. Tang Mian saw that the screen on the nurse's cell phone looked like it was stuck, and the Up maintainer maintained his posture of looking downward, stopping there. A few people said indignantly, "Sure enough, it's a fake. Black screen at the critical moment. I knew there wouldn't let people in there." Yeah, if one really goes in and broadcasts live, they're sure to be arrested. The security department has said that the public is not allowed to approach until the test results are out. These Adventure Up masters have to go in and broadcast live. The pop-up screen is still brushing the screen. "Put the camera down, ah. What are you stupidly doing? What is Erson looking at? Why isn't it moving?" The word signal disconnection suddenly popped up in the live broadcast room, and the reality screen reception failed. "Faking it again. Fake, back off." The pop-up screen was full of reprimands. The live broadcast was cut off by the official customer service, and the nurses turned their heads to brush up on another live broadcast. Everyone quickly forgot about this gimmicky adventure live stream. No one cared, either, about the lost contact with the Up owner, Ersin. The city was still lit up, the night was still bright, and the indestructible lights were like the milestones of human civilization engraved on the earth. They knew about the abnormality in the city center, and looked at it as the news that had attracted quite a lot of attention lately, discussing it for a while, and then being occupied by their own messed up lives and their thoughts again. Fish are still catching tiny plankton in the water before they are devoured by humpback whales, satisfied with a full meal. Fire is not known to be fire until it burns into one's skin. The live Up lifts its head. The sirens died down. It was quiet around him. The world was still daylight in his eyes. The cell phone screen was black, as if it was dead, and as if it was broken, and he pressed the on button. With a dead hand shortly afterward, the screen lit up, but there was not a single signal. It's hard to have so many people in the live room. How can you say black screen? The blogger shattered, complaining about his suddenly malfunctioning equipment. "And I don't know how many gifts I just collected." He stepped outside, realizing that it seemed excessively quiet around him. The sounds of the tracks of the nearby subway, the hustle and bustle of moving cars and honking sirens in the center of the city, the noisy cacophony of passers-by, the announcements reminding the public that they were prohibited from approaching, and even the tiresome cicadas and bird calls of the summer had disappeared. The blogger was a bit panicked. As he made his way out of the uplift area, he saw the empty cordon and the police force that had been patrolling the area was gone. "Is anyone there?" He began to shout uncontrollably, feeling weirder and weirder the further he walked. His cell phone still had no signal, So he held it up all the way out of the shopping district, saw the empty police car, vaguely playing music, and immediately ran over to it with gusto. It turned out that when he got to the front, he realized that there was no one in the car either. A lit cigarette was on the steering wheel, still smoldering. Doesn't this prove that there was someone else there just now? And where are the police? The blogger was thoroughly puzzled as to why everyone had disappeared. As he walked and searched, the world still felt familiar to him. The city was still the same one he lived in. Following the way he had come, he found his car, scrambling to get the keys out of his pocket, only to find that he couldn't open the door, and he went back outside, gradually developing a sense of dread in the mind-numbing silence. Is anyone there? He kept running, hating at this point that someone had to come and arrest him. He shouldn't have dodged the police car in the first place. Yes, he should have been caught by the police. He would never dare to do anything against public order again. He knew he was wrong. Where are the people? Where are all the people? Is anyone there? The empty and bustling city echoed his voice, and the only thing that responded to him was the sound of the cold wind. As he walked, he noticed something odd. He stopped and looked at the reflection on the car window beside him. At the corner of the car's glass and rearview mirror, the glass panel reflected a bunch of police officers and onlookers who were walking back and forth, stretching the cordon to stop those who wanted to walk into the cordoned-off area. With a look of elation, the blogger jerked his head back, only to realize that it was still empty behind him. A chill ran from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. He turned back in disbelief and looked at the small reflection again, only to see the glass window still reflecting the lively and bustling city. It was night, the lights were on, a street lamp was warmly glowing, and the city office buildings were sparkling with bright broken light, together forming the city's colorful colors. But the world he was in now was still empty. The blogger tilted his head up at the sky in disbelief and realized what he had overlooked. The sun had been stuck at a height about to set in the west, glowing a warm orange with sunset overtones, and he remembered that he had entered the blockade at around 5 in the afternoon. But now, he had been walking through the empty city for hours, and the sun had remained at that height. The car windows reflected the real world. So where was he now? At some point, he looked down at his phone, which had no signal, as if realizing something. It wasn't that everyone had disappeared. Rather, he had disappeared. The game's cooldown hadn't ended yet, so Tang Yin opened the payment slip brought by the nurse and looked at the account balance. The nurse carefully reminded, "Your situation is not optimistic, there may be a second surgery soon, conservative treatment is more expensive." She didn't have much money left. Tang Chuyun didn't realize how much a heart surgery plus those extremely expensive supplies would cost. She even laughed when she gave Tang Yin the card and said something like, "Don't save this money. Remember to make up lessons and hire a tutor." In fact, the money in the card wasn't enough to support an operation. If she wanted to live, she could only apply for the hospital's medical mutual aid special program to participate in medical projects that hadn't been put on the market as clinical test cases. But that quota was extremely rare. Tang Yin clicked on Tang Chuyun's homepage to see that she had posted a new photo, and the background was in a church. Her arms were crossed in front of her chest, and the copy was called, "Your Devout Believer." The shawl had a logo printed on it that was enough to make the brand premium dozens of times, and the jewels on her ears were translucent and expensive. That outfit alone could pay enough to put Tang Yin in a tight spot, hiring an escort to buy medicines and special intensive care units. When did Tang Chuyun become religious? She had a motive for everything she posted, and the only possibility Tang Yin could think of was that she was catering to the preferences of her stepfather, who was surnamed Lin. But she couldn't remember when Lin's father had ever been religious. He was an unabashed businessman who was only interested in profit. Moving down the line of sight, Tang Yin realized that in the corner of the photo, there was a handsome, tall, and straight-faced teenager, frowning and looking impatient. Strange-looking, red lips and white teeth, good-looking skin, but poor temperament. Who is this? A sharp pain shot through her heart. Tang Yin pressed her chest, her face pale as she endured the pain. This was the body warning her that life had entered a countdown. Chapter 27, Pop-Up Box Minigame. This body has long been full of holes, not something that can be saved by modern medical treatment. Tang Yin trembled as she tapped the odd black app on the screen and felt back and forth on the map. Unfortunately, the sandbox was not generated, and the map was gray, showing that it was in a cooling period and could not enter the game. Tang Yin didn't ask for more. This game had already made the dying her go from being unable to move her entire body to being able to lift her arms and even sit up her upper body, and being able to live was already a gift. Even as Tang Yin planned to rest the screen, a small pop-up box suddenly appeared on the screen. A line of text on it prompted her to ask if she wanted to do the minigame to extend her life value. Tang Nian didn't hesitate to click OK. The screen showed loading. The original refined picture quality once again became low, from a three-dimensional modeling painted scroll to a two-dimensional flat cartoon. The deja vu low-quality pixel-style screen drew a craggy cliff with dense vegetation growing on it. Tang Nian raised an eyebrow and saw a line of text pop up on the screen. The elf has lost the will to live and is being dragged into the lair by a griffin. Should we save him? A. Agree. B. Reject. Elves? The corners of Tang Nian's mouth twitched. Why him again? Why is he dying again? She clicked A. The screen shifted, the forest zoomed in, and text popped up on the screen again. Please find the elf first before the griffin returns to his nest and bring him to safety. Hint, the elf's life value is decreasing. Please save the player's time. It seemed that during the time she had entered the Thorn Ancient Castle to play the game, the elf had awakened from the creek and, unaware of what was going on, had delivered himself to the griffin's beak. Tang Nian used 2 fingers to pull the image on the screen wide and kept swiping to find it. Obviously a two-dimensional cartoon world with a cozy painting style, but it is eerie and gloomy everywhere, with tree branches curling, grass and wood scattered with human-used utensils, and a large number of dead animal remains. Although it was drawn as a cute cartoon, it still penetrates the spooky feeling of extreme fear. Finally, she found the pixelated villain in a clump of trees next to the cliff. He was still curled up in a small ball with his legs in his lap, and his long blonde hair on the back of his head was scattered over the dead leaves like a fan of feathers. It looked like some sort of giant bird nest, with a few white, tender eggs inside. Perhaps the owner of the nest had taken the elf in while he was unconscious. Scattered around the bird's nest was a pattern of Q-version skulls and bones that looked like they had been left to eat and thrown out of the nest, and on the edge of the cliff, thrown in was a blackened, gnawed general human thigh. The more I look at the picture, the weirder it gets. This kind of bird still eats people, ah? Tang Nian dragged the fainting pixel villain out, squeezing his tiny body and dragging him into the bushes. The pixel villain had clothes hanging from him, tattered and torn. It should have been the one she had stripped off last time. Probably he had put them back on after waking up. 2 wings dangled from the villain's back, translucent, long and round and cute, except that one of them was half torn off, so it looked like he shouldn't be able to fly. She muttered silently in her heart, battle-damaged version of a small, pixelated pixie. Given the rigor of this game, Tang Nian dragged the elf all the way to another patch of trees away from the cliff, flattened a small patch of uneven grass with her fingers, and gently placed the poor pixelated villains in the soft grass. It was surrounded by ringed bushes and was relatively secluded. Poor little thing. Tang Nian muttered to herself. The prompt box popped up. Congratulations, player. Successfully resolved the crisis. Additional 3 hours of life value rewarded. A line of text then popped up. The elf's world has been destroyed by a disaster. He has nowhere to go. Would you like to take him in? A. Agree. Choose another world for him. Tang Nian almost clicked agree out of habit. But before clicking, she realized that this time, option B looked different from the past. The experience she got last time was that if she refused, she would be punished and suffer a negative attitude. So what about this time? She pressed her chest, wary of the pain that might come, and clicked B. This time the pain did not appear. Tang Nian breathed a sigh of relief and saw that the screen showed that the function was to be improved and could not be operated at this stage. Then what else was she being asked to choose? It was a pity that the multiple choice questions had disappeared. Otherwise, she really wanted to know what would happen if she chose A. Your world is ruined? Tang Nian's heart grew even more compassionate. Do you want me to take you in and be my electronic pet? The pop-up box popped up unexpectedly. Tip: the elf has lost the will to live and lost the ability to eat. Do you want to help him? A. Agree. B. Decline. What else could be done? Tang Nian clicked agree. A few tiny icons immediately popped up on the screen, and a few glowing berry icons appeared in the dark jungle, labeled as edible. Tang Nian clicked on the icons and picked those fruits, piling them up next to the elf. It was really like raising an electronic pet. She scratched the map again to find a spring pool, folded up the wide leaves, and held some water next to him. There was a lot of freedom in the game, a lot of room to maneuver. Congratulations, player. Successfully brought food to the elf. An additional hour of life value is rewarded. Tang Nian only raised this little thing as an electronic pet. Tapping the screen wasn't tiring anyway. Remember to eat when you wake up. She couldn't help but reach out and poke the little man, and the sleeping pixelated villain shivered and rolled over. Soft blonde hair curled around his body, like a noble-colored blanket over him. Tang Yin couldn't help but poke him again. Troublemaker. Her complexion softened, and she whispered, "Don't get caught by monsters again, troubleshooter." Shyvanas awoke to find himself alive once more. His emerald green eyes rolled numbly as he realized that he was lying inside strange woods, with soft grass underneath him and thorns all around him. He sat up, leaning his back against the tree, the wide blades covering his body slipping away to reveal the bruised and battered body underneath. The original clothes had been scratched and turned into broken strips of cloth hanging from his body, almost soaked in pale green blood. Remembering that not too long ago, the demons in the forest had fought over his body, and that there was a difficult and evil beast in the demon miasma abyss, like a dragon and a bird with a lion's head, that liked to feed and nurture their offspring with living creatures, dragging him into the lair. He hung his head, his emerald green eyes like the surface of a frozen lake, depressing in depression and murderous aura. Elven bodies were the superior race bred directly from the world tree, flesh and blood were the coveted tonic of the dark races, and now any lowly creature could plunder their own flesh and blood. There were countless pairs of scarlet eyes in the darkness of the bushes, watching him greedily. They were scornful, seeking the moment when the elf would close his eyes again and pounce. Chapter 28. Sad Pixel Villain. Shyvanas didn't want to resist. His wings were torn, and he couldn't move. His long, thick eyelashes moved slightly, and suddenly he saw it off to the side. Not far from him, there was a pile of fruit stacked high. Who had put it there? He finally snapped out of his idleness and re-examined his surroundings. The surroundings were full of thorns, and only the grass beneath him was very soft, like it had been deliberately flattened. Someone had covered him with 2 leaves, covering his bruised body as if it were a quilt. And then there were the creatures of the abyss, someone who had freed himself from the griffin's lair, which was a long way from the fetid lair. As if a drowning man had grabbed the straw that saved his life, Shyvana's eyes widened a bit as the frozen lake showed signs of disintegrating. His body slowly stiffened and stretched, opening his mouth to gasp unconsciously for a few moments and raising his head to seek out the jungle around him. Where was that man? Had his senses declined this much? It was painfully obvious to him that he couldn't sense the presence of another living being. It had been the same last time, and he was sure it was the same one. The one that had been buried in a haystack and woke up with a wound on his arm that had been promptly treated, carefully cleansed at a nearby spiritual spring, and a bandage made from holy herbs combined with pure human blood, applied to the wound. There was only that person. Only she would be that kind to herself. Even if he knew that that person had all the plans and had been using and deceiving him all along. But why didn't she show up? Coming and going silently, leaving him alone in his dystopian world of pain. Shyvanas closed his eyes and wondered silently, if he fell asleep again, would that person ever show up? He stayed where he was, fearing that he would be forgotten if he moved away a little, his body unconsciously curling up in the shadow of the canopy, his mind fantasizing about the one he desperately wanted to meet again. Time changes, the stars turn, the wind rises, and the rain falls. Days passed with no movement at all around him, except for the dark races that were gathering more and more, eyeing him. Shyvanas fell into numbness. Suddenly, it felt like someone tugged on his hair. The body tensed up. He slowly opened his eyes, and his surroundings were empty. But the feeling was clear. A warm touch rubbed over his body, as if caressing him. The elf resisted, dodging backward, holding his legs, and being pulled back. An invisible force in the air squeezed his arm, forcing him to open his curled-up body as if teasing him. Shyvanas shivered, his emerald green eyes building up into a deep storm, but on the surface he still looked weak and ready to die. The invisible force poked him, knocking him to the ground, and then held down. Even though the invisible one kept poking and prodding, it did things that were good for him. Shyvanas closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. If by closing his eyes, this invisible person wouldn't leave, he thought woefully, then he'd rather not open them again. Tang Nian came back from washing up and looked at the pixelated villain on the screen. Game time and her real-world time flowed differently. Just in the time it took for her to be led by the caretaker to wash her body, several days had already passed in the game. The pixel villain seemed to have woken up once in the middle of the game, and the leaves that she had kindly covered him with were thrown far to the side, and all those wild fruits that she had picked according to the system prompts were also tossed aside. It looked like it had rotted and discolored, turning into a pile of reddish-purple liquid. The elf had only eaten one, and there was a tiny kernel of fruit by his feet. What a disobedient bad boy. Tang Nian couldn't help but poke the screen and rub the pixelated little man who had curled his body up. I didn't expect to directly poke him awake. The pixelated villain opened his green eyes, and on the screen were two small, round, green dots set on his face. Only briefly, and then quickly closed again. The picture quality was low, but there was a simple cuteness to it. Tang Nian hooked her lips and poked the little man down to the ground, badgering him and pressing with one finger. Obviously all awake. Open your eyes, don't pretend to be asleep. The elf stretched out her sketchy, slender arm and picked at it, unable to touch her through the screen. It looked like she was picking at the air. A head of blonde hair spread out on the floor, kind of cute. Although it was only a blurry low-quality cartoon image, it gave Tang Nian a white and soft feeling. Pressing her fingertips, she didn't control the angle and pressed the little man onto the pile of reddish-purple puree. She retracted her hand in embarrassment. Seeing the little man on the screen stained with jam, his hair sticking together in a pitiful fashion, still with his eyes tightly closed. A pop-up box popped up with a ding. Oops, elf's cleanliness is down. Clean him? A. Agree. B. Decline. Could this even be refused? Tang Nian sheepishly nodded her agreement, pinched up the little man covered in red and purple, paddled the screen to seek out a spring pool, and dropped him in. Body temperature drops at night. Please take the elf out of the frozen lake as soon as possible. Tang Nian muttered, why is it so weak? Fingers lifted the elf's arm and rubbed it haphazardly, hastily dragging him out. The pixelated villain turned back to his white and tender appearance, his wet hair plastered to his body like an extra light golden dress. Tang Nian looked at it and couldn't help but reach out and poke it again. The villain, blah, was poked down to the ground by her. Would it be too weak? According to the prompts on the screen, Tang Nian clicked on the parcel icon in the lower right corner of the screen to redeem the ignition stone, lighting a fire beside the pixelated villain. Warm flames burned on the screen, illuminating the small patch of dim surroundings. The little man sat next to the fire with his legs wrapped around him, as if he wasn't puzzled as to where the inexplicable fire had appeared from, or curious as to who had lit it next to him, stretching out his two slender arms to the flames, as if warming his hands. There was a bit of cuteness on the body. Tang Nian saw a strand of hair hanging on his arm, still dripping, and the cartoon villain in the game couldn't perceive her presence from God's perspective. She tugged at the strand of wet blonde hair and dragged it next to the flame. Hair has to dry quickly, or you'll catch a cold. The orange flames lit up his face and made it look warm. Hint: elves are sad. A pop-up box popped out of the screen without warning. Please ask the player to make the elf happy as soon as possible. Looking at that line of text, Tang Nian's heart inexplicably stabbed extremely slightly, as if it had been popped by a rubber band. The mosaic villain's face was blurred, with no facial features. He sat calmly, very lonely. It was as if he was the only one left in the entire jungle. What are you grieving for? Tang Nian clicked the screen and stroked the elf's head. Don't be sad. Chapter 29. The Ghostly Ball. Before Tang Nian exited the minigame, a small bubble popped up next to the pixelated villain. It seemed to be him saying something. I hope to meet you again. Tang Nian's finger paused. Well, kind of cute. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the blessing of the light elf. The blessing of the bright elf possesses the ability to purify darkness and can also heal all species derived from the tree of life. Note: humans are not a race born directly from the tree of life. Tip box after tip box popped out from the screen, and the last pop-up box had an additional humanized tone of voice. Light elves? Tang Nian wondered suspiciously. That pixelated little man is a light elf? May I ask if the pixels are too bad? Can't really tell. The freezing time had ended, and the Thorn Ancient Castle icon resumed its accessible state. A sense of weightlessness came over me, and the rich aroma of roses filled my nose. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him had changed radically. Elegant music flowing like water, overhead crystal lamps flowing colorful, tall ceiling encrusted with gold-engraved sculpture, under the seat texture warm. A closer look is actually a number of huge ivory carefully carved and spliced together. What kind of dreamy and extravagant scene is this? Tang Nian looked around and realized that she was in a strange room, and the beautiful maid was bending over to give her makeup. Ma'am, you'd better close your eyes, or the scented powder will get into your eyes. She couldn't respond. Convinced that the map she clicked on was the Thorn Ancient Castle correctly, it had only been 2 or 3 days offline, and the plot was completely unfamiliar. The maid drew her makeup, smiled warmly and softly, and put the complicated dress on her, tightening the waistband with force and strangling her waist into the slender look that nobles love so much. Tang Nian felt her breathing affected. You are so beautiful. Now you can go to the ball. Ball? The maid didn't seem to have any intention of explaining, a mask-like smile still hanging on her face as she left the room. Tang Nian stood up after her, and just as she raised her foot, she tripped over the complicated dress. Looking down, she couldn't help but be shocked. Only magnificent diamonds, colorful jewels, and utensils inlaid with pearls and gold of various colors were scattered all over the place, as if they had mistakenly entered a huge treasure trove buried by some lost civilization. Tang Nian was dazzled by this golden image, and in a trance, like being tempted, he ghostly stretched out his hand, wanting to touch the gold and silver jewelry on the ground. An unfamiliar greed and lust grew in the bottom of her heart, like a quietly burning flame. She wanted to take the biggest and brightest of the gems, but snapped out of it just before her fingers were about to touch it. This was a game, and you couldn't take the treasure away from a game. Tang Nian came to her senses, the hem of her skirt tripped, and she simply raised her hand to rip away the waistband that was strangling her so much that she couldn't breathe, and forcefully took off her dress. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. So tight that maid had hardened and narrowed her waist by a circle. It was as if her insides were being pushed out of place. We're going to be late for the ball. The maid went and returned as if she hadn't seen her move to remove her skirt, her soft voice as if through a veil. Please follow me quickly. The master doesn't want anyone to be late. Master? Who was that again? The corridor was deep and long, and the classically ornate candelabras on both sides were lit with faintly lit candles, illuminating a huge portrait. Tang Nian tilted her head to look, and on each portrait, there was no face. The maid in front of her was quick on her feet, vaguely saying something, and by the time Tang Nian's eyes retracted from the paintings, her figure had already disappeared around the darkened corner. In such a hurry? She frowned as she followed, and along the way saw a nobleman dressed in fairly decent clothes lifting up his robe and using the hem as a pocket, stuffing large handfuls of gold and ivory from the ground inside his clothes. This is really not decent. Tang Nian thought to herself that she had just been almost blinded by those riches as well. It was odd to recall now. She knew it was a game. How could she possibly be greedy for the gold coins in the game? It just so happened that when she passed by a certain room at that moment, she caught a whiff of an extremely fascinating aroma and was diverted. It was a very delicious smell. Her throat reacted with a subconscious swallow because of this pervasive sweet aroma, and her hungry intestines let out a faint chirp. Tang Nian subconsciously felt that aroma was permeated with a sweetness that made her extremely eager to inhale it again. It was as if she had once consumed it. Please enjoy, it's sweet. Inside the door, the young woman in maid's uniform turned her back to Tang Nian, handing the spoon in her hand to a certain man sitting at the long table. In her seductive soft voice, the man opened his mouth in a daze, taking the spoon handed to his lips in one bite. Throat rolling up and down, seemingly awed by the flavor, the man pushed the maid away, greedily picking up the plate of food on the table and tilting his head back to gulp it down. Tang Nian frowned, forcing herself to avert her eyes. The man's face was familiar, a certain nobleman that she had seen at a dinner party hosted by Rose when she first entered the game, and had come to strike up a conversation with her. So was this another noble dinner hosted by Rose? Why are you here? A gentle voice beside her ear came abruptly, and Tang Nian's scalp went numb for a moment, only to see that the maid who had walked away earlier had returned to her at some point, her footsteps silent, and she was looking at her gently and smiling. The ball is going to be late. You'd better stay close to me. Don't walk around freely. Tang Nian's footsteps paused, displeased at the inexplicable command in the maid's words. While intuiting that this was all not quite right, the maid turned around and continued forward, not far from the bright lights, vaguely able to see the gorgeous decor of the dance floor. But just as she was about to step out into the corridor, she suddenly caught, mixed in with the music, an extremely faint, help. Someone was begging for help. Tang Nian stopped in her tracks. The maid in front of her turned around and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you? Can't you hear it? Someone is shouting for help." "You heard wrong." The faint plea for help continued, so clearly. But the maid smiled and said softly, "The ball is about to begin." The strange feeling went straight to his heart. Tang Nian said, "I have something I forgot to take. Then I'll accompany you." The maid said, walking towards her in style. "No." Tang Nian shook her head, and in the maid's puzzled eyes ordered, "You, go get it for me." The other party was a maid, and she herself was a guest here. Although Tang Nian didn't have the habit of instructing her servants in this world, It should be normal for nobles to instruct their servants to do things. The maid seemed to be bewildered for a split second by this sudden command of hers, and then quickly resumed her gentle and submissive demeanor and said respectfully, "You go to the ball first then? I'll go and get it for you. Please do remember that the master does not like anyone to be late." Chapter 30. Old Castle Escape Horror Edition. Tang Yin nodded, and as the maid's figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor, she turned her feet in the direction of the call for help. The marble corridor echoed with elegant, low music, as if it were an eccentric dreamscape. Huge murals hung on either side, displaying ornate sculptures, jewel-encrusted vases of every color, and stained enamel floor-to-ceiling windows of extravagance. "Help!" The cry for help grew fainter and closer. Tang Yin quietly stood in the doorway of a certain room and stuck her head out to look. It was an extremely gorgeously decorated and cozy room, like the sweet bedroom of a certain lady who had meticulously decorated it. There was a maid covered in a black dress with her back to her, humming an unknown song, and her finger, a long needle with a silver thread hanging from it, lifting it up high and weaving it downward, sewing something, as if doing crafts that gave her pleasure. But when she saw what was in her hand, Tang Yin's pupils clenched, and her entire being was bad. In front of the maid, what was being sewn together was a living, breathing person. It was someone Tang Yin was familiar with, Rose. Looking more closely, the maid's fingers, which were pinching the needle, were taking on the ghastly appearance of being highly dried and decayed, the skin resembling a layer of mold-covered bark that was tightly attached to the bones. Rose's eyes were gone. All that remained of her pretty face were two black, blurry, bloody holes. Her body was dressed in a gorgeous tutu adorned with lace, and her hair was curled into neatly arranged, delicate curls, like a well-dressed doll. The body, however, was incomplete, as if many limbs had been sewn together. The lower half of her body, which was originally slim and graceful for a woman, was filled with organs of various colors that shouldn't be on her body, both men's and women's. It was bloated and massive, like a ghastly sarcoma that had been haphazardly stitched together. "Help!" The doll that had lost her eyes let out a plea of extreme fear, her last cry failing to come out before her mouth was covered. The maid with the needle and thread extended her index finger against her lips, her rotting face almost pressed against hers, and softly shushed her. "Please be quiet. The master will be awakened." The maid chided, "No one can bear the master's wrath." Rose looked terrified. All that was left of her entire face was her eye socket bleeding outward in a pool. She dared not ask for help again, but she could not restrain a pitiful whimper like that of a small animal from escaping from her throat, trembling with fear to the utmost. It was also this cowering movement that caused the maid to stitch unsteadily, the needle creating more scratches on Rose's twisted body, and she seemed distressed as she sighed and pulled a pair of rusty scissors from her tool basket. "Why can't you just be quieter? You've been told that this will wake the master." As he spoke, he reached out and clamped his hand under Rose's chin, his voice so gentle it sounded like he was singing a lullaby. "Let me help you be quiet." The young girl who had lost her eyes sensed the approaching danger and suppressed a wail. In the next second, the dull sound of a sharp instrument shearing through flesh and blood came out along with a miserable cry of pain. Tang Yin sucked in a mouthful of cold air and hurriedly covered her mouth, unable to suppress her physiological dry heaving. What kind of heartless picture was this? The maid who was about to stitch up stopped and turned her head back. Under the black veil was a rotting, mottled, corpse-spotted face. "Are you lost?" Accompanying this query, countless black moths surged over from her body, striking Tang Yin straight in the face like a whirlpool. Rose let out a miserable whimper. Tang Yin turned and ran. The originally luxurious and clean corridor became mottled and stale in an instant. The candle flames gradually went out, and one of the portraits hanging on the wall gradually became hideous. Blood-seeping features slowly grew on the originally faceless portraits, and a pair of scarlet eyeballs stared at her deathly through the canvas, following her figure as it rotated. What kind of real-life ghost story is this? A series of expletives floated through Tang Yin's mind as she quickly kicked off the leather shoes on her feet while running barefoot through the long corridor. The densely packed moths incited their wings, terrifying to the extreme. Passing by the room with the aroma of food again, Tang Yin turned her head to look. It was replaced with another bout of dry heaving, only to see that all of the originally steaming food on the long table had turned into bloody limbs and organs. The man sitting at the table had somehow become lying on the table. His body was cut to a bloody pulp, and his chest was cut open, revealing scarlet and warm internal organs. A group of corpse-splattered and rotting diners sat on either side of the long table and were elegantly cutting up his body. With each mouthful of flesh and blood swallowed, the parched face became fuller and the signs of decay faded a bit. The man lying on the table hadn't realized that he had become a dish for the evil spirits, his head tilted upwards, his eyes clouded with greed. Still with his mouth wide open, he swallowed what the maid fed to his mouth in one gulp. Only he didn't know that what the maid used to feed him was discarded by the diners, his own internal organs. The entire large manor was rapidly rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye, like dying for many years. The flowers in the vases wilted and faded. The ivory gold was covered in heavy dust. The lampshades were covered in spider silk, and thorns and cracks littered the walls. Countless black shadows appeared at the end of the long corridor, blocking Tang Yin's path. She didn't hesitate, turning around and continuing to run. Tang Yin was covered in cold sweat and gritted her teeth. There hadn't been any game hints that this was a horror book before coming in. The air was filled with the odd scent of staleness mixed with the scent of roses. She desperately ran outside, crossing a long corridor as if falling into an endless maze. Next to a tall floor-to-ceiling window crawling with thorns, Tang Yin clenched her teeth and violently crashed through the window to jump down. Weightlessness came instantly, and her body crashed into a dusty cushion. She choked and coughed incessantly, but to her horror, she found herself back in the room where it all began. The highly decomposed maid stood beside the bed, holding up a dress. "Did you forget this dress? I brought it back for you." In an instant, Tang Yin was gripped by fear. How can the ghost not come back? Viciously pinching herself, her body regaining perception from the pain, Tang Yin bumped away from the maid and desperately ran outside. The fishy, slimy sensation lingered on her shoulder, and she felt like she had knocked off a piece of rotting flesh. The mere association would be enough to send her into cardiac arrest in the real world. The scenery rapidly changed on either side as she scrambled to escape. "We're going to be late for the dance. What are you running for?" A single question seemed like the whisper of a hellish demon, following close behind. The scent of dampness and decay grew stronger, the walls and carpet oozing dense black spots of rot, as if something had once died on them and deteriorated and molded. While the stench struck, the strange scent of roses loomed, and the further Tang Yin ran, the stronger the scent became. Chapter 31. A beautiful shell without a soul. The rotting figures chasing her behind her slowed down at some point, until they entered the all-unfamiliar surroundings, and those shadows were left behind. It was as if they couldn't come close to this place. Tang Yin exhaustedly bent over, hands propped up on her knees, and gasped uncontrollably. Although the world of the game was not so bad that it still allowed her to carry a heart attack, her body was solidly exhausted, and the soreness of her muscles surged up after she slacked off, almost crushing her. The scene in front of her was relatively weak in terms of corruption. At the end of the hallway was a double-opening wooden door, like the bedroom of some nobleman. The corridor behind her was silent, and the sound of hesitant, wandering footsteps came faintly. There was only this one road left. Tang Yin had no other choice. "Duh, duh." The sound of footsteps came from far away. The tattered black maid's dress appeared at the end of the line of sight. There it was again. Tang Yin couldn't quit the game, so she could only choose to archive in the only board that popped up in her line of sight. However, the archive location was in the hallway. This also meant that if Game Over died and started over, the read file location would always be here as well. This is the place. There's no other choice. Tang Yin's heart crossed and chose to archive. The next second his neck was grabbed by something wet and cold and sticky. A numbing coldness plastered against the back of his neck, and a raspy voice came out from the rotting vocal cords. "What are you running for?" Grabbed, Tang Yin was expressionless, raising his middle finger to the suddenly enlarged rotting face. The eyes were suddenly blood red. Dead. In the next second, time and space warped and remade, and Tang Yin was back where she had just been. Still in the middle of the corridor, footsteps sounded far from the other end, and the tattered black maid's dress loomed at the end of her sight. The time readout jumped back to a minute ago. So a minute can how to save themselves, ah. Filled with anxiety, Tang Yin looked at the carved wooden door that was very much out of place close at hand, and with a heartbeat, she pushed open the door and ran in. Darkness enveloped her at once. The room didn't have candles lit, so there wasn't much light, and Tang Yin leaned her back against the door, not daring to move a muscle. The air was filled with a strong floral scent, and if it wasn't for what she had just experienced, she would even have to misunderstand that she had entered some sort of flower room filled with roses. That maid shouldn't be chasing her in. right? Did she just see herself hiding in this room again? No sooner had this thought come out than she heard the sound of the footsteps coming from behind her. Slowly coming behind them, they stopped. A doorway away, the rotting figure stood, shadows peeking out from under the doorway. Tang Yin covered her mouth and held her breath. Click, click. An extremely slow turn came from the doorknob behind her, and only a creak was heard the next second. The door was opened, and highly decomposed faces peeked out from behind the door panel. How can you enter here? The maid stretched out her hand. Tang Yin's whole body was unable to move as if frozen, and she could only watch as the dark, wet, and sticky hand grabbed her head. This is the master's place. Sticky, slippery, putrid squirming softness pasted onto his skin. Tang Yin had 1,000 expletives in his heart. The eyes were blood red again, and the sound of clicking and cracking bones breaking echoed in his eardrums. This experience of dying with a raw, crushed skull was too much, more intense than any pain ever felt. The game read the file and reloaded back to the scene when it was just archived. The screen in front of her eyes warped and reset, and Tang Yin stood back in the center of the corridor. She was holding onto the railing like she was seasick, her face so ugly that she almost vomited. But the sound of footsteps coming from the end of the corridor signaled that the rotting maid had already chased after her. Tang Yin had no choice, and once again pushed open the door of the room to hide in the room she had just been in. The room was empty, there was no closet, and there was nowhere to hide except the wide bed in the center. There didn't seem to be any other choice. Before the door was opened, Tang Yin quickly jumped onto the bed and lifted the covers to get in. At the same time, the sound of the door opening came from behind. That thing walked in. Wet, sticky footsteps hovered, coming step by step in the direction of the bed. The scalp tingled with coldness, and the heart lifted high. The whole person was covered in the quilt, eyes dead shut, already imagining where to escape to after the file was reread in a moment. Wasn't it just getting his head crushed? Once back to life, twice familiar. Compared to the two downstairs, at least die a painful point. The sound of footsteps approached, but slowly stopped, seemingly hesitant. What is the situation? Expected to lift the quilt has not appeared. Tang Yin curled up, vaguely, fingers touched something. Warm and cool, delicate. A flash of white light swept through her brain, and she didn't have time to think about what it was before she heard a stuttering voice coming from overhead. Master! It was the maid. The voice hid panic, the rotting vocal cords stumbling and stumbling. Taking a few steps back, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Tang Yin froze. The thing beside her gradually warmed up, tinted with her body heat. No idea how much time passed in the darkness, the bedding suppressing her breathing, her nose buried in the mattress, until the sound of footsteps behind her disappeared. The maid was gone. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her heart stopping half a beat. In the darkness, she met a pair of vaguely glowing dark purple eyes. Teleportation error detected. May I ask if the player is opening an additional exploration quest? Hint: exploration has a chance to gain additional rewards. 3 beeps in a row hammered heavily into her head, and Tang Yin finally came to her senses, moving her numb hands and feet to lift the covers. Just now, it seemed as if he had fallen into a cold ocean of violets. Her nostrils were filled with a rich, fragrant fragrance, as if she had rubbed thousands of roses together, and she couldn't help but fall into stiffness and vertigo, as if she had been hypnotized into a delirious and very odd state. Tang Yin was stiff, like a cat caught by the neck, unable to move. Under the quilt, close at hand, lay a person wrapped in chains. A young man with heart-stopping beauty. The silhouette lit by the moonlight was like a Greek statue, and the dark purple eyes were like crystalline opals frozen under a frozen lake, empty and soulless. He looked like Daphnis, the handsome shepherd youth forgotten by the goddess in Sicily, melancholy and quiet. The other party was lying flat on his back, bound by cold chains and fixed in death on the bed. Tang Yin, the uninvited guest, was pressing his hand on his waist because of the movement of rising, and he could even touch the layer of tight and beautiful muscles under his hands. She was so shocked that she violently retracted back and nearly tumbled off the bed, but quickly calmed down again. She realized the man in front of her wouldn't move. More than that, Tang Yin boldly leaned closer with her side ear and realized that he wasn't breathing, nor did he have a heartbeat. Instead, the body was soft, even warm to the touch, as if it would smile at her in the next second. It was just a shell, like a puppet. It reminded her of a lost soul vessel in a fantasy novel. How could it be weird to think of such a shell of great artistic beauty lying in such a horrible building? So how is the exploration mission going to be explored? Chapter 32, Between the Game and the Game. Tang Yin boldly raised her hand to touch it, touching the soft white earlobe, a color that was cleaner and warmer than the sun. Hollow, lifeless, lush purple eyes were revealed under the black hair that covered his eyebrows, and his fingers paused on the beautifully contoured muscle lines, crossing over to this one spot, then using his eyes to observe the slender limbs. It's an angelic face, Donan thought. It was a vaguely familiar face. Fingers accidentally touched the chains between, unconsciously sliding. Tang Yin moved her hand away in time, but suddenly heard a ding in her head. Congratulations to player exploration value +1, rewarding 1 hour of life value. She stopped her movement away and tentatively untied the chain from her pale wrist. With a ding, the beep sounded in her head again. Congratulations to the player for adding 1 to the quest value, rewarding 1 hour of life value. So this exploration quest had something to do with chains? Until finally, except for the one she couldn't undo, almost all of the chains on the youth's body were removed by her, leaving a few nailed to the ground, dragging out long shadows. Tang Yin climbed down from the bed and noticed something wet and sticky under the bed, reflecting a dark red light. She hesitantly plopped down. A breath of cold air was sucked in backwards. A mud-like writhing wet and sticky black substance surged under the wide bed seam, like asphalt and reminiscent of many soft-bodied insects without bones. What the hell? She took half a step back, startled by the slow writhing as if they were alive. Unexpectedly, those ugly and horrible things seemed to be scared by her as well, making strange noises that fluttered as if they were being boiled and burrowed deeper towards the bottom of the bed. And those things covered the place, revealing obscure and complex symbols, densely packed as if a spell. A sense of familiarity filled his mind, and Tang Yin vaguely felt that these words, as if he had also seen them somewhere. The beeping in her head was quiet. She uncertainly slowly reached her hand over, and the ugly, hideous black mass under the bed shrank even tighter, looking as if Tang Yin was a monster that would eat people. How horrible it was. The spell glowed faintly. She switched to feet again. The beep didn't sound, so she boldly stepped on the edges of those densely packed symbols. Ding dash. The beep finally sounded again, but there was no more following. Tang Yin suddenly remembered that at the dinner party that day, she seemed to have seen the blood spell symbol and gained life value as well. If it wasn't unexpected, what she did last time was to mess up these spells. Thinking like this, Tang Yin followed the example of sabotage, stepping on the blood plasma-like text on the ground, and stepping on the totem-like weird and obscure lines. Ding. Ding ding ding. The sound of the beeps rose and fell, like they were overlaying something. There was still no voice prompt. Tang Yin devastated the circle, finally stomping on as many symbols as she could reach. Ding dong. The last beep sounded, and she looked up, to meet the cold yet beautiful face that had sat up from the bed at some point and leaned down to stare straight at her. Ah! Tang Yin screamed out in terror, her brain filling with blood in an instant. There was nothing more terrifying than a face suddenly close in front of her, no matter how beautiful the other person was. The entire room began to distort and twist, the atmosphere suddenly eerie and bizarre. Finally, the tone that had been uninterpreted in words rang out. Unfortunately, the exploration mission has failed. The floor beneath her melted away as if it were mud, and countless pairs of cold, sticky, rotting fingers reached out like vines and grabbed her body, like she was going to be dragged into hell by the corpses. Punishment unknown. Will announce the exact punishment after the next logout. Expect the player to keep up the good work. Dark purple hollow eyes gazed at her, without a trace of human emotion, cold, numb, and indifferent, as if it were an evil god. It reached out to her. The moon was hidden behind thick, dark clouds. The hideous and twisted portraits on both sides were blurred, and the untimely fragrance of roses diffused into her nostrils. Tang Yin saw the window, saw the Gothic buildings lined up outside the window. The spiked tops of the towers seemed to tear the sky, a trance, feeling that these buildings became more and more familiar. She finally recognized the scene in front of her. It was the abandoned old castle that she had mistakenly entered once after the dinner party. How could it be here? Her vision was becoming dim, as if she had fallen into a cold cellar, and her head was getting dizzy. It was like an experience that she would have experienced before every time her consciousness was withdrawn. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of me suddenly changed, turning upside down like a cassette movie. No. Tang Yin snapped awake and found herself in a familiar bed. What was going on? Mrs. Carley, you're awake? Not far away stood a few maids, their faces young and full, not the horrible corpse-spotted look of the dream, holding a few fresh roses in their hands, replacing the wilted ones in the vase. The moon was just right outside the window, and there were 3 or 2 gardeners walking in the garden, and the sound of servants walking around came from outside the corridor. Tang Yin was tense. Her body had long been wet with cold sweat. This was the Earl's residence, and she had returned here. Just now, was it a dream? Why does your face look so bad? The maid stood at a place not far from Tang Yin. Do I need to push dinner in for you? No need. Tang Yin interrupted. Wasn't she in that old abandoned castle? Thoughts were in disarray. Ding dash. A crisp beep suddenly sounded in her head. The main quest has been unlocked. Please awaken the player in this map, The Sleeping Origin of Disaster. Synchronized release of side quests. Please gain the trust of the hidden character as soon as possible and Tang Yin quietly listened to the mission and lifted the covers to silently get out of bed. The maid looked at her with a suspicious face. Following her memory all the way to the end of the downstairs corridor, the utility room that she had used to temporarily house the teenager that day. Pushing open the door, the inside of the room was surprisingly empty. Tang Yin turned around and asked the maid following behind her, "Where's the slave I brought over the other day?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he acutely realized that there was a clear flash of disdain in the maid's eyes. "Have you forgotten?" "Forget what? You personally banished him 2 days ago, kicking him out of this room, ah?" Tang Yin completely turned her body. "I expelled him? When?" The maid stared at her, looking odd and wanting to speak. It was only after further questioning that she realized that 2 days ago Tang Yin had huffed and puffed her way out of this room, ordering the slaves inside to be evicted to the dark and damp dungeon. But Tang Yin hadn't said anything of the sort at all. Abruptly, she realized a question she had never once pondered. 3 days had passed in the game during the time she'd been offline. In other words, when Tang Yin returned to her world, time in this world was still flowing. So what was this body of hers doing during these 3 days? Chapter 33. The Smell of Rust. What was this body doing when she returned to the middle of her real world? Or rather, what was this world, Lady Carey? The maid gave her the answer. For the past 3 days, she, that is, Mrs. Carley, had been like a different person, frantically bullying the beautiful boy she had brought back to hide in the utility room, torturing him, showing him affection, and trying to possess his body. At first, the people of the Earl's Manor only took these behaviors of hers as the pleasures of lovers, until Madame Carey locked that beautiful young man into the inside of the dungeon, locked shackles on him, and abused him and whipped him until he was dying and could no longer resist. Tang Yin's back went cold. She had never done any of this before. This also meant that during the time she had been offline, this body she was currently using was being run by someone else. Who was it? Another player? Was there someone else who entered the game at the same time that she didn't know about? Were other players going to share the same identity as her? Tang Yin was dizzy. "Take me to the dungeon." The maid instantly exuded a look of fear and anger, staring at her with rounded eyes. It was as if she was rebuking her for going to bully that beautiful, heartbreaking teenager again. But just before entering the dungeon, a mournful scream erupted from the corridor. Someone ran all the way, shivering, towards the Earl's main building, and looking at the face it was familiar, as if it was some fawning servant beside Rose. As she brushed past, Tang Yin reached out her hand and yanked on the panicked servant. "Why are you here? Where's Rose?" The other party was startled, recognizing that it was her and looking a bit bewildered. "Mrs. Injured. I'll go get a doctor." Tang Yin remembered the strange dream, and a bad feeling welled up in her heart. "Where is she? Take me there." Under her coercion, the servant reluctantly led the way. There was a long garden separating the Bujinkan and the main building. Walking to the gorgeous and tall main building, pushing open the door, the atmosphere was serious. Someone was lying on his back on the bed, and the servants around him were holding basins and towels, the water in them already stained red with blood. The servants all looked terrible, fear written in their eyes, seeing Tang Yin arrive, subconsciously wanting to block. "Madam?" Tang Yin pushed people away and walked over, looking at the person on the bed. In an instant, the back of her neck felt like ice sliding across it. The young girl on the bed had her mouth wide open and no eyeballs on her face. Her frail and spoiled body was covered in scratches, the skin of her joints cut open by a sharp instrument, a blood-stained pair of scissors thrown not far away, her hands bloody and grasping 2 lumps of fleshy material, associating it with the missing features on her face, causing a rush of scalp numbness. It was exactly the same as what Tang Yin saw in the hallucination just now. No, it wasn't a hallucination. She clearly realized that everything in the abandoned old castle just now was real. Tang Yin asked, "Where did you guys find her?" The answer she received was surprising. Miss was in her room the whole time. She was still sleeping in the afternoon, and then suddenly began to mutilate herself in the evening. She was in bed the whole time? Didn't go out? Tang Yin asked. Who did she see today? Was there another friend with her? Male, very food-loving. Food-loving? The servant paused for a moment, suddenly remembering something. Her Highness Kachuso is eating in the restaurant downstairs? Tang Yin let the servant lead the way and ran all the way there, only to find the dining room empty. Her heart was beating fast. Where is the kitchen? Kitchen? The servant didn't understand what this new lady was doing in the kitchen. The Orthodox nobles rarely set foot in that area. They hated the grease and smoke and considered the kitchen to be the area where the underlings worked. But there was no way he could refuse his master's order. Reluctantly, the servant led Tang Yin in search of the kitchen, and as he walked down one level, the air did not have the slightest aroma of food, but instead was coerced with an increasingly thick and fishy stench. By the time they reached the kitchen, the noble youth known as His Highness Kachuso was already completely disfigured. He was lying flat on the table, holding a knife and fork in his hand, and his body looked like it had been polished by a meat grinder. Several hounds that should have been chained and bound in the garden had somehow appeared here and were smothering and gnawing on his body. The man with his mouth open became food for the dogs. Well, the manservant covered his mouth after one look and went aside to vomit. Tang Yin held her breath and looked towards the long table. It was a picture that was almost exactly the same as the one she had seen in her dream, except that in the dream the man was lying on the long table, and the ghosts and monsters that were eating with cutlery around him were enjoying his body. Now, on the other hand, the young man lying on the long table was being torn apart by the hounds, and the blood had snaked and pooled into a large puddle at his feet. By the look of the grayish complexion, he had been dead for a long time. It was not a dream. Those experiences just now were part of the game. Tang Yin didn't approach, retreated, closed the door, and shut the hound and the nobleman together. Then he asked the servant beside him, whose face was hard to see, "You called him His Highness Kachuso. What is his status?" The servant opens his mouth and tries to vomit again. After easing up for a while, he said with difficulty, "It's the youngest prince in the palace, the second-in-line heir to the Augurus Empire." This was still an NPC with a rather prominent identity. Tang Yin's scalp tingled. What the hell game? No more. She's not playing. The court doctors had arrived overnight and gathered at Cavendish Manor, and they looked serious as they entered Rose's room with black walnut and silverware wrapped in velvet, and iron cages containing pythons with gaudy markings. Through the doorway, Donnan saw the doctors in their distinctive pitch-black robes, holding up swords and candles. In the darkness, first the candles burned, then the blood of the boa constrictor whose head had been cut off. They appeared on Rose in turn. When the sky turned white, it finally came out to announce that Rose had left this world in agony. Along with her was the young prince, His Royal Highness Kachuso. For a moment, the entire manor was shrouded in a kind of fear and uneasiness in the low pressure, as if there was some kind of danger and unnameable things in the underworld is approaching them. On the way back to the hotel, Tang Yin couldn't help but hold onto a tree and vomit. Nothing came out. Her stomach was empty. If she hadn't seen many movies and books, she wouldn't have even thought that the so-called doctor's series of actions that made Rose's death even more painful were not cures, but more like exorcisms. Back in the familiar room, her body was exhausted from the unbearable effects of the successive accidents. The servant pushed the dining cart in and brought her that rusty red wine. This time Tang Yin didn't refuse, tilted her head, and took a sip with her lips. There was a feeling of warmth rushing into her limbs and bones, and although she was still guilty of nausea, she magically produced a little feeling of satiety. So weird. She pinched her nose and drank it all in one go. The servant collected the empty goblet and took out another piece of red velvet cake from the dining car. Tang Yin dug into a small piece, which melted in her mouth and tasted good, but always carried a rusty scent if nothing else. The food in this world is so strange. Chapter 34. The Poor Slave in the Dungeon. Putting down her dinner spoon and raising her head, Tang Yin asked the servant, "In this neighborhood, does an abandoned ancient castle exist?" The servant looked strangely alert and asked back, "What are you asking for?" "Is there one?" The other party seemed to resist this topic, intentionally avoiding it. "It's time for the morning ban. You should go back to your room and rest." Tang Yin frowned, blocking his way. After a stalemate, the servant finally compromised. The Empire does have this legend. The dangerous forbidden land will appear on the night of the full moon. There was an ancient fortress entwined with thorns there, but no one had ever reached it. Why? Tang Yin wondered. Because those who go there have something to ask for, and those who have something to ask for can never get there. The little servant lowered his voice, looking terrified. That is the sleeping place of the world's last sorcerer. A sorcerer? Yes, the sorcerer. That ancient castle is owned by the Rockefeller family. Even if someone went in there, they didn't come out alive, either dead or insane. The servant's voice trembled as he thought of something extremely frightening. Witches are the devil's messengers. So this wasn't an ordinary copy of a Western game, or a horrifying copy with devils and legends. Tang Yin's scalp tingled. So the Rockefellers, are they humans? Humans? The servant bent his eyes and smiled, as if Tang Yin had played a joke on him. The look was all much lighter. Of course it's not human. Tang Yin's heart sank. Sure enough, this wasn't a normal world. All of their families have demonic blood in their bodies, blood clans enslaved by demons. The servant said with extreme seriousness, the Rockefeller family is the one in charge of the indenture, mastering the secret art of making a contract with the devil. Bloods? Demons? Tang Yin's face hardened. Everyone wants to make a contract with the devil, because the devil can fulfill all the wishes of the contract owner. But the price for reaching the wish is that the contract owner's soul will be sacrificed to the devil. Seeing her discomfort, the servant soothed her. It's fine, ma'am. The existence of the ancient fortress is just a legend. There are no devils in this world. That's all made up by the red-clothed priests to frighten people. There isn't a single record that proves the existence of the devil's old fortress. Tang Yin's face didn't change for the better because of his comfort. She was pretty sure that she had been sent into that place by the game. Then that sound of so-called failure and punishment was also true? What was the punishment? A penalty for life value? Or something else? Without waiting for her to think about it, she heard the little servant say in a contemptuous yet pleasant voice, humans are food. They are all kept in captivity in the blood bank garden on the outskirts of the city, and it's surprising that Madam would suspect that the Rockefellers are humans. Tang Yin put down the cake in her hand. She asked expressionlessly, humans? Are food. Right. The servant looked as normal and pointed to the cup in her hand. Isn't it? Originally, this was the violation that this world had always felt to her. Tang Yin took a step to the window and pulled open the curtains, the lights flickering in the night, the luxurious Western-style classical buildings that stretched to the end of her sight, remembering the oddly flavored red wine and red cake, the day and night habits of this place. This world is not normal. Tang Yin seemed to have been misunderstanding some crucial setting all along. For the first time, she carefully observed the game world, and the details she hadn't noticed before surfaced one by one. In the garden stood many servants who moved about at night, repairing the flower beds and rose vines, and the roses were overly brightly colored with an ominous aura reminiscent of blood. Bats hanging upside down from the branches of trees. A few florists cut roses and threw them on the ground. The bats in the trees flapped their wings and fell to the ground. The moment it touched the earth, the black bat wings turned into pitch-black robes, and with the movement of walking forward, the figure illuminated and elongated into two black-clad slaves. Tang Yin watched expressionlessly, hearing their low, rambling conversation. 2 more nobles died today, both with ugly deaths. No need to wait for the red-clothed priests to come. I can guess that they were cursed. This kind of death could only be a curse. But obviously there are no more wizards in the world. The last wizard has already been sealed by the great old emperor who sacrificed his soul. The direction they came from was the main building of the Count's public house. What was said should be Rose and the male nobleman. Opening her mouth, she raised her hand to feel her teeth and touched the excessively thin, sharp, long teeth on either side of her incisors. So that was it. Tang Yin dropped her hand and looked odd. So this is a world of vampires. Even his own current identity was a vampire. Looking at the cups on the food cart that had already been drained and the half-eaten mousse cake, Tang Yin's face turned blue with a burst of physiological dry heaving. No wonder her lack of energy and weakness got better after drinking that wine. Digesting this information with difficulty, Tang Yin asked her slave to take herself to the dungeon, to look for the poor little slave who had been locked into the dirty underground during her downtime. Hearing that she was going to see Samuel, a trace of reluctance flashed across the servant's face. Wanting to say something, he forced it down and finally mumbled, Tang Yin, please follow me. The dungeon was a place where disobedient slaves and those who were vicious and evil were punished and lynched, and it was dirty and foul-smelling. The walls were covered with cobwebs, and from time to time, small black insects crawled through. The environment was very harsh. Opening the heavy iron door of the dungeon, the stale and damp odor came out, and Tang Yin couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose. The servant hesitantly said, "That slave of yours hasn't eaten for 3 days, so don't punish him." Tang Yin frowned and interrupted, "Why hasn't he eaten?" The servant looked confused. "Wasn't it something you ordered?" "Me?" "Yeah." The cell servant in the back prepared food for him, but no matter what was prepared for him, he wouldn't eat. Going on a hunger strike? Walking to the bottom staircase, the servant stopped. "This is it." The cell was dark. There was almost no light at all on this level. The candle flames on the walls were faint and fuzzy, unable to even illuminate the floor. Tang Yin stepped inside, vaguely feeling that there was liquid under her feet that she didn't know if it was water or something else sticking to the soles of her feet, pulling out sticky threads. The walls of the room were covered in mold and moss. There weren't any windows, and the pale and frail teenager was lying on a haystack with his back to her, still motionless when he heard footsteps, as if he hadn't noticed anyone coming in. It was as quiet as if he were dead. "Why aren't you eating?" Tang Nian asked gently, but the other party was impassive, and the air was awkward. The servant couldn't help but close his eyes, fearing that this eccentric new madam would riot the next second because of the little slave's icy attitude and start the abuse that people couldn't bear to watch. Tang Yin had a headache. Chapter 35: The Joy of Feeding. Her own hidden quest said that the player should be allowed to gain the trust of the hidden character and smoothly sign a master-slave contract with him by any means, at any cost. And this hidden character was talking about the slave boy in front of her who had turned his back to her, had been on hunger strike for 3 days, and had not reacted to her arrival. Sure enough, she knew that there was absolutely no way that a person with this appearance could be a mediocre passerby. Curled up on the haystack, the teenager looked like a quiet black cat, with not a single ray of light falling on his body. He looked fragile and lonely. Tang Yin walked behind him and stood. "I heard that you haven't eaten lately. Is it because you don't feel like it's to your liking?" He still didn't move at all. Tang Yin hung her head, her heart frantically guessing who had occupied her body when she went offline. Torturing the mission target like this, how does this make her complete the trust mission? Not to mention, she suppressed a little fear and said in a warm voice, "Move out of here tonight, Samuel, and go back to that room you were in before." What's more, that soulless golem in the old castle just now looked too much like him. No matter how shocked she was in her heart, Tang Yin looked calm on the surface. "We had a bit of a misunderstanding before, but now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, you'll return to the room from before." Her attention was focused on her words, not noticing the teenager's stiff back and the strange look of the servant behind her when she shouted out the name, Samuel. The slender fingers hanging down the teenager's side moved. The chains made a subtle clattering sound, and Tang Yin was still speaking brokenly when the man on the haystack suddenly turned his head slowly back towards her. A pair of dark purple eyes hidden under fine strands of hair were fixed on her face, as if they were carefully discerning something. While Tang Yin was still racking her brain trying to gain the trust of this hidden quest target, the teenager on the haystack finally sat up like he was sure of something. Wolfishly, he moved a bit toward her. Tang Yin stared at the chains on his body, her eyes moving down, first froze, then frowned tightly. "What happened to your leg?" The teenager hung his head. Pale fingers curled nervously twice, and when he raised his head again, his obscure eyes had turned into a stoic and fragile look, and a damp mist hung heavy on his violet-colored pupils. "It's okay. But how could this be the appearance of being fine?" Tang Yin squatted down in front of him, reaching out to roll up his dirty pant leg like he couldn't feel the dirt, only to see that the slender, pale calves were strewn with scars, and the straight bones that were originally attached to a layer of tight muscle were twisted in an extremely unnatural way. "What's going on?" Her voice turned suddenly cold. "Who did this? Have you forgotten?" The voice from above her head was cool and moving, her tone calm. In Tang Yin's bewildered expression, word for word, "It was you who feared I would escape and personally ordered someone else to interrupt." Samuel stared at her closely, not missing a single change in the expression on her face. The bottom of his deep purple eyes like a dark, churning sea, shrouded in an unsettling haze, somber and icy, penetrating with tentativeness. Only after seeing the bewilderment and sulking on her face did she gradually relax her expression. Lowering her eyes, she whispered, "It hurts." Tang Yin didn't know what to say. The teenager in front of her was even more pitiful than the first time she saw him at the dinner party. On that occasion, he had only been treated as a plaything for the noble's amusement, But now he was really worse than a plaything. His legs were not sure if they were broken, and he had a handsome and beautiful face like a nobleman. But he was huddled in the middle of a dirty dungeon. Not even a bed. His shelter was just a high stack of straw. Snow-white nightgown stained. No longer just led into the Earl's bath on the stairs after the glimpse. Tang Yin knew that it was the person in control of this body who had tortured him to this extent while she was offline. But she didn't know how to explain it, and could only take the blame for being evil. If I say that I didn't intend to do anything to you, that none of this was my intention, will you believe me? The teenager lowered his head. I don't know if I believe it or not. Tang Yin saw his fingers hanging by his side twitch nervously twice and clench up in a death grip. Still hated her, it seemed. You eat something. Tang Yin arranged for the servant behind him, who had been stretching his head and probing, to prepare some food for Samuel. Not long after, the servant went and returned. The food that was pushed was not the same as the kind he had eaten. There was no red wine or mousse cake, but rather bread with fillings and a small bowl of dark red meat porridge. Tang Yin moved up to sniff it and vaguely detected a hint of blood. She wondered if Samuel was likewise a vampire. After the servant entered the cell, the teenager's entire body tensed up once again, his back pressed against the wall, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with defensiveness. Like a small animal wary of strangers approaching, Tang Yin observed with a sideways glance. Finding that he always revealed this pitiful look, biting his lip, the tail of his eyes red. This look, if it was someone else doing it, Tang Yin would feel pretentious, but Samuel was too beautiful, and such a face showing this look, she only felt pain. Like a kind of seduction. Thoughtfully, Tang Yin stopped the servant who was approaching the teenager in a demented manner. I'll do it. The servant shook himself, snapping out of his infatuation, and with some trepidation, placed the tray in the new madam's hands. So dangerous, almost lost my temper. Blame it on the slave being so pretty. The food tray was placed on the haystack, no more than an arm's length away from Samuel, and Donnan stood a little farther away and said in a warm voice, Eat something, you haven't eaten in too long. The teenager did not move. She added, Even if you hate me, you have to have the strength to get back at me. This sentence played some role. Samuel raised his head to look at her. In his eyes as Tang Yin cannot understand the obscure difficult to distinguish. This complex feelings only flowed for a moment, and then changed into an innocent and fragile look. Hanging eyes looking at the bread did not move. Fingers clenched again. While Tang Yin was struggling to think of lines, he heard his low and weak voice. I don't have the strength. What? He raised his head. Hands. My hands have no strength. Tang Yin subconsciously asked, Then what? As soon as the words left her mouth, she paused herself. Right. Wasn't her mission to gain the teenager's trust? Now was a good opportunity to do so. I'll feed you. After saying that, seemingly unable to feel the filth, she bent down. The mud stained her expensive and complicated dress, but Tang Yin didn't care at all, sitting on the haystack and placing the dinner plate on her lap. This brought the two people closer together. A familiar and unfamiliar rose fragrance filled his nose, like petals after drying, if anything. The teenager's eyes were hidden under the soft hair, unable to see the expression. Tang Yin tentatively broke a piece of bread to his lips, thought it would take some effort, did not expect the teenager opened his mouth, obediently pinched her fingertips. That piece of dough included biting into the inside of his mouth. Chapter 36 The Pleasure of Feeding 2. Feathery and long eyelashes stirred twice. The teenager chewed in a civilized yet elegant manner, the knot of his throat gently sliding up and down as he swallowed. That's all you eat? That's simple? The other party raised her head slightly, looking at her quietly through her hair, giving Tang Yin the inexplicable feeling that she was feeding a cat. So she reached out and tore off another slice. The teenager still didn't refuse, bowing his head and obediently eating the bread she handed to his lips. Lips were stained wet. Occasionally the tip of her tongue and teeth accidentally touched her fingertips touching moist warmth, and without waiting for her to duck, the teen retracted first. Waiting for a few seconds, he came back up, opened his lips to let her feed. Tang Yin, just like this, little by little, without realizing it, finished feeding the bread in her hand. Her eyes opened wide and turned to feed the porridge. I don't know if it's because she's been hungry for too long, but the congee was also properly finished. The teenager pursed his lips, mist in his eyes, and his extremely light-colored lips were full and moist, like petals wet by rain. The voice was light and low. Thank you. Tang Yin was immersed in the unfamiliar pleasures of feeding, slowly returning to her senses. You're welcome. She was tickled and added, Are you still hungry? Do you still want to eat? The teenager haughtily shook his head in a gentle manner. No need. This is fine. That's it? Tang Yin's face showed regret, and she put down her dinner plate with fondness, unaware that such a subtle look fell into the teenager's eyes, setting off a storm. The two people went back and forth, and the atmosphere was surprisingly cordial. Then in a while, I'll find someone to pack out your room and pick you up. Seeing him eat all the food, Tang Yin finally let go of her heart and instructed the servant to turn around and leave with 2 sentences. The servant at the door stared at her with his eyes wide open, as if he didn't recognize her anymore, with a look of incredulity, and then looked at the young man in the dream, his gaze even more bizarre. It was as strange as if both were possessed by ghosts. Just after walking to the dungeon door, Tang Yin stopped in her tracks. It was probably because the vampire's hearing was too good, allowing her to hear the slightest movement. Tang Yin wasn't in a hurry, and after waiting for a long time, she reversed her steps and retraced her steps back to the dungeon, opening the door straight away. The teenager was holding onto the wall and vomiting, one hand pressed against his abdomen, his face pained and sad. Tang Yin silently watched him vomit, lifting his skirt and squatting down, as if he couldn't feel the filth at all. Can't eat? Samuel wiped his mouth, his eyelashes trembling. Why eat if it's hard to eat? Donan wondered. The other man hung his head again. After a long moment of silence, he whispered, because you fed it. With only these words, the teenager stopped making any sound, raising his hand to wipe away the filth at the corner of his own mouth, his legs hanging unnaturally by the haystack. When Tang Yin went offline, the unknown character who occupied this body ordered his legs to be broken. Because Samuel had rejected her aggression and wanted to escape, she had simply made him into a plaything that couldn't walk. After a long time, Tang Yin said to him, "Come with me and go up there." Samuel shook his shoulders and tensed up. His trembling was interpreted as fear by Tang Yin, curling his fingers and looking pitiful. So Tang Yin raised his hand and gently stroked his hair. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." The soft hair was like slightly cool satin, and the teenager under his palm stiffened even more, like an herbivore that had been strangled by a natural enemy. But her mind always lingered on the beautiful body she had seen in the old castle that had given her deep shock and fear. "Don't be afraid. It's just a game." She comforted herself like this, but did not notice the other party hooked red moist eyes, also did not notice the two people getting closer and closer to each other. Unconsciously, Samuel's calf had already stuck to her dress. Tang Yin gently brushed the broken hair in front of the teenager's forehead so that a pair of beautiful purple eyes could be exposed, bent her knees and crouched in front of him as if she couldn't feel the mud, and said kindly, "You get well, and when you're better, I'll let you go." Expecting better feedback, he didn't expect the teenager's face to suddenly pale. Why? Instead, it was Tang Yin's turn to react. He gripped his dirt-stained clothes, his hand hanging down at his side, clenching the knuckle of his index finger morbidly, the color of his gray-blue eyes obscure and indistinguishable. "You're going to let me go?" Tang Yin corrected him. "It's letting you go." "Well?" He lowered his eyelashes, his voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. The conversation between their respective minds was interrupted by a footstep. Someone was making their way down the rotating staircase to the damp dungeon. The crisp sound of keys clinking resounded in the darkness as the visitor unscrewed the outer iron door and stepped in, palming the candlelight, and the servant guarding the doorway called out, "Mr. Greco, what are you doing here? Go up first." It was evidently to detach the man. The servant stammered at the door, and Tang Yin pulled it open and went out. The man picking up the steps stopped in his tracks, his hair white, wearing a black antique tuxedo, his face somewhat familiar. It was the butler of the Earl's manor, Gretel. "Madam?" He called out madam, but his tone did not contain a trace of respect. "Why are you here?" Tang Yin sneered. "And you, Mr. Butler, why would you appear in a slave's cell in the dead of night?" The butler obviously hadn't thought of a suitable reason, and froze at such a gentle question, his eyes fluttering, landing on the teenager behind Tang Yin. Seemingly associating something, his expression quickly became ambiguous and contemptuous. Tang Yin sidestepped to shield Samuel, who was sitting on a haystack, and easily guessed the butler's intentions. This game app, there was a unique aesthetic went direction. She had once read a sociology report that said that the types of female aesthetics that men preferred were nothing more than slim legs, narrow waists, and perky hips, and in fact in terms of physical characteristics were all things that men would have. Because women have a uterus and the ability to give birth to the next generation, it is natural for them to accumulate fat in the lower abdomen and grow a tummy, as well as in the area under the pelvis that connects to the thighs, which also accumulates fat and makes the legs look thicker than those of men. The physical characteristics that truly fit a man's idea of the perfect woman do not, in fact, belong to a woman, but rather to a 16 or 17-year-old teenager. Slender, supple, unresisting white teenagers. Ma'am, since you've got some business to attend to here, I won't be interrupting. Greco made a gesture to take a step back, taking a tone. But I have to remind you that even if Mr. Earl is in a coma, you're still his nominal wife. As a housekeeper, I think it's my duty to remind you not to go too far with your lover. Tang Yin pulled her lips away and smiled. There was nothing going on between her and Samuel, and she was recognized as a lover? Mr. Greco. Before the butler was about to step onto the rotating staircase, Tang Yin removed her earrings and asked in a warm voice, "Did I tell you last time that if you look again, I'll pluck out your eyes?" "What?" The housekeeper frowned back, only to feel something flying towards his face, followed by a stabbing pain in his eyes. The silver needle of the earring was impartially stuck on his brow bone, and Tang Yin let go of his hand. The blood-stained diamond pendant swayed gently less than 2 millimeters from Greco's eyeball, refracting a fine, polarized light. A warning, next time really gouge out your eyes, oh. Chapter 37, Thunderstorm Day. Donnan smiled softly. Greco huffed repeatedly and said, "Don't you dare many times." Blood slid down the wound on his brow, bone into his eye socket, and condensed into red on the reticle. Greco knew that she dared. The gray-haired, middle-aged butler fell back in a silent confrontation. "The Earl of Cavendish won't be able to spare you if he knows you did this to me." He pressed his increasingly painful brow bone and sucked in a cold breath as he pulled the earring out and lumbered away. The little servant saw his figure disappear and immediately came over to tell him, "After you locked your slave in here, Mr. Grec came several times." "What do you mean?" "It means just that. Mr. Greco came and harassed your slave many times." The little servant scowled at her. Samuel still hung his head. As he left, he reached out and offered to tug on her sleeve. "Thank you." He lifted his head and looked at her calmly. "Get me out of here." Leaving the dungeon, the sky was vaguely white, and it was time for the impending morning ban. Samuel dragged an unnatural pace as he followed Tang Yin up the stairs, but froze as Tang Yin stood in the doorway of his room and exchanged goodnights with him, as if he hadn't expected her to do so. After a long time, confused, he asked, "You won't let me sleep with you?" Tang Yin, "Huh. You saved me, took me in, and broke my legs." He came closer and whispered next to Tang Yin's ear, "Isn't it just to possess me?" This was really a blatant seduction. In the end, Samuel did not enter Tang Yin's room. Tang Yin did not agree. The room was left to herself, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and in order to verify that her thoughts were correct, she reached out and gently pressed her hand onto the glass. The first rays of the morning sun jumped out of the horizon and shone on the back of her hand, and a tingling sensation came over her as if she were on fire. Pulling the curtains closed and covering her sunburned skin, she confirmed her vampire status. That left only the question of who had taken control of her body while she was offline. The sleep was not restful. The sky was overcast, blocking out the sun. The gusty winds caused the windows to shake incessantly, and the latches clicked, noisily causing Tang Yin to toss and turn. On the third day of staying in the game, the map ushered in gusty winds and gloomy black clouds. Obviously, it was a thunderstorm day. Thunder flashed in the daytime, exploding in the sky with heavy, muffled thuds, and after a while it rained so heavily that the glass trembled more than a little from the rain, as if it were about to fall off the window frames. Tang Yin slept with her head covered, her whole body sunk into the soft bedding, the frenzied murmur of voices muffling the crunch of the doorknob being gently turned, and the sound of footsteps that could be eased. Half-dazed, she opened her eyes to see a figure beside the bed, graceful and quiet, like a black cat examining its master. Her voice was a little misty, sleepy like a dream. "Is it Samuel?" The teenager looked at her in silence, as if looking into a deep and oppressive sea. The state was not quite the same as usual. It looked extraordinarily weak. His lips were white, like he was on the verge of passing out. "What's wrong with you?" The raging rain hit the glass, and the clouds rolled out low thunder, muffling her voice. Tang Yin thought for a moment. "Are you afraid of thunder?" He shook his head, but it didn't look like he was okay at all. Tang Yin asked again, "Are you afraid of thunder?" The teenager kept staring at her closely, his vision hidden and blurred. Tang Yin started to get sleepy again in his silence, vaguely wondering if it could be a bug in the game. He looked a little OC right now. Ding. Limited time cue card. Thunderstorm day. Please pay attention to the health of the mind. Cover your ears for the timid him. Note. Hidden quest target is afraid of thunder. What is this again? Before I could think about it in detail, I felt the bed sink a piece. Samuel, like a mysterious and quiet cat, bent down, one hand pressed next to her pillow, and even vaguely tended to move closer to her, like a feline predator staring at prey he wasn't sure was tasty. Tang Nian couldn't see his expression, and could only hear his clear magnetic low voice. What is fear? What a strange question. She steeled herself, thinking of the way Tang Qiuyun had comforted her crying as a young child in the past, embracing the expressionless teenager and gently covering his ears. Not afraid, not afraid. The palm of his hand patted his shoulder, like coaxing a kitten caught in the rain. Cover your ears and you won't have to be afraid. The person sitting on the bed hesitantly stretched out his hand and tentatively wrapped it around her shoulders, and after noticing that Tang Yin didn't reject it, the action turned into a logical hug. So warm. The broad, lean shoulders belonging to the teenager trembled delicately, getting harder and harder, like he wanted to rub Tang Yin into his arms. Tang Yin's eyelids drooped, acting as a mental soothing nanny while being a gamer. Sleepy is sleepy, but she can't sleep anymore, patting his spine that has a distinctly skeletal feel to it and saying to him, "Thunder is nothing, it's just louder." The teenager's face was buried in the crook of her neck, his cold, soft cheek pressed straight against his skin, the tip of his nose gently brushing against the green veins beneath the skin, his voice as low and husky as if it were stained with fine sand. "I don't know why. It feels like I'm going to disappear." So wanting to confirm to the last one, who might be able to remember him or her, that he or she is real. What kind of strange words are these? Ding. Congratulations, player. The quest was successful, rewarded with 3 hours of life value. Just 3 hours, huh? Tang Nian wanted to send him away, but her intuition wasn't quite right. The thunder got louder. If it wasn't me that day, it would have been someone else, right? Samuel's eyes were closed and his thin lips were almost on her ear. And if it wasn't me, you would have claimed the others too, no matter who was in the cage, right? The other slaves are the same in your mind. You don't want my body. Because that person, whether it's me or not, bringing me back wasn't your intention, it was chance, wasn't it? Tang Nian raised her hand, touched his chin, and pushed the person away with force. Having done her task, she resumed her sleepy and expressionless look. The teenager looked like he was soft, and from inside the fabric came a subtle rubbing sound before collapsing next to the pillow. "Do you hate me?" "No," she asked casually. "Why do you think so?" The teenager's voice trembled. "Then why don't you touch me? Does not touching you mean you hate you?" He didn't say anything. Tang Nian felt the need to explain in case this suddenly jittery game character continued to harass her. "It doesn't say that if you like it, you have to touch it. If you have to do something to you, that's not called liking it, it's disrespecting it. So tell me, were you happy when you were being locked up in a cage and being manipulated up and down?" Couldn't see his color, Tang Nian continued. "You're not happy, right? You are not willing to be touched by others? That's why you struggled in that dinner party. That's why you want me to save you. Like, to a certain extent, we'll respect you. Randomly, regardless of touching and intimacy, is not a sign of respect." Chapter 38. The Newborn Hymn. Not knowing if he had listened or not, the air was silent for a long time. Just when Tang Nian thought it was finally time to go to sleep, he heard the teenager ask blankly, "What's like?" It was a bit complicated to explain. "Can you teach me?" He looked at Tang Nian's closed eyes, not blinking, and reached out his hand, gently grasping her warm, soft palm and pressing it intimately, her face in his purple pupils. Tang Nian withdrew her hand. "This cannot be taught. She is only responsible for the strategy, not responsible for teaching. It is not a tadpole looking for its mother. How do you still have to teach him what to like? That is another price." The sound of the thunderstorm grew louder and louder, dripping on the bed, pulling it into a long line. The vision blurred along with it. "If I disappear, will you find me?" If he disappeared, would it not matter to her? Would she be sad? Or would she not care? Samuel wanted to ask but didn't dare, feeling so ridiculously timid. That's what's wrong with children who lack love, pestering. Tang Nian treats him as a troubled teenager, but is not quite in the habit of calming his peers. Is it a bad sleep or a bad meal? When it is time to sleep, emo is a big no-no for mental health. So she asked in a serious tone, "Too lonely? Don't want to be by yourself?" He whispers back, "I'm not lonely." Self-esteem is like a fish thrown to shore. It struggles twice and dies. In a rare moment of vulnerability and pride, he insisted on self-evidence. I have plenty of company. The moving golems in the old castle, the riches that drove countless people mad. He didn't understand why people loved those cold, radiant little things, but watching them fight, bleed, and even pay with their lives made him instinctively want to plunder them. Many of them stay with me. He insisted stubbornly, then said, I'm not alone. Right. Tang Yin was too groggy to understand exactly what he was saying, so she said perfunctorily, You're not alone. Hurry up and go to sleep. She kicked down a quilt and told him to find a place to curl up, preferably quietly, and not to come and disturb her sleep. He asked again, Then you don't touch me because you like me? Half asleep, Tang Yin gave a casual hum. If she knew what consequences this casual response of hers would bring in the future, Tang Yin would definitely not give him an answer that seemed like an affirmative in a perfunctory tone, just like that because she was sleepy. Samuel was lying next to her bed, not saying a word, staring at her with those violet eyes that inexplicably contained coldness. Silence soon followed, and a low, slow voice came from the darkness. Keep not eating, and you will fall into a long sleep. Enjoy me. Clothes and fabrics rubbed together with a rustling sound. The black-haired, purple-eyed teenager moved closer to the sleeping person on the bed and said compellingly with pale lips, I'm doing very well in this body. Swallow me into your body and bite me, okay? While saying that, he took off his clothes. There was an imperceptible thin line in the teenager's tantalizingly shallow back furrow. Because it was so indistinct, at first glance it would only remind people that it was the texture of muscles. But if someone observed carefully enough, they would realize that on both sides of that texture, there were fine needle eyes, as if the teenager's delicate skin was a puppet that had been carefully sewn together. Even breathing came rhythmically, and she fell asleep quietly beside him like this. The teenager was immersed in emotions he had never felt before, the subtle emotions of being intertwined with another person spreading through his body like electricity. He shuddered deeply, overwhelmed by the abundance of senses that manifested the tip of the iceberg of calm in those emotions. A constant black vapor spread from the narrow slit in his back, as if a doll made of liquid had torn a slit, unable to pocket the soft padding inside. Long, beautiful fingers clutched the sleeve of the sleeping man tightly, stopping breathing several times. Not wanting to disappear. But the shell seemed to have reached its limit. The white skin on the surface of the body solidified inch by inch, turning into a resin-like hard and smooth material that reflected an icy light, which was by no means the softness that humans should have. It gradually lost its temperature, and its beautiful dark purple eyes revealed a glassy bead-like texture. Starting from the fingers, the warm and flawless resin-like skin began to peel off tiny spiderweb-like lines. It was going to shatter. Samuel opened his mouth like he was drowning and lost his breath. Didn't want to shatter. He had just learned to be a man, just acquired a name, just had strong, uncontrollable emotions about something, just started to take an interest in the world. Wouldn't touch it if he liked it? Opal's jeweled eyes turned stiffly downward, landing on the soft, defenseless girl in her sleep. So his frantic, morbid, extremely greedy desire to touch her was actually dislike? And what should that mood be called? He didn't want to disappear. He wanted to find out. Vaguely, Samuel had a glimmer of awareness of his stupid emotions, only to be misguidedly pushed in the wrong direction. Having been living in the purpose of the Raiders' game mission, Tang Yin did not walk away from the teenager posted beside her. If she looked closely, she would have realized that this teenager was missing something compared to her. He did not have a heartbeat. Everything about him was modeled after the creatures of this world, a bit-by-bit lifelike replica. The blood, the body temperature, the joy and sorrow, the tears and sweat. It was all fake. Tang Yin had never realized this, and now she would never find out, because the teenager gradually solidified herself under the thick cloud of gloom. In the ancient castle, the sealed spell formation was destroyed, and the handsome puppet that was about to awaken sat up stiffly and was swallowed up again by an even stronger force. ZZ. The darkness let out a seething frenzy. The handsome and slender humanoid golem dried up inch by inch, like a sponge that had been drained of water, its skin and flesh sticking to its skeleton, dying before awakening. On the other side of the world, blurred shadows gradually grew on the empty sheets and floor, and the gasping teenager clutched the corner of the quilt, his arms taut with clear lines of sinew. Shadows appeared on the floor, and he was finally getting a real temperature. The narrow slit in his back tightened and tightened, finally becoming polished and smooth without a single blemish. The teenager curled up, shivering and covered in cold sweat, and moved closer to the sleeping figure, burying his head gently into her arms, the delicate tip of his nose pressed against her soft skin, sniffing gently, mesmerized. Samuel supposed he didn't like her, because he wanted to touch her so badly, constantly wanting to touch her with his lips, with his tongue, with his fingers, with every inch of his body, not leaving a single gap, perfectly nestled, growing on her. And what she had just taught him, touching and intimacy, was not a sign of fondness. The slumbering person stirred gently, and he stiffened tautly, only to realize she'd simply turned around and changed to a more comfortable sleeping position. The arms slid down the covers and vaguely touched Samuel's waist, causing him to stiffen again with difficulty and let out a low, damp breath. That little bit of contact was harder to resist than being scorched by a candle flame. The drenched teen couldn't help but reach out and quietly gather her fingers in his hand, weaving his slender, long fingers into hers before silently, gently but forcefully clasping them, finally pulling on her wrist, wrapping the arm that had only gently pulled to touch him around his waist, as if she had hugged herself, wanting to get closer, but afraid. "I'm hurting." He opened his mouth to gasp helplessly, like a dehydrated fish, his body emanating intense pain like it was tearing and reorganizing, making him beg the sleeping man, "Hold me." Just newborn skin is sensitive and fragile. Being touched is like a knife, cut like stinging pain. But he still uncontrollably and madly liked sticking to her, rubbing next to each other. Fear and unease at the throbbing of the unknown flooded his brain, leaving the teenager with a vague sense of bewilderment that things were going out of control. The unfamiliar emotions tore at his chest in a stuffy, uncomfortable way, wanting to muffle a hard cry. It still didn't seem like enough, not intimate enough, and he didn't know what to do. Moving slowly, like a broken puppet, the teenager wrapped his arms around the sleeping man as well, turning the embrace into an interactive gesture. Samuel's wet lashes fluttered softly as he opened his eyes unblinking to see the female near him. She was sleeping heavily, her breathing even and slow between her nostrils. He closed his eyes and pressed his face against her soft chest, unable to stop himself from listening to the rate of her breathing. So soft. More restlessness grew out of his body, and he learned to breathe like her, his chest rising and falling with the same frequency, his body twining around her like a doddering flower, unconsciously kneading her soft fingertips and chasing the warm, delicate skin with his lips. He didn't know what this unfamiliar affection represented. In the long and lonely world of his puppet past, no one had taught him what kind of mindset to use to interpret his current mood, and like an alien species falling into a strange wilderness, he was bewildered in the midst of a warm fusion. He couldn't decide. He just felt like he was losing control. A warm rupture in the world of darkness had been torn open. In the future, he would learn that his full and passionate emotion was called infatuation. Chapter 39. Bad things happen when you don't go to bed on time. Ding! In the darkness, a stiff and cold mechanical tone sounded softly. "Congratulations, player. The first stage of the quest has been overcompleted." The sleeping man was unresponsive, his breathing long and steady. "The mission target has successfully ushered in the first physical evolution. The origin of this world's disaster has been successfully born. Next, please awaken his power and put the main quest on track. The world will enter to usher in a new life in a more perfect way. The limited time rewards have been placed in the player card pool. Thank you for your participation. We are committed to creating a perfect new world. The new world will not forget your contribution. Wish you a happy game." Greco took advantage of the thick, dark clouds that obscured the day as if it were night, and quietly went to the room that the servants had said was the slave's room. Pushing the door open, he walked over to the bed, only to find it empty. The beautiful slave boy was gone. Greco's facial muscles all twitched vaguely with anger. This was the first time he had broken the rules of the morning ban and walked the estate during the day. It was only because the inferior vampire who married the count and was still indiscreet and had the traits of a returning ancestor had repeatedly ignored the rules of the morning ban and walked around unruly during the daytime. If that kind of inferior blood can do it, a superior bloodline like his must be able to do it as well. And so Gretel mimicked her and boldly, for the first time, violated the rules of being a butler. In the heavy day, he went to several empty rooms in a row and found no one. Nor was there one in the dungeon. There was only one possibility, then, that the slave had gone to the young lady's room. Why had he gone? Had she used him? Were they doing something low and nasty? Greco's facial muscles twitched, the veins on his forehead bulging as he knocked on the door to the maid's room. The other opened the door with a resentful look on her face and found the most stereotypically polite Mr. Butler standing outside the door today. Mr. Gretel? How is it you? The butler's tone was grim with twisted anger. Have you seen the slave? Which slave? Uneasily speculating on his demeanor, it dawned on the maid. You mean the lover Lady Carey brought back? The lover? Person. Greco ground his teeth as if he were talking about all his possessions. For the past few days, he had quietly gone to the dungeon every time in the dead of night. Ever reserved and haughty, he had told the beautiful slave many times of his adoration, falling to his knees in obsession and approaching him like a dog, hoping that the whipped and dying slave would look at himself. Like a rose, like a treasure, like a work of art, he became a demon to Greco's mind. It made him gradually become less like himself in the midst of day after day of thoughts. His spirit twisted. He felt he must be his, that they should have a closer connection. He even fantasized that the teenager was telling him of his love with those beautiful and vulnerable violet eyes. Despite the fact that the slave never opened his mouth to say a single word to him, but that vulnerable look was respectively imploring him with a silent look to get him out. Yes, that must be it. The teenager might be deeply in love with him as well. Gretel's breathing became ragged. He was about to go crazy with his unanswered love. The maid added, I saw him go into the bathroom to bathe, stay in there for a long time, and then go to the ladies' room. That male slave's every move after entering the Count's house was watched by countless pairs of greedy eyes, and they were all watching. Gretel was irritated again. His whole face flushed red, like the shell of a boiling crab, and his eyeballs bulged outward. In the maid's description, the love couldn't help but fantasize if that abominable Carly was letting loose and pinching the slave's thin waist, playing with the beautiful teenager with abandon like he longed for in his dreams. Bitch. The steward cursed shrilly. She deserves to be crucified and burned in flames. The maid shivered, startled by his sinister, twisted look. The always haughty butler cursed the nominal mistress of the earl's house with unpleasant words like a wicked witch. There was something strange about such a butler, and the maid quietly closed the door and unlocked the buttons. Still cursing, unable to contain the rage raging in his head, Gretel crossed the corridor and saw the man standing at the head of the stairs. Eyes that glowed through dark violet were beautifully dreamy, cold, and indifferent. The colorful lips made one guess whether biting on them would crush out slightly astringent and fragrant juices like kneaded flower petals. He quickly resumed his reserved, archaic standing position and was silenced for an instant. It was the slave who had haunted him. Those icy eyes pumped like lava-stained whips, invisibly lashing at him, but arousing him to the point of trembling, narrowing his mesmerized eyes slightly as he took a step forward. He couldn't even help but want to kneel before him and turn into a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Where have you been? Gretel opened her mouth, sticky and hoarse with inquiry. But it felt like the light was dimming. The corridor seemed extraordinarily long, and he couldn't get any further than that. There was a niggling sound in the dark, like churning, sticky, boiling liquid. He wanted nothing more than to get close to the teenager, to grasp his white skin, to bite hard on the veins that looked just that sweet, his nose, his lips, his neck, his tight waist, his long and beautifully muscled legs attached, but then resentfully wondered if all these parts that made him obsessed had been kissed by that woman's lips. How could he sleep with that woman? Gretel's footsteps were getting faster and faster, more and more urgent, and he couldn't wait to drain his slave's blood and make him melt into his body. There were more eerie portraits on the walls on either side of the corridor, vines and thorns wrapped around rotting and broken window panes, and more dust and cobwebs in the air. Everything around him was slowly changing, like abstract paintings fading away to reveal darker undertones, and Gretel didn't even realize that the place he was in had already changed. He was just frantic with the desire to conquer that beautiful teenager. The violet eyes looked down on him, as if he were a god looking down on ants. The wallpaper stained the candle flame, and ugly gray moths flapped their wings and swooped down on the seemingly warm and moving flame. In the blink of an eye, it scorched to ashes. Zip! Darkness swept over. The hallway, quiet again, was empty. A rustling sound rang in my ears. It had rained for a whole day. The evening became exceptionally cold. Tang Yin vaguely felt that the quilt was lifted by someone. The cold body drilled in. The vampire's temperature was already on the low side, was frozen, curled up and rolled over under the quilt. Then someone hugged her through the covers, like hugging a large, soft spring roll. Tang Yin finally opened her eyes. Woken up in an extraordinarily low mood, she mercilessly raised her hand and slapped it back, her fingers bumping into something. Well? With a muffled sound, Her hand was caught, and the small animal touched as gently rubbed her fingertips. Sitting up, she realized it was the ring around Samuel's neck. The other woman's eyes were open, dark purple eyes that flowed with broken light like opal jewels hidden in the darkness of the night. The moon had risen, and it was time for another vampire infestation. Tang Nian looked to the floor clock and withdrew his eyes. You didn't sleep? Samuel didn't say anything, but his look told her the answer. He didn't sleep and kept his eyes open like this. Chapter 40 Pleasure. After waking up, the servant Carter brought red wine and mousse cake. The nobles had strict rules about their eating times. Tang Nian asked the servant carrying the tray, "Whose blood is added to this wine?" The servant respectfully replied, "Madam, it's the blood supply office, where the blood slaves are kept." "Are the blood slaves all human?" "Yes, ma'am." The nobles all enjoyed only the blood of the blood slaves. Those blood slaves were selected from the humans to offer blood and gain money and status at the same time. The lower class enjoyed the blood of animals. For hundreds of years, the Augurus Empire had strictly forbidden bloodsuckers from directly sucking human blood in order to ensure the bloodline purity of bloodsuckers, and to prevent blood-sucking accidents from turning humans into vampires. Tang Nian suddenly remembered that pedantic and antiquated butler. He didn't seem to have seen him in the past 2 days. Where's Gretel? The butler seems to be sick. Someone went to his room and knocked on the door. He seems to be resting. Sick? Yes. The servant lowered his voice and said cryptically, I heard Luca downstairs say that Mr. Gretel violated the morning ban yesterday and was probably eroded by dark forces. Tang Nian paused just slightly, quickly leaving that obnoxious NPC behind. Going downstairs, the slender-framed teenager was standing next to the floor-to-ceiling glass, staring out of the window in a daze. Tang Nian followed his gaze and saw a pair of birds perched on a tree branch. Samuel had spotted her. The eyes were bright, containing a hazy emotion Tang Nian couldn't understand. Master, he called out in a very soft voice, trying to restrain his feelings, and gently tugged on Tang Nian's sleeve as she passed him. Moist eyes looked at her without blinking. Unnoticeably, dark slime spread down the trunk of the tree, slowly darkening the bird's eyes through the cover of darkness. Samuel held out his hand, and the bird came flapping its wings and landed on his long, beautiful fingers. He held up his fingers and handed the bird to her. Tang Nian was a little surprised and reached out to pick it up, expecting the bird to fly away, but she didn't expect it to obediently land on her hand. How could it be so obedient? She gently stroked its head, and the bird obediently pressed against her finger, rubbing against it humanely. The teenager smiled sweetly, as if happy for her pleasure. But Tang Nian felt strange again. She let go of her hand, and the bird didn't leave. Lifting her hand and tossing the bird out the window, it spun around and flapped its wings and came back. That would be weird. Samuel watched her every move, bewilderment in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Why does this bird keep following me? Do you not like it following you? It's not a matter of liking or disliking it. Tang Nian said, the matter of it following me all the time itself goes against common sense, so I feel uncomfortable. So it is. Samuel nodded seriously and held out his hand, and the bird flew back into his hand. He raised his hand again to release the bird. This time the bird landed on a branch and stayed there without coming back. He asked Tang Nian, does this make you feel better? What a strange question. Without spending too much thought on it, Tang Nian told him, I'm going out and will be back soon. When the figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, the bird in the tree fluttered its wings and flew back again. Samuel suddenly said, no need. His tone was icy cold, a far cry from just now. The bird jerked twice, twitching and bulging, getting rounder and fuller like a balloon, until the feathers all exploded, arriving at the tipping point of rupture like an overload. The teenager left expressionlessly. A small bloodstain was left on the windowsill. No one would know, and Tang Nian would never know. When she was about to walk to the entrance of the manor, the servant reminded, Madam, your slave has been watching you. Tang Nian looked away from the brightly lit manor, a figure standing vaguely at the second-floor glass. It's okay, don't pay any attention to him. This was the first time Tang Nian had left the Earl's manor. There were many flying creatures in the night sky. In addition to bats, there were also large birds with strange shapes, and in the darkness there were black objects that could wriggle, which sometimes changed into human form and sometimes into animals. In the tavern there were women wrapped in furs, exposing large patches of skin, and mercenaries with cloaks smothered in laughter and conversation. Outside the door by the wagons stood several humanoid creatures, covered in hair and strange-looking. The servant told her that those were orcs. They are lichens ever since the Bloods became the new emperor of the Agula's empire. These orcs have been relegated to an inferior race and are not allowed to frequent the areas frequented by the nobles. The servant patiently replied, "Your ladyship should not get too close to them. Although the lichens do not immediately transform when they see the moon, their temperament will still become manic." Transform? They will return to their ancestors when they see a round-shaped object that glows. That's why many places are forbidden for the lichens to enter. Donan's trip was to visit the manor of Samuel's previous owner. It was said that the maid in that manor had fallen in love with Samuel and had epileptically set the manor ablaze with a single fire on a night when the manor's owner intended to plot against Samuel. When we arrived at our destination, we saw only a huge ruin. The burned land was not even an inch of grass, and the outline of the carvings of the former glory could be vaguely seen on the broken walls. There was no one here anymore. The crumbling buildings were covered in a thick, alarming charred black color, and even though they had already heard about it, seeing it in person was still something else. Tang Nian was silent for a moment, letting Carter drive his horse to his next destination. And the second person he visited was the broker who used to buy and sell Samuel. He lived in a dilapidated street. The ground was covered in sludge, the surrounding area was noisy, and the sound of scolding and crying was faintly heard through the windows. This was the place where the edge of the king's city met the human dwellings, and chaos reigned. Carter knocked on the door for a long time, checked the door number again to make sure it was right, and then, with Tang Nian's consent, crashed the door open and entered. Well? Tang Nian lifted the curtain to inquire about the situation. Carter quickly returned from that courtyard. He didn't look too good as he told her, "There are traces of the courtyard having been sealed by the red-clothed priests, and there are exorcist symbols on the ground, proving that they've exorcised demons here. The bodies in the courtyard are weathered. All of them had lost their eyes." The scene was too sinister for Carter to describe it specifically. The carriage traveled for another long time, returning to the busy area of the royal city and stopping in front of the huge half-dome building. There were many vacant huge iron cages placed on the outside, proving that many large creatures had been imprisoned inside. Upon entering the building, the most striking thing was the wide and tall giant grandstand, as well as the seats that surrounded the grandstand as its center, filled with richly dressed nobles. They wore masks and covered their faces with feather fans, sometimes cheering and sometimes screaming, occasionally throwing bags of money towards the stands. On top of the high platform, someone was lifting the curtains on the cages and introducing the creatures imprisoned in the cages to the nobles. Chapter 41. Teeth and Blood. Sexy women with long whips like tamers were directing the manservants, whipping them and displaying them to the gawking spectators below. This was the most popular underground auction in the Agula's empire, the grotto where the nobles threw their money away for fun. Behind the heavy curtains were several huge iron cages, containing many young boys and girls of a young age, dressed in revealing clothes and with their bodies close to each other. They were the merchandise on display at today's auction. Tang Nian put on a mask and followed the servants as they curved around and entered a certain room to sit down. Soon, someone pushed open the door to welcome them. "You are Earl Cavendish's new wife? Long time no see." The greasy-haired man smiled as he approached, a pair of eyes dirty and filthy, seeing Tang Nian as if he had seen gold coins. "May I ask what you need? Our side of the auction has a new batch of good stuff, all not too old, guaranteed clean and fresh." The man revealed a sickeningly low and hoarse laugh. Accompanied by a few commands, a fresh-faced teenager was instantly brought up and timidly approached her. "This is a style that is quite popular these days. Look, ma'am." The pretty teenager was pulled up by his arms and legs like a display of pork, and the man wrenched his shoulders to show off his waist, legs, abdomen, and back, and cupped his chin to show Tang Nian his face. Back when he first entered this world, Tang Nian realized that there were many boys and girls dressed in gender-ambiguous dresses and being corralled by the nobility. The European Middle Ages prevailed in the male style, and her world of Wei Jin and North and South dynasties was also popular for a while. Keeping a child molester was even once regarded as a good thing for elegance in some histories, and male prostitutes were even more prevalent in the Qingming dynasty for a while. Human preference is sometimes really incomprehensible. Tang Nian pushed the teenager away and warned him not to come closer, facing the man, and said in a cold voice, "I'm here today, not to buy anything." The fawning smile on the man's face disappeared, replacing it with a busy look. "Ma'am, I'm a merchant. If you're not here to make a deal with me, then I don't think I have the time. I still have to prepare the medicines they ordered for the royal family." Tang Nian put down a bag of gold coins. The man's eyes glued on, his smile resurfacing. "I suppose I should ask first. What do you need?" I'd like to ask you about someone. What person? Last week, Rose Cavendish bought a slave from you. Back at the Earl's manor, it was already close to dawn. While getting out of the car, Tang Yin felt a wave of dizziness without warning. There was also a sudden pain in her heart, and she held onto the edge of the carriage, took a step forward, blacked out, and fell to her knees. A sharp, fishy sweetness came from the constriction in her throat, and Tang Yin pressed down on her heart, which was aching to the point of dizziness, and vomited out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Regretfully informing the player that the world quest is halfway through its progress, and your body is about to enter a period of decay. If you are unable to successfully complete the mission, your game character will be occupied by the original body owner or die outright within a month. Original body owner? Would a game character still have an original body owner? This was the first time she had heard of it. After a long reprieve, Tang Yin walked back to her room. From afar, she saw a tall and thin figure at the door, not knowing how long she had been waiting. Samuel looked over at her, his beautiful dark purple eyes unreadable, destruction hidden beneath the well-behaved and docile surface. He had something to say. Knowing nothing of this, Donan walked over to him. Under his obscure gaze, he suddenly ordered, "Bend over." Perhaps too suddenly, he didn't move a muscle. Tang Yin stood on her tiptoes and raised her hand to cup his chin, her voice coming down gently, "Open your mouth and obey." The teenager stiffened at her contact. Pale, but his lips were red, Tang Yin gathered her fingers and gently pinched him twice, and his opponent couldn't help but cooperate. Eyelashes fluttered, and he obediently opened his mouth. "Very good," she complimented. The lips were moist and tender, like jelly. He was an obedient and understanding slave, occasionally trying to resist and quickly losing, even if it made him kneel. Donan slipped 2 fingers into his mouth. She needed to know if Samuel was a vampire. Her fingers were cold, but her mouth was a moist blaze, and like an unsympathetic, cold doctor, she pressed gently along the base of his tongue to the sides, feeling for his teeth. There didn't seem to be any extraordinarily prominent cusps. Teenager. The teenager couldn't help but tremble lightly with emotion, the ends of his eyes crimson, as pitiful and helpless as if he'd been crying. The finger in his mouth kept moving, driving the facial nerves to condition themselves to keep blinking their eyes, losing control of those eyelashes, trembling like petals blown by the wind, swaying and bewildered. A soft, soft whimper, trying to stir up pity from her master. A dog that would only wag its tail even if it was bullied. Samuel's reaction was a little more interesting than Tang Yin thought. Sweeping his eyes across his face, the teenager was carefully touching her with soft lips, like he was kissing her fingers. Wet, crimson, open. It looked kind of bad. Tang Yin's heart felt like a feather had brushed against it, flooding her with a sheer itch. Her movements continued, deliberately slowing down the rhythm of touching for a while. Her fingertips suddenly pressed hard on a certain tooth. Samuel panicked and wanted to close it too late. The sharp teeth that had unconsciously sprung up had already pierced the finger dripping with blood, causing him to instantly redden his eyes. Tang Yin slightly revealed a smile. It was more or less the same as the guess. He was also a blood. Stretching her hand out in front of him, she shook it, the beads of blood sliding down her skin, the colors extraordinarily vivid. Hungry? Clearing the knots of his throat up and down, the teenager swallowed unconsciously, crystalline wetness staining his lips before his mouth had been open for too long. Although he didn't answer, his eyes were dead glued to the blood droplets on his finger. Tang Yin passed her finger in front of him, luring the general point on his lips. "Drink it." It was as if a viper luring its prey out of its lair. "Master, if I drink your blood." Samuel pressed his chest, feeling the non-existent heartbeat. "Then every inch of me will be stained with your flavor." Tang Yin. Isn't vampire blood-sucking just eating? Eating a meal is still described as so colorful love. You don't understand. He suppressed his off-balance emotions, the bottom of his eyes glowing a frightening red. "You seem to know nothing about your behavior." I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Tang Yin saw the knuckles of the teenager's hand crack open a thin slit, dripping a thick black color. But the next second, those things disappeared again. "Your hand? An illusion?" There was a sudden sinking of her body, slender arms wrapped around her waist. A sweet dry rose scent drilled into her breath. Tang Yin couldn't react in time and was hugged. "Do you realize what you're doing?" An earlobe was licked. Samuel's breath came with a shudder, messy and sharp as it fluttered against the delicate skin of Tang Yin's neck. The hands on his waist kept holding her hard and pressing into his arms. like some kind of large feline stalking her to death, his cool, soft cheeks pressed against hers, dangerously and intimately grinding gently. You are responsible for this bold demeanor. He sighed intimately and forcefully, his movements having long since crossed the boundaries of master and servant. Tang Nian drew out a hand and pressed it against his shoulder. The next moment, it hit that pretty face hard. With a snap, Samuel inclined his head, his messy, broken hair covering his crimson cheeks. Indiscretion. She lifted her hand and wiped the blood from her fingers on his collar. Have you forgotten that I'm your master? Tang Nian hooked the corners of her mouth, suppressing the excitement the close contact brought to her heart, and said coldly, keep the rules or else I'll sell you to someone else. These words seemed to have magic power, and the teenager who had just been red-eyed was frozen in place like he had been cast under a stasis spell. Tang Nian raised her foot. The heel of her shoe stepped on the marble, making an unsympathetic crunching sound. It was getting farther and farther away. She left, leaving the teenager alone, his shadow lengthening and lengthening, filled with boiling darkness. Chapter 42, The Knights in Red. As the sky completely darkened, a team of carriages carved with intricate patterns entered the Kavindi Manor. The people driving the carriages wore red robes and behaved strangely. The robes tightly covered their bodies from head to toe. These people were pale, like zombies that had just walked out of an ancient tomb. Their expressions were cold and numb, and they looked extraordinarily bizarre. The servant Carter came over in a panic. Madam, where did you just go? I've been looking for you for a long time. Tang Nian interrupted the servant's inquiry. What are these people? The priests in the palace, usually responsible for protecting the nobles. I don't know why they appeared here. Carter's voice gradually slowed down, sniffing the air's vaguely sweet-smelling blood. His expression was strange. Are you? Madam, are you injured? I'm fine. Tang Nian sank her eyes. Go ask them what they came to do. Shortly afterward, Carter went and returned. The dinner party that Miss Rose organized that day accidentally violated the law of the full moon, and the place where the banquet was held is connected to a forbidden land. All the nobles who are still alive are going to be protected by the new emperor. The new emperor of the Blood Clan? The maids had mentioned her when they gathered and chatted. This new emperor was flanked by the princes on the throne and was a gentle, kind, and beautiful female blood. She was named the Rose of the Empire, the most beautiful beauty in Augurus, and all who saw her couldn't help but fall in love with her. Once upon a time, the new emperor had been sleeping in a crystal coffin because he was too weak. Now that he woke up, the first thing he did was to bring everyone who was still alive to Moonlight City. It sounded like a benevolent empress. Ding! New map has been generated. The main quest is opening simultaneously. Please wake up Disaster Origin as soon as possible. So what the hell was Disaster Origin? The nobles who had recently died one after another had all attended a private dinner party hosted by Countess Rose not long ago, and there were no longer a few of all the guests who had survived. As the spoiled and favorite only daughter of the Earl of Cavendish, Rose had sent invitations to almost all of the vampire nobles in the entire Augurus Empire, and in order to protect the remaining nobles, the Red Priests had decided to unify these nobles and receive them in Moonlight City to receive protection. When Tang Nian returned to her room, Samuel was still waiting for her at the door of her room. The other party was lowering his head, his face bearing the red marks left by being slapped, his slender, snow-white fingers sketching some sort of pattern on the window, and when he saw her coming, he revealed a pleasing and harmless smile. Hearing that she was moving away from here, Samuel obediently stated that he would listen to her unconditionally. There was only a slight change in his eyes as Carter appeared in the doorway of the room with his bags on his back. Have you been with him? The voice was soft and eerie, making Donan's scalp tingle for no apparent reason. Samuel said to himself, how you are always with someone else. Confusion was written all over those dark purple eyes, as if not being interested in him was such a rare thing. The marks on his face hadn't gone down. He was slapped by her. Tang Nian turned away. The darkness bred thin, wriggling tentacles that climbed up his straight, slender legs. It wrapped around his waist, burrowed into his collar, and snaked against his skin in tattoo-like patterns. Samuel was filled with darkness. The way she laughed out warmed him, even with the satisfaction of having harvested a favorite. She was comfortable just touching his ear. Even if she did nothing, it would make him feel satisfied and happy for a long time. But her smile and gentleness was not just for him. Just the thought of her spending a day with another lowly blood, saying countless words, even going out together, could make him lose his mind. Almost mad with jealousy. He felt a little out of control. His master, Why couldn't she just look at him? He was obedient. She could do whatever she wanted to herself. Why look at someone else? What was there to see in that person? He was, well, unhappy. Moonlight City was the imperial city that vampire nobles coveted, and the safest place in the entire empire. Magic once existed in this world, but magic could only be operated by sorcerers since the last sorcerer in the world was sealed up with his soul by the old emperor. The Augurus Empire has not seen magic for a long time. But this time, the state of death of many of the nobles looks to be related to the curse. The red-robed priest entered Rose's room, examined the grim-faced corpse, and suddenly asked the shivering servant at the side, "Where did her eyes go?" Eyes. The servants looked at each other in disbelief. Rose had died a miserable death, with a pair of eyes missing from her face. Not only that, several other corpses were in the same situation. Their bodies were still intact, only their eyes disappeared. Everyone knew that the power of the blood race was all sealed in the eyes. Once the eyes disappeared, the soul would also follow and break. Such a horrible way to die. Except for dark magic, there is no other possibility. That person made a comeback. The red-robed priests stored the incomplete bones in coffins, placing roses and metal instruments in accordance with the custom of blood-sucking nobles. The carriage with intricately carved patterns continued on to its next destination, arriving at a certain night city when it was suddenly stopped by a burst of rushing fire. Many noble-looking people were leaving the venue in a state of disarray. Assisted by their servants, cries and shouts filled the surroundings, and the distant domed auction was in shambles, with the entire top floor toppled over, exposing rows of collapsed seats. At the back of the caravan, the tallest carriage, no one had ever come down, and the curtains were tightly closed. The carriage stopped in front of a certain firelit building, and a knight quickly ran over to check the situation. There was a lot of commotion outside, and the person inside the tallest carriage seemed to be disturbed, lifting his hand to lift the curtain a little. Fingers resting on the shading cloth were as bright as moonlight, and his voice was like melted honeyed milk as he asked the red-robed priests outside the carriage, "What's going on outside?" The priests were respectful, bending down to say to the people inside the car, "Your Majesty, the underground auction seems to have been maliciously vandalized, and the slaves have all run out." Maliciously sabotaged? The soft female voice carried a sense of fragility that would fall apart if the wind blew. The priest blocked the wind for her, and his voice was lowered. "Yes, there are many crystal lights in the guild hall, and I don't know who lured the werewolf race over here. And when they saw those round crystals, they went berserk." The werewolf race that went berserk, no one dared to approach it easily. The auction was sealed with many valuable treasures. Such a tragic scene was not expected by everyone, as if someone deliberately targeted the auction for destruction. Someone muttered in a low voice, "I heard that recently came a batch of fresh new goods, spent a lot of money to loot from all over the world, and now they all ran away. This auction looks like it is going to lose a lot of money. What about the one I'm looking for?" The soft voice resounded again, asking with slight worry, "The thing I want, is it still there?" Chapter 43 Enjoyment. At the same time, the Earl's carriage had slowly driven into Moonlight City. The new residence was a room that was both ornate and outdated, covered in cobwebs and looking like it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Located in the Imperial City, it was right next to the gilded halls. Carter, the servant, attentively tidied up the room and laid out clean, white bedding again. On the outside of the large room were two slightly cramped servants' rooms. The only person left in the Cavendish family besides the unconscious old Earl was Tang Yin, a young woman, and thus there were not many servants brought with her. After settling into her quarters, Tang Yin remembered her mission and pushed the door to find Samuel. Instead, he found the teenager sitting on the bed, holding something in his hand and tossing it around idly. It was red in color, with some radiant glow. "What's that in your hand?" Tang Yin approached curiously. "This?" The teenager raised his hand, and in his white palm were a few crystalline and radiant bright rubies. "Do you want it? Give it to you." His eyes were wet, a mist hanging over his curly, thick eyelashes like he had been crying. The way he offered her the gem was careful. Donnan sat down beside him, took the gem in her hand and admired it, asking him, "Where did you get it?" Samuel didn't answer, just asked, "Do you like it?" The small gemstone was pure to the core, blood-bright red. It looked expensive. Tang Yin nodded, "Like it?" The teenager bent his eyes and smiled, saying softly, "Then I'll find more and more beautiful gems to give you in the future." Tang Yin didn't believe that a slave could get such precious gems. But then she quickly noticed his moist eyes. She shouldn't have cried, right? Samuel looked at her steadily. Tang Nian mentally moved to wipe his tears, and the white silk wiped across the slightly reddened skin at the corners of his eyes, instantly swimming in a small patch of wetness. The teenager's eyes reddened even more. Have you forgiven me?
What? For?
Me overstepping my bounds. He lowered his eyes, his face horribly pale, his broken hair messily covering his lowered brow, water blotting at the end of his thick, slender lashes. Good-looking unbelievable. Tang Yin silently, not too gentle to dry his eyelashes, and ordered the servants to change the clean bedding to him. She did not say whether or not to forgive. Just the next day, all to him no matter what. Do not disturb him, give him enough private space, let him rest in the room, to the time to bring him food, but also ordered people to bring ointment to his injured calf medicine. The strange thing is that calf bone on yesterday is still twisted, walking cannot walk well. This time, when I looked at it again after a day's interval, it had become straight and slender again, as if it had grown back by itself. Only the black ring on the neck, symbolizing slavery, was still protruding and obtrusive. Tang Yin sat down and studied for a while, until the tip of the teenager's ear was so red that it looked like it was going to drip blood, confirming that there was really no way to get rid of this thing with her ability. So she asked her servant to go to Moonlight City to find clean and beautiful brocade, and wrapped it around his neck twice as a scarf, and personally tied a tiny knot behind it. It was indeed a bit too good for a slave. Carter looked at her with increasing concern, finally asking Tang Yin quietly when she came out of the teenager's room once more, "Ma'am, are you in love with him?" Tang Yin raised her eyebrows. "Why do you ask?" "Because you are just too good to him. And do not ask for anything." Carter had seen many nobles who kept lovers, keeping those beautiful young boys and girls as if they were canaries, teasing them when they were happy, giving them jewels and wealth, and then asking for nothing on them, which was the purpose of all the nobles who kept lovers. But Mrs. Carey had a clean-cut look, looking like she didn't want anything from the teenager. Carter couldn't help but remind, "Do you remember what the fixer at the auction said that day?" Tang Nian picked up the wine glass on the food tray and put it down again. Samuel was born extremely beautiful, but his beauty didn't have the ability to protect itself. It could only lead to trouble. "You think I like him?" Tang Nian asked. Carter pursed his lips, and a strange jealousy flowed out of his eyes. "Isn't it?" He could hardly stand to watch the gentle and kind young lady being charmed by a slave. And that slave had been changed hands so many times and served so many masters, who knew if he was clean or not. At the very least, the heart must be dirty, unlike himself, who has never touched any woman and man. He is very clean. And the cooks in the Earl's house will even pinch his buttocks when he goes to fetch the meal, and sometimes touch his waist and tease him. So, he was actually good looking, right? Her ladyship might be able to like her own face too. Carter burned red in his rich imagination and hung his head, not daring to look at Tang Nian. Tang Nian, on the other hand, was pondering, so he would think that too? Would Samuel also think that he had fallen in love with him? The sunlight fell, the golden crows hid, dark clouds rolled outside the window, and there would be a thunderstorm this night. All the nobles in Moonlight City hid. Vampires have sharp five senses. Nobles still have the power to protect themselves, while vampires with impure blood will suffer more. Samuel had just finished his bath and stepped out of the water vapor. Even his toes were pink from the hot steam, turning clean again. Turning back around, he realized that Donnan had reappeared in his room. "There's a thunderstorm today. I asked Carter to close the doors and windows tightly for you. Aren't you afraid of thunder?" Her expression was natural, her gaze skimming over the teenager's water-stained hair and unclosed lapel, still without any ripples. "If you think the thunder is too noisy, you can use these earplugs." The teenager looked at her with such focus and seriousness, those dark purple eyes filled with inquiry. After saying those words, he intended to leave the room. Tang Yin's hand had already landed on the doorknob when she heard the person behind her ask, "Have you eaten today?" It was true that she hadn't eaten. She stopped, not understanding why Samuel suddenly asked this. A light scent of shower gel hit her, and the teenager approached at some point. Tang Yin turned her head back, and in front of her was a suddenly enlarged and regal face. Nose to nose, a stone's throw away, a pair of violet eyes reflecting her appearance. The clear and moist voice was gentle and compelling, like a lover's whisper. "You didn't consume the food that was delivered to your room today, is that? Enjoying the blood of that servant who followed you around?" Tang Nian looked straight at him as if she had been sucked into a dark purple swamp. Those magnificent eyes flushed a strange dark red, like the remnants of the sun that had been killed by the night. In an instant, consciousness blurred. She caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance. Sweet, savory, with the scent of ultimate seduction. It was the smell of blood. Samuel's clear voice was close at hand, as if reciting an incantation. Will you please, then, enjoy me? Chapter 44 Eating. The auction broker had told Tang Yin that every one of Samuel's successive owners, and those who had once owned him, had died. Some burned to death. Some were crucified with silver nails. Some were doused with mercury and thrown into the sea. Each death had something to do with him, either by an adoring servant who willingly became an executioner to gain his freedom for him, or else by someone obsessed with him who came up to fight for it. In short, it was all the same ending. This reminded Tang Yin of the nobles who had recently met a miserable end, and that dinner party had begun with Rose buying Samuel from an underground auction. After all, without him, Rose was afraid that she wouldn't have thrown that dinner party so big. I've heard that when the Bloods don't have fresh blood to replenish, their five senses and strength will decline, and their bodies will become tired and weak. He got closer and closer, and his voice carried a compulsion that was diametrically opposed to his youthful face. In the end, the smell of blood will make your sanity all but gone. You say, am I right? This pair of beautiful eyes, like a purple mandala, the flower language is horror, with a deadly toxin. Just like him. Tang Yin wanted to retort to him, to ask if he wasn't a vampire. But the smell of fresh blood filled her nose, so sweet it made her scalp tingle. Where did the smell of blood come from? She curled her legs uncomfortably, experiencing the sensation of vampire hunger and thirst. Her stomach convulsed in spasmodic pain, and her mouth secreted uncontrollable saliva. Samuel said warmly, "You were trying to rest, right?" Hunger flooded the room. He deliberately misinterpreted Tang Yin's feelings. Not caring even if he couldn't get an answer, he bent down and straightened her dress. Slender legs naturally flexed, half kneeling on the floor, helping her untie her shoes and removing her white lace stockings. Cold fingers pressed against Tang Yin's skin. The servant hugged her calves and placed them on the bed, dutifully playing the role of a loyal dog serving his master. But his next act was a bit more daring. The pillow beside Tang Yin's ear collapsed slightly. Long, strong, lean arms pressed against it, and the teenager towered over her, looking down at her with downcast eyes. It was a below-the-radar posture. "Ma'am, I have one last question." The smell of blood wafted silky into her nose, and Tang Yin cocked her head, seeking out the source of the scent. On the side of her cheek, there was a thin scar on the back of the teenager's hand, and sweet-smelling blood slowly seeped out, bright and cheerful. In an instant, it made her faint, sinking into the sweet fragrance. The pupils of Tang Yin's eyes were lax. The teenager raised his hand and waved it in front of her. Her eyes followed the movement, and her mouth subconsciously pursed. The vampire's feeding instinct took the high ground of thought, making her gradually lose her mind like a walking corpse craving blood. "Can you not just have me as a slave?" Caressing the full, soft red lips, he softly asked, "Here, can you just suck my blood?" Tang Yin only felt annoyed, unable to speak. Tilting her head and opening her mouth, her long, sharp teeth peeking out from between her lips, extremely eager for blood, she stretched her head towards the back of the bleeding hand beside her, but the next second she was pinched by someone's chin. Arms and legs were squeezed tightly and forcefully by the teenager. He slowly and methodically cupped Tang Yin's chin and turned her face, his dark purple eyes quietly and carefully observing her for a long time before stroking the soft strands of hair that hung down on the bed. "It seems like you're starving, master." Feeding her fingers to her lips. "Enjoy." Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Yin tilted her head back and opened her mouth to bite down hard. Sharp teeth pierced the skin, and the flow of blood brought a faint, tingling sensation. The teenager narrowed his eyes, his body spasming, letting out a long breath of relief, leaning down, lazily leaning on the pillow next to her, observing her eating appearance from an extremely close distance. Like an insatiable Persian cat, the vampire's lips were already stained red, pressing tightly against his skin, and the sensation of piercing his skin made him unusually aroused, even as he couldn't help but gasp softly, a thin, moist red color tickling the ends of his eyes as he let her claim him in a single, motionless movement. Samuel subconsciously believed that no blood had the right to bite him, but she was different. He didn't stop her greedy movements, even freeing a hand to hold up the back of her head, softly admonishing, "Take your time," lest the female vampire choke on blood in her unconscious feeding state. He lowered his head, his wet lips against the vampire's ear, his voice gentle, like a lover's whisper, "It's all yours." It wasn't like anyone was taking it from her. So why was she eating everywhere? Like a little child. Samuel hung his head to suck away the beads of blood that ran down her cheek, licked it and frowned. Rusty flavor. Not good. But the thought that it was his blood running through Tang Yin's body made him uncontrollably aroused, his fingers curling and twitching nervously, overcharged as if even his bones were tingling. It's going to take a lot more than that. He was going to give himself, all of him, to her. Thunder struck as expected. Outside the window it poured rain, and the gradually brightening sky was pressed back to a heavy, dark color by the overcast clouds. Heaven and earth lost their light, and darkness grew across them. The feeding came to an end. The blood in her fingers was limited. She couldn't inhale much, so she gradually became less frenzied. Even released him of her own accord, lax eyes blinking, looking like they were coming to their senses. How relentless. The teenager sat up, resting on the vampire female's shoulders and holding her in his arms. Samuel felt something was missing. The feeding process was too fast. He looked like he'd lost a lot of blood, yet he was still reeling from the tingling sensation of blood being pumped out of him, especially the moist softness of her lips against his skin. With that thought, he wiped the blood squeezed out of his fingertips onto his neck, then lifted his hanging crumpled hair and brought his slender, fragile neck to her lips of his own accord. Do you still need it? If you want, it's all yours. Originally, she didn't want to, but Tang Yin simply couldn't help but be seduced. Probably she was by nature a person with a strange lack of willpower, and once she smelled the prey that came to her of its own accord, all that was left was the instinct to pounce on it. Samuel trembled and opened his mouth to gasp silently. The slender neck was pinched with visible fingerprints. The sensation of soft, warm lips biting into his fragile neck drove him almost mad, like a poor rabbit with a falcon on its neck. Only, what the little vampire had bitten was a beautiful viper. Samuel melted under her lips, his face rapidly becoming transparent. In exchange, please let me. He whispered something that Tang Yin couldn't even hear. So sweet. How could his blood smell so sweet? A flavor that made her fall into the clouds. Couldn't help but want to suck him dry. Until the teenager was so weak that he slumped in her arms. Tang Yin squinted insatiably, her lips still stained with his blood, her limbs washed over with warmth, lazily leaning back a little, intimate with his scent from the blood entering her stomach and abdomen. Chapter 45 Open Your Eyes and Be Shocked series. The teenager trembled and came closer, and she didn't hide. Lazily, like a cat. So Samuel nonchalantly bit on her chin, as if in retaliation for her hurting himself, and rubbed against her affectionately like a small animal, against her forehead and buried in the nape of her neck. Gradually, sticky kisses kissed her skin, biting between her teeth, as if a human with a cat always wanted to nibble its ears, venting uncontrollable fondness with this bizarre behavior. The servant knocked on the door outside, having knocked for a long time, and there was never a response. The new lady was gone. Carter searched many times inside and out, still no trace of her could be found. Looking around, only this slave's room had not been visited. In desperation, he pushed open the door. Have you seen Mrs. Carey? The voice came to an abrupt halt, like a parrot with its throat grabbed. Carter saw that the beautiful slave's blouse had been completely torn, her shoulders bare and brighter than the moonlight. The side of the bare white neck blossomed with large, crimson bite marks, sharp and piercing, intertwined with the veins of the veins in a shocking way. He shielded the person in his arms, covering her with his body, but still revealing a large portion of his dress. The curled lace was buried with the bedding, and it could be seen that she was sitting on the lap of the slave boy in an extremely ambiguous and intimate position. And that noble lady that Carter had been anxiously searching for a long time was burying her head in the middle of his neck, her pair of warm almond eyes turning a blood-like dark red. Her throat rolled and she sucked in big gulps. It turned out that the lady was feeding. Carter's mind went blank with a buzzing sound, and his face flushed red. The teenager bent his knees, one hand guarding Mrs. Carey's waist to keep her from falling off her body, the other sketching something on the glass, leaving odd words on the damp mist. The eyes were cold, like the surface of a frozen lake. Go. He spat out a single word softly. The darkness of the stupidly unidentified substance suddenly surged towards the door like a wave. Carter woke up instantly. He woefully tried to close the door and leave, but found himself unable to take a step. His legs were firmly attached to the floor by some unknown force. He lowered his head and realized that his pant legs were entangled in a circle of shadow-like black substances, which were like wriggling vines, spreading little by little up Carter's legs, making him look like he was being devoured by some kind of dark monster. The source of these black substances was actually the shadows created by the moonlight being clouded by dark clouds. It was dark magic. Carter's eyes widened in panic, his pupils shrinking into tiny pinpoints. But he didn't have time to shout in time before the writhing blackness covered his mouth, and the pupils of his eyes lifted upwards so deeply that only the whites of his eyes flopped outside. Magic has long since disappeared in this world, and the only ones who can mobilize magic are wizards. Before consciousness was engulfed, Carter remembered in a flash of lightning the name the new madam had given the slave boy. Samuel. If memory serves, Samuel was the name of the old nobility. And this line of old nobility had long since died from history after sealing the world's last male wizard. Tang Yin woke up with a warm body, his consciousness sinking into a lazy comfort before his reason. It was as if before the onset of the disease, a certain leisurely evening spent lying at home. Outside the window there is the sound of pattering rain. The weather is cool, is the most suitable for sleeping state. This feeling of idleness and coziness in every pore made her think she had quit the game in a trance, until she moved to stretch and realized that there was someone in her arms. Tang Yin lowered her head and met a pair of closed, trembling, sheer eyelashes. She was creeped out, all her lazy thoughts swept away. The two people's movements were very ambiguous. The teenager's pale and slender arm hooked around her neck, his head leaning on her shoulder. Tang Yin's entire body was tightly fitted together with him, almost like she was buried in his arms. His own clothes were still intact, but the other party's shirt had been completely shredded, and his beautifully muscled body was covered in a patchwork of bad scratches. Shoulders, neck, fingers, as far as the naked eye could see, were gruesome, lined with teeth marks and bruises. The scabbed wounds and the taste of blood in his mouth signaled that these evil deeds were committed by Tang Yin herself. The shock was so great that he was shocked and petrified on the spot, and the person in his arms followed suit and woke up. "You're awake?" Samuel lifted his slender eyelashes, his face extraordinarily pale, the tails of his eyes hooked in thin red, moist and pitiful. Bruises and bruises blurred like ink on white rice paper, spreading all the way to where the bedding covered them. Futon? Tang Yin shook and was struck by lightning again. Why were they covered with a quilt? As if to confirm her thoughts, the teenager revealed a confused and withdrawn look, sitting slightly straighter, his translucent pink skin written with youthfulness and seduction. Tang Yin instantly blushed and averted her eyes. Her mind flashed through a mess of thoughts quickly. The man beside her observed wordlessly, like a feline in desperate need of prey, approaching with a calm and harmless demeanor. "What's wrong with you?" Her face flushed even redder, and she told him, "Go down." Samuel, of course, wouldn't listen. His eyes boldly and curiously observing every change in her demeanor, he lifted his long, slender fingers to tug at the buttons that pressed the organza folds of his collar, and dropping his head, meek and full of obscure meaning, he approached her, his voice as gentle as a feather scraped across an ear. "You look very pale. Is it time to eat?" Skin that gave off a sweet scent approached her with a few clear teeth marks on it. He pulled the collar down, revealing large swaths of bright white collarbone and neck, and said in a mute voice, "You bite here." Tang Yin simply exploded, like a frightened cat, glaring round eyes, desperately backing away, but also kicking him off the bed. What are 18+ small game? She is going to report a complaint to pull the black triple. In Tang Yin's silence, as if he had no dignity, he hung his head and humbly backed away, pulling away. "I'm sorry, you had to eat last night, so I..." So the beast was really her. After some stuttering descriptions, Samuel finally used a volume low enough to be nearly inaudible, recounted how Tang Yin was completely senseless, and took the initiative to climb onto him in his sleep. God pity him. His lips were turning white and he was severely anemic. Tang Yin was also alarmed. She knows that she is now a vampire to her body, and her actions are not controlled, especially after she goes offline. Her body will be in charge of another soul that she does not recognize, and she has to be careful to maintain the image that she is not a ghost in the body. But the problem is, she didn't go offline. So she was the one who left this mark on him. After all, why did she have no memory of it at all? Silently, Tang Yin pulled his collar up and buttoned it to the top one. "You can refuse me in the future, I won't touch you." Thoughtfully, uneasily, he barked, "Or knock me out." Samuel, however, shook his head, opened his cat-like clear and beautiful eyes, half-kneeled between her legs and pulled open the collar, obediently, to Tang Yin, letting her suck his blood. "And seriously, how much you want is fine, just leave me a life." Tang Yin, wants a life, buttoned up for nothing. She got up. I'll go downstairs. But just as she took a step, she tripped. Out of the corner of her eye, she skimmed a long black line hidden into the darkness. Not waiting for her to look carefully, the teenager behind her moved and issued a low, muffled hum. What's wrong? Tang Yin's attention was successfully diverted. The teenager's throat knots quivered slightly, and he said in an airy voice, "It hurts." Tang Yin sucked in a breath of cool air, trying to make her voice sound calm. Where does it hurt? Chapter 46, The Dragon's Claw. Samuel didn't speak, only hung his head. The body strewn with teeth marks under the covers was a perfect illustration. Are 18 plus, too much or 18 plus? Sometimes Tang Yin couldn't help but wonder where on earth this weird and amazing game was born from, and why there was so much freedom in playing the game. What on earth had he done? Did one really lay hands on an NPC? Would you like to eat? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Samuel lifted his hand up and meekly and considerately pulled down his collar. I'm fine. If you want to enjoy me. Donan pressed his hand hastily. I'm not hungry. I'm fine. I don't want to. It was too scary. It was clearly just a string of data, a set of game code being computed. There were pinch marks on his body, rough finger marks on his neck from being treated badly. Everything in front of her indicated that Tang Yin had beast an NPC. But her sixth sense made her feel that Samuel was dangerous. So many masters didn't end well, and also knew that he was the NPC of the hidden mission. According to the stage mission, what she had to do was to take care of him without fail, so that he trusted on himself. He must be in extreme danger. A cool hand reached across to grip her wrist, stopping her backward movement with a gentle gesture, and Samuel came over and pressed his head against her knee, his body curled up. Voice low and light, "Then you let me rest soon." Tang Yin pursed her lips and tilted her head back to look at the ceiling, desperately trying to think about what really happened yesterday, but her brain only went blank. Can people really forget things they've experienced so cleanly? The door was knocked 3 times. It was the servant coming to bring breakfast. Tang Yin was extraordinarily resistant to the mousse and red wine on the dining car, and even smelled the fishy smell in the air and met with regurgitation. It made her sick like expired and spoiled milk in front of someone who had eaten a mountain of delicacies. She waved her hand wanly. "Push it down." Carter sniffed and did as he was told, not stopping to turn the food cart around to head for the door. Eyes were lightless, his expression numb and dull. Turning away, a thin gash opened up on the back of his neck, like he'd pressed against something in his sleep to make a mark on his skin. The wrist pushing the food cart bulged unnaturally with round marks, as if it were the ball joints of a puppet toy, and when he looked closer, the unnaturalness disappeared again. "What's wrong with you?" Donan stopped him, getting up and walking over to him. "Carter?" Carter curled his lips into a not-so-nice smile. "I'm fine, ma'am. What can I do for you?" Donan watched him carefully. The other person looked numb and natural, and there was no fault to pick with his behavior, which was just a bit dull if you didn't look closely. After a long time, she shook her head. Nothing. But cold sweat broke out on her palms. The system prompted that the game had temporarily entered a cooling-off period, and that the next phase of the quest would be announced in 48 hours, but that it was impossible to exit the game during that time. The time in the real world and the game world are relatively static, so players can take a short break in the game and can explore what they want to explore, not counting as life value time. An extremely tall tower could be seen outside the window. There was the Shrine of Moonlight City, and all the red-clad priests lived in the tower, called the royal family's minions and swords by the blood nobles, shouting that they were dogs bred by the blood emperor. The priests, in their true form, were even more ferocious blood-sucking bats. Tang Yin vomited blood once more. The beep jumped out to tell her that this identity character had now entered the disease stage, and would be experiencing some spitting up of blood and pain lately. The other parts Tang Yin could accept. It was the fact that her heart would also hurt during the onset, making her irritable. After all, the heart already hurt enough in the real world. The time in the game seemed to be stretched out indefinitely, and she couldn't log out of the game, so she could only quickly adapt to the routine of the vampire world, hiding in the dark coffin after dark and raising her hand to prepare to close the lid. It's good to be alive, she thought Buddha style. It was already a blessing to be alive and lying flat. Too bad this wasn't a vacation type of casual minigame. The earth suddenly trembled in the daytime of the blood slumber. The next second, the light of the sky outside the window turned into darkness extremely quickly, and the world seemed to be covered by a black curtain. At an extremely close distance, a numbing, low hissing sound came from directly above, as if some ancient, ferocious beast was crawling out of hell. What kind of commotion? Tang Yin opened her drowsy eyes and sat up. Samuel was the first to appear beside her bed, moving the coffin's lid aside and half kneeling to inquire in a warm voice, "Did it scare you? Do you still want to continue resting?" Tang Yin was silent for a moment, shaking her head. "Can't sleep anymore. What's this? Why is the sky dark? What's all the noise outside?" "It's the Red Priestess attracting something." Samuel squatted down and knelt on one knee, incomparably natural as he put on Tang Yin's shoes and socks. "If you're not sleepy, then I suggest you change your position and rest. It's not safe here." I don't know if it was an illusion. Tang Yin always felt that Samuel's mouth was tinged with arrogance and contempt when he mentioned the words Red Priest. Only a loud click could be heard, and the ceiling overhead cracked open several gaps and looked about to collapse. A pitch-black, incomparably huge, curved hook-shaped object pierced through the thick wall and hooked onto the beams of the room, its diameter thicker than a human's waist. Tang Yin's mouth opened wide. "What is this?" Samuel looked calm. "A pterodactyl's claw. To be precise, it was the nails at the front of the claws." She looked at him in dismay. "Then you just asked me if I want to continue resting?" How was she supposed to sleep after all this? The teenager smiled a subdued smile against the skyscraping backdrop, even reaching out to slowly and methodically pin the shreds of hair from her ears behind her head. "I always have a way for you to continue resting if you want." A bat dropped and twisted and changed into the form of a red dress and robe, taking a few steps into the room. "It's not safe here. You need to move out quickly." Panicked screams and shouts came from outside the door, and bats continued to fall and turn into red-robed priests, telling the nobles to leave quickly. The so-called red-robed priests were used by the royal family to protect the blood races from harm, and along with themselves, there were many other nobles who had been protected to this place, all of whom were receiving protection in Moonlight City. "I'll escort you to safety." In the next second, a huge wave of heat hit the city, and flames colored half of the sky red. A little bit of starlight jumped onto the red priest's long cannon, instantly like a rose ignited by flames in the hands of a magician. The priest let out a miserable scream and collapsed on the ground, his body spasmodically twitching, but not waiting for people to react. It was burned to ashes by willful flames and disappeared into thin air. A little too exciting. The dragon outside still breathes fire? Tang Yin looked toward the outside, only to see a huge black rising up like a lofty mountain. It turned out that it wasn't the darkness. It was the giant dragon's wings that covered the sky. Chapter 47. A Guide to Vampire Care. Cold hands covered her eyes as the teenager stood behind her and said thoughtfully, "Master, it's dangerous. Don't look at those fires." Tang Yin stiffened. "What happens if you look?" "It's too bright, hurts your eyes." "Just this?" "Just this." Samuel had studied the books on vampire care very carefully, and it was written that the Bloods were not only afraid of daylight, but also of bright light, and that they had to feed at least once a day, sleep most of the day and night, and so on and so forth. He studied the book very carefully, and also made detailed notes on Tang Yin's work and rest and living habits. Synthesizing it down, he found that Tang Yin was much lazier than most of the vampires written in the book, and that efficient Bloods had to exercise properly to keep their muscles active, lest their limbs harden and lose their ability to hunt. But that's okay. The teenager hesitated for a long time before crossing out that note. He thought, his master doesn't need to hunt. He can provide blood daily. His master likes to sleep, then it's fine to sleep. He can help her massage her limbs. Tang Yin only knows that she is taken care of by the teenager day after day, such as smooth fur cozy cat. Absolutely will not imagine that he privately tried to study the reverse feeding way. More and more buildings collapsed with a loud roar, and the entire Moonlight City shook violently like it was on a lurching ship. Tang Yin was escorted to run out from the garden path, looking in dismay at the black dragon that was so huge that it was impossible to see the whole thing. "Where did this thing come out from?" Samuel said with interest. It's the statue that guards the ancient castle, and it revived, representing that someone has broken into the castle." Tang Yin looked at the teenager expressionlessly. "I don't know anything." Samuel revealed a gentle yet scalp-numbing smile and innocently said, "That was just listening to someone else. To pretend or act like it." The two were together the whole way. Who did he hear it from, and how did she not hear it? There were cries everywhere. The modeling was so fine that it was shocking, as if a real city was about to be destroyed by a giant monster. Tang Yin looked at Samuel beside her. He had been revealing a very excited look, his beautiful eyebrows reflecting the orange firelight and brightening amazingly, as if he was expecting something. Before he could leave the shelter, He only heard a clunk as something slammed onto the top of the carriage, toppling the entire roof. A jewel-encrusted dagger fell into the car and smashed next to Tang Yin's feet. She picked up the dagger and looked up to see the red-robed priest hanging on the roof of the carriage with half of his legs dangling down, hanging like a rag doll, less than a meter away from her, dead. Carter's mechanical voice came from the front. "Ma'am, the road ahead is blocked." Tang Yin poked her head out, only to see that blocking the road ahead were layer after layer of corpses of red-robed priests stacked on top of each other, emitting a foul odor like garbage. "Well?" Tang Yin covered his mouth and let out a big irreverent sound with real emotion. Samuel cooled down his demeanor. He patted Tang Yin's back, tied the belt of the cloak on her tightly again, brushed out her messy hair, and warmly admonished, "Master, I'll go down and take a look." Carter also said, "Ma'am, I'll go down and clear the path." Quiet for a moment, Tang Yin looked at the overturned roof of the car, as well as the leg of the red-robed priest who was hanging down from the roof and was dripping and bleeding. Felt that this scene, even if it was a game, made her unable to stay for one more second. Letting go of the hand covering her mouth, a few traces of scarlet blood hung in the cracks of her hand. Isn't coughing up blood a bit excessive? This body really seems to be failing. "I'll go down and take a look too," Tang Yin muttered to herself, picking up the dagger and holding it in her hand. Only after going out and walking not 2 steps, shadows suddenly appeared under her feet. Tang Yin raised her head to look, only to see a huge object getting closer and lower. She panicked and ran towards the side, the outer robe on her body being hooked by a tree branch and falling down. All she heard was a loud clang, and she was knocked to the ground by the violent jolting sensation. The huge hill smashed into the ground. The earth cracked out spiderweb-like bottomless pitch-black cracks vertically and horizontally, and the originally flat land had been smashed out into a huge, deep pit. Tang Yin raised her head and was met with a radiant golden pupil that was larger than her entire person. What kind of luck is this? The black dragon's enormous head fell in a position less than 3 meters away from Tang Yin, its eyes open and motionless as it looked at her, as if it were looking at a tiny flying insect. There were a few dying red-robed priests in the distance, spitting out blood as they said, "That guy over there. See that red spell on the dragon's head?" Tang Yin looked up and saw a triangular red symbol in the center of the huge head, and there was writhing black smoke floating around the symbol like a living thing. "That one is the source of the dark magic. You go over there now and stab the dagger in your hand into it, and the magic breaks." Tang Yin let out an oh-so-quiet cry. Too violent, right? How could she be allowed to do this kind of thing? Tang Yin rolled up her sleeves, and under the gaze of the giant dragon's golden pupil, which was even larger than hers, she took one step towards it. A huge sense of oppression pressed down on her body like substance. Tang Yin had the illusion of being watched by a big dog, as if the terrifyingly hideous giant black dragon would let out a miserable whimper the next second. Sympathy has been too strong lately. This is not a good sign. Tang Yin facial lightly grabbed the dark and cold dragon scales and stepped on the gap between the scales to climb up. Standing on top of the dragon's head, the triangular incantation symbol carried an extremely evil aura, as if it were flowing blood, and the raging chilly black gas emanated from between the incantation symbols, as if it were substantial, writhing merrily towards Tang Yin as if it was extremely eager to be close to her. Tiny black tentacles climbed up Tang Yin's instep with a cold touch. Tang Yin was startled and took half a step back, the dagger in her hand raised high. Just as she was about to stab down, she noticed that the huge, golden vertical pupil that was struggling to turn upwards was moist. It was shedding tears. Was it an illusion? Tang Yin blinked, the dagger in her hand slow to stab down. "Hurry! It's now!" the red-robed priest said excitedly as he spat out blood, stabbed down towards the sorcery spell. Ding! A beep suddenly sounded in his head. "Baby dragon is injured and about to be killed by the bad guys. Do you want to save it?" Tang Yin looked around, standing alone on the dragon's head. Where were the bad guys? And where was the baby dragon? She looked down at the dagger in her hand and saw the triangle symbol she had stepped on next to her foot and wondered. Hint, the blessing of the light elves cleanses Nidhogg of a magical curse. Do you wish to use it? Use. Refuse. Tang Yin. Isn't this that pop-up box minigame? The light elf's blessing was a reward that had been delivered to her hand when she played the low-pixel minigame some time ago. But could that thing still be used across maps? The golden vertical pupils trembled like a fading sun. The eyes that looked at Tang Yin carried a silent plea. She hesitated, the dagger in her hand, never stabbing down. Chapter 48, Gentle Manservant, and beastly master. As a player who lived by the game, Tang Yin had always had a habit of helping all sorts of small things in the game as she went along. From the smallest injured rabbit on the side of the road, to some strange creatures that she couldn't understand exactly what they were. Vaguely remembering back when she was on a certain map, the religious-feeling interracial sculptures on the temple with countless mottled cracks were all repaired by her very white lotus mother of God heart. As a gamer's intuition, these casually helpful things might be able to feed back to her later. Maybe one day she'd run into a payback coming her way. Tang Yin ignored the red-robed priest's increasingly anxious, "You stab ah," and chose a ding. You have chosen to use the blessing of the Bright Elves. The Bright Elf clan possesses the magical ability to heal everything. Congratulations on successfully healing Baby Dragon. Stop talking about baby dragons. It's hard not to be out of character. A warm and not-so-subtle light emanated from where she stepped under her feet, slowly rushing like a stream of water, wrapping around every scale of the dragon, like a soft plastic film to its body. The next moment, the earth shook again. The unbearable buildings could not hold on any longer and collapsed in large swathes. The broken bricks and tiles kept bouncing onto the body, and the dust stirred up like an incoming sandstorm. The dragon moved, slowly standing up. Tang Yin stepped on its head, the perspective forced higher and higher. "Can you put me down first?" She hesitated, grasping the huge dragon's horn beside her hand to discuss. A mellifluous dragon's roar emanated from beneath her feet. The violent impact shook her fragile and vulnerable body, and Tang Yin's throat was so sweet that a mouthful of blood spurted out. The red-robed priests who had originally ordered them stared wide-eyed, raising their heads as the dragon rose, as if a sunflower were turning its head after the sun. They didn't even have time to let out a single cry before they were stomped down by the massive dragon's claws and died a simple, rough death. The eyes blackened. Tang Yin let go of his hand and fell unconscious on his back from the dragon, vaguely crashed into the cold embrace. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the familiar room. The teenager sat not far away. Feeling the movement turned his head. A certain moment, Tang Yin felt the extremely cold huff in his eyes, but against her line of sight and then instantly dissolved, briefly like an illusion. "Master!" He walked over and carefully touched her fingers that were draped beside the quilt. Seeing that she had no intention of resisting, he boldly took hold of them, his breath trembling, his cheek pressing against the back of her delicate hand, rubbing it in a muffled manner. "You have slept too long." The lightly trembling tip of her eyelashes scratched across her skin, bringing a crispy itch. Tang Yin withdrew her hand. "Why am I here?" The dragon disappeared. A large portion of the nobles protecting Moonlight City had died again. Tang Yin heard from Samuel's couldn't-care-less tone that those nobles were actively rebuilding after the disaster, maintaining Moonlight City, which had been destroyed and collapsed most of the way by the evil dragon. The appearance of the evil dragon was also due to the fact that the red-robed priest tried to open the door to the forbidden place, but accidentally released the black dragon guarding the ancient castle. Tang Yin sighed. Now the vampire's days looked bad. Obviously, when I was a kid, I watched movies where the vampires were awesome. How come in this world, the vampires are so miserable? She turned back to look at the teenager, feeling that he was a bit different in places. The eyes became more cold, and the person seemed to be taller, and the outline was vaguely matured, so that she had a feeling of déjà vu. When she was drowsy, she felt that the inside of her wrist was burned by something. Tang Yin lowered her eyes to look at it, and there was an extra tiny, black bird on her skin that seemed to have been drawn with a pin. "Why did you draw me this?" "Well," Samuel closed his fingers, one eye cool, and said, as if to please her, "Do you like it?" At first glance, it looked as if the bird was flapping its wings and its claws were hastily drawn as three thin lines, like tinder. Tang Yin pursed his lips. It is difficult to say like against his conscience. "Quite dark, if you want to learn. I will find someone to teach you to draw in the future." She lovingly touched the teenager's hair. Samuel lowered his head and rubbed against her palm, suddenly whispered something to himself at the pattern, then grabbed Tang Yin's hand and pricked his finger for a drop of blood. The tiny doodle suddenly turned dark red. The blood solidified, and Samuel said in a soft voice, "From now on, it's yours." Tang Yin closed her eyes, trying to play the role of not knowing anything. Nidhaga, when I was a child, I read in quite a few Norse mythological stories, and there were all his appearances. It is said that it is prostrate next to the world tree that carries the life of the world, gnawing on the roots of the tree. When Nidhogg finished gnawing the roots of the world tree, it was also the time when the twilight of the gods came, and all creatures would be destroyed. If memory serves, the prompt clearly said the word Nidhogg, so that black dragon's name was Nidhogg? She mentally spat at this game developer. Where did vampires come from before the twilight of the gods? It was simply a great fusion of all kinds of myths. It was not at all sophisticated. After showering and changing into fresh clothes, Tang Yin desperately rubbed the tiny black pattern on her wrist in the washroom. I don't know what material it was painted on, and I couldn't wash it off. She shook it off and put her sleeve down. Out of sight, out of mind. Tang Yin also wanted to pretend like she didn't know anything, but her own little slave always rambled out some very scary words. It made people think carefully. Ever since she tasted Samuel's blood, Tang Yin couldn't take red wine and cake anymore. She could stop eating, and the realistic gaming experience would make her dizzy and as weak as a leaky rubber man. She held out for 24 hours without eating, and this body, which was already in a rapidly deteriorating phase of illness, quickly collapsed. Having secretly vomited blood once, Tang Yin curled up in her bedding in exhaustion, not even having the strength to open her eyes. So when Samuel appeared at her bedside and bit his finger to feed it to her, she did not resist. Opened her mouth and sucked on his wound. The sweetness of the scent seemed addictive, and she couldn't help herself from sucking on it without restraint. What was it like to be fed by an NPC in a game? The next day, at the same time, Samuel once again entered her room, placing a glass of cold water at the head of her bed and bending down to reveal the slender collarbone under her collar. Tang Yin's eyes glued to it uncontrollably. Under her eyes was a scarlet red that she couldn't see herself. It couldn't be denied that as a vampire, feeding was a wonderful thing. She gave up resisting. Hungry? Samuel's voice was gentle, his fingers resting on the collar. Does Master need me? Donan pressed him. Don't you dare. That's a terrible line. It comes across as if she's that. The game script wasn't gentle manservant and beastly master. She couldn't act like that. But this stubbornness didn't last long. Samuel's blood, after all, was incomparably delicious. Tang Yin consoled herself that this was just a game experience. The teenager in front of her who revealed his neck to be willingly bitten by her was just a string of data, a set of electronic codes, just an NPC in a game. He hung his head down, revealing a fragile swan neck that looked like it had been broken. Tang Yin sat back against the quilt, letting the tall teenager kneel in front of her, clearly too weak to even speak clearly, but reached out his hand, gentle and irresistible, like a vine that couldn't be escaped, and wrapped it around Tang Yin's neck. Gasping for breath, he sent his fragile neck more into her mouth, his eyes red, his eyelashes trembling. You lighten up a bit. Chapter 49. If a game character dies. He offered the sacrifice voluntarily, even as he was being deliberately seduced. Tang Yin stretched out her tongue and ran it through the bite-white wound, and Samuel's eyes immediately widened. His pupils constricted, and a slurred sound came out of his mouth. It was more like pleasure than pain. So sweet, the taste of him. Tang Yin was served. The life in this map could simply be described as clothes on the table. No wonder they say capitalism is corrupt. Tang Yin thought deeply, feeling like her spirit was being corrupted. But unfortunately, this body is getting sicker and weaker. Tang Yin seems to not be able to live for a long time. Sometimes looking at the teenager with eyes full of love, she would wonder what he would do if the game character died. It must be very sad for a puppy when its owner dies. So it might as well be a different owner. The surviving noble maidens who were protected together in Moonlight City would occasionally invite Tang Yin to enjoy the flowers in the garden, and the Blood Clan's flower beds were filled with extremely unique night roses and irises that would bloom at night, with full leaves, bright colors, and a captivating fragrance. Since Rose's tragic death, the group that once centered on her and frequently attacked Tang Yin automatically collapsed, and now the surviving nobles treat her with extraordinarily friendly attitudes. Tang Yin would often be invited by them to join them in the garden, to savor wine and desserts and admire the roses blooming at night. Only what these noble maidens admired in the garden was not the brilliantly blooming flowers, but the teenager standing behind Tang Yin. When Samuel didn't speak, his jaw was exquisitely sharp and his eyes were cold, like puppets without temperature. Growing up like this would indeed attract a lot of attention. Those noble men and women just saw him with a look of breathlessness, pulling Tang Yin to travel for longer and longer periods of time, often unwilling to let her go back when it was almost dawn. They had also implicitly raised the idea of exchanging slaves with Tang Yin, wanting to spend a large sum of money to buy the slaves in her hands. Of course, for the sake of the mission, Tang Yin refused them all. Since the appearance of the giant dragon, The news of the resurgence of dark magic swept through the vampire world like a flood. They could no longer lie to themselves. This world once possessed magic, and with the demise of the last wizard, magic disappeared from this world. Vampires, armed with great power and longevity that naturally surpassed that of unusual species, rose to the top of the food chain and took control of the world. The reappearance of dark magic has made this group of people who have long since forgotten the dangers and are addicted to drinking. The blood clansmen who were comfortable and depressed as if they were boiling frogs in warm water were once again nervous. They could hardly contain their panic, and the royals kept searching for ways to dispel the darkness, turning over ancient spells and compacts for help. A group of frogs boiled in warm water found their nerves paralyzed and struggled to jump out, but lost the ability to resist. It is also said that the release of the dragon had something to do with Tang Nian's nominal husband, the Earl of Cavendish. The Earl, who had been sleeping, died in his room. The red-robed priests opened the Earl's room, and inside, they saw many bizarre incantations outlined in blood, as well as ancient books thrown on the floor. He had quietly written those incantations with blood before he was born, in an attempt to awaken the sleeping male which, simply because he did not want to die, his flesh was aging, and he wanted to change his life. This matter was told to Tang Nian by the Duchess who invited her for afternoon tea, said that the aging old man married Tang Nian just to nourish him with young blood. If it wasn't he countered by the unmanipulable dark magic backfire, Tang Nian would probably have been sucked dry by the blood he switched out. The Duchess lowered her voice and said, Count Cavendish's crooked brain hit that sealed sorcerer and botched it before inducing the darkness to revive, and we've all been victimized by him. Isn't the sorcerer dead? Sorcerers don't die, they're just sealed. The Duchess shook her head. The sorcerer has countless subbodies. It's just that this time, when he opened the seal of the Forbidden Land, he didn't find the body that the Count wanted. As Tang Nian listened, her wrist was suddenly tugged. A turn, the whole person was pulled into the back of the vine wall. The teenager looked at her with those cold eyes downcast, slowly folding his head down. The white slender neck came closer to her, revealing the skin with teeth marks under the collar. It was clearly a pleasing gesture, but the words that came out were tinged with condescension. Ma'am, it's time for you to eat. Tang Nian was swooped up by him, the tall teenager completely enveloping her in shadow, much taller than before, but like 100 out of a soft and dependent posture. It was not clear who was the master and who was the food. The feeling of oppression, the biological warning instinct of sensing danger, all rushed to her mind. Tang Nian forced herself to ignore the strangeness in her heart, and like a true blood, she opened her mouth to bite his deliberately lowered neck, her fangs instantly piercing the pale skin. Samuel opened his lip slit and leaned helplessly against the wall, one hand not forgetting to support Tang Nian's waist. Obviously the one whose blood was sucked, but his appearance was even more mesmerized than Tang Nian's, slightly squinting his eyes and rubbing his face against her hair like a pampered, clingy cat. With their backs to the garden, a few young nobles followed all the way over because they saw the tall figure behind the vines, then quickly reddened their eyes because of the image in front of them, watching that Lady Carrie lying on her back and sucking blood from the arms of her slave. The sickly pale face of the teenager was so fragile, like it would break in the next second, and that pretty face took up all of the people's sight and made them swallow unconsciously. How can you just suck blood? This has long been forbidden in Augurus. This young lady of the Countess' public house actually sucked the blood of the servants directly with her teeth. Their teeth had pierced their lips at some point and became sharp and long, revealing a lost look. Also wanted to taste it, the flavor of sucking blood directly. Clasp him into his arms, or tighten his neck and grip his waist. In short, it must not be like this young lady with no elegance to speak of, hanging on the blood servant like a child. Since he is a blood servant, should it be okay for them to taste it? The nobles greedily approached as if they were hypnotized, only to find that their bodies couldn't move. The black lines that appeared at an unknown time were like living vines, circling around and around, silently wrapping around their bodies and strangling their mouths. The slave raised his head at some point and stretched out a finger, gently stroking it in the air. Nicely shaped lips protruded in a silent incantation. The violet-colored pupils of those eyes were indifferent to the extreme. Their eyes filled with displeasure at being disturbed, looking at them as if they were looking at inanimate objects. Ice-coldly, he watched as the vines churned and squirmed, dragging the strangled and twisted bloods into the dark swamp. Tang Nian heard something moving from behind him. Before she could turn around, her ears were covered with cold palms. Chapter 50. The power of creation. A stone's throw away, Samuel watched her intently with those beautiful dark purple eyes. Are you full? Tang Yin was silent. The other party pressed too tightly, leaning against Tang Yin's shoulder like she was weak and anemic, her moist and beautiful red lips moving up little by little, resting on his neck, as if at any time can bite on her neck. But it didn't. The gentle breath blew over the skin. He was just gently, extremely close breathing between the nests of her neck. Master! He called out to Tang Yin in an incredibly attached and loving voice. Too bad this pretty little slave was finally clinging to her. Eyes so sticky that they could pull out silk, falling on her face as if they were half-melted roasted marshmallows. Sweet and sticky. Great joy and happiness for those with a sweet tooth, and a bit of a pain in the ass for those who didn't like sugar. With a ding, a new quest arrived belatedly. Congratulations to the player for successfully passing the cooling period test when the mission target trust value is 100%. A new stage quest has been released. Quest update. Players are invited to crush the trust value of the quest target. Samuel handed Tang Yin another handful of crystal-clear rubies. Tang Yin put them in a box, not asking Samuel where he got them from, nor did she intend to. The jar of rubies was placed on the highest part of her shelf, usually out of sight. There were a few more of the surviving bloods missing, and the few who had often asked her out to the garden seemed to have disappeared. The eyes of an orthodox vampire would turn ruby when they were gouged out. Tang Yin pretended not to know. Recently the dark magic thing had gotten that nobles ghostly. They were restless all day long, constantly worrying that one day they would turn into corpses that had lost their eyes. While worrying, the nobles and men enjoyed the extravagant afternoon tea and dinner as usual. When Tang Yin arrived at the dinner, he was listening to them whispering about the terrifying demon. A few pale-faced and beautiful noble maidens covered their mouths with feather fans and said carefully and cryptically, "The male sorcerer who has been sealed up must already look ugly and like a monster. I have heard that he has lived 300 years. Barely any living thing entered his ancient castle, and the last blood emperor sacrificed his soul to seal him away." Thus the image of a vicious centenarian who was ugly and had killed the last handsome blood emperor leapt into Tang Yin's mind. As she was aimlessly making the connection, she heard a vampire girl beside her say in annoyance, "They're all wrong. Witches are the best-looking people in this world." Tang Yin looked at her and asked curiously, "How do you know?" The young girl pursed her lips, wanting to speak but a little afraid. Hesitating for a long time, she lowered her voice. "That sorcerer's looks don't match his identity. I can't describe it. In any case, what they say is wrong." "Then what is his identity?" The young girl had a strong desire to confide, coming over to Tang Yin. "That male sorcerer wasn't born evil. I've read his anecdotes. Before becoming a wizard, he was a nobleman." From the young girl's mouth, Tang Yin heard another version of this game NPC's story. The male sorcerer used to be the unworldly young son of a certain noble duke's family, born soft and harmless. Because it was too beautiful, it was often dressed up as a girl by his mother when he was a child, and was pampered like a blank sheet of paper, unable to even distinguish the malice of others. Until the old sorcerer who controlled the lifeblood of blood magic chose him to be his successor. At that time, magic was not yet a term to be feared. Behind it stood unlimited power, supreme power and status, and a powerful force to be reckoned with. The status of a wizard was so high that he even possessed the right to appoint a blood emperor. The noble duke is incomparably honored to send his son away, and his status follows. But soon, the still young male wizard showed a different side. He created puppets. After the death of the duke and duchess, the baron created a puppet to play his father and mother. Not just any puppets, the magic surging inside was extremely powerful, and those puppets even developed self-awareness, as if they had souls. Many bloods witnessed the boy maneuvering the puppets to embrace him, saw them sitting together at the long table to eat. He called out to two of the puppets' mother and father. They lived together as if they were really a cozy family. But all those who saw that image were creeped out. Those wooden puppets could talk, react, have joy and sorrow. This was the ability of the creation. So the old sorcerer and the royal family imprisoned him. Tang Yin didn't understand. Isn't this just a child who lost his parents and lacked love making fake puppets? Why did they imprison him? He can nudge dead things into living things. The young girl's voice was permeated with an imperceptible awe, even create souls. But creating things was a matter for the gods. A single sentence awakened Tang Yin. God was the creator. A sorcerer with the power of a god was indeed terrifying. He can create things and use dark magic. The young girl's voice was much lower as she spoke of what frightened her. So before he got out of control, he was put under house arrest and locked up in an ancient castle far away from Moonlight City. As for why they locked him up instead of just killing him, the answer is, because he's powerful. Locking the sorcerer up also allowed him to continue to use his power, which the royal family craved. The death of the last sorcerer in the world would mean that magic would disappear. Already at a young age, the sorcerer had revealed a terrifying power that made it difficult for vampires to look at him, and the old sorcerer tried to kill him, only to have his great power backfire on him, weakening him to a skeleton. With his ability to create things, no one has the ability to kill him anymore. The puppets he made were so lifelike that each one could carry his soul and become his carrier. The male wizard had completely become an immortal monster. The nobles at the table didn't know what topic they were chatting about, and ambiguous laughter erupted as the sound of tall glasses clinking came from them. Servants pushed new food carts and filled the empty glasses with fresh blood. He's pretty pathetic then, Don sighed. Why? He's never been loved in his life. Tang Yin recounted calmly, yet it's quite unfair to be locked up because of his powerful abilities. In the end, it wasn't even his intention. What a love-starved little wretch to create puppets to accompany him after losing his parents. As he called out to those puppets' father and mother, wasn't he also longing for someone to love him? Chapter 51. Puppets. Tang Yin asked, how do you know all this? Is there any evidence for this kind of legend? I know his story, have read accounts about him, and have seen portraits that no one else has seen. The young girl said, our family has always been court painters, and the civil historian keeps the portraits. She had accidentally read the blocked-off historical materials that contained the world's only surviving portrait of the sorcerer. Just one glance left her deeply shocked. That male, which is not only not as old and ugly as the legend, but has a breathtaking, beautiful, and exquisite beautiful young face, like a delicate rose full of morning dew, should be blocked in the glass display case as a work of art for people to look up to. And this is just a portrait. What about the real thing? It is said that before he was sealed, the sorcerer created countless puppets in his own likeness, each made of extremely expensive alabaster and opal, so lifelike that they were warm to the touch. But no one has ever found them. The young girl's obsessed look made Tang Yin feel curious. Then can you describe what that male witch looks like? It's... The young girl, whose original tone was excited, as if she was describing the love of her life, suddenly lost her voice. Staring in a certain direction, her pupils suddenly tightened and trembled violently. A hand wrapped in the fabric of a snow-white shirt reached across and placed a plate of peeled grapes on the table in front of them. Samuel leaned down and whispered something in Donan's ear. Pitch-black hair slid down from his forehead as if it were satin rendered by the darkness of the night, covering his deep, delicate eyebrows. Tang Yin's attention was attracted over, thus ignoring the young girl beside her. Therefore, she didn't know that the young girl's eyes had been glued to Samuel's body in shock and disbelief. The surroundings had quieted down at some point. Those nobles who pushed the cups have forgotten the original topic of conversation, a pair of eyes glued over, as if in a flock of twittering birds suddenly attracted by fresh ears of grain. That's why you came back early, it's dangerous outside, Samuel said while incomparably natural, piercing grapes with an ivory fork and sending them to Tang Yin's lips. He was worried about talking about black magic. Tang Yin had long been used to his ministrations and naturally opened her mouth. The sweet and juicy grapes went into her mouth. The teenager wiped away the watery stains on her lips with his thumb and put his hand behind his back, not wiping away the sticky sugar stains. Instead, he stared at the wine glasses on the table and whispered, "Don't touch these, and when it's over, you can enjoy me." The young girl froze for a long moment, confused and fearful, only coming back to her senses as an afterthought when Samuel left. It struck her with wonder that he looked like the painting, but it didn't seem possible. A male wizard wouldn't show that look or be a servant. He was carrying a curse and would be alone for eternity. Tang Yin put down the grapes in her hands and turned her head to ask her, "You still haven't said what that male wizard looks like?" The young girl, however, stammered, changing her appearance from the just flushed and madly amenable to her natal love, unable to say a single word. It wasn't until the dinner drew to a close and three people had already left the table that she said to Tang Yin as if she had figured something out, "It can't be him."
What?
Everyone around him will die. The young girl smiled and bent her eyes. But aren't you still alive? Coming out of the dinner, Samuel was standing in front of the pavilion in the garden, his slender body leaning against a stone pillar. His handsome and melancholic face was hidden in the bright light, and just by standing there, he gained countless gazes. Many people passed by him and slowed down their steps, wanting to linger a little longer, or stared at his face, tracing his features greedily with their eyes. The teenager was like a bionic man who couldn't perceive the outside world and had the stop button pressed, his inorganic ore-like eyes suddenly brightening up only when he saw Tang Nian, injecting a hint of vitality into his cold face. He felt that he was now full and warm, immersed in a bland and wonderful sweetness. He could even give up the darkness, he thought, the powerful energies that had once screamed at him to seduce him, to make him fall into an infinite, cold abyss. The invitations that whispered incessant noises in his head did not appeal to him in the slightest. He wanted just to stay with her, wanted to be by his master's side. He could feed her blood, suck it any way he wanted, as long as he was left with a life so that he could still be alive to accompany her. That alone was good enough for him. The strong urge in his chest, like a life-giving vine, nearly tore through his heart. There was no time more beautiful than now. Donan took a step towards him, looking into the other man's eyes that were filled with thick emotions, his own mission in mind. The slave's eyes were all trust, like a well-behaved cat wagging its tail in anticipation of its master's approach. And her mission was to crush that trust with her own hands. It was noisy outside, quite lively. After all, Moonlight City was an imperial city, resplendent in gold and splendor, decorating the darkness of the night as if it were day. And everywhere you looked there were spell symbols freshly painted on by the red priests to prevent the invasion of dark magic. Tang Nian realized that the game world had an extremely detailed and extremely real set of operating laws. Real to the point where it seemed like it was a complete, uncontrolled world of data and code. It was like it possessed self-awareness. The entertainment methods also approximated every prosperous dynasty she had ever seen. On the huge, half-arched bleachers, many nobles covered their whispering mouths with feather fans and watched the performances and animal fights with glowing eyes. The scene was incomparably bloody. Men in heavy armor threw one ragged slave after another into the arena. There was only one iron cage on the large fighting stage, containing a hideous and vicious alien beast, and the skinny slaves looked like they had no chance of winning. The man in armor unshackles his feet and takes a handful of flowers, waving them in front of the slave. Samuel said, "It's evening primrose." At once, the slave, who had been timid, reddened. The iron cage opened, the beast was released, and the slave pounced on it in a frenzy. In just one stroke, his arm was bitten off by the beast, but as if he couldn't feel the pain, he pounced on it again and again with red eyes, his forehead bulging with veins and looking terrified. The leg was also broken, his waist and stomach were cut open, and his internal organs were flowing out. The last time, the slave pounced on, dead bite the beast's neck, swallowing in a big mouth and sucking blood. Finally ended this vicious fight. The beast fell. The nobles in the stands shook their feather fans and shouted excitedly. The bright red color of the slave's eyes finally faded a bit, looking blankly at the beast dead in front of him, looking around with a face full of blood. Not far from the stands was the slave's master. The richly dressed nobleman stood up to praise, clapping twice. The slave smiled. But just 2 steps, he fell to the ground. His leg was broken. His waist was broken. He couldn't stand up. Panicked, he crawled towards his master, begging him to save himself. Tang Nian heard the noble beside him say, "Injured like this, he definitely won't survive." The tone was cold, like talking about the weather. Several people went up and dragged the motionless slave down, pulling long bloody trails on the ground. The attendant of the Colosseum offered a large bag of gold coins to that noble. The evening primrose made that slave go berserk. Samuel said, otherwise he had no chance of winning. Tang Nian saved a stall. Her reaction to vomiting blood was getting worse, sickly, and had to force herself to act healthy in front of Samuel, or he must be nervous. Luckily, vampires were already pale in complexion, and being sick wasn't easy to see at all. Chapter 52. Don't fall in love with your master. It would be better for the puppy to be disappointed in his master before he died, and it would be better if he could leave her of his own accord and finish the job of crushing the trust. The mission itself, anyway, was going to disappoint him. Tang Nian sighed in her heart, but her face was extraordinarily cold, stopping the waiter who passed by. "How much is the commission?" The light smile that hung on Samuel's face had a hint of cracking as she uttered those words. Again, it felt like she was being paranoid. Her master didn't like that sort of thing. She was so kind. Probably just curious. The squire looked at Tang Nian and then dropped his eyes to Samuel behind her, amazement in his eyes. "With whom do you place your bets?" How much commission can I pay for letting my slave in? Samuel's self-satisfaction bubbled and shattered. He heard her voice without a rise or fall, like a sharp, hardened dagger, slicing through a soft chest cavity, penetrating with the slightest hint of sharp pain. Indifferent as if talking about a rock. Depends on what grade. The commission of the magical beast with a low grade is less. But your slave, this character, we can give him a high price. What about a high grade? She interrupted. Samuel's face paled inch by inch. The waiter is a little heartbroken. You don't have to choose a high grade. He's good looking. We'll offer a high price. Beautiful slaves, well, a little injury is enough to let the nobles present revel in. Tall and beautiful slaves between teenagers and youths, handsome and childish. Slightly higher grade magical beasts go down with a bite. Surely no life. And if you lose, the commission will be greatly reduced. It's not worth it. Tang Yin originally didn't intend to let Samuel in. She was going to act as if the price wasn't negotiated, so she left. It would be best if this incident left a shadow on Samuel, so that he no longer trusted himself. But the teenager behind her, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Does Master want to see me win? Or do you want to see me lose? Tang Yin did not reply. The field pushed in a new ferocious beast. This time the iron cage was even bigger. A heavy hissing sound made his scalp numb, and he didn't need to open it to know what kind of terrifying thing it was. It's a berserk werewolf. The attendant explained to Tang Yin. Berserked werewolves are more dangerous than high-level magical beasts because they have intelligence. Before the words left his mouth, there was a gasp of surprise. The teenager pressed one hand onto the railing, too fast to stop. With a leap, he landed lightly on the ground. Elegant like the elven warlocks described in classical mythology. The field boiled over. Because of his face. Because of his lean figure. Because of the step out of the cage, the frenzied werewolf. Everyone was looking at him, and Shuri's tall teenager was like a magnet, holding the gaze of everyone in the room centered on him. Dangerous beasts were not far away, and this was the worst time to leave your back to the beasts, but the teenager didn't seem to feel it. Dark purple eyes crossed the distant distance and stared at Tang Yin on the stands. Wordlessly, he opened his mouth as if he was saying something to her. The teenager's clear voice couldn't penetrate Tang Yin's ears at all, but she strangely read his mouth. Master wants to see me win, or do you want to see me lose? This was undoubtedly the most boisterous time in the entire Colosseum. The pale and handsome slave stood in the center of the muddy pool of blood, and the tall and sturdy werewolf across from him, as tall as a small mountain, could no longer be seen in profile, like a heaped-up pile of rotting mud. Some people excitedly threw gold coins onto the stage, threw their feather fans, and others took off their rings and necklaces and threw them. They shouted fervently, trying to get that slave to look back at himself as he won the fight with a mere dagger, with an absolutely reversed stance, and cut the werewolf's throat with a single, expressionless slash. The calm and ruthless look aroused the ferocity of all the bloods. The seemingly harmless rabbit was also capable of biting. His innocent and beautiful face was covered with fishy, sticky blood. He turned around and searched for his master's figure in the crowed crowd in the stands, beads of blood hanging from the tips of his white ears, hiding an uncontrollable blush. He was expecting to be praised by his master. But Tang Yin looked at him with downcast eyes, no temperature in his eyes. There was no joy, no pleasure, none of the excitement on the faces of the other bloods. The smile hooked at the corner of Samuel's mouth disappeared once more. It gradually turned into uneasiness and coldness. Was she not happy? Why? And what did she want to see? See herself? Lose? With the battle won and lost, a handyman came in and pushed the bloodied werewolves onto carts and threw them out in piles like garbage. Samuel saw those mangled bodies being pulled out by the carts and suddenly felt his heart feel like it had been crushed by a sharp shard of glass. Pain embedded into the flesh. It hurt to make faces. On the stands, the owner of the Colosseum sent someone to talk to Tang Yin about the price, wanting to spend a large sum of money to buy the slave she was holding, and Tang Yin seemed to talk to the other party for a few moments. The attendant who paid the commission came next to Samuel at some point, looking at him covered in bruises, and handed him an ointment and a tray with a box full of gold coins inside the delicate wooden box. This is your commission. Samuel looked at the contents of the tray, his eyes skimming over the bottles and jars of medicine, and took the gold. This was what she wanted. Was she short of money? Samuel pondered, suddenly hearing the squire say, "Your master has a hard heart." He lifted his head, revealing his blood-stained face. The squire's eyes were full of amazement and pity. "You are moving fast. Slow down a little, even if it is only one step slower." Be aware that that frenzied werewolf only needs one bite to bite you to death. But if he cherished a little bit, his master would not let him on the field. The teenager's body froze inch by inch. He had clearly won the sensational match, but he was like a lost dog that had been abandoned, his grayish-purple pupils filled with bewilderment. The squire read something in his demeanor that turned into a profound regret. You must not fall in love with your master. His tone was sincere, without the slightest bit of malice. I can see that she has no feelings for you, and if you fall in love with her, you are doomed to be hurt. He had seen many tragedies where slaves died because they fell in love with their masters. In the eyes of this beautiful slave, he clearly saw thick, burning love like a blazing fire. What is love? The teenager suddenly asked. It is a deep liking. From the far bleachers, Mrs. Carey lifted the hem of her skirt and turned to walk out the door. I don't like her. Samuel dropped the words quickly and chased after her shadow like a moth to a flame. But how could one not like it? Those eyes full of adoration couldn't be fooled. The attendant sighed and put the ointment away. With that look, it was clear that he had liked it so much that he was sick. Along the way, Tang Yin hadn't said a word to Samuel, and her eyes hadn't lingered in front of him. Madam, he shouted as he followed, trying several times to rouse her attention, revealing the bloody wounds on his pale skin to her. Mrs. Carey. But she did not turn around and got into the carriage. If Tang Yin did not turn around and wait for him, then he was just a lowly slave, discarded in the Moonlight City, will inevitably be reduced to a plaything to be slaughtered. He has always played such a role. Samuel chased faster, deliberately tearing his wounds even more open, so that the fishy sweet scent that had been covered in werewolf blood emanated from the wound. The shirt on his body was soaking wet, clinging to his tight waist and stomach, dripping down blood, passing through the long corridor of the Moonlight City's gardens, enticing a crowd of bloods to redden their eyes, their fangs against their lips, almost on the verge of madness. The carriage finally stopped. Samuel walked over to see Lady Carey frowning tightly. The knot in her throat twitched, nothing but bewilderment in her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering 2 times in bemusement as she called out to her softly. Master! Not caring for this highly undignified gesture, so humble he was about to lower himself into the dust, he climbed into the carriage like that and prostrated himself at her feet. Don't ignore me. He repented, but did not know for what he repented. He knelt only purely to induce her pity, because the cramped environment inevitably touched her skin. His fingertips felt like they had been burned, loosened, and followed his instincts to want to move closer. Tang Yin lowered his eyes, his brow furrowed. He watched his master's expression and realized that she was unhappy, so he grew more and more uneasy, his fingers wrapped around her skirt, clenching it until it blanched with blood loss. Wipe. A handkerchief was thrown at him. Tang Yin's voice was icy cold. If you don't want to be sucked dry by a frenzied vampire, stop the blood on your body. The teenager squeezed the piece of handkerchief in a daze, his moist eyes lifting upwards. From his angle, he could see Tang Yin's dark, warm eyes. She really didn't look like a blood. For some reason, pinching that piece of hanky, Samuel was happy again. Obviously, a second ago was like a discarded dog being thrown into the 9 deaths of the Colosseum by this cruel blood female. But now, the mere fact that she had given him a handkerchief to dry the blood from his wounded and torn body gave him great satisfaction. There was a vague illusion of being immersed in happiness. How could he not be satisfied? The master had been so good to him. With a few hurried, haphazard swipes to wipe off the blood, Samuel quietly hid the paddle in his sleeve and sat meekly at her feet again, gently holding her ankles. A fine redness pressed out of the ends of his eyes, and even his lashes hung damply, like feathers weighed down by frost. The master was silent again. The look was still unhappy. He didn't know what to do, and his eyes looked at her blankly and uneasily. Did I do something wrong? The teenager carefully tugged on Tang Yin's finger, a throbbing pain in the injured area of his body. Please don't be angry. Warning, the mission is stalled. The progress is too slow. Please players actively raid. Time limit of 48 hours. Please players complete the mission on time. Chapter 53, Out of Control Player. The werewolf's horrifyingly sharp claws cut deep, bone-deep marks on the lean teenager's body. Blood soaked through the snow-white shirt, and his eyelashes wet with drooping tears fluttered as his soft, injured body pressed against her calf. With a humble gesture, he pressed his cheek against her knee, gently rubbing it. Murmuring as if begging for mercy, "You must not go." His wet red lips touched the hem of her skirt, humble like a rose trampled into the mud. And Tang Yin finally saw the alert box pop up beside the teenager, displaying the character's background information. Target level: the origin of this world's disaster. Age: unknown. Risk factor: taken literally, World Disaster Origins was like the boss on this sandbox map. Donan's latest mission is to quickly destroy the trust and dependence Samuel has built up on himself, and to destroy it all. Sounds like scummy girl behavior, gaining his trust before crushing it. What does this have to do with awakening and the origin of the world's catastrophe? Tang Yin's body was physically tired, and there was a slight pain coming from her heart. She was silent all the way, bringing Samuel back to his residence and not paying him any attention after that. Closing her eyes, she fell into the soft bedding and rested. Outside the door, the battered slave sat down against it, his fingers pressing against the doorframe, steaming a damp mist. He attached his ear to the door panel, feeling the breath of the person inside, until he was sure she was asleep, and pulled a soft bottle with a clear pointed tip out of his shirt. He was resistant to the subject of golems, and did not want his master to inquire about golems with the nobles, for he was a golem himself. While she slept, Samuel concentrated on his body. The skin at his joints cracked open in a small, inconspicuous gash, and he squeezed the soft bottle to squeeze a little lubricant into it. The next second the gash disappeared again. He went back to taking care of his jewel-encrusted eyes. Tang Yin always felt that Samuel's eyes were as transparent and beautiful as expensive opal gemstones, but she didn't know that those eyes were indeed polished with gemstones. She also didn't know the reason why the quest was triggered. As the origin of the world's disaster, Samuel was living too happily now. He was sinking into the beauty of spending time with her and had forgotten his hatred. After making a few puppets, no longer wanting to take revenge on the world, he even wanted to be with her like this forever. He had no desire to destroy the world anymore, and that was the problem. The world's eventually going to be destroyed, but the origin of the disaster was about to stop being a disaster. Isn't that just, well, messed up? Fortunately, player Tang Yin is selfish. In her world, her body was already overwhelmed by a horrible disease and would die at any moment. Everything in front of her was a game to her, and she only wanted to live. Blood soaked Tang Yin's dress. Gradually, many bloods attracted by the scent of blood gathered outside the residence, and they stepped onto the stairs disoriented, seeking the source of the scent and pouring into the place. Again, they were stabbed in the temples by the shadows bred by the darkness, and quietly dragged into the curly, dense flowers. So hungry. In her sleep, Tang Yin's consciousness blurred at some point. Sharp teeth pressed against out lips. Close at hand was the source of the scent. The teenager's slim, curly lashes swept across her cheeks, the tip of her nose against the tip of her nose, rubbing intimately. Sensing the sleeping blood trying to bite him, Samuel adjusted his position and pressed his shoulder to stop her. "No, master. I'm too dirty." He stifled a low gasp, forcing himself to suppress his longing and turn away from his master. Gathering the ripped collar back together and grasping the blood-soaked shirt, the teenager gently nuzzled his face against Donan's hand that was draped over the bed. "I'll let you eat when I get back to cleaning it." He still had werewolf blood on him, and didn't want Lady Carrie to touch herself like this. If her lips touched the blood of a lowly werewolf, he would go mad. Donan reasonably suspected that the game developers were perverts. She kept Samuel from eating, and was herded full of wounds into a damp room with no windows away from Tang Nan, in conditions so hostile that Tang Nan thought he would die from the worsening of his wounds. Donan thought of every nasty deed she could think of while no longer seeing him, as if she was going to leave him there to fend for himself. Samuel obeyed all of her arrangements, favoring the fact that he couldn't take being locked in a small room, and he scratched the door gently, his chest vibrating slightly as he let out a thin whimper. The rich, sweet scent of blood seeped through the doorway, accompanied along with his pleading voice. "No, ma'am. Master, don't let me in here." Like a discarded puppy, he could be hurt by Tang Yin, but could not accept her leaving. The 48 hours were coming to an end. This mission was clearly going to fail, because Samuel still trusted her wholeheartedly and unreservedly. Probably detecting a lack of intensity, Tang Yin was having her servant prepare medicine and clean clothes for Samuel when her heart suddenly ached, more horrifying than any other attack, and her entire body convulsed and fell to the ground, instantly stimulated into fainting. By the time he woke up, he was in a cold sweat, and his lips were white as if he had been soaked in formalin. Warning: please correct the player's attitude towards the game. Penalty life value -3 hours. This was the game's warning to her. The pain from her heart could easily stir Tang Yin's fear, and she clutched her collar, woefully like she had just come out of the water. This wasn't even the end. Since she passed out from the pain, time passed while she was unconscious, and by the time she woke up, it had been over 48 hours. But Samuel still trusted her. Warning, mission timed out. Hint, persona buffs will act on the player until the mission is complete. The task of getting him to trust on himself was extraordinarily easy to complete, and the task of getting him to stop trusting himself was extraordinarily difficult. Tang Nian began to lose control of her body, like a conscious puppet, doing things she didn't really want to do when she realized what this so-called persona buff was. The whip appeared in the props bar. Her out-of-control body made its way to the cramped room and reached out to push open the door, where the teenager was reaching up to clasp the doorframe, her soaked eyes shining brightly at her arrival. Master! Samuel reached out to touch the skirt of her dress, seeing the blood on his dried fingers and shrinking back, like he was afraid of staining her dress. The game was essentially an RPG, taking a specific identity role card to play a certain image and carry out quests according to the character's personality and habits. Previously, Tang Yin's quest had gone so smoothly that even if she had collapsed her persona, there wouldn't be a game prompt box to come out and stop her. Now that the game mission had fallen into failure, the system rightfully took over her body and forced the mission to go. The whip was a game-generated whip, and there was a trace of it, as she heard her mouth go against her will and ordered her servant Carter to tie Samuel up. Emaciated wrists were tied up, hanging high above his head, neck ring around his neck to fasten the chains. Every move was a dirty trick of the nobles to play with the forbidden, conforming to the image of the frontal flirtation of the countess. Tang Nian uncontrollably abusive, the heart kept apologizing. But it was completely different from what was imagined. Samuel was in pain, shedding tears, but never begged for mercy. Only asking one question. Are you upset because I'm not obedient enough? Samuel hung his head, his slender eyelashes hung with watery mist, hiding the uneasiness under his eyes. Can you punish me without leaving me? He obediently accepted all the pain Tang Nian inflicted on him, only begging Tang Nian not to stay away from him. Tang Nian was unable to speak, apologizing in her heart while her hands trembled uncontrollably as she hurt him, until the teenager stifled a grunt and passed out on the floor covered in cold sweat, delirious. After confirming the other's unconsciousness, her body let go and she found herself able to move again. Hastily dropping what she was holding, she held the unconscious person in her arms, ruffling his hair that was wet with cold sweat, revealing that beautiful and fragile face. Tang Nian's heart abruptly stung. Chapter 54. The Soft and Kind Blood Emperor. He looked pale, with a bloody gash on his neck that she had bitten out not too long ago. His already white skin took on a transparent fragility, and after the severe loss of blood and the torture she had inflicted on him, he looked not much different from being dead. Qing Shui. She instructed Carter behind her with an expressionless face. And the ointment, bring them both here. Carter was like a robot following instructions, answering mechanically with an expressionless face and turning to leave. Tang Nian called out to him again, bring him some food. For some reason, although much duller than before, Carter's execution efficiency became a whole lot higher, and it didn't take long for him to go and return with what Tang Nian needed. Tang Nian raised her hand to rip open Samuel's blood-covered shirt, and in her heart she mumbled sorry while her trembling fingers quickly cleaned up the wounds that spread all over his body. His hands looked hideous, but they didn't hurt the bones. Sterilized, applied medicine, and changed into clean clothes, Tang Nian did a series of actions quickly and gently, without disturbing the unconscious teenager. Only when it came to the feeding stage was it difficult again. Even in the middle of his coma, Samuel was very resistant to the blood in the glass. Tang Nian cupped the teenager's lean jaw and tried to get him to open his mouth, but as soon as he poured the bright red liquid into the gap between his lips, he shuddered violently. Even in his unconscious state, he kept physiologically dry heaving and convulsing, creating fierce resistance. She frowned at Carter and said, "Come help." Carter, however, stood frozen behind her, not moving, like he couldn't hear her. But Samuel was really losing too much blood. Tang Nian picked up the knife that cut the gauze in the tray and slit her palm, and the stinging blood stains immediately snaked down her palm and dripped onto the floor. She was used to enduring pain, and as long as it wasn't pain in the heart, she could calmly endure it. Cupping the teenager's jaw, she fed the blood from her palm to his lips, expecting it to take some more effort, but she didn't expect that this time. Samuel obediently opened his mouth, licking the blood from his palm like a kitten lapping up water. His eyes closed as he gently licked the blood from his palm, his cool, soft lips holding her wound and sucking on it delicately. The vampire's body temperature was on the low side, and her lips were crimson and soft, like they were plastered with jelly. The wound strangely did not hurt. When she drew back her hand, the unconscious teenager huffed silently, subconsciously following the sweet-smelling blood that filled her lips and teeth. Tang Yin put down the person in her arms, then said to the numb-looking Carter, "When he wakes up, say you did it." Carter's temperatureless eyes looked at her and nodded mechanically. "Yes, ma'am." He asked again, "Why did you do it?" Donnan watched Samuel quietly, tucking him in, meticulously tucking him in. "No reason." She left, leaving a final, "Take care of him." The room fell silent once more, losing its temperature with the departure of a single person. The darkness breeds thin shadows. The otherwise unconscious man on the bed slowly lifted his eyes, his empty dark purple eyes looking at the ceiling, his long pale fingers clenching the bedding. He twisted the faintly scented quilt in his arms and closed his eyes, rubbing them against his face. "Master!" A thin, moist blush flooded his pale cheeks. "Master is so good," he murmured. But why was she always secretly nice to him? Why not let him know? No answer could be found. Slender silhouettes coalesced in the darkness, growing larger and larger, taking on the shape of a human. Then it solidified into hair, nails, and eyelashes, and the dark complexion became rosy and white, with full lips like budding roses. The slimy shadows gradually took on the form of a woman who walked up to him and embraced him. The teenager pressed himself into her arms and hugged back hard to this friend who had just been created by him and was exactly like his master. "Master!" he whimpered. His cheek touched her soft body, and for a moment his heart felt like it was wrapped tightly around a vine, unable to contain the fine shiver that began to run through it. Her crimson soft lips were open, tilting her head like she was asking for a kiss. The puppet also hugged him back, gently stroking his hair, almost exactly the same action as the one not long ago. But soon he cooled down. Disgust was all in his eyes. The golem twitched twice in bewilderment, and in the next second, like oil and wax melting at high temperatures, it reverted back to a black, slimy substance, writhing and shrinking back into the shadows. The teenager began to physiologically dry heave again. Covering his mouth, he rubbed his cheek hard with his other hand, like he was trying to scrub off a piece of skin raw. Not the same. Not the same at all. Just as Tang Yin was agonizing over how her mission was going to be accomplished, the new emperor that had always existed in other people's legends appeared. This body probably really doesn't work, and Tang Yin nearly lost her mobility after another major blood vomit. When she braced herself and was finally able to walk, she came out of her abode and realized that the originally lively and bustling palace had changed its atmosphere. The further inside, the clearer this feeling became. Everyone stood solemnly on both sides of the hall, and the formerly haughty nobles stopped their chattering discussions. Like monkeys tamed by a lion tamer, they quietly stood in the position where they should stand, more obedient than animals in a circus. Several red-robed priests stood at the forefront. The only one in the empire who could mobilize the red-robed priests was the new emperor. And at the end of the road was the damp, cramped room where she kept her slaves. Tang Yin walked all the way there, and finally saw the legendary Blood Emperor in the room. Many people had sung her praises, saying that she was kind and beautiful, the rose of the empire, the goddess in the hearts of all. Sure enough, she was even more beautiful than what the people had described. The Blood Emperor was so gentle and elegant, with a head of soft golden hair hanging behind her head, as holy as an angel. Her nose was red as if she had cried, and her eyes showed sorrow and pity, which instantly stole everyone's breath. The corridor was crowded with nobles. Both men and women were looking at her, as if she was born with an aura that would attract some people's attention. The new emperor's sudden visit had left all the nobles in a state of favor. Tang Yin walked over and saw that inside the room, her own slave, who was covered in wounds, had his head bowed, listening tamely to what the empress was saying. Beside the queen's feet was a tray, and inside was ointment, as well as chains that had been unraveled. Those chains were the ones Tang Yin had tied to Samuel when he was controlled by the man-made buff. The atmosphere was cordial, and the men and women with delicate faces were like an excellent palace painting with excellent brushwork. Tang Yin was not surprised that the Blood Emperor would be attracted to Samuel. The teenager was well-behaved and submissive in the cramped and humid room, and underneath his disheveled hair was the extremely timeless face. The dark purple gaze held some inquiry and curiosity, his face half hidden in the darkness, as if he was listening to something, but also as if he was carefully observing that new Blood Emperor. Tang Yin's brain went blank for a moment as he looked into his eyes. It was as if this puppy that he himself had been feeding suddenly wagged his tail at someone else. It was probably because his authority as the master had been challenged, and a faint trace of displeasure surged strangely in his heart. Tang Yin did not approach, nor did she walk over. Quietly standing by the door, he watched the cordial and harmonious atmosphere between his slave and the new emperor, like an out-of-the-way spectator. Chapter 55, Abandoning the Puppy. The new emperor's gentle voice like the night breeze echoed in the small room, carefully instructing the teenager on how to use the medicine. This is how the wound will heal. Don't be afraid. I'll go talk to the countess. Say what? Tang Yin's voice disturbed the blood emperor who was talking gently with Samuel. The teenager abruptly raised his head and saw her, his eyes lighting up with pure, clean joy. The blood emperor also froze, staring blankly at his smile as if he was shaken. Turning her head a moment later, she locked eyes with Tang Yin. The blood emperor's beautiful, bright eyes looked at her warily, lips pursed as if he had seen some dangerous flooding beast. Tang Yin turned into an unwelcome and uninvited guest, her appearance breaking the quiet and harmonious atmosphere of the room. The blood emperor stood up with her complicated skirt, opened her hands to block in front of the teenager, and said nervously, "Don't you come any closer." Tang Yin, huh? She cocked her head and looked at the other party with a good-natured expression. Isn't this my residence? Looking again at the teenager with red eyes behind the blood emperor, behind you is my slave. You mistreated him. The kind-hearted queen's voice trembled. A vicious person like you deserves to be burned in flames. Looking at the red marks of abuse on the teenager's porcelain-white skin, it wasn't unreasonable for her to say this. Tang Yin smiled. Did I abuse you? Samuel shook his head. A pair of eyes that had been infatuated and sticky since Tang Yin's appearance landed on her, written with thick and clear adoration. But the denying action was taken by the blood emperor as stoicism and being coerced. The blood emperor steadfastly stood in front of the teenager, as if he was trying to shield him from danger with his weak shoulders. A light and soft voice said as if pleading, "Can you stop torturing him so much? He's been seriously injured." Tang Yin clearly saw that in addition to the pain in the blood emperor's eyes, there was also a trace of love that couldn't be concealed. Please let him go. Tang Yin. What part of the play is it now? Script for her to read. The gentle empress pronounced her sentence. You've been sucking his blood. Yes. Tang Yin graciously admitted. The empire prohibits the direct sucking of blood from the blood race. Tang Yin nodded again. It does smell sweet. Samuel reddened, eyelashes fluttering, and turned his head sideways, inadvertently revealing the collar of his gnawed, red-marked neck. Fishing for whoever. It's pretty good looking, though, Tang Yin mentally marveled. The empire has always prohibited the private breeding of blood servants. That's right, she nodded. That's why I keep them openly, everyone here knows. The blood emperor pressed his chest in pity and shock, gasping weakly, You hurt him, and you blinded him. Tang Yin raised her chin, suddenly tickling the corners of her mouth in mockery. But his heart leapt and hurt, like a warning, more like a reminder. How to break the heart of a trusting puppy the most. That would be to make it feel safe with its owner, and then ruthlessly abandon it. Isn't this just right? Tang Yin's thoughts suddenly cleared, and it occurred to her that Samuel was terrified of being separated from himself, and he was extremely afraid of being alone. In the past few days, Tang Yin tried many kinds of ways to try to make Samuel's trust in himself shatter. But no matter what, the detected trust value was full. Samuel trusted her unconditionally, just like a puppy that trusts its master. Even if he picks up a whip, he will lick his wounds and then pounce over once again, wagging his tail around her feet. After trying many ways, Tang Yin finally realized a problem. He was afraid of being thrown away. He was afraid of being alone, and vaguely recalled that on some big windy and stormy night, the teenager had said to her earnestly and pallidly, I'm not alone. There's a lot of things to keep me company. What was there to keep him company? Obviously he had nothing. He didn't even have a name. It was pathetic. So? She said calmly and contemptuously at Samuel's bewildered look, He's a slave I've bought. I'll treat him how I want to be treated. If I want him to be food, he's food. If I want him as a toy, then he's a toy. The blood emperor's face was pale and looked even weaker, like he hadn't thought that there were such justified bad guys in the world. Tang Yin said lightly in the teenager's eyes, which were diffusing mist inch by inch, I'll do whatever I want with him. You. The tender blood emperor was like an untutored clean rose blooming in a manner full of filth. Her eyes widened in shock, Her watery eyes seemed to speak of disbelief that the world would have the existence of such a vicious female. She rebuked bitterly, "You shouldn't have done that to him. He's a living, breathing blood, with a mind and likes and dislikes of his own, and he suffers and bleeds." "So?" Tang Nian interrupted the kind emperor and said indifferently, "Is the royal family going to confiscate my private property?" This sentence was like a reminder to the other side, providing another way of thinking about things. Samuel's eyes widened suddenly, looking incredulously at his master who was leaning against the doorframe. Wet eyes filled with trepidation. "I'll take care of him. I'll give him the best and most secure help I can," the Blood Emperor said impatiently, "and will definitely treat him even better than you." Very well, it was what Tang Nian wanted to unfold. "So what? You're taking my slave away from me?" Tang Nian smiled coldly, like a shrewd and calculating greedy merchant. "I paid for him, and I'll lose a lot if you're going to just take him away like this." The words clearly demanded payment. Samuel's fingers kept tightening and twitching nervously as if he expected something. "Master!" he cried softly, his voice as damp and soft as if it had been drenched in water, attempting to call her attention back with a plea. For his part, the Blood Emperor spoke eagerly. "How much did it cost you?" "My engagement ring to the Earl." Tang Nian, well versed in the art of the lion's share, did not give a clear price. "How much do you think it's worth?" In fact, both Samuel and she knew full well that he had brought it back on his own for free. Was picked up, hiding in a dark alley, woefully soaked. He was brought back by Tang Nian. But Samuel wouldn't tear her apart, whimpering like a small animal about to be abandoned. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to carefully tug at the hem of her skirt. "Master!" Was she short of money? He could give her money. He could give her lots and lots of money. But Tang Nian just indifferently tugged back on her dress. With such ease, she sold Samuel to the Blood Emperor for a few crates of gold coins, smiling extraordinarily cruelly. "He's yours." As if talking about some inconsequential item. The teenager opened his wet eyes and stared blankly at Tang Nian's, departing back with some bewilderment and unresponsive panic in his eyes. It was as if he was a puppy abandoned by its owner. Chapter 56. Reality and Games Intertwined. The news that the Blood Emperor had taken a slave from Lady Carrie spread quickly. Everyone watched as several large boxes of gold coins were carried into her room. Then, the red-robed priests entered the room one after another, binding the thin and beautiful slave with strange chains written with incantations and taking him out. Why was he tied up? And what was written on those chains? The red-robed priests were so secretive that they even dispersed the growing crowd and escorted the teenager onto a square wagon encrusted with metal, as if they were escorting him into some kind of special prison. Ding! Detected mission target, trust value emptied. Congratulations, player, completing the stage quest. Rewarded with 72 hours of life value. Please continue your efforts. Tang Nian finally returned to her senses, looking at the unfamiliar face reflected in the glass window in front of her. This game modeling didn't look anything like herself, mature, voluptuous, and delicate, looking extremely in line with the identity of a flamboyant noblewoman. Doesn't matter. Giving the slave away lightly, as if he had never cherished him as a pet. The mission was completed just like this, so smoothly that Tang Nian felt incredible. Because it was fake, no one would worry about whether a puppy made of a string of data had only one owner for its entire life. Nor would they overthink how painful it would be for a puppy to be given away by its owner. Such a crushing way seemed reasonable to Tang Nian. The cruelty was only momentary, and it would be good for the teenager to hurry up and give him away before he realized that the new emperor was better than her. But his reddened eyes were always imprinted in his mind, lingering. There was bewilderment, confusion, disappointment, and a hint of yet-to-be-formed hatred in those eyes. The stray dog never understood why he was abandoned by his master. He couldn't figure it out. Tang Nian watched as the teenager was pulled by several people and stuffed into the carriage. Giving him to the new emperor shouldn't be the wrong decision. Anyway, the mission had already been accomplished. Originally, everything should have ended smoothly, but without realizing it, several red-robed priests drove away the people on the promenade. She and the Blood Emperor were the only ones left in the entire large hall. Accepting the feathered wide-brimmed hat handed to her by her attendant as she passed sideways, the new emperor stood still at Tang Nian. Suddenly speaking lightly to her, he said, "Just a paper person." Tang Nian abruptly turned back. The Blood Emperor looked gentle, as if the strange words she had just spoken were not hers. "I will take care of him, so don't you come back to harass him or hurt him." "I will. These gold coins are yours." Tang Nian suddenly asked her, Did you just say something? The new emperor turned around with a smile on his face, but contempt showed in his eyes. Isn't it time for you to leave? Would this game be too humanized? Can the NPCs in the game sense the presence of the players? Those knights in red who had left at some point went and returned. Tang Yin mobilized the background plate. However, he found that this Blood Emperor, who was a big name in Moonlight City, didn't have any relevant introductory information, which didn't fit the norm. To know that even Gretel's kind of passerby like Butler had a prompt box for introductory information. With a bad feeling welling up in her heart, Tang Yin heard her say, "No matter what your purpose is now, please leave this body." Without waiting for her to react, the Blood Emperor's soft hand had already pressed down on her forehead. The beautiful face was like ice, quickly becoming cold and evil, and her mouth chanted, "Get out of here. Warning. Player is at risk of forced exit. Warning. The mission reward has not yet been enacted, and the player's life value is insufficient. Warning. The mission results are reset, and the results have been tested as a failure." In the next second, the soul was violently filled with a tearing sensation, followed by a trance. Tang Yin's eyes flashed before him, and he violently opened his eyes to see the familiar white walls of the hospital. A dinging sound rang in her head, warning her that she had been forced out of the game, and her heart was drilling with pain, as if it had been pinched and kneaded viciously by an invisible hand. Several doctors and nurses rushed through the doorway, quickly checking her condition. Collars and sleeves were quickly undone. Cold gel was applied to her body, and metal sheets were pressed against her chest. Tang Yin heard the sound of the machine being turned on, heard the doctor's countdown. A huge current ran through her body like a dying fish. The eyes were black, as if a broken television set, only black and white snowflake noise. Many people were milling around and dispersed by the nurses around her, feeling her bed being quickly flattened as the doctors rushed to save her precarious heartbeat while taking her to the operating room. How did this happen? Under the shadowless light, the lancet broke through the skin and silent droplets of water slid out of her tightly closed eyelashes. Why is it so hard to live? Light and shadow traced across the eyelids. The sound of a ticking machine is beside my ears. Put on a shot of heparin. There's no heartbeat. ECMO. Up the ECMO. Doctor, it's not working. Time of death, 1748. Heart monitor, cardiac defibrillator, ventilator, anesthesia machine, biofeedback machine. All kinds of instruments, the display on the wall, the gradually disappearing heartbeat. Inside the operating room, the doctors bowed their heads in silence. The nurse's tears slipped into the mask, her voice with infinite pain. She is still so young. Ding. Congratulations, player. Triggering a reward. The blessing of the bright elves has been used. Please, player, make further efforts. Tick. Next to the operating table, on the originally stagnant monitor, the physiological data of the patient who had been declared dead suddenly changed, and the flat lines on the screen drew long ripples. Tick-tock came another sound. The ripples bounced up and down, and the heart that had been zeroed out once again appeared energized. Director. I don't know who came back first, but the silent doctors looked up. Hurry. The patient has a heartbeat. After the 9-hour heart surgery, Tang Yin was once again back to being unable to move. It was agonizing. Consciousness was always semi-conscious, even if anesthesia didn't help, and even the pain became clear. But all the monitors didn't notice that she was awake. The doctor's discussion echoed in her ears. The patient's condition does not allow for a heart transplant. Open chest is no longer tolerated in the short term. Her rib diaphragm was removed. Real-time monitoring for inflammatory reactions. A cold can kill her now. Tang Yin was wordlessly sober. Getting a life back was lucky for her. Not being able to move was just fine. But the strange thing was, why was she hearing the game beeps in the real world outside of the game? And why? Hadn't the Bright Elf's blessing been used? Why could it still be used? Why could props in the game also work directly in the real world? Why? Tang Yin's thoughts were a mess, and as if to remind her, that tone that seemed to be implanted in her mind dinged again. Ding. The player has a total of 2 blessings from the Bright Elves, rewards from 2 separate quests. The blessing from the Bright Elf is a blood restoration item that can withstand all spells and physical damage. Chapter 57, Blonde Beauty. Tick, tick, tick. The 4 slowly dropped droplets downward, injecting them into Tang Yin's body through the thin, soft tube. She lay flat on her back, stiff, her eyes open as she stared out the window at the moon. The rest of the patients in the ward were asleep. The intensive care nurse on night duty would come by every once in a while to check the data on the display next to her, and ask if she needed to be turned over. She got a life back, but couldn't move. Even though she was anesthetized during the surgery, she maintained a strange state of wakefulness, sensing the entirety of her journey from death to life. She knew her heart had stopped and the doctors had declared her time of death. Fortunately, in the moment of near death, she triggered the game's reward and got a life back due to a simple blessing from the light elf. It was really awesome. The life that she had exhausted all her energy trying to get back was only obtained by triggering a small reward in the game. It turned out that life was so worthless. Tang Nian closed her eyes. As long as she could survive. But the bright elf's blessing, hadn't it already been used in the game? Why was it still there? Ding! In the darkness, an incomparably clear and crisp beep sounded. Tang Nian opened her eyes. The elf is injured. Want to go help him? The cold, smooth prompt was a timbre she was extremely familiar with. But this wasn't a game, but the real world. Tang Nian's face was calm, but cold sweat seeped out behind her back. She hadn't even opened her cell phone. So where did these beeps come from? It didn't seem to matter. A game that could casually save her life. The beeps appearing in the real world was nothing compared to its ability to casually fiddle with her life value. The elf is extremely sad and has lost the will to live. May I ask how you will choose? A. Enter the game fragments from your forgotten past to find the reason for the elf's atrophy. B. Ignore it. Whose forgotten past? Was you referring to her? Did she recognize the cartoon pixelated villain? Thinking of the pitiful appearance of the blonde elf, lying by the river covered in mosaic, it was no surprise that the answer could only be A. Tang Nian lay flat on her back, her raspy voice sounding like it had been sandpapered. A.
What?
The nurse on night duty at the side thought the patient was calling out to her and rushed over. Closer, but found the patient's eyes closed, breathing steadily, asleep. All physiological signs were stable, and the nurse left again, puzzled. It seems to be talking in her sleep. This time the experience of entering the game was different from the past. Tang Nian fell into the middle of the so-called game fragments, and the feeling of being lightheaded was not as strong as before, but instead was like falling into the clouds. Everything was hazy, with an eerie sense of familiarity. It was as if falling into an established, unchangeable past. Tang Nian opened her eyes, her expression still somewhat unresponsive and blank. She wasn't lying on a bed, but in a flattened patch of grass. Within sight, a slender figure was sitting on a tree branch not far away, the tips of its bare feet dangling from the clumps of emerald green leaves, hanging a snow-white and holy cloud. Because of that figure, the picture in front of her looked like a dreamscape depicted by a bard. The other party had his back to Tang Nian and was raising his hand to rub a longbow that emitted a mysterious halo of light as if it were crystal. His body was wearing a white robe with a cloud-like texture of lightness and eccentricity, like the gods of Olympus described in ancient Greek mythology, sloping down from his shoulders, his waist gathered tightly. The bare shoulders and collarbones exuded a jade-like soft and cold white light. The long, soft golden hair was like satin that had been irradiated by the sun, emitting a fine and dreamy luster. Seemingly sensing that she was awake, the other party lifted his eyelashes, his emerald green eyes cold and stunning, oppressive. Tang Nian almost held her breath. So beautiful. A beauty that transcended gender and made people dare not approach. She tensed her body as a reflex, and a sharp stabbing pain came, and only then did she realize that she was injured, seriously injured. Lowering her eyes, she realized that several layers of thick green leaves were attached to her shoulder, and the skin beneath was vaguely oozing blood. What the hell? Tang Nian blinked hard as some memory entered her mind. It seemed to be a memory that had already been forgotten by her, or one that had been deliberately erased after a previous quest. The beautiful humanoid creature not far away was an elf, the cold and haughty race of light. Previously, she had been following this beautiful elf in front of her for nearly 5 days in a dead heat, not making the slightest progress in 5 days, and had just passed out due to the miasma. Elves had always been high and cold creatures who had almost no need for affection, and Tang Yin's mission was to make the elf fall in love with her. The memories in her mind reloaded, and Tang Yin pressed her forehead for a moment to digest them, and when she lowered her hand again, they had all loaded. She remembered that this was the first quest she had undertaken since the mysterious game appeared on her phone, and she had just started to get the sweet spot. A few days ago, she'd picked up a wounded, dying elf by the river. Later, she deflected a poisoned arrow from a dark race for an indifferent elf on the verge of death. Finally, by relying on this kind of courage to bet on death to obtain the elf a little bit of thin favorability. And this little bit of goodwill let Tang Yin in the real world successfully extended life, from the hands of the god of death to win once. She got back a day's worth of life. It turned out that this game that had suddenly appeared in her phone was actually real. After entering the game again, Tang Yin began to intensify her efforts to be nice to this elf, using the fact that she had blocked an arrow for him as an excuse to keep pestering the elf to chirp away without words, attempting to melt this piece of ice with overflowing enthusiasm. But this raider object had treated her really badly. He had completely forgotten that Tang Yin was a fragile human and had even blocked an arrow for him. In order to protect the light and decimate the growing dark race, he needed to travel to the Sea of Infinity. Tang Yin was left behind by him, chasing his shadow through the forest filled with miasma. The poisonous miasma was like a giant sword hanging over her head, ready to harvest her life at any time. Afraid of getting lost with him, even though Tang Yin's breathing was becoming increasingly difficult, she still kept her head up and followed the elf's indifferent figure. By the time the other party finally realized that she was just an ordinary human and would die in this poisonous gas, Tang Yin was already delirious. She collapsed between the bushes, her mouth open as she panted helplessly, a row of teeth marks lightly imprinted on her lower lip. Those were left by her biting herself as she endured the pain. But she still gave the elf a weak smile and told him, "It's okay. You let me rest, I can still continue." She didn't even want the elf to look remorseful, but she had clearly misunderstood. The elf didn't blame himself for his carelessness as Tang Yin thought. The surprise in his expression was only because of the fragility of humans. It turned out that she would die from breathing in the miasma? He thought with slight contempt that humans were truly as fragile as young leaves. Chapter 58, The Flower of the High Ridge. Tang Yin held down her shoulders and sat up. There was no more miasma inside this forest she was in now, and it was obviously the elf who had brought the unconscious her here. But the other party was so far away from herself, sitting high up on a branch, like a butterfly about to lift its wings and fly into the forest, and at any moment it could disappear. Such an iffy distance made Tang Yin feel uneasy. She needs to try her best to make him love herself, otherwise, she will die. This bland race was forced to stick by Tang Yin's side, citing her saving grace as the reason. She followed behind that elf, chattering every day, and the elf did not drive her away, but was impatient and had not looked happy since he had known her. She followed herself, and after following her for a long time, the elf slackened off on her. Gradually, he also got used to Tang Yin's behavior of constantly circling around him and stopped refusing when she deliberately approached. She would sometimes pick wildflowers on the ground and carefully give them to the elf, and sometimes she would pick up a pine cone and bring it to the tip of her nose to sniff it, smiling and telling him it smelled good. Sometimes she would even make a straw ring out of twigs and vines and hand it to him. The elf never accepted these cheap little gifts from her and disdained her careful ingratiation. Perhaps it was because this noisy human girl had blocked arrows for him. Although she had not expressed her favor, the elf had always acquiesced in her behavior of following her. This world is not only elves, but also many strange and weird creatures. Most of those who can survive in this continent are not good and weak species. Some beautiful goblins, sexy chimera shuttling through the forest. See, the immaculate elves will always stop, or peep, or accost. When they find the elf followed by Tang Yin, a stumbling human, they will always gather together, discussing something in 2 or 3 words, or revealing a look of disdain. Passing by the taverns of certain cities, there would also be dancers and even individual tall orcs of unknown races gathered around him, their eyes filled with naked fervor. Surprisingly, it was by an elf who came here? Do elves drink? After all, looking at the species on the entire tree of life, bright elves were noble and rare existences, and cold and arrogant, avoiding the world all year round, with rare movements. Why is there a human following behind him? They seem to be together. How is this possible? How could an elf, such a haughty race, allow a lowly human race to follow him? But they seem to really know each other. Don't know each other, right? The elves are ignoring her. Tang Yin lowered her eyes and pretended not to hear. She did her best to act like and adore, so passionate that he felt confused. And yet, he hadn't pushed her away. Perhaps subconsciously, he had already classified this human being into the realm of his own possessions, but he just didn't know yet what this thought of his meant. In any case, it was indulgence. The evening sun that filled the sky outlined the elf's stunningly beautiful silhouette, and the broken light spilled into those emerald green eyes as if stars had fallen into the sea. He didn't like this environment, yet for some reason, he still sat here. Tang Yin sat across from him and asked in a low voice, "Is it possible to leave?" The elf raised his eyes to look over, his eyes focused and without temperature. I don't like it here. A few carnivorous beastmen in the shadows stared at her intently, giving her the illusion that her neck would be bitten off in the next second. Can we change places? The elf didn't say anything, dropping his eyes and ignoring her. His presence caused the tavern to gather more and more people, and the atmosphere grew more and more heated. The chimera dancer with a slender peach heart tail was barefoot, with silver rings hanging from her feet, moving her extremely enchanting and slender body to twirl around him, and when she got closer, she suddenly sat down next to him. Naked arms were next to the elf's cool skin that was exposed outside of his white shirt and pressed tightly against it. He frowned and quickly pulled away, and before he could say anything, Donnan had already walked over. "Let's go," she said again. The dancer raised an eyebrow at her, her eyes sliding up and down, the undisguised contempt in them making Tang Yin feel a pang of offense. "Don't you want to have a drink here, little human sister?" Tang Yin didn't answer, extending her hand towards the elf. "Can we get out of here?" At this time, if Shyvana's had only glanced up, he could have seen the uneasiness that filled Tang Yin's eyes. But he didn't. He didn't even glance toward her, once again blithely ignoring Donnan and asking the dancer for a glass of wine. The dancer giggled, her eyes glancing playfully at Tang Yin, and happily went to pour the elf a drink. Tang Yin fell silent, realizing clearly once again how irrelevant she was in the elf's mind. She became quiet, sitting on the other side of the long table, an empty seat 2 people away from the elf, looking down at the wine glass without a word. She did not even react when the dancer returned with the wine. Savannah's looked to her. When not pestering him, the young human girl looked a little lonely. The elf withdrew his gaze and looked around, his emerald green eyes not moving as he observed the tavern. The senses in the game were extremely real. Tang Yin was dizzy from the tavern's pandemonium of smell, and after repeatedly cursing the elf in his mind, he wanted to go out for some fresh air. Just as she stood in the doorway, the enchanting dancer who had been peddling drinks earlier walked up to her, her black peach heart tail touching her arm if it was there. "You're a human," covering her mouth when she finished speaking, like she had thought of something extremely funny. "You like that elf?" Although it was a question, it was spoken with certainty by her. Tang Yin didn't say anything, silently pulling away, but the dancer, like she couldn't notice her dodging, pushed her proud breasts closer to her. A burst of extremely thick and colorful fragrant wind hit her face, interspersed with the other party's slightly mocking voice. "Elves have no feelings. They won't like any race, let alone." The dancer's eyes looked up and down, revealing an extremely contemptuous smile. "You're still a despicable human. Very annoying." Tang Yin once again silently moved away from her in an attempt to end the dancer's one-sided conversation with her, but she didn't expect the dancer to come closer again, curling her long, moisturized hair, the bells on her wrists and ankles ringing crisply. "I've heard that elves are all puritanical, so I'm sure he's never tasted a female. I can make him happy." By the looks of it, that elf must be very young. The chimera licked his lips, his eyes shifting as he stared at Savannah's, who sat in the shadows twirling his wine glass, a stupid snobbery of lust in his eyes. "I will set him free. Let him find where the pleasure lies, and he will be addicted." It was true, very few could resist the attraction of a chimera. Their bodies could drive a man mad and addictive. But what was the point of telling her this? Tang Yin couldn't listen to the NPC's bold statements. If this game wasn't exchanging lives, she would have reported this NPC's retarded speech for spreading vulgar content. She had looked at the tavern's menu, and none of it was suitable for humans. If there was baked bread outside, she would only need to buy 1 loaf to make it through the night, then stop by and find a place to fill her hungry gut. Chapter 59. Greed. While the dancer continued to wander about how to get the high-strung Shyvanas into bed, Tang Yin left the tavern. Coming out on the front foot, the few orcs that hid in the darkness to spy on him followed behind. The lamb, who was used to living in a safe environment, apparently had no sense of facing danger, and she was cornered by a couple of grinning orcs. The other one bared his fangs, his bright red tongue licking over his fat lips, his greedy eyes scanning over her body. He was trying to figure out which part to start consuming. But the other man he was paired with interrupted the orc about to pounce and told him, "This is a female. There are other interesting ways to have fun before eating." With that glance at each other, the two of them reached a consensus. Tang Yin sighed in his heart and headed to the floating in the eyes game panel with 2 clicks, choosing to archive. Logging out in progress. "Please wait." Dirty burning hands pressed down on her shoulders, gripping her like a bushel of grass as she fell to the ground. One hand violently yanking at her hair, the other reaching out to grab at her skirt. The pain was so real that Tang Nian subconsciously let out a shriek. The moment it came out of her mouth, she shouted, "Shyvana's! Help her! Why was logging out so slow? What are you screaming for? This isn't like your human city-state where there are magistrates. There won't be anyone coming to save." The orc's words were not finished when the sound of a sharp object tearing through cloth rang out. It was extremely faint, like poking a weightless bubble. But this tiny sound choked off the orc's unfinished words, and he dully lowered his head, looking incredulously at the branch running through his chest. One could even see his own blood staining the delicate leaves at the front end of the branch, like splashing a layer of bright red strange paint. A robe with a faint scent fell on Tang Nian, and someone said to her, "Close your eyes." She obeyed and did as she was told. At the end of the line of sight, saw one after another emerald green vines that grew out of nowhere as if they possessed life, passing through the bodies of those few people one after another, wrapping their blood and flesh-drenched bodies between the luxuriant leaves. Ding! Unknown interference detected. Logout interrupted. Please continue player's strategy. By the time Shyvana's told Tang Nian that he could open his eyes, they had already come to a patch of trees where no one was. Next to it was the clear stream, and Shyvana's had an extra jewel-encrusted silver arrow in his hand and was cleaning it. As a quest player, Tang Nian should have enthusiastically asked him what he was holding and taken the opportunity to strike up a conversation with him. But she was tired and emotionally wan. The game couldn't be logged out, and she was being grabbed by NPCs by the hair and ripped off her clothes. The experience was so realistic that Tang Nian felt like she had been molested by several large and thick orcs, and she was covered in cold sweat, like she had an extremely horrible nightmare. "I don't want to raid, and the fighters need to rest." Shyvana's gave her a look that didn't explain his behavior. He had thought that the human was just scared, and that in a little while she would be chirping and clinging to him again like before, whispering nonstop in his ear about little, uninteresting stories that he wasn't interested in. But I didn't expect half the night to pass, and she still didn't move a muscle, hugging her knees, curling her thin body into a small, sitting in the shadow behind the stone, head a little bit, looking sleepy, but not willing to sleep. Eyes alertly looking at the bushes from time to time, feeling the wind, like a frightened rabbit. In the past, when he was slightly injured, the human would have to hold up his wounds and cry in front of him, seeking his attention, but today was a bit of an anomaly. Probably not adapting to the human girl's silence for a change. After cleaning the silver arrow, he walked over and asked, "Are you hurt?" Tang Nian shook her head and tightened the clothes on her body. He asked again, "Sleepy?" This could almost be called the first time Shyvana's had taken the initiative to care about her. To him, this was already very over-the-top and weird behavior. But Tang Nian shook her head, not realizing the change in him. She knew that the elf wasn't in the tavern to drink, and even if the two hadn't spoken much, after such a long period of time had passed, she had observed that the elf wasn't an indulgent race and didn't care about oral sex, much less enjoy drinking. So he must have had his reasons for going there. Burying her face in the white fabric with its faint scent, Tang Nian knew it was the shawl that Shyvana's had untied from him, the one that was supposed to drape over his shoulders. But she was still unhappy. And yet no one would coax her. The elf wouldn't come over to coax her. After asking those two not quite single concerns, Savannah sat far away on a branch, resuming her previous appearance as the ice cube beauty of the Highlander. Tang Nian knew that she always had to bow her head first, or else the mission would remain stagnant because the elf would never take the initiative to talk to her. So even though there was as much reluctance in her heart as she could muster, she still forced herself to pile on a smile and whispered with a nasal voice, "It's a bit cold." The elf frowned, a hint of incomprehension surfacing in her beautiful emerald green eyes. "So?" The human girl tugged at the fabric on her body, her voice lowering, "I'll feel warmer when you're closer to me." The elf hesitated. He didn't like being close to people and other creatures. He always kept to himself. It didn't matter if he didn't come. Tang Nian took the initiative to go over. She lifted her dress and moved her body. Gradually, without moving, she closed the distance between the two. The elf didn't refuse, nor did he avoid her. Tang Nian climbed up the branch. Belonging to the human hands and feet are not flexible. The higher she climbed, she did not look down to look down, a drum up to the hands and feet to climb. Finally sat on the branch, feet tripped, nearly fell. Was the elfa grabbed the arm mentioned his side. "You're good." Worried that he would be upset, Tang Nian snatched at Shyvana's, opening his mouth, not knowing what he wanted to say, and interrupted in time. "You only need to take a gentle leap to come up. I have to climb for so long. You still have your wings? It's so beautiful. Tang Yin's eyes were sincere, and the words in her mouth were full of compliments. Shyvana's looked at her steadily and always felt something odd in his heart. But against her innocent and adoring smiling face, that weird feeling dispersed. She seemed to really like him. The world of the elves at that time did not know what was called the yin and yang. As the nights cooled down, the elves slept less, but the humans had to sleep. Tang Yin tilted her head a little bit, sleepy and delirious. Her body shaking on the branch. Almost the next second, she would be blown down by the wind. Shyvana's gently opened his mouth and whispered an incantation, and the wind around him stilled, and Tang Yin's body tilted, resting her forehead on his shoulder, falling asleep. The fingers draped over his snow-white dress moved, but he did not push her away. Shyvana's didn't know why he hesitated. It always seemed that she deserved a good night's sleep, and he wanted to see her get a good night's sleep. Though the two were next to each other, their movements were not intimate, and did not yet look as familiar as those who rode together in the second-class seat of a high-speed train. Tang Yin knows that the elf is good-looking, but is not because he is good-looking to approach him, and being mistaken by the elf as a superficial race does not feel aggrieved. After all, her reason for approaching him is not even as good as seeing color. She was just greedy to stay alive for herself. Chapter 60. The Relationship. Initially, Tang Yin's identity was that of a poor human girl living alone when she rescued the injured Shyvana's from a dangerous riverbank and raised her in a game-generated cabin. But that cabin was soon torn down by the dark race that was hunting Shyvana's. She thought she was going to die. Those extremely cold and terrifying black creatures with the scent of death and eyes as red as blood could tear her apart with just the lift of a hand. Tang Yin carried the sleeping elf on her back, stumbling and running between the jungles. But she couldn't even take a few steps. The elf was too much taller than her, and she tripped and fell to the ground as soon as she moved. Seeing the long fingers of those dark races stained with foul-smelling flesh were about to tear out her throat, time suddenly stood still for a moment. The dark races could not move. They were like being hooped by some invisible force, and in the next second, countless emerald green vines broke out of the ground, layering them, densely entangling them, and gathering and compressing them inward until they were a bloody mess. For the first time, Tang Yin realized that green leaves, a color that represented life force, could also be rendered so terrifying. She turned her head back, and the moment she met her four eyes, her heart stopped for a split second. Was it an attack? She pressed her heart in a daze. The originally sleeping elf woke up at some point, his slender fingers sliding in the air, and those vines fluttered back into the ground. After resolving those ugly dark creatures, he moved his eyes and landed on Tang Yin's face. The emerald green pupils of her eyes were like jewels embedded in her face, the pupils almost invisible, and her face was snowy white. The entire face only had a bit of light and moist powder coming through on the thin and pretty lips, holy and noble, as if it were a sculpted work of art. The beautiful young man stretched out a slender arm, supporting the upper body, slowly sat up. A head of light golden hair like a broken fine morning light slipped down from the shoulders. Opening his mouth, he asked in a voice as clear and gentle as spring water, "Who are you?" Since then, Tang Yin hadn't been separated from this mission target. Having suffered injuries together, clinging to each other in the dangerous forest, spending night after night warming each other by the river was already incomparably intimate for the elves. Their group had always been solitary, and it was said that the closer to the top of the tree of life an elf was born, the nobler it was. When Shyvana's was born, the height of the elves on the tree of life was renewed, and he became the most dazzling and unattainable existence among the entire race of light elves, and the characteristic of solitude was also brought into full play in him. Only he could open the spells that resisted the dark world, and that silver arrow was one of the spells. Some forest elves, not much bigger than the palm of his hand, stirred their translucent wings and surrounded Shyvana's, who was fond of this beautiful light elf, gathering around him, sniffing his bright scent and too shy to linger on him. But now, he was snuggled up with another lowly race. Any creature of this world would be incredulous at the sight. Those forest elves fluttered their translucent wings, snapping at Tang Yin's head and face, whispering something in the elvish language she couldn't understand. Presumably, they were all words of abuse for her, and they were pulling Tang Yin's hair to keep her away from Shivalas. So Tang Yin wrapped around him tighter. After this, one evening after a rainstorm, the evening sun was like an overturned bucket of paint, painting the sky in layers of pinkish purple. Tang Yin didn't dare to look straight into Shyvana's eyes and spoke sheepishly. In the human world, a man and woman who live together for a long period of time like us, this relationship would be called lovers. The elf did not retort when she spoke such fraudulently guided words. When he did not speak, Tang Yin had some more courage and carefully asked, "So we are lovers now?" The elves stopped flying and looked at Tang Yin in unison. Shyvanas didn't deny it. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and the elves painfully grabbed Tang Yin's hair, desperately trying to pull her away from the high, rich flower of their hearts. Unfortunately, after Tang Yin let out a cry of pain over her gripped head, the originally indifferent elf suddenly raised her hand. A breeze blew, and the elves then blushed and turned into light white halos and disappeared. Then Tang Yin curled her eyes and smiled. "Then from now on, we are now lovers." The first step of the stage mission was to make the elf and himself lovers. This odd to the extreme. Like strangers, lovers' relationship began with Tang Yin's unilateral declaration. She seemed to be very happy. The corners of her mouth kept rising, and she became more talkative, like a clingy and tricky sparrow that kept pestering him, ever full of new and strange ideas to tell him. Shyvanas wondered suspiciously if becoming lovers with himself pleased her that much. Of course he knew what the word lover meant. Even if he didn't live in the human world, elf-to-elf partnerships existed. He did not dismantle the human maiden's clumsy little trick, nor did he reject her careful courtship. This was not because he liked human maidens, but his emotions were simply too indifferent. So indifferent that he wouldn't take the matter to heart. He thought that perhaps he was just too lazy to refuse. But Tang Yin didn't know that elves born from the Tree of Life could only have one lover in their lifetime. In other words, if she left the elf behind and quit the game herself, then the elf would never find a second lover. He would be alone for eternity. However, whether she knew it or not, this matter did not affect her. The fact that the quest never showed a completion tone proved that the elf didn't see her as a lover. But it didn't matter. She was still happy. She often squatted in front of the stream with great interest, picking small wildflowers that swayed in the wind and weaving grass wreaths and garlands. Some of them were given to Shyvanas, and some to the pixies who liked to pull her hair and seemed to hate her very much. Savannah's was as aloof as ever and would not wear the garland on her head. The tiny finger ring woven from available weeds was forcefully put on his ring finger by Donnan, who wouldn't allow him to take it off, and Shyvanas, probably suffering from a headache from all the noise she was making, went along with it and put the ring on his hand. So the pixies angrily dismantled the garland Tang Yin had so carefully woven. Tang Yin didn't get angry and continued to weave them those miniature tiny wreaths and gave them to them with a smile on her face. If they lost it, she knitted it again, over and over again, without getting tired of it. She was good-tempered and never got angry over these things. Probably the weaving is still good-looking. A few of these little elves hesitated for a long time, did not throw those garlands away, instead hid behind the tree, carefully put on their heads. A few elves chirped together, like a compliment. The elf turned red and scrutinized his appearance to the lake. It seemed really kind of nice. The elf rose up in joy, stirring his wings and circling the lake. Once there was one, there would be a second and a third. Tang Yin noticed their little movements, so she came over and said with a smile, "It's so pretty. It suits you guys." The elves' faces suddenly reddened, as embarrassed as if they had been grabbed by their pigtails. They hurriedly pulled off the garlands and threw them onto the lake one after another, stirring their wings and flying away, their figures hurrying as if they were fleeing. What a pity. Tang Yin sighed and picked up the garland. Shaking it off, she put it on her wrist. It was quite pretty as a bracelet. Chapter 61. A young girl who is weak and unsupported. Their relationship was gradually becoming familiar, and everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. Until, on the third day after Tang Yin unilaterally announced that he and the elf had become lovers, Shyvanas saved an extremely beautiful female elf. When he found her, that beautiful and slender elf maiden was being besieged by many dark races, her shoulder torn, her delicate and flawless skin exposed and blindingly white. The holy white sarong was stained with sludge and carried a shocking fragile beauty. Savannahs, who loathed the dark races, stepped forward without any hesitation, turning blades into sharp weapons in the blink of an eye, reaping the heads of the evil creatures cascading around the elf maiden. The elf maiden raised her eyes, moist eyes like a panicked lost deer in the forest. It was truly so beautiful that Tang Yin, as a female, couldn't stop looking at it, even mesmerized. She was noble, cool, and divine, every inch of her features engraved according to the most perfect lines, and the image of her standing with Shyvanas was extremely eye-catching, like a perfect painting that only existed in fantasy. They were so well matched, at the very least more so than themselves. As she got closer, Tang Yin's heart suddenly stuttered. She clearly saw the gratitude and adoration in the elf girl's eyes. Yes, adoration. Clear and burning adoration. Thank you for saving my life. Her voice was shaky and moving and soft. Pressing one hand to her injured shoulder, she bent her knees and bent down, performing a salute Tang Yin couldn't understand. Lord Shyvanas, I've been searching for you for a long time. That kind of adoration Tang Yin was familiar with. It was the look she had been playing for the time since she entered the game. The elf maiden fainted when she finished speaking, and the direction she fell was into Shyvana's arms. Unfortunately, he didn't understand, frowning as he took half a step back, vines breaking out of the ground catching the falling elf maiden from falling too hard. Don't go near her. Tang Yin said in his mind. Don't look at her. Don't approach her. Don't bring her along. She felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Shyvana's eyes fell on the unconscious elf maiden, seemingly pondering something, and the vines snaked around, gently circling her. Tang Yin walked over to her, trying to look as normal as possible. What do you want to do? The elf maiden slept peacefully in the middle of the vines, those dark green leaves that were habitually found in killing environments becoming gentle. Or we wait for her to wake up and let her go. She spoke with difficulty, tilting her smile up and trying not to laugh too hard. Shyvanas, can we not take her with us? Shyvanas gave her a look and didn't answer. He had never been one to answer her questions. It was only his actions that told her that he was taking this beautiful female elf with him. Previously, there was only Tang Yin next to Shyvanas, so there was no sense of crisis when she raided. But now, there was an additional beautiful one of his kind beside him. The elf girl woke up the next evening. The clear eyes just opened and tears fell, drop by drop. Like falling stars, she looked at Shyvanas with red eyes, and when the two of them stood together, the picture was so beautiful that it took people's breath away. Tang Yin stood not far away and watched. Hearing her tone full of tenderness said, Lord Shyvanas, it was you who saved me, right? The voice was like chanting poetry, soft and moving. Tang Yin realized with hindsight that the beautiful elf seemed to know her new lover. She was able to accurately call out Shyvanas' name and knew his past, unlike Tang Yin, who had raided for so long and didn't even know what Shyvanas' identity was other than being an elf. Those forest elves who disliked the human race and had a hard time getting close to Tang Yin landed on the young girl of the same race, a pair of eyes sizing her up curiously. There was a natural closeness to their kind. They chattered. She smells so good. She smells like Lily of the Valley. She was a beautiful, sweet-smelling elf like a flower. The forest elves were filled with anticipation as the maiden awoke and kept flapping their wings around her. It wasn't until a certain few elves suddenly remembered that they hadn't received the garland of flowers woven by the human maiden today that they went looking for Tang Yin. Finding that she had changed from her usual lively self and was standing alone at the very back, looking wan, she flew over and pulled her hair. Pointing to her head with a tiny finger again, she gently circled around her, stirring her wings to claim her little gift. Tang Yin smiled softly and raised her hand, letting them rest on her fingers. Warmly apologizing, sorry, I'm a bit tired today, so I won't weave a garland for you. They didn't like it anyway. The elf maiden said her name was Eve, a mixed species of elf and winged race, a faction of the Bright One under the Tree of Life, an unattainable existence for a land-based race like Tang Yin. There seemed to be a lot of common language between her and Shyvanas. Ever since Eve woke up, the two had been saying something. It was Elvish, a language that Donan couldn't hear. Shyvanas first asked her some kind of question, and then it turned into Eve narrating, and he listened attentively. Donan knew that those emerald green eyes were so focused when they looked at someone that they would give the illusion that the other person could only see themselves. Eve was no exception. Her voice became more and more gentle and sweet, like melting honey into it, and her cheeks diffused a beautiful blush, like she was shy. Shyvanas would occasionally interrupt her with a frown and say something, and only then would Eve snap out of her blushing state and continue the story. She was noble and gentle, tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, but the corners of her lips curved upwards, always smiling a sweet smile. It was completely the look of being caught up in a love affair. It wasn't until she saw Tang Yin, who was walking this way, that the kind of sweetness and gentleness on Eve's face finally showed signs of chafing, and her translucent wings opened slightly, revealing a defensive stance. Before she displayed her aggressiveness, Tang Yin tugged on Shyvana's sleeve and stood behind him. Looking at the two of them next to each other's shoulders, the elf maiden went from wary to surprised. Who is she? Lord Shyvanas, do you know her? Eve's voice was quizzical, an unspoken hostility surfacing in her bright eyes. Why are you traveling with a human? Shyvanas did not answer her question. Nor did he say who Tang Yin was, as if he didn't care. So Tang Yin boldly put her hand on the elf's slender fingers in vain, ignoring the puzzled look he gave her, and said stiffly, "I am his companion." The shock in Eve's eyes was comparable to seeing a ghost. Shyvana's didn't retort, saving face for her, which made Tang Yin breathe a sigh of relief. But he pulled his hand out and redrew the distance between him and Tang Yin, his slightly furrowed brow showing his displeasure at the close contact. This action, with obvious connotations of detachment, made Tang Yin's cheeks burn. He was silently rebuking her intimacy. Slowly, Tang Yin's head followed suit. Like a lying child, embarrassed to be broken down, Eve watched with more thought in her eyes. Tang Yin confessed to the elf many times, and on the last occasion, he didn't answer positively, just acquiesced to the relationship. So he probably doesn't like Tang Yin at all. She knew that. She should have known better. How could she forget that? Chapter 62. Stay away from her. Tang Yin's words with Shyvana's were getting fewer and fewer. Most of the time, when she went to him and tried to share her pie-in-the-sky thoughts with him, tried to talk to him, tried to spend quiet time with him, he only replied with a couple of perfunctory sentences. Or he would listen to Tang Yin unilaterally, which was completely different from when he was conversing with Eve. They were creatures of one world, and Tang Yin was an outsider from another, and there was a natural chasm and racial difference between them. Then Tang Yin suddenly realized that she wasn't very good at talking to Shyvana's anymore. It was true that she wouldn't anymore. Often, when he looked at Tang Yin quietly and intently, waiting for her to speak, or asking her with his eyes what she wanted to say, Tang Yin would suddenly fall into speechlessness. Because she realized that she didn't seem to have anything meaningful to say to Shyvana's at all. She didn't understand anything, didn't know their language. She knew nothing, and didn't even know what topics to talk about that would interest Shyvana's. At every turn, she was radiating her enthusiasm one-sidedly. Her ruse was a failure, but she couldn't fail because she would die if she failed. So, Tang Yin began to suppress the trembling in her voice and smiled in a joking tone as she said to Shyvana's, "Can you please not whisper to her? Could you not say something I don't understand? Could you not speak in a language I can understand?" In the end, these questions became, "Shivnath, will you please talk to me?" This series of careful supplications were ignored by him. He was too indifferent, so indifferent that he didn't have the sense to answer Tang Yin's question. Being of his own race, Eve, however, always said something that intrigued Shyvana's. She knew what Shyvana's was looking for and what he wanted. To Shyvana's, Eve was an existence of value. Elves were worthy of being a race born directly from the tree of life. Every one of their features was the way God had favored them, every contour line finely crafted. The female elf was simply too beautiful. Tang Yin didn't hate her. Seeing a beautiful person would always bring joy to the heart. This game was too realistic, so realistic that it made people feel dangerous. Tang Yin told herself to never get attached to the mission target, much less fall for him. And it was too pathetic to fall for a virtual character. And then she really didn't fall for him either, because she was the unloved one. She was even a little thankful to Shyvana's, who had thankfully been cold enough to him to make her leave so decisively when the final mission came up. It had rained all night in the woods, the clouds were thick, the dark races were rampant, and there were many more dark and slimy figures among the cascading and gradual shades of the forest. Eve was wounded, and Danan was an unarmed human. After a moment's consideration, Shyvana's raised his hand at the edge of the forest to raise a safe light shield that isolated all magical damage. Having experienced this before, Tang Yin had just raised his step and was about to walk in when he heard Eve's voice full of tenderness. "Lord Shyvana's, thank you for expending your power for my sake. I'll definitely get better as soon as possible." Shyvana's did not say anything, so it was for her. Tang Yin hung her head and pressed the grass flat, sitting on it and hugging her knees. With the rain pouring down outside the knot and the silence inside, she curled up next to a tree trunk and at some point fell asleep sitting up. In the latter half of the night, feeling something tapping her eyelashes, Tang Yin slowly opened her eyes to see several anxious-looking pixies surrounding her. "What's wrong?" She opened her mouth, only to realize that her voice was frighteningly hoarse. They tugged at Tang Yin's hair, only to be gently banished by a slender hand reaching across. The elves disappeared into light and shadows, and the surroundings quieted down. Tang Yin turned her head to look, and saw Shyvana's near emerald green eyes, which reflected her silhouette. His voice was low and soft. "Your body temperature is a bit higher than usual." Tang Yin blinked and said slowly, "Oh, I might have a fever. Does that mean sick?" "Well?" Feeling Eve's iffy line of sight not far away, Tang Yin hung her head in poor spirits. "Aren't humans fragile?" Trouble for you. Shavana's brows slowly furrowed, not answering her question. Just asked, how can I make you better? Tang Yin shook her head. It'll be fine if the fever goes down. Let me sleep and the fever will go down tomorrow. Shavana's was thoughtful, suddenly chanting something wordlessly at her. A magnificent halo of light emerging from his emerald green eyes. Like a manifested miracle. Hazy, soft white light surrounded Tang Yin, seemingly in an effort to heal her. But this world's body was game-generated. She did not recover as Shavana's imagined. Instead, she became even more disoriented, her eyelids drooping and her head about to tilt to the ground. Visible to the naked eye, Shavana's complexion became ugly. How is it useless? It wasn't clear if he was asking her or mumbling. Tang Yin wanted to laugh a little and held back. Are you having a hard time? Shavana's inquired softly, like he was concerned. Tang Yin stopped her association in time and nodded. Yes, it's hard. My head hurts and my body is uncomfortable. A relationship brain can't just grow. Self-raters were even less desirable. She was a gamer and had to force herself to be awake. Shavana's asked again, how can I make you feel better? Eve came closer at some point, watching her uneasily and warily. Hostility was written all over her beautiful face. Probably because her illness had blurred her will, Donnan blurted out, I'll feel much better if you stay away from Eve. Eve's face quickly darkened, her slender, beautiful fingers wrenching the trunk of the tree in death. Why so moody? Tang Yin thought out loud, Eve this character, to some unlike the indifferent elf clan by nature. Shavana's fell into deep thought, as if he was really thinking about the credibility of her words. Just kidding. Seeing his difficulty, Tang Yin sniffled and closed her eyes. Come over a bit. I don't have the strength. Perhaps it was because of his illness. Shavana's became extraordinarily good-natured, literally sitting beside Tang Yin as he had been told, so that she could rest her head on his shoulder. Eve's figure disappeared at some point. Tang Yin quietly felt Shavana's body heat. His skin was like warm suet, flawless and cold. Even next to his shoulder, the two were not close. Like every jittery lower race, the uneasiness that the mission might fail welled up in Tang Yin's heart, tugging on the elf's sleeve and whispering, Can you not talk to her so much? The elf looked at her quietly, her expression light. Tang Yin lowered her head. I don't want you to talk to her that much. You're upset, why? Shavana's blunt language poked at Tang Yin's embarrassment. It also gave her the urge to say it, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Fear that we are no longer lovers. It became very quiet inside the halo. Outside the translucent halo, dark creatures swarmed, and the pouring rain slapped the trees in a messy and broken way. Inside the halo, it was so quiet that one could almost hear Tang Yin's uneasy heartbeat after another. After a long time, Shavana's finally asked, What makes you think that? Tang Yin said, She's beautiful, she's your kind. I'm afraid you'll become lovers. No way. He blurted out, his voice sure. Quiet for a moment, then calmly said, I promise to be lovers with you. He said promise, instead of, I like you. The reason for this promise, which Tang Yin knew, was because she had saved him by the river. So Shavana's was returning the favor? Chapter 63, Unenlightened-like. Ever since the appearance of the beautiful Eve, Tang Yin had seemed like an outsider, superfluous to the journey of the three. She often sat by the river looking at her reflection in a daze, weaving garlands of flowers during her breaks and bringing them to Shavana's, wanting to put them on his head. In the past, Shavana's would have acquiesced and taken it even if he didn't like it, but now she shouted a lot before he looked back. Seeing the garland in her hand, he habitually bent down and indulged Tang Yin in putting the garland on his head. Eve watched from the sidelines and suddenly said, Miss Human seems to be very good at making such small things to pass the time. May I ask if you can make one for me as well? The smile that had just appeared on Tang Yin's face quickly disappeared. Not knowing what she was thinking, Shavana's glanced at Eve and suddenly said to Tang Yin, Don't make this again in the future. Tang Yin froze, her hands and feet chilled with hindsight. Why? She smiled reluctantly. You don't like it? Shavana's looked down at Tang Yin's curled up, tiny bruised fingers from the soft thorns of the roses and shook his head. I don't like it. Don't do it anymore. Was it that he didn't like the wreath, or that he didn't like her? It was better not to humiliate herself. Donnan was at a complete loss as to what to do. Shavana's and Eve had a lot to say, with a serious look, like it was business. But Eve often smiled a blushing smile. A few forest elves fell from her shoulders, tugging at Tang Yin's hair and chirping for her to pick flowers and berries for them. As Tang Yin walked into the forest, Shavana's finished listening to the clues Eve had provided and told her thanks. Eve blushes and hangs her head, her eyelashes fluttering. Lord Shyvana's, you never have to say thank you to me. She held her expression just right, originally thinking that after raising her head, she would see Savannah's appreciative or awed expression. But unexpectedly, Savannah's was facing the forest, not knowing what he was thinking about. Not even his afterglow fell on her. Lord Shyvana's. Eve called out again, and Shyvana's still didn't turn around. She could sense that the human was in the forest right now. Shyvana's was looking at her. Sure enough, the next second, a breeze blew gently into the jungle along with his line of sight, scraping through every leaf and onto Tang Yin, who was bending down to pick berries, messing up her hair slightly. Having found her, Shyvana's was relieved. The jungle was safe, without a hint of a magical beast, and seeing that the human had his own things to do, he left her alone. He vaguely knew that the human girl was unhappy, but not why she was unhappy and walking off alone like that. But from what he knew of Tang Yin, even if she was unhappy, she wouldn't go far. She would always come back to him. After just a moment of feeling it, Shyvana's withdrew his sight. Soon after, the human girl returned as he guessed. Only her face was not very good, pale and bloodless. Her lower lip was bitten by herself with a row of shallow teeth marks. Her forehead seemed to have a cold sweat, sticking to a few strands of dampened hair, and she looked a little bit lousy. Shyvana's frowned as she stood up, and a gust of wind picked up in the woods once more, brushing delicately over every inch of her skin, brows, eyes, eyelashes, nose, lips. The human didn't have any scent of a wraith on her, nor was she injured. He loosened his brow and waited for the human to come over. Just assumed she was upset. The human girl's moods were always up and down, and she would soon be fine again. Originally, Shyvana's attention had returned to Tang Yin, but Eve suddenly spoke up. I just remembered, my lord, the other seal you were looking for is in the city of miasma. Thus, Shyvana's attention was drawn to her again. The human maiden came over to him and grabbed his little finger, a weak smile appearing on her face. Shyvana's, I have something to tell you as well. The elf turned back to her, those beautiful emerald green eyes looking at her quietly. A pair of eyes that were extremely serious, giving Tang Yin the feeling of being watched. But she opened her mouth, but she didn't know exactly what she was going to say, unable to think of a reason for a moment. Muttering her lips, her voice was very soft. My heart hurts, can you stay with me? You're sick? Shyvana's wrinkled his nice eyebrows. Perhaps even he himself hadn't noticed that he would always frown when facing Tang Yin. And frowning didn't mean he was unhappy. He just habitually used this indifferent expression to express the many reactions that distracted him. Before he met the human girl, his emotions barely fluctuated. Now an assortment of looks that were stark enough for an elf would always pass over his face. Never one to smile, he had learned to laugh in this short time together. Only that faint look was more like displeasure in the eyes of the human girl. After she said that her heart was hurting, Shyvana's examined her body more meticulously. The elf clan possessed powerful prophetic abilities. As a light elf, he also possessed the power to heal everything. After the test, he calmly concluded that the human was lying. You are not sick, he said with certainty. Tang Yin opened her lips slightly, dumbfounded. The reason for the heart pain could not be explained to him. Though nothing was said, Donan felt the displeasure in Shyvana's eyes. Eve was calling out to him again, her voice gentle, and he drew his eyes away, turning his head to listen intently to the elf maiden's words. While the elf maiden conversed with him, her eyes fell on Tang Yin with a hidden smile. That kind of provocative general smile made Tang Yin's heart gasp as if it was being pressed down by a stone. Shyvana's and Eve conversed in the elvish language she couldn't understand, showing unrivaled patience. Eve always had a way of talking about topics that were useful and interesting to Savannah's, while Tang Yin couldn't. Those elvish words fell on Tang Yin's ears, as if the wind had blown over the leaves, without meaning. After Shyvana's confirmed the location of the buried seals with Eve again, he found that the human girl had fallen asleep peacefully beside him. Half asleep, Tang Yin felt a vine gently wrap around her shoulders, adjusting her from a position with her back against a tree to lying flat on the thick, flat grass. Shyvana's, she called out softly. A moment later, a slender shadow crouched beside her. Perhaps too sleepy to be delirious, Donan mustered the courage to ask him, Do you love me? The wind stopped flowing for a moment. Even the sound of rustling leaves rubbing between the trees disappeared. Tang Yin was awake for a split second, somewhat regretting her offhand remark. The elf looked at her in silence, confusion welling up in his emerald green eyes. It quickly returned to its moonlight coolness and softly said, You should rest. He avoided the topic. Tang Nian closed her eyes. With a nasal voice like plugged cotton, "Can you love me?" She would die if he didn't love her. So could you love her a little? Someone was calling out to him, vaguely, Eve's voice. Too sleepy. Tang Nian slowly slipped into sleep, her breathing steady, even her heartbeat an even rhythm. Chapter 64. The Disappearing Smile. This time, the humans slept for 3 days at a time. Humans were always sleepy. This was nothing new. The elf clan slept very little, and even when they did fall asleep, it was in an extremely shallow state. When she was with the human girl, Shyvana's always saw doubts because of Tang Nian's frequent sleepiness, but sleeping for 3 days was the first time. 3 days was enough time for Shyvana's to go from not taking it seriously in the beginning to becoming more and more anxious until finally his brows furrowed, and he stopped moving forward. During this period, Eve was the first to see that he was different. The elf, indifferent by nature, went into the jungle in the 7th hour of the human maiden's sleep, and when he came out again a short time later, many fresh berries were curled up on each of the vines that followed like dogs behind him. The elven race had evolved to the point where they no longer needed to eat, and they weren't heavy on the appetite, so they didn't really care if the food tasted good or not. So what was he picking these brightly colored wild fruits for? As Eve wondered, she saw Shyvana stacking the red-colored, fresh berries next to the sleeping human maiden. In the 10th hour of the young girl's slumber, the elf showed an agitation that went against the nature of his race, his stretched brow slowly closing inward as he went from being able to converse with Eve for a few moments before to sitting beside the human girl and staring at her without moving. Seemingly confused as to why she had slept for so long and unwilling to wake her up, he indulged the human girl's sleepiness. The night was cold, and the human's lips froze white as the elf lowered his eyes and unwrapped his tunic, gently covering her. In her 24th hour of slumber, Shyvana's reached out and pressed his hand to the human maiden's forehead. Warm white light flowed into the young girl's entire body, replenishing her with a constant stream of abundant energy. As a race of light elves that was so rare that it was on the verge of extinction, the existence of savannas was the hope for the revival of their race. He was calm, unsympathetic, and had always lived as a legend in the hearts of every light elf, and all of his kind knew of his indifference. Eve, however, saw an extraordinarily different side of him. Savannas had the young human girl on his back, her chest pressed against his cold back, well beyond decent distance. Eve couldn't help but offer, "Could have come to the unicorn to carry her, you don't have to do that." The other shook his head, "It's fine, I'll do it." The human girl's body was soft and warm, and a shallow indentation was pressed into her face from maintaining the side-lying position for a long time. He turned his face sideways and looked at the girl lying on his shoulder for a long, long time, so close that he could have kissed her at any time. But he didn't. He just watched, his eyes gentle, a tenderness that even he himself could not notice. His long, white fingers, like sheep's fat jade, stroked the red marks on the girl's cheeks, gently massaging them twice, as if he wanted to rub away the blood that was blocking her. Eve just watched from the sidelines, feeling him so close and so far away. Him and the human, like they were in a dimension where no one else could intervene. Confirming that the human girl was still healthy and alive, Shyvana's went back to being quiet, and stopped being anxious when he carried her on his back and felt her real body heat. Eve knew he had been waiting for her to wake up, and it was a silent eagerness, passionate and expectant. Those nuts all rotted in the 36th hour after they were picked, and Shyvana's went into the jungle once more, bringing fresh fruit. For 3 days, 72 hours, the berries beside the young girl changed 3 times. Not once had she tasted them, and the sleeping girl knew nothing of it. Shyvana's walked and walked, looking as if he were looking for the seal, actually going in the wrong direction several times, his mind not even on reviving the race. At the 73rd hour, the human girl suddenly let out a wail. She was waking up. Watching her eyelashes move twice, Shyvana's moved gently to set her down, away from her. Forming a bed as dense and fluffy as a bed with the soft young leaves of the vines, she sank into it, her body stretching as she slept. Sitting down on a branch, Shyvana's had been listening for movement over there. There was a rustling of leaves not far away, and someone rubbed their eyes and sat up from the haystack. She was awake. Shyvana's curled his lips slightly in a fleeting, misguided smile. Eve watched the curve of his lips steadily, shocked to the core. What she could understand, why Shyvana's had left before the human awoke. The elf was deliberately suppressing his nature. He was going against his instincts to like a human who seemed small and lowly to them, a race that had an innate fear of excessive intimacy. fearful of his always calm and rational soul tugging for a fragile race that he felt was undeserved. He was cautious and bewildered in the face of that uncontrollable emotion that arose, and perhaps he didn't even realize that his heart was all but embedded in that tender human. He was avoiding his own emotions. When you have recovered, leave. Shyvana's emerald green eyes fell a short distance away, his voice cool and moving. Don't follow us. Us. It was a word that the elven ones would not use, a word full of intimacy. Eve followed his gaze and saw the young human girl who had slowly sat up behind the tree and was sulking. Already curled up in a ball of leaves, clutching her stomach, she had fallen asleep. Waking up from her nightmarish reality, Donnan was drenched in a cold sweat. She sat up from the pile of vines wrapped around her body and peeled them away, clutching her knees to stifle the shivering. In the real world, she just had an awake surgery. Heart removed from her body, empty open chest cavity, the sound of dripping instruments, the extracorporeal circulator that stored her blood. She almost died, under the blinding shadowless lights, in the cold scalpel. Like a fish landed without oxygen, Tang Nian opened her mouth to gasp silently, her out-of-focus eyes gradually coming together. She subconsciously searched for Shyvana's, hoping to see him, wanting to talk to him, even if only to hear his voice. But after searching around, she found herself sitting alone on the grass. And in the distance was the figure of Shyvana's and the elven female again, sitting high in the branches of a tree, his long, light blonde hair blowing in the air like satin scattered by the sun. He seemed to be smiling. He had never smiled at her like that before. Just a side face, delicate and clear features soft, beautiful and unsympathetic. Tang Nian sat up in silence, wiping away the cold sweat that was about to drip into the corners of her eyes, and this time did not actively seek Shyvana's attention. Nor did she gabble and deliberately make some noise to gain the elf's attention like she usually did. She stood up, straightened her sleep-musk dress, and went to wash her face quietly by the stream. She became silent and spoke much less than before. After telling Eve not to follow him anymore, Shyvana's went to the human sitting on a rock and staring. Looking at her back, he didn't know what to say. It felt like she was a little different than before, but couldn't discern exactly where the change was, or what that weirdness was. She was, it seemed, less enthusiastic. Which was probably good, Shyvana's thought. He wasn't good at dealing with her abundant energy. Chapter 65, Dark Tide. Tang Nian indulged herself by not thinking about the mission for a while, escaping for 2 hours. Calming down from the pain and forcing herself to smile again. The corners of her nose flushed red. She walked to the tree and tilted her head to look up at the elf towering over her. The female elf beside him was speaking again, in an elvish language Tang Nian couldn't understand. The corners of Tang Nian's mouth began to stiffen as she exchanged points in the newbie system benefits and spent some life value, trying to briefly blend in with them. A ding beep showed that the redemption was successful, and Tang Nian clearly heard the female elf ask him, "Why are you traveling with this inferior race?" The elf lowered his eyes, his thick, slender eyelashes like weightless snowflakes pressed against his eyes. "She saved my life, and it's my duty to take care of her." So it was because it saved his life. Tang Nian didn't want to kidnap him. The points ended. She couldn't understand it. Only knowing that the female elf said something else, it seemed to be persuading him, while the elf stayed silent. Did he regret it? Tang Nian calmly looked up at him, the corners of her mouth flattening inch by inch. He didn't like her. The mission was going to fail. Eve was about to say something else when she saw the elf gently raise his hand. "Shyvana's." Someone called out to him. The elf lowered his eyes and looked down on the human under the tree. Like a god who looks down at all beings. "Shyvana's, will you come down a little?" Probably sensitive to the same gender, Eve easily saw that the human girl was struggling to maintain a smile and said in an almost pleasing tone, "I want to talk to you." Why was she wearing such an expression? She seemed to be jealous. Eve smelled some kind of hope. The human girl didn't seem to realize how special Shyvana's was to her. The elf beside her was nodding haughtily, his translucent wings spreading behind him, reflecting a radiant glow. He landed wordlessly beside the human girl, dropping his head towards her, listening intently to her speech, even knowing that most of what the human girl said was nonsense, something that would only waste the elf's precious time. Elves didn't use their wings to fly most of the time, and with Shyvana stretching his wings to fly to the girl's side, the only possibility Eve could think of was that he was showing off his graceful, translucent elven wings to this human maiden. It was ridiculous that a towering light elf, born directly from the world tree, would rely on a display to get her attention like a lowly animal in front of a tiny human. What was even more difficult for Eve to accept was when she realized that the elf had isolated the human girl's voice from being heard by others. Why did he do this? He didn't want to let himself be heard by the human maiden? The gender consciousness of the elves is actually very vague. There is nothing physical needs of the race, male and female, or between the same sex to become partners, are normal and would be allowed things. Such a discovery makes Eve unexpected and more than a hint of crisis. Their race would hardly have such delicate things as jealousy and possessiveness, and Shyvana's was now behaving like a dark race with an exclusive desire. This unexpected discovery distracted her, and she subconsciously wanted to stop it. Lord Shyvana's, we should go and take the holy weapon now. Shyvana's slightly turned his head sideways. He frowned faintly, and though his expression was slight, Eve read it as a sign of his displeasure. It was also a clear sign of refusal to hear her continue any further. The human girl didn't hear her, supposedly cut off. She was standing on her tiptoes, placing a rudimentary wreath on the elf's head. To match her height, the tall and slender Shyvana's even bent down, her long golden hair as bright and dazzling as the tilted sunlight, and her white and slender elven ears as delicate and flawless as jade. Simple garlands of flowers were worn on his beautiful head, and the elf's face was bland. In the eyes of other races, this kind of look could almost be called indifference. But for the elf clan, this was already a very warm expression. Eve clenched her fingers together. She realized that, all things being equal, Shyvana's was willing to listen to the human maiden talk meaningless nonsense, but not to what she was trying to rack her brain to come up with for him, a way to dispel the dark races. He liked this human and was really treating her as a mate. How could that be? At the mere thought of the possibility, Eve felt unaccountable panic, as if her faith had been tarnished. It couldn't be, not for anyone but Shyvana's. He was on a mission to save the entire race of light elves. He was a supreme being born directly from the tree of life. He couldn't. To let a human defile his divine savior, Eve would not allow that to happen. The dark races had gotten word from somewhere and found them, surrounded by magical beasts that had gone berserk, exuding a black miasma with bloodshot eyes. Shyvana's could easily kill his way out on his own, but with Tang Yin, a defenseless human, it was a different story. Accustomed to encountering all kinds of dangers along the way with him, Tang Yin consciously moved to a relatively safe place as early as when those magical beasts first appeared, not to cause trouble for the elf. There were more and more magical beasts behind them, coming in like a constant tide. Shyvana's pressed Tang Yin's shoulder and hit her in a crack in the stone, instructing her in a warm voice, "Don't come out no matter what sounds you hear. I'll come and get you later." Tang Yin tugged at his sleeve, her eyes full of unease. "How soon will you be back?" Shyvana's hesitated for a moment, the ice-like indifference on his face disintegrating, his emerald green eyes vaguely giving the illusion of gentleness. He touched Tang Yin's messy, broken hair hanging in front of her forehead extremely lightly, and said in a warm voice, "Soon, close your eyes and don't look." He always told Tang Yin to close her eyes. Often when there were bloody or cruel images, he would tell her not to look. Tang Yin listened to him, and this time, she still obeyed and closed her eyes. While she was helplessly cowering in the shadows of the stone, trying to minimize her presence as a drag queen, a white, light figure incited its wings and flew out. It was Eve. Her long, silky hair floated in the air as if it were a glowing silk. As an elf with natural dexterity, she could summon wind and mist to escort Shyvana's. She was valuable. Tang Yin closed her eyes and told herself she couldn't go out and cause trouble, but she couldn't help but want to look at her. Eve, who was able to help Shyvana's, looked even more beautiful than usual, and those winds blew her long hair and dress as if they were alive, taking over her eyes incredibly. Donan saw Shyvana's say, "Thank you," to her. I don't know when, but those horrible-faced dark creatures were getting closer and closer to where she was hiding. Chapter 66. Reading the gear and starting over. Shyvana's fought openly. He was an extremely powerful game character and didn't need to get up close and personal like NPCs who always needed to use cold weapons. The long silver arrow that he had brought out from the tavern some time ago took on a new interpretation in his hands, turning into a startlingly sharp weapon. A silver arrow was formed by light, bursting out in a flash from his slender fingertips, each light accompanied by a toothsome piercing sound, followed by a mountainous dark creature falling to the ground. Eve, on the other hand, is much more strenuous. Unlike him, she can control plants. So the magical beasts are coming, and Tang Yin watched with his own eyes as a huge black magical beast pounced behind her, subconsciously reminding her, "Be careful of your back." The beautiful elf woman turned her face sideways, her curly eyelashes casting a light shadow under her eyes, her beauty thrilling. She separately saw the magical beast that was pouncing on her back, but did not make any movement. The slender back suddenly cut out horrible wounds and crashed to the ground with a wail. Not far from the stone where Tang Yin was hiding, there was even warm, cool blood splattered onto her eyelids. The beautiful elf pressed her shoulder in pain and reached out to her. "Save me!" Seeing several more huge, ferocious beasts running wildly, Tang Yin saved a gear and quickly ran out, reaching out and pulling Eve into the stone crevice with one hand. The black miasma crawled up her leg as if it were a tentacle, and Tang Yin heard the sound of clicking misplaced bones, followed by a brief and sharp pain. Dragging her leg with difficulty, she narrowly escaped being hit by the falling rocks, and with the two of them hiding in the rock crevice, the environment became much more cramped. It would have been nothing, just an injury. This body was a game anyway. Even if they died, they could read the file and start over. But unexpectedly, the way Eve looked at her made Tang Yin suddenly go cold. "Why are you still alive?" "What?" Before she could react, Eve had already revealed a look of disappointment mixed with contempt and said to Shyvanas, who had only returned to look for them after decimating the surrounding magical beasts, "This human race just lured the magical beasts over." Tang Yin said in dismay, "I didn't." Without waiting for her to explain, Shyvanas pulled her out of the stone with one hand and stood in front of her, isolating her from looking at Eve. He first flew to check Tang Yin's body, and after not finding any obvious trauma, his expression was serious and his tone cold. "Don't provoke her." In an instant, there were many words that he wanted to say that were held in his mouth. Tang Yin stared blankly at the beautiful creature in front of her that she had been raiding for half a month, as if she had reacquainted herself with him, and muttered, "You think I pushed her?" Shyvanas acted like he couldn't hear the question, or didn't care about the truth, just looked into her eyes, and with extreme seriousness and earnestness, barked again, "Don't you go messing with her." Tang Yin looked at him for a long time, her eyes going from shock to hurt. Finally dimming, she lowered her delicate eyelashes and let out a soft hum. Shyvanas's fingers hanging down at his side moved, slowly lifting them up. "Hurt?" But before he could soothingly touch the girl's hair, Eve called out, "There seems to be something over here. I can feel it." The injured elven female cried out, "It's the remains of the goddess of Proverbs. The holy artifact is near here." So Shyvanas raised his hand, scratched a translucent light shield in front of Tang Yin, and turned to leave. Without another glance at Tang Yin, the snarling magical beasts were lured away by him. He opened his cicada-like translucent soft wings, glowing with sparkling broken light. The dense dark creatures were attracted by his slender, graceful figure, as if they were a swarm of bats illuminated by the bright light, or like ants attracted by candy, like a tidal wave of thick blackness fading from between the mountains and grass, the waves sweeping over the earth. The heavens and the earth quieted down, and Tang Yin hugged his shoulders as he sat in the shroud of light. The world in front of her eyes went from lush and green in the blink of an eye to a hellish landscape of gullies of varying depths, plants trampled into the mud, and her thrown down by loneliness. Time to get used to it. She hung her head, the last light in her eyes extinguished. It was still too little experience to pour too much real emotion into an NPC, and that wasn't right. He was just a game character. She shouldn't, either, put too much stock in it. When she came out again, Shyvanas was covered in emerald green blood, his back leaning against a huge rock, his long, slender body surrounded by the corpses of dark creatures, a horrifying image. Eve, who was following Shyvanas' side, had moist eyes and was weeping beautifully. She sat on her knees beside Shyvanas, moving gently to wipe away the blood of the dark races splattered on Shyvanas' forehead with her white fingers, and that image of skin against skin stung Tang Yin's eyes. Walking closer, Eve said to Tang Yin with tears in her eyes, "He was injured to save me." Shyvanas closed his eyes tightly. As Tang Yin approached, Eve gently bit her petal-like lower lip, her pretty eyes containing guilt and pity. "If you hadn't caused me to get hurt, I would have been able to help him." Eve half bent her body, her pale shoulders exposed outside her long skirt, almost touching the high bridge of Shyvanas' nose. "Why did he take the fatal blow for me? It is I who have apologized to Lord Shyvanas." The soft fingers were still stroking Shyvanas' face. Tang Yin bent down in silence and drew the silver long sword he had pinned at his waist. Eve bit her lower lip and wanted to say something, but before she could speak, a gust of cold wind cut through her, and she jerked over backwards, pressing her pretty cheeks in dismay. A drop of dark red blood of a very light color flowed out from her fingers and dripped onto the ground. Tang Nian had scratched her face. "What are you doing?" The shrill scream was exceptionally ear-piercing. The elf maiden's pretty face became vaguely livid, and a deep color came out from under her eyes. "Nothing." Tang Nian's voice was calm, allowing the other party to reach out and pinch her neck. "It's just that I feel that you're acting very unlike the race of light elves." Eve stopped crying. "What did you find out?" Tang Nian watched her change her face. "Whatever you found out." Eve revealed a sweet smile. The pupils of her eyes transparently whitened, rippling out in a circle. "None of them can disrupt the established future of the light race due to your appearance." That tone was as if Tang Nian's appearance was a disaster. The neck was snapped at just the right time, stuck right after she said the sentence in full, and in the next second, Tang Nian chose to read the file. The image in front of her eyes distorted and changed, like a rewinding film, and in an instant she returned to the time when she had just ducked into the stone crevice. Shyvanas pressed her shoulder and said in a warm voice, "You hide here, and don't come out no matter what you hear." Tang Nian nodded. The images before her eyes were like a reenactment of an old event. She saw the elf maiden fly out, summoning light and mist, saw the magical beasts attacking her, and saw her fall to the ground with serious injuries. But this time, Donnan didn't reach out and pull her in. Shyvanas had said not to come out, no matter what she heard. She was only obeying Shyvanas. But the raging dark power still hurt her ankle, and Donnan shrank back to curl up in the rocky crevice. Shortly afterward, Shyvanas rushed back, and he glanced at the fallen Eve on the ground, frowning as he pulled away the light shield. Then he turned his head to Tang Nian. Upon seeing her intact and hiding in the stone crevice, Shyvanas revealed an extremely light, relaxed, general expression. "It's over." His voice was soft. Donnan nodded and tried to stand up, but there was a tingling in his ankle, and subconsciously grabbing the elf's warm, cool arm, Shyvanas frowned, his eyes falling on the tight grip he had on him, where his skin was pressed against it. Extremely uncomfortable as it was, it froze. That odd look fell on Tang Nian's eyes, turning into obvious repulsion. Looking at his tightly furrowed brow, Tang Nian slowly loosened her hand. The feeling of having his neck broken still lingered, as if he had actually died once. The blood slowly cooled. "Sorry," she apologized, revealing a smile. "Shouldn't have touched you." Chapter 67 The Ring. The game's story trajectory will not change drastically, even if Tang Nian reads the file and starts over, changing the player's own destiny. But the entanglement between the NPCs is still as difficult as before. When the demons attacked again, even though Tang Nian had already intentionally dodged and tried not to drag their legs, was still found by the dark creature to be the most vulnerable target of attack of the three. The dark mist came towards her. Tang Nian was controlled by the great oppression from the darkness. Her body was as stiff as wood, unable to move. She could only watch. Unexpectedly this time, Eve flew over and landed in front of her, blocking the blow for her, and as a result, her shoulder was cut with a deep wound. The elf girl who was already injured was hurt even worse. Tang Nian's brows furrowed. Because of her experience once, she couldn't believe that Eve was genuinely trying to save her. There was another raging frenzy of dark creatures, stacked up like mountains of magical beasts surging towards them like a tsunami about to come crashing down on their heads. Tang Nian closed her eyes, waiting for the next readout to start over. But along with a toothsome tearing sound, she opened her eyes and looked at the tall figure with its back to them, losing her words for a moment. Originally, these dark creatures could not get close to him, and he definitely would not be injured. But now, he stood in front of Eve, and a wisp of panic remained as his eyes swept over her to land on Tang Nian. Shyvanas, who had always been cold and aloof, would even show this kind of look. What was he afraid of? Afraid of Eve getting hurt? Tang Nian looked at the scene in front of him, cold silence spreading in his heart. See, no matter how many times he reads the file, he will block the damage for Eve. The elf girl let out an extremely heavy cry of pain, curling up and trembling on the ground as she pressed her shoulder. Shyvanas turned back to the girls, his eyes quickly skimming over them, with a bruised and dying Eve on one side, and a human who looked intact and stood unharmed a short distance away on the other. With little hesitation, he leaned down and opened his 5 fingers to hover over Eve's cold sweat-covered forehead. Soft, warm white light spread from the elven maiden's face to her entire body as he healed her wounds. Those hideous, bone-deep wounds were healed in moments by the power of the light elves. Shyvanas' face was getting whiter and whiter, consumed, but his expression was incredibly serious. The hideous remains of the magical beasts piled up behind him, the sunlight sprinkled on the light golden long hair. The contrast between light and darkness was so strong that it was a bit blinding. The pair of emerald green eyes quietly gazed at the injured young girl, as if the world could only see her. Tang Nian quietly watched this scene. A beep sounded in her head, a ding. Negative player attitude detected, please actively rate. A sharp pain came from her heart, as if it was reminding her, and as if it was a warning. Tang Nian pressed her chest and sat down slowly, her breath coming in panicked gasps as she looked at the long hair of the two elves tangled and intertwined on the grass. No way. She had a mission to do, and she couldn't let her emotions take over. She wanted to live. The hand-woven grass ring broke, while Shyvana's was protecting Eve. Tang Nian watched quietly, as if a part of her heart had broken as well. After the healing was over, Shyvana's walked towards her. Suddenly feeling that something was wrong, he lowered his head and saw his empty finger, his good-looking eyebrows wrinkling up. It seemed that he was used to wearing the ring, even if he didn't like it at first, and he wasn't used to the ring being gone. Make up another one for me. His voice was softened and gentle. His slender body half squatted in front of Tang Nian, looking at her eyes through her hanging down hair. Tang Nian lowered her eyes to look at her toes. After silently calming her breathing a few times, she raised her head and revealed a sweet smile to the beautifully indifferent NPC in front of her. Where's the one I gave you? Did you lose it? Not lost. He denied. Tang Nian laughed again. Then you broke it. The elf looked at her look and suddenly had the strong thought of touching her head. This strange and aggressive idea of another creature that he actively wanted to be close to made him feel uncomfortable and forcefully pressed down this strange urge. Fingers curled and ultimately did not move. The elf was silent as he helped her up from the stone, checking her over and sighing with imperceptible relief as he realized that the human girl was uninjured. The expression also became serious once more. You stay close to me. Tang Nian looked at his pale, transparent face and thought of the way he had just treated Eve's wounds. These emerald green eyes were so focused then. She adjusted her demeanor in due time and took 2 steps back, her eyes and the tip of her nose red, spreading a cry-like redness, and whispered, I'm sorry. There was something pathetic about the way she admitted her mistake, and again, it brought unspeakable feelings to Shyvana's heart. Looking at the human's bowed head, he frowned and said, Come here. After an extremely brief pause, he added, Not blaming you. Was that an explanation? So rare. So Tang Nian raised his head and tried to show a sad expression, playing the part of a careful and heartbroken man to come over. Shyvana's voice carried a gentleness that he himself didn't even notice as he said to her, Stay close to me, or you'll get hurt. It's dangerous here. Donnan gave a low, one emotional hum. A cat scratched it and landed in her ears. It was a little hard to bear. Without waiting for him to digest it in detail, he saw the human's trembling hand, touching the wound on his shoulder, his fingertips pointing and shrinking back, like he didn't dare to touch him. I'm sorry for hurting you. The elf was silent, unmoving, like being swept by a feather. An unbearable itch. He averted his eyes abruptly, pulling half a step away from her without a trace. Ducking away, Tang Nian's fingers froze in the air and slowly retracted again. Lord Shyvana's. A weak yet pleasant voice rang out, and Eve woke up at some point, sitting up with her injured parts covered, so fragile that she looked like a beautiful bubble that would burst at the slightest poke. Tang Nian looked on. All of his heart tips trembled. The mesmerizing sick beauty was nothing more than that. Shyvana's hesitated. It seemed like he wanted to go over and take a look, but he couldn't get used to the fingers that were suddenly missing something, like a cat with OCD that wanted to smooth out its messed up fur, or else it would keep licking and combing. Tang Nian revealed a smile. Okay, I'll make up another one for you. The elf then loosened her brow. A very brief smile appeared at the corner of his lips, fleeting, like an illusion. Lord Shyvana's. Eve made an achingly muffled sound in the background. I have just found the remains of the goddess of Proverbs, and it seems that her sacred artifacts are stored here. Seeing the change in his demeanor, Tang Nian kindly said, Go over and take a look. It might be something useful to you. Shyvana's stood up. Before taking a step, he suddenly reached out his hand and extremely restrainedly pressed the back of his hand against her forehead. It was cold, a brief touch. Tang Nian failed to understand what this sudden active contact meant. He had already left, walking away faster than usual. Chapter 68. Illusion. Donnan never wove another ring for him. Shyvana's never rushed or reminded, waiting patiently. The elf clan had long lives and didn't like recreational activities to fill their time, so what they were best at was waiting. They were used to enduring loneliness, but he himself never realized that his eyes always fell on the empty fingers or on the thin back of the human girl, and his eyes were always inadvertently following her back. Emotions changed subtly and imperceptibly along with her emotions. The appearance of humans broke his perception of time. It made him have to admit that waiting was indeed an annoying thing. Not far away, the human girl crouched between the streams, her thin white soft fingers dipping into the water and sprinkling it onto the forest elves that fluttered around her. A group of elves chased the water droplets and played, or stayed on her shoulders and deliberately gently slapped her face with their wings. The human form could be described as rough and flawed compared to the elf's slender and flawless form. The tip of her nose is covered with crystalline beads of sweat, and there are freckles on her cheeks. When she smiles, a small pear swirl emerges on her sunburnt red cheeks. But such a face full of imperfections in the eyes of a picky race like the elves, in the eyes of Shyvana's, it was extraordinarily beautiful. So beautiful that a certain place in his heart collapsed uncontrollably, like a steeply turned hourglass. She was like a bucket of richly colored dye, and this time around Savannah's had brought him more excitement than any of his past years. The foreboding sense of impending loss of control appeared in the elf's keen senses. One of their race's innate abilities was prophecy. Savannah saw destruction in her. He should keep his distance, should be wary. The palm-sized woodland elves circled around her, lining up to pick a small, soft wildflower, coming up to her, grasping her fingers blearily, and chattering elvish words that the human did not understand. But the human instantly understood their intentions. Dexterous fingers quickly weave a few small, delicate garlands, one by one put on the head of the forest elves as if kittens begging for food. The elves circled around her with great interest, landing on the rocks beside the stream, dropping their heads to look at their own reflections and touching the garlands admiringly for a few turns. But just then, a gust of wind blew extremely hard, crashing the wreaths on the heads of several of the woodland elves into the middle of the stream. At once, the elves collapsed one by one. The human sighed regretfully. "I'll make it up for you guys later." The elves looked to the jungle, where the cleansing scent of their kin still lingered. They all deflated and dared to speak. Tang Nian's legs hurt. More and more, the experience of being injured in the game felt extremely real. Obvious bruises hanging on her thin white calves, hidden under her skirt, because she didn't want Shyvana's to feel like a burden. They walked through the mist-filled woods, the branches hideously entwined and obscuring the sky like a demon with teeth and claws. A vine appeared over her eyes and wrapped itself gently around her. Shyvana's ethereal voice rang in her ears. "Humans cannot resist the power of this place and will hallucinate." Was that why they had to blindfold her? The darkness amplified other senses. Donnan reached out and cried out helplessly, "Shyvana's." The person in front of her paused, and she could imagine the other must be questioning her with those emerald green eyes. "May I hold your hand?" she asked cautiously. A vine wrapped around her wrist, the soft leaves rubbing gently against her skin for a moment before shuddering and letting go in the elf's hidden eyes. It tugged at Donnan's walking, not Shyvana's hand. It was too late in the game to be disappointed by such silent rejection, it seemed. Donnan tried to calm his breathing and make himself look normal. At first, the woods were quiet, the elf one's steps were extremely light, almost inaudible, and she could only hear her own footsteps, stepping over the withered branches and leaves, making a subtle sibilant rustling sound, as if the whole world, only herself left. The woods were vast and boundless, and Tang Yin had a bewildering sense of helplessness because of the darkness in front of her. She again couldn't help but shout, "Shyvana's," wanting to draw a sense of security from the only elf she knew. But instead, she heard the other party make an airy sound, a low, moist voice ringing beside her ear, "Quiet. It will be discovered." Discovered by what? Tang Yin trembled and softly hemmed, submissive and helpless. The next second, however, she heard the sound of conversation coming from directly in front of her, and there was clearly the voice of Shyvana's, who had just been next to her ear. He seemed to be talking to the elf woman about something, in an elven language he didn't understand. For the first time, Tang Yin heard Shyvana's speak in such a gentle tone, as if it were the whispers of a lover. Being closed off from her vision, her sense of hearing was extra sharp, and she couldn't help but wonder if this was also an illusion. But listening to their voices talking and laughing in front of her, the only feeling in her whole body that she could rely on was the vine holding her wrist. Even if it was a quest, even if it was just a game, Tang Yin gave birth to a feeling of imbalance. It was as if a piece of cotton that had absorbed water was pressed against his heart, not painful but heavy and damp, on the verge of not being able to beat. Shivana's. She couldn't help it and shouted again, trying to call back his attention. But all that answered her was the gentle tightening of vines around her wrists. The never-ending sounds of talking and laughing not far away gradually changed flavor, ambiguous and husky, and Tang Yin began to tremble as she heard the sound of tree trunks being gently bumped, the sound of leaves rubbing together, and the ambiguously sticky water stains. It sounded like an intimate and deep kiss with one person pressing the other against the tree trunk. It was fake. She was out of breath, and her consciousness sank as if into water. A subtle cracking sound rang out, and a pleasant and joyful gasp loomed. Tang Yin covered her ears. But Eve's ambiguous, euphonious sobs drilled into her mind through the back of her hand, interspersed with Shivana's messy and sensual breathing. It was fake. If it was real, then her mission had failed. What was left of her rational and cautious analysis felt more like a self-paralysis, as Tang Yin grew more and more groggy in consciousness, like she had swallowed an overdose of melatonin, and her arms and legs went limp. There was a giggle, and some sort of cold, fishy liquid splashed onto his face, immediately followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The wind stopped, the ambiguous chants disappeared, and the murmur of leaves being crashed out of the fluttering disappeared. Tang Yin was shivering, not knowing when she had crouched down, her feet floating like a drunk. Someone untied the vines from her eyes and gently wiped the liquid splashed on her cheeks. Light penetrated into her eyes, and Tang Yin slowly opened her eyes to see a pair of hazy and magnificent emerald green eyes facing her. Shivana's was gently wiping her face, his clothes neat and unblemished. Behind him fell several huge, pitch-black, slowly rotting dark wraiths. "What did you hear?" He frowned as he surveyed the young human girl, who was flushing at the tip of her nose, and said in a warm voice, "Tell me." Chapter 69. Countdown to the mission. The young girl's eyes carried a dreamlike blankness for a long time before a pair of dark eyes focused. The sight fell on his face with an indescribable complexity. The elf reached out and gently wiped away the droplets of water that adorned the ends of her eyes. Fingertips brushed against it, the bitterness spreading down the drop of tear into his heart. "These woods will show you what you fear most." Looking at her expression, Shivana's was rustily soothing. "It's all false, don't be afraid." For a race as indifferent as the elves, such a reassurance had been an extremely thoughtful and intimate gesture. He thought his concern was expressed clearly enough. The human blinked slowly and gave a forced smile. "Nothing, hallucinating. I called out to you, and you didn't answer." She was good and understanding, and smiled in a way that made him subconsciously avert his eyes. "I knew it was a fake. How could you ignore me on purpose?" But Shivana's was silent. For just now in the forest, he had been right beside the girl and heard her call his name in two successive panicked voices. It was true that he did not respond. This was the habitat of the goddess of proverbs, and in this region, where words were tainted with magic and true names had special meanings, one could not speak, no matter which name was called. He couldn't respond to the girl's pleas for help and calls here. It was a way to protect her, but to his surprise, was she afraid of this? "I am." He gave her a belated response, "I'm always here for you." The human girl's smile quickly became untenable, and she hung her head, shoulders hunched and looking downcast. No human could be at peace after being treated like that. Savannah saw how hard it was for her and thought for a moment, offering to rest for a while. Eve gave a disgusted look and said in a tone tinged with obvious disappointment, "Humans are just too weak. This will be too late to get the sacred artifact of the goddess of proverbs." Shivana's looked over with an expressionless face. Eve stiffened and swallowed back the rest of her words. Tang Yin hung his head and said nothing, until he suddenly asked him after a long time, "Do you really hate me?" The elf's mouth, which was about to say something, stopped, frowning as he turned to survey her, a flash of strange feelings welling up in his heart. It was too late to discern what it was, and as he frowned in thought, Donnan said, "I know." Silence was usually acquiescence. Donnan knew that. "Please give me a moment." She raised her smile again, her lips pale as anemia. "I'll calm down soon." She didn't bother herself with bothering them again, but found herself a relatively flat rock to sit and rest on. The elf frowned as he tried to explain that he didn't hate this human. Not only didn't hate it, but, even, he didn't know how to admit it, like someone who had tasted honey for the first time. Hazily and greenly touching emotions he had never been exposed to before, tainted with an addiction to unfamiliar sentiments. Not hated, even, but liked. But looking at her sitting alone on the sidelines, there was no need to explain. She would understand. Shyvana's thought that he would find a way to continue the short and fragile life of a human, would spend the long years telling his interracial mate how much he uncharacteristically liked her. She loved him so much that she would not leave him. So she would always understand. The game was hard. Tang Nian sat on a rock and looked at her reflection on the water. It was extremely different from her real-world looks, with brownish red hair and a freckled white face. There was barely a trace of herself to be seen. But that's good, Tang Nian thought to herself mockingly. The less she looked like herself, the lower the sense of immersion in this game would be. As she entered the game world for the first time, it was inevitable that she would pour her emotions into it, being deeply attracted by shockingly beautiful creatures, and then being captured by their skin and temperament. Luckily, the elf NPC she rated consistently acted bland and impersonal, and he seemed to pay more attention to other things than to her, which gradually killed Tang Nian. He looked at the wildflowers that roamed the mountains, the leaves that the wind blew through, the rocks that had been carved out of shape by time, and the streams that were clear and flooded with soft waves. Those gazes were no different from the ones that fell on Tang Nian, which, at first, made Tang Nian feel frustrated from time to time. Now it was much more acceptable. Only the occasional stabbing pain in her heart reminded her that time was running out. Players are invited to actively raid in exchange for life points. The game's cold beep was always like a sharp sword hanging in her heart. Even though she was extremely tired and gripped by disappointment, she still had to look up with a smile on her face, with enthusiasm, to paste the elf's coldness. As night fell, collapsed Roman columns appeared among the trees, as well as the moss-covered ruins of the temple. It looked like they were about to arrive at their destination. Tang Nian piled on a wide smile, plucked the skin of the wild fruit with his fingers, and gave it to Shyvana's. The other party took it, the purple-red juice staining the pale, beautiful fingertips like a dye-stained work of art. Donnan looked at the hand and listened to his say, "Thank you. What a difference between this and those unfamiliar strangers. You don't say thank you to me." She smiled softly, like she was pouting. "I don't want to hear you say thank you." Shyvana's gave a confused look. He often confused humans and wasn't not curious about what was going on in her head. She was fond of herself, and the naturally indifferent race didn't even know how to respond to that warm fondness. He was vaguely aware of the satisfaction and pleasure he felt at her liking, yet he didn't know how to respond. When the darkness on this continent was dispelled, the fragile human race would be safe and free to live in this world, right? He thought so. Dispelling this darkness was Sylvanus' gift to the human maiden. Sylvanus was immersed in the sense of mission of expelling the power of darkness, but did not know that the human maiden beside him was suffering a desperate and sharp pain. She covered her heart and turned her face aside, trying desperately to hold back her lower lip with her teeth, not daring to let out a cry of pain, until the faint taste of blood was tasted in her mouth. This time the pain was sharper than ever, and a cold and unsympathetic beep sounded in his head. Tip: 48 hours of remaining raid time. Please actively complete the mission or you will lose your place in the internal test. Losing the internal test quota was the same as pronouncing her death. Tang Nian was like a scared bird, her eyes widening in fear, that fear of imminent death on the operating table taking over her mind. She didn't dare to slack off and quietly embraced the elf from behind as she took another break. He stopped moving. The slender body stiffened inch by inch like a statue, seemingly extremely resistant to physical contact with humans. Tang Nian gathered his arms around the elf's tight waist and stomach, smelling the rich plant fragrance of his body. Breathing was tight, ears could only hear a heartbeat heavier than a heartbeat, and the touch on his hands was so real that he even accidentally touched the bare skin outside his white tunic. Delicate, warm, and cool, like touching a jade with excellent texture. Tang Nian herself did not know. Her behavior was like a child who had never eaten candy before asking for candy. The elf didn't reveal a happy expression, nor did he make any unnecessary movements. He just calmly, in the kind of voice that made Tang Nian's scalp tingle when she heard it, asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Nian suddenly felt embarrassed. She was blushing like this, but he didn't fluctuate in any way. Tang Nian didn't say anything, obstinately hugging him. The elf frowned as his thoughts were disrupted, and the uncontrollable premonition appeared once again, which made him instinctively feel resistance. Something was spiraling out of control. He could not yet tell what the growing shudder in his heart meant, until the human girl stood on her tiptoes and mustered the courage to kiss his neck. The elf froze. The clear, indifferent eyes lost focus for a moment, even lost control of his body, unable to move a muscle. Shortly afterward, his hand landed on the back of Tang Nian's hand. Before Tang Yin could react, the next action, he pulled her fingers apart one by one. The heart, following his movements, sank deeply. A cold silence. Chapter 70, A Short Life. Shavana's voice was calm as he asked again, "What happened to you?" Tang Yin did not speak. She hung her head, her long, slender lashes covering the loss under her eyes. After waiting for a long time without a reply, the elf pulled her hand away completely, avoiding the line of sight to not look at her, and said softly, "You're disturbing me." Disturbing him. He said it outright. Tang Yin's face flushed red, feeling the blood rush to her cheeks and burn for a moment. She was a gamer and a girl. In the real world, Tang Yin, who carried a natural heart condition, wasn't exactly cheerful. She couldn't run, couldn't jump, and couldn't get emotional, so she had always suppressed her personality. Now that she was treated so bluntly as troubled, a heart dropped to the ground. She finally tentatively pressed her cheek gently against his back in exchange for his tenderness when the elf finally ducked. The slender body appeared a meter away, looking at her against the moonlight. "If you have something to say, you can just tell me." This was an obvious rejection. Tang Yin paused, slowly dropping her hand. The elf waited quietly for a moment, not waiting for the expected answer. He frowned and wanted to ask, but did not open his mouth. After all, this human had many delicate and sensitive little thoughts that he didn't want to ask about. The elf clan, even among the same clan, are all outliers and rarely communicate. If he has to explore every sudden and complicated thought of the human girl, it would be a little too much trouble for him. Too much against his nature. Approaching their destination, Shavana's and Eve walked ahead, not realizing that her footsteps were getting slower and slower behind them. Tang Yin's face was pale, and her lips had faded all color of blood. She pressed down on her chest and panted hard, the extreme pain causing her eyes to go black for a moment. The punishment appeared. The heart hurt. The game only wanted results, not process, and with the elf still avoiding her and having to banish the darkness from the world, then the task was an unfinished state. With a broken foot, she nearly sat down on her knees. Tang Yin held onto the tree trunk, and after a few weak gasps, her back was already eroded by cold sweat. She called out the elf's name, her voice faint, but it was captured by the elf with extremely sharp hearing. Shavana's looked back and saw the human girl holding onto the tree trunk with a weak and timid smile, carefully asking him, "Can we rest for a while?" Eve frowned. "You've already delayed our progress a lot. If it weren't for you, we'd have reached the ghost swamp by now." She added with intent, "It is indeed inconvenient to bring humans with us. They move too slowly." The rest of the words suddenly lost their sound. Tang Yin could see Eve's mouth opening and closing, saying something, but couldn't hear it, like a layer of muffler. Shavana's looked at Tang Yin and paused. "Why don't you rest here tonight?" Tang Yin sighed in relief, consciously finding a flat grassy bush to sit down. Raising his head, he met Shavana's scrutinizing gaze. He had come over at some point and wordlessly stopped beside her. "You are not feeling well?" The clear, moist voice carried a hint of imperceptible confusion. By the light of the moon, he checked that the human was unharmed, but she did seem to be in bad shape. "What's wrong with you?" The elf frowned, his eyes clear and without temperature, looking extremely high-strung. The way her brows were furrowed looked like impatience in her eyes. Tang Yin looked at the mission objective that was close at hand and didn't say anything. After another uneasy inspection, Shavana's realized that the human indeed had no external injuries. No injuries, yet they were acting very weak. It was probably because humans were just so fragile. Just when he thought she would stop talking, the young girl opened her eyes and said without a word, "My life is short." Shavana's didn't understand why she said that. Yet instinctively, he disliked the subject. The emerald green eyes looked at her intently, silent. "I might." She swallowed the latter words. She might die. Maybe someday, when the elf was impatient with Tang Yin's intimate gestures like today, or when he thought she was a drag, he would turn around and realize that she had died a quiet death. She would die. On failing a quest, on exiting the map. Would this heartless NPC feel sorry for her? "So can you make my short life in this world a little happier?" She flashed a bright smile, but her eyes were sad as if tears would fall in the next second. Without speaking, the elf reached out and put his hand on her shoulder. Like an incestuous hug, Tang Yin's nose flared, thinking that he had been touched by herself, and her desperation to survive made her cling to every opportunity in front of her, reaching out and clutching Shavana's white robe, burying her head carefully in his chest. Like a small, clingy animal trying to keep warm. "Is this what you wanted?" Just when she had just sparked a glimmer of hope, she heard the elf's clear and indifferent voice from above her head, extinguishing all her expectations. Gaining sympathy, trying to trade it for closeness with him. Shyvana's thought so. After all, the human really liked himself. He indulged her, let her get close to him, thinking it was a sign of love for her. Thought he had shown his love enough. But the human oozed sadness. It puzzled him. It was true that human life was short. It was also true that she had a history. During the time when she first stuck to Shyvana's, Tang Yin always pretended to fall in the woods to trick him back from walking away, and then jumped into his arms when he crouched down beside Tang Yin to check on her body. Hooking her hand around his neck, she pressed her cheek against his shoulder and rocked gently. She always liked to trick her way into getting close to him in this way. Cunning human. He put the charge on her in his mind, not realizing how soft his eyes were. It was indulgent and loving. Maybe the moon was too beautiful, or maybe her heart was too painful. Tang Yin held down her chest and let herself off the hook one last time. Do you like me? Shyvana's was, as always, benignly silent. Tang Yin no longer expected an answer from him. Closing her eyes, looking exhausted, she was tired, really tired. Murmuring, 48 hours, it's simply too late. The elf's cold and slender face was outlined in a layer of silver-white outline by the moonlight, as if it was frozen with frost. What a cold person. Really cold, warm as in not hot. She didn't want to die yet. She was obviously still so young. She still wanted to go back to school, wanted to buy a house on the beach after graduation, want to eat a lot of food, see a lot of scenery. She wanted to live her life in an ordinary way, and it turned out that the so-called ordinary had been so hard to reach. Tang Yin did not know that after she fell asleep, Shyvana's draped a piece of clothing over her and gazed at her with downcast eyes in a quiet and gentle manner. Eve came over and said something with incomparable excitement, and he only felt disturbed, raising his eyes to look over, his eyes cold. Eve, who had been leaping, was instantly silenced. Shyvana's begrudgingly withdrew his gaze and dropped it back onto the young girl's face, his long, slender fingers curling up and eventually lifting to straighten the sleep-mussed hair around her ears. It was a decidedly superfluous gesture, coming from his personal affection. The elf loved it so much that he couldn't help but want to touch it, to feel the urge to be close. But he didn't understand. He just wanted to smooth the naughty stray strand of hair behind her ear and gently caress it across her cheek in the process. Thought it was just out of the goodness of his heart, trying to help her straighten out her messy grooming. After a long moment of silence, Eve's verbal euphemism suggesting that she could leave her behind was hastily changed when she saw the elf's sudden return to her head and sharply cooled icy eyes. I meant to place her somewhere safe. She's vulnerable, isn't she? What we go to next is the most dangerous ghost swamp. As a human, if it is haunted by the undead, it is easy to die. Probably because a certain word irritated him, the surrounding temperature instantly lowered, and the lush plants grew hideously twisted like they were dyed with bulking agents, looking vaguely frantic. Sensing the elf's relief, Eve continued to speak, following her lead. Following us around is also life-threatening. The number of dangerous magical beasts we encounter behind us is increasing, Lord Shyvana's. For her safety's sake, we should also place her in a place far away from the spectral swamp, shouldn't we? Savannah's hung his head and looked at the human girl who was still clutching his pinky finger in her sleep. Suddenly, he said, "She needs me." Eve froze, didn't seem to react to what he was saying, only to see the cold-faced elf slowly take the human female curled up next to his feet into his arms, lifting a hand to comb through her hair, his voice gentle but with a frightening possessiveness. "She doesn't want to leave me," he murmured with a gentle gaze, holy light surging around him. "She needs me." Therefore, he couldn't let her out of his sight. Chapter 71. The Heart. Cold sweat dampened the strands of her hair, sticking to her face in strands. This game-generated body was already in extremely poor physical condition, and the fact that Tang Yin's quest had not been completed had caused her to follow the elf's lead with increasingly heavy and strained steps. In order to take care of her, Shyvana's kept walking and stopping, but time was getting short, and when he reached a certain misty, dark swamp, he stopped his pace, turned around, and told Tang Yin that he had decided to settle her down beyond the swamp. "It's dangerous there. Wait for me here." Shyvana said this, his slender fingers tracing ancient, mysterious symbols in the air. In an instant, a warm white light floated beneath Tang Yin's feet. Eve called out to him from not far away, "Lord Shyvana's, hurry up. He's about to awaken. Can I join you?" Tang Yin's mission hadn't been completed yet, so if he stayed here, it would be a death sentence. But the ghost swamp was too dangerous. Shyvana's was right. In every way, vulnerable humans shouldn't go in. It is safe here. You stand in the circle. No dark creatures can enter, he said, raising his hand and pressing it to his heart. When he extended his hand again, there was an additional round, emerald green gem with a hazy, dreamy sheen. He raised his hand in the air, and with more slender vines at his fingertips, and without knowing what he did, the gem turned into a necklace, which he wore on Tang Yin with a gentle movement of his raised hand. Shyvana's looked at her with downcast eyes, his eyes so gentle that they were like melting snow. You wear it? It is me. Tang Yin touched the gem, as if she had touched the surging life force. What is this? She asked. Shyvana's lashes fluttered twice and did not answer. With extreme restraint, he gently touched her hair and turned toward Eve. For the last time, Donan darted to take his hand, as uneasy as a soon-to-be abandoned animal. Can you not leave me alone? The sudden physical contact caused the elf to jerk his head back, his light blonde hair tracing thin streams in the air. Tang Yin's eyes reddened, almost as if she were pleading, Shyvana's, can you not leave me here? Let me be with you. Shyvana's was a little stunned, his vision trembling lightly with her gently shaking hand. Like a butterfly's wing caught in a spider's web, the hand curled, and soft waves of emerald green eyes flooded and scattered. He paused for a long moment and bent down, his eyes level with hers. In a tone so gentle that he didn't even notice, he said soothingly, you stay here, where it's safe. I don't want to see you get hurt. The most important thing he had on him was removed and placed on her. So he was confident. Tapping the jewel that hung around the young girl's neck, it can keep you safe in an emergency. It could exchange lives. The heart of a light elf, in exchange for her life. Eve, who had been waiting impatiently, came over and happened to see the scene here, her eyes full of shock and rebuke, as if Tang Yin was the root cause of making Shyvana's fall and become no longer great, and in addition to disappointment, there was also a deep loathing. You even went this far for her. The trembling voice was full of disbelief and disappointment. She is only a human with only a few decades to live. Shyvana's didn't seem to hear, not even lifting his eyelashes as Eve's voice faded away. Tang Yin obstinately grasped his hand, unwilling to let go. Don't. Instead, the elf broke her fingers one by one, as he had done not long ago, and told her, I'm doing this for your own good. It's safe here. It's dangerous there. The human became disobedient. She was really anxious this time. You don't want to go with her, okay? Probably too into the drama. Tang Yin really produced a trace of heartbreak. So the red-up eyes were extraordinarily realistic, and Shyvana's seemed to be hit by the shattered light in her eyes and messed up with a bang, and his eyes showed a wavering. The next moment, but more serious, stay here. These 4 words took on a commanding tone, and with the addition of the power of light, they became an irresistible law. Tang Yin lost control of her body, and her fingers automatically loosened. His body was stiff, like wood. Like giving instructions to an unruly pet, Shyvana said in a single word, stay here and obey. Tang Yin heard the countdown to the mission in his head. 48 hours, with the last 2 hours remaining. If she couldn't complete the mission, we'll definitely die. The premonition of impending destruction was strong. Tang Yin didn't hold back and calmly said, Shyvana's, am I going to lose you? The words sounded extraordinarily harsh to his ears. The elf frowned, a faint uneasiness spreading from the bottom of his heart, but his voice was still gentle. Don't say that, we will be together. He was so sure of himself, as if he must be imperative in going against his instincts to be with the lower races. Everything was within his grasp. His willingness to be with her acted as if it were charity from the start. I won't wait for you later. Shyvana's frowned. An odd coolness suddenly surged up his back, making him want to look away from the human's bleak eyes. Long, sheer lashes pressed down helplessness and displeasure. You will wait for me. He was convinced she loved him deeply. Not deeply in love. How could she risk even her own life for him several times? How could she stick to his side every day, like climbing on his flesh and blood to grow? Tang Yin's eyes were dull, slowly shaking her head. It won't be. She said, never again. The elf's feet paused. The heart that was detached from the body was smothered like a clutch, and the dryness spread from the chest cavity to the whole body. But the emotions were so foreign. He'd never experienced them before, so he didn't know what they meant. They were called panic and the awe of impending loss. But Shyvana's didn't understand. He gave Donan a fixed look and eventually left. The elven female companion was urging, hurry up, he's going to awaken. I can sense him. Tang Yin knew that this mission was coming to an end. How great would it be if a person's memories could be like pencil characters written on white paper, and with a gentle erasure with an eraser, no traces could be left behind. How good it would be if someone could tamper with her memory, could erase the traces that this cold elf had left in himself. She would have preferred to have never met him, but then she remembered that this was a mission. It was her fault for accidentally playing herself into what was supposed to be a fake. She shouldn't have spent her emotions, collecting the tears contained in her eyes. Tang Yin turned her head in another direction with an expressionless face.
Ding.
Mission countdown 1 hour and 40 minutes. In about half an hour, there will soon be a large number of dark undead pouring into the player's location. Hint: the emerald worn by the player is a bright elf heart. The heart can resist all dark matter damage. Tip: a broken gemstone is the death of an NPC, and the death of the quest target will cause the quest to fail outright. Tang Yin knew what would happen. It was a certain death. Touching the gem on her neck, infinite confusion welled up in her eyes. This was his heart. He had given it to her. He must have liked her. But the mission never succeeded. So this liking, then, was not love. The earth under her feet came from a dense sense of vibration, and the other side of the mountain was dark and black to cover the sky, almost coloring half of the sky black, and a strong, ominous atmosphere came to her. Tang Yin was chilled to the bone and pressed the jewel in his heart. His eyes were hollow. The black power that destroyed everything quickly weakened when it touched the white aura, as if it was really just a gust of wind blowing by. Tang Yin removed the jewel from her neck. She would not take Shyvana's heart. His heart was useless to Tang Yin. This body was only game-generated. Whether it was dead or alive had nothing to do with her in the real world. She was going to use her own death to take one last gamble. Chapter 72. God's Beautiful Dream. What you thought was salvation was the origin of disaster. What you thought was salvation was the beginning of perdition, and from today, you will live in hell. God's proverbs were pervasive, not relying on hearing, and were transmitted into the minds of all the beings standing under this sky. With a loud boom, the lush and sky-high trees quickly rotted. The bright spring colors and the huge sanctuary dissipated like a mirage, like the reflection of a lake ruffled by a third hand. And the sky quickly changed from sunny to a dark night with a bright moon hanging over the branches. This is the god's beautiful dream, the last dream of the goddess of Proverbs before her death. A utopia that does not exist anywhere else in the world, where all intelligent beings that enter here will have their lives drained and souls swallowed in a sweet dream, dying without a trace in a beautiful Elysium. Shyvana's destroyed this hell cloaked in sweetness, but was cursed by the gods for doing so. You will gain eternal life. Will fall into eternal torment. The shadows of the trees lurked, and the murky, evil mist of the swamp filled the air. Piercing through the Elysium, they were back in the real world. The sacred weapon of the goddess of Proverbs fell into fair, slender hands, and a white, water droplet-like totem was added to Shyvana's brow. Set in the center of the white, flawless forehead, it was the last curse before the god fell. It was etched into the elf's soul like a brand. The emerald green eyes lifted upwards, indifferent and haughty, and after a heavenly roar, the god fell into this lake and marsh, powerful to a terrifying degree. Originally, it was just expected that he would take the holy weapon away silently, but I didn't expect that he would destroy the remains of the goddess of Proverbs that covered the entire land. That was the god. Lord Shyvana's, why did you regicide the god? Obviously taking it away was fine. Eve watched in a daze. Her chest cavity grew with the general burning and sticky substance of flesh and blood, and something drumming was about to burst through her eardrums, sending her entire being into a drunken dizziness and frenzy. Shyvana's had accomplished the impossible for the elven race. He did not say why he did so. The goddess of Proverbs fell, and the swampy lake that he had been hogging revealed its original appearance. The water was soft and crystal clear, like a green veil filled with light and mist. It reminded Shyvana's of the night he had camped out by the lake when he and the human maiden had first met. He had just been wounded then, torn through the chest by a demon, lying on his back on the rocky beach, eyes closed, sensing that there were demons on the move that were trying to rush up and tear him apart. He rested motionless, letting the ugly things approach, ready to crush their lives like ants when they came to his side. Something gently touched the lapel of his coat. Shyvana's reached out his hand. But he didn't expect to open his eyes, and instead of seeing the ugly demonic creature, he saw a pair of clueless eyes. Like a deer lost in the woods, the round eyes were filled with mist, and one wrist was gripped in curiosity and amazement as he surveyed him. A small pair of rough, muddy hands held kneaded grass juice, just about to be applied to his wound. Her hair was lifted by the wind and fell on his face. It tickled a little. Very strange. It spread all the way into the bloodstream. No need. Shyvana's, who was shy about words, saw her watering eyes and got a headache. In a reversal of his normal behavior, he explained to this lower race, this doesn't work. Dodging the herbs that didn't have the slightest healing effect on him, but not the young human girl who had crashed raw into his life. Lord Savannah's? The female elf beside him shouted again. Shyvana's returned to his senses, looked at the beautiful silent lake, and suddenly said, I heard that before the ghost marsh was covered by the goddess of Proverbs, there was a lake of the falling sun, known as the godless land. Eve froze, looking odd. The lake contains gems that can remake life. It occurred to him that such a gemstone would be a good idea to give to her. She liked shiny things. It could also reforge her body for her. Do you want it? With unabated fervor in her eyes, Eve plunged into the water at Shyvana's acquiescence. The green veil of the lake splashed with crystals like crushed diamonds, and Eve, like a fish carved in silver, dived under the water with agile grace and surfaced again a long time later. Translucent wings softly floating in the water, wet hair against the neck, all the way into the flat chest, beautiful and moving. It is a beauty that lower races can never reach. She was so agile. Her knitted brows and smile were all mesmerizing beauty. It was the charm of the higher races. But Shyvana's wouldn't appreciate it. Lord Shyvana's, is this what you want? Opening her hand, Eve had the aqua-colored gem lying in her hand. May I ask what you want this for? The soaked dress clung to the luscious curves, revealing the color of her skin, white and pink intertwined, and Eve smiled like a seductive water demon, frankly divulging infinite spring light. Shyvana's eyes were cold and silent, like he was looking at the lifeless rocks on the side of the road. A true gem would be mutually attracted to the world tree seed. With a clatter, she came ashore. Closer and closer. Wet cheeks practically pressed against him. Shyvana suddenly thought of something and averted his eyes. Whereupon Eve, thinking he blushed, thinking he'd messed up his mind, reached up and tugged on his tunic, and, not knowing what she'd done, almost tore off the white slouchy tunic that hung from his shoulders. The last holy weapon, from a fellow light elf. It was the seed of the world tree, the supreme power that could give birth to the next world. She couldn't wait to devour him, to claim this powerful, sacrosanct light elf for herself. But a sudden mass of extra vines had somehow wrapped around her. At first, she thought the elf was being seduced by her, as she thought. And as those vines climbed along the belly of her leg, she began to laugh, Lord Shyvana's. The voice was ambiguous and vague, revealing a teasing that was not meant for an elf one, until the chest was stabbed open. No blood was revealed, only a jewel of intense life force dangling from the center of layers of crystal-clear bone. Shyvana's wanted this. The clothes scratched by the last of the holy weapons were stained with the fragrance of plants and flowers, a flavor unique to female elves. It also smelled of the seeds of the world tree. Just getting the dress, one could imagine how intimately it had fit her skin. The elf dangled her fingers, and invisible fire raced up, quickly igniting. Turning to ash, Eve's face grew harder as it lost its vocal organs and could no longer maintain its human form, its hands and feet turning into branches of leaves, slowly turning into what they were meant to be. It was still stubbornly trying to prove its charms. It had not differentiated its gender, androgynous. It could change into any kind of mold that the light elf liked. The elf, however, had only one thought. She would be unhappy if she waited too long. He didn't want clothes that smelled of something else. His clothes should smell like her. He didn't want to see her unhappy. Shyvana's was inexplicably a little anxious. He wanted to see her, couldn't wait to see her. Wanted to take her in his arms. How long had it been since he had seen her? Half a day? Or a day? The godless lands had eternal moonlight and could not tell time. And Shyvana's plucked the jewel from the seed of the world tree, sensing an empty anxiety in his heart. He hadn't been separated from her for that long since he'd met her, and he'd been drowning in the self-suggestion that humans were fragile and clingy, emotionally blinded by her troubling first impression. And in truth, he himself had long ago indulged in her warm body heat and sweet words, clinging uncontrollably to that feeling. The elf's ears tinged red at the thought of how much the human must have missed him as well. His steps grew faster. When he got closer, he slowed down haughtily. He looked forward to the way the other ran to him. Then, to appease her thoughts of not seeing him for so long, he could return the embrace and take her warm, soft body in his arms. He wanted to be with her properly now. Chapter 73, Option A. Shyvanas finally approached the edge of the swamp. Holding the gem in his hand, which was emitting an inexhaustible amount of energy, he grew nervous. As the distance grew closer, that nervousness morphed into a certain trepidation that foresaw an ominous aura. A forest elf flew over crookedly, fluttered its wings twice, and crashed straight to the ground in front of him. Shyvana's pupils constricted suddenly as he watched the tiny figure struggling in the muddy mass, bending down and pulling a magnificent emerald green gem from its arms. It was his heart. He had originally placed it with the human. And where was she? The forest elf was still sizzling with some message in Elvish when the slender, tall figure abruptly disappeared in front of her. Just as she stumbled to her feet, she felt a terrifying and majestic force wash over her from afar, scraping through the entire forest as if it were substantial, sweeping out mournful and sharp horizontal waves longitudinally and horizontally. Large swaths of trees that had grown for hundreds of years were cut off, and the entire forest collapsed in chunks, as if the end was coming in a terrifying manner. Beyond the swamp, Shyvanas took one step towards a certain place. There were still circles of light he had drawn on the ground. White paws stepped on the muddy, fishy-smelling ground, littered with the asphalt-melted remains of dark creatures. The young girl was curled up in a crouch on the ground, one hand reaching in the direction of the bushes, nursing something in her arms. It was vaguely a few dead woodland elves. The blood throughout his body solidified and froze like a frozen lake for a moment, every inch of his veins and skin producing a piercing and destroying pain that solidified all his thoughts into dead matter that would not flow. The world was quiet in this moment. Time seemed to stop flowing. Was this another of God's beautiful dreams? Shyvanas, with eyes as gentle as a ghostly green lake covered in broken light, his holy white shirt stained with filth, bent down and whispered something in her mud-covered ear. The voice was soft and melodious, containing ambiguous overtures. When the face-down maiden didn't move, he got close and raised his hand to gently stroke up her back. The blood had already frozen and solidified, and only a handful of moist pulp was felt. The human maiden's slender back had been penetrated, hollowed out where her heart had been, revealing broken bones. Perhaps some dark creature had gouged out her heart. This was the one of all the ways to die that Tang Yin hated the most. "I'm back," he repeated again. The human's blood was red, mixed with the dirty mud that stained him. His pale cheeks were caked with mud, and his hair was strewn about in a messy fashion. The gem in his hand pressed against her, but nothing changed. There was no resurrection of the dead as he had predicted, no reshaping of her into a tough, eternal body. There was an almost numb calmness on Shyvanas's face, a cloud of terror pressed beneath his emerald green eyes, and the corners of his lips curled slightly upward in an expression that resembled a smile. Long, white hands covered the massive wound in her back in vain, a steady stream of white light like sediment falling into the ocean, just spreading out and disappearing. She was like an hourglass, leaking life force, leaking body heat, leaking her breath. She wasn't breathing. The body was cold and stiff. It could have been while he was arrogantly destroying the goddess of aphorism, Aramoir, or while waiting for the seed of the world tree to take the jewel out of the lake for him. His mate died at the hands of the dark races. Leave it to the woodland elves to come to him with his heart, to ask for help, to leave a peace for him with their bodies. When did she die? The memory was horribly clear, and Shyvanas recalled not long ago when the maiden, her eyes red and pleading, had held his hand and whispered, "Will you please not go?" Now, over and over again, he held her cold body and said, "I'm back. I'm back, but why don't you look at me?" The noble race, born directly from the world tree, bent at the knees and fell to the ground, holding his dead mate. The back that had never bent was like being crushed by a heavy object. The long blonde hair mixed with blood was tangled, and the timeless beauty was pressed against the face of the young girl who was covered in sludge. Gently, reverently, he kissed her lips. He had been certain that there would be nothing in the world that he could not accomplish. He had the ability to foresee everything, to know the path of fate from the first moment he saw something. But this ability made him unable to see himself. He could see that the so-called Eve was the seed of the world tree, the last artifact he was looking for. He could see the fate of the tavern dancers and the lives around them, but he could not see his own. And so his certainty and pride finally crumbled and shattered so completely that it trampled him into the filthy mud. She did not want his heart. She left him. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the quest. Reward 360 hours of life value. Extra reward, Bright Elf's Blessing, has been stored in the player's props library and will be automatically put into use in case of emergency. Tip: Detected that the player is emotionally depressed, which is not conducive to physical and mental health. Please ask whether to cleanse the memory. A. Agree. B. Disagree. Selection successful. Washing away player's memory in progress. Welcome to the Otherworldly Disaster Origins game. The map has been opened. Please actively guide the player. Tang Nian opened his eyes in the hospital bed. These memories that had just been unlocked in her mind had happened a few months ago. That was her experience when she first entered the game to do a quest, exchanging half a month's worth of life value after the quest was successfully completed, only to choose to wash away her memories out of self-preservation. Now that the memories had returned, the emotion piece was vacant, and it seemed that her emotions had been washed away as well. So even with these extra memories in her mind, like a bystander, it was as if she was watching a mime, unable to experience any emotions. Ding! The elf is injured. Want to go help him? The ice-cold prompt didn't have a single rise or fall, mechanically transmitted into the mind. Tang Yin's expression was calm. She hadn't opened her cell phone, and these beeps were directly entering her brain. This mysterious game was already able to speak directly to one's own consciousness, without the need to use a medium like a cell phone. What was this? Over-the-top technology? Her eyes turned hesitantly. Tang Yin realized that she was still in the intensive care unit. Not far away, the nurses on duty were turning over the patients who had undergone surgery one by one and checking the data on the testing instruments. The elf is extremely sad and has lost the will to live. Please help him regain hope. Hint: the elf's world has been destroyed and he has nowhere to go. May I ask if you would like to take him in? A. Take him in. B. Ignore. The scene in front of her was exactly the same as before the coma, except the question had been very different from the last time, when the system beep was asking her if she wanted to go back into the past, which had already happened, to find out why the elf had shriveled up. So just remembering everything was meant to make her look for the cause? But she died in the end. She did not know what happened. Much less why that cold elf destroyed his world. Much less why he lost the will to live. It couldn't be. It was because of her, right? Recalling everything that happened in the game, Tang Yin did not feel that her strategy was successful. She could not feel the love of the elf, much less know what her final success was due to. What's more? What is the option to take in? How is she going to take him in? Build him a new map in the game. Ding! Hint: the next map is the virus code? As if for an answer, the beep sounded once more in her head. Tang Yin was a bit hesitant, recalling what happened in that map from a spectator-like perspective. His will kept jumping across the board repeatedly on option B. Hint: your choice will determine whether or not you have the next chance to enter the game. Please choose carefully. Then what else is there to choose? Tang Yin didn't dare to risk his own life. The answer to this question, it seemed that once again, he could only choose A. Tang Yin said with a face like dead water, I choose. The nurse on night duty not far away raised her head. What? History is always amazingly similar. This time the nurse walked up to her and realized that Tang Yin was awake. You're actually awake? Want some water? The nurse's eyes showed compassion. I'll take a cotton swab and dab your mouth for good measure. You can't drink water yet. Tang Yin revealed a thankful smile. Dumbly, she said, Eh. There was a boom. At the same time the words fell, the sky was suddenly shaken as white as day by a shock of thunder. Morbidly poignant cold light exploded between the darkness of the night, as if it were ripping the world apart alive, and even the doors and windows of the isolation ward shook. The nurse hiccuped in fear and pressed her chest. Why is it suddenly so big, thunder? Tang Yin's eyelids jumped. The beeps in her head disappeared. Instead, an inexplicable uneasiness arose in her chest. It was as if her heartbeat had been shaken by the thunder. Chapter 74: The Real World. After 2 days of intensive observation, Tang Yin was transferred to ordinary intensive care. It wasn't until the 4th day that the nurse returned her cell phone. During the 4 days, the game prompts didn't ring once. Days of torrential rain washed the sky into a gloomy pattern, and the air was humid and fragrant with the scent of earth. Thunder rolled into the clouds, occasionally seeping out a silver-white lightning bolt or two, and the glass windows were shaken and rattled. Ding! The screen of his cell phone lit up with an additional tweet. Real-time relay from Thorn Castle at your service. Map weather is cloudy, 15 degrees, air visibility is low, and the poor little slave is being held in a high tower by his new master in a depressed mood. Hint: the new master is preparing a first-mate ceremony for him. After the ceremony, the blood in the body of the little slave will be replaced by the new master. Players are invited to actively raid. They need to unlock new maps for points in order to return to the ancient castle of thorns. When did the game have an extra push function? Tang Nian strained to raise her hand and clicked on that push, and the screen instantly jumped into the game screen. On the hand-drawn parchment scroll-like retro map, there was a tall red tower. Behind some closed glass window stood a small, delicate Q version of a string puppet teenager. His eyebrows were hesitant and his mouth pursed. A bit pitiful. Tang Nian clicked on the map, and a prompt box popped up. Unfortunately, the map is temporarily closed, and the player is temporarily unable to enter. Can't enter ah. Tang Nian looked at the tiny Q version of the character. Black hair and purple eyes, crimson lips, pretty like a girl, like jade lotus root-like slender limbs with typical ball joints, like a lifelike expensive resin doll in a toy house. This golem was the image of Samuel. But why was it a puppet icon? Sister. A tiny voice called away Tang Nian's attention. There was a girl in the cardiac surgery ward, very young. The name was cute, Jasmine. She was in the next bed, looking at Tang Nian with bright eyes, asking her, "Sister, what are you looking at?" Tang Nian turned off the screen, her gaze gentle. "Why is Jasmine awake? Aren't you going to sleep for a while?" "Not sleeping. Mom and Dad will be back in a while." The girl's color was poor, and her lips took on a dull purple color. She lay on the bed, a tiny one, with wasted arms and legs and many pin marks. Some time ago, because of the problem of draining fluid, she even looked at the trainee nurse and cried. Tang Nian would occasionally sit next to her and read her fairy tale books. During the day, Jasmine's parents are a simple middle-aged man and woman who go out during the day to earn money for their daughter and then rush through with meals after work to keep her company. Accompanying beds $20 apiece. The ward cannot be added. They put in the corridor of the upper, crowded together, head against the head to sleep. Today Jasmine is depressed. Tang Nian turned her head, gently said to her, "Sister read you a story. You be good. Wait for Mom to come back, okay?" Jasmine's eyes reddened, deflated her mouth and whispered, "I've heard all the stories Nian's sister told me. Then Sister will tell you a new one." Tang Nian pondered and said softly, "Once upon a time, there was a sleeping beauty, sleeping in an ancient castle." She processed and embellished the story she had experienced and wove it into a beautiful fairy tale to tell the sick girl. In the story, she took the girl on a voyage into one dreamy and mysterious new world with all sorts of fantastical creatures. Slowly, Jasmine yawned, her eyes hazel. "Sleepy?" The girl nodded gently. Tang Nian looked at the color of her lips, a heart that was only sour. Jasmine stubbornly opened her eyes and asked uneasily, "Can you wake me up when Mom comes?" Tang Nian's eyes softened. "Of course you can." The nurse's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Bed 4, someone is here to see you." Tang Nian raised her head. The sound of heels on tiles preceded the appearance of silhouettes, and a tall, pretty girl wearing a dark plaid pleated short skirt and carrying a delicately wrapped fruit box walked in, a mask on her palm-sized face. Entering and looking around, she saw Tang Nian and revealed a smile. "You're awake, Mr. Tang." She walked straight over, pulled open the chair next to the hospital bed and drew out a paper towel to wipe it a few times, sat down and said cordially, "I heard you had surgery a few days ago, and I was worried that you wouldn't wake up." Wrinkled into a ball of paper towels casually thrown on the table, stained the next bed wife, just cut watermelon. It immediately absorbed water and turned a wet red color. "You know what? They've put in a critical illness notice." The girl leaned down and approached Tang Yin's ear, the perfume on her body completely covering the smell of the disinfectant water around her. "I didn't expect to still wake up. Your life is so hard. It seems like you can't die anyways." Tang Yin looked at her calmly. She was out of place here, as if a star idol who didn't eat wood, rice, oil, and salt had suddenly entered the countryside to experience a reality show, hard and awkward. "Cardiac surgery, not contagious," Tang Yin reminded Yao Ge. "No need to wear a mask here. It's very congested today. It's so hot." The other party casually said, "Several roads were closed because of the commercial street activity next door. The battle was so big. The singer you used to like also went, called what Lin Shan said half a day, covered his mouth. Sorry, Tang students. Forgot that you cannot go out now, also cannot see." The old man next door was helped back from the restroom by the caregiver, saw a crumpled ball of tissue paper thrown on top of the watermelon he had cut not long ago, stared wide-eyed and just wanted to get angry. The caregiver hurriedly patted her back and said, "You can't get angry." Yao Gu turned her head, looked at the old man, and carried the fruit basket she brought, handing it to the caregiver. "I'm sorry, I accidentally threw it in the wrong place just now. This is what I took to my classmates, so you wards can share it together." The old woman is still angry. Look. The next bed escort aunt suddenly said, I know this brand. Is that imported supermarket? And pulled the old man whispered, Mom, don't be angry. This fruit basket is very expensive. Is that mall? The old tertiary hospital, lot next to the core business district. That so-called import supermarket is on the negative floor of a large commercial center, occupying an entire floor and is notoriously expensive. The mall has luxury goods that can be divided into 3, 6, 9, and so on behind the glass windows. There is no threshold set, but there are many people who are timid even to enter that revolving door. Everyone knows. The sound of some patient's family member sobbing vaguely came from the corridor, and the monitoring instruments ticked away. Tang Yin sniffed the perfume and saw the old man being helped to sit down by his daughter, carrying a fruit basket to wash, and Yao Gu turned his head to smile at her, his eyes curved like crescent moons. I heard that your survival rate is low. I thought you wouldn't survive. Obviously a sunny age. Her pretty eyes hid a thick malice. Isn't your disease incurable? But I heard that it is also, even if you survive. So what? You can't run and exercise for the rest of your life. You can't be stimulated. You can't fall in love or cry and laugh. What's the difference between you and a dead person? After finishing her vicious language, Yao Gu covered her mouth. I'm sorry. Did I irritate you with these words? Tang Yin looked at her quietly. She then added, as you know, I'm straightforward and always can't help but tell the truth. Chapter 75, Rumors and the White Rabbit. As soon as someone is born, they are in Rome. Standing on the end of other people spend their lives trying to reach, but still not satisfied. The aunt in the next bed looked at Yao Ji's beauty, took her fruit basket, and became enthusiastic in her speech. Are you Xiao Tang's classmate? It's the first time a classmate has come to see her. Auntie, I've been here before, but classmate Tang was in resuscitation at the time. Yao Gu smiled and looked at Tang Yin. Auntie's eyes were compassionate. Little Tang is suffering a lot. You guys are college classmates? Little Tang took a break from school. Recover early and go back to school. Don't delay your future. No, she definitely won't. Yao Gun's tone was subtle, her fingers wrapped around a strand of hair. After all, Tang is very close to her teacher. Our department head is taking extra care of her. The tone of her voice bit extremely ambiguous on the word take care of. Auntie, however, did not hear the hints in the words. Yes, little Tang is indeed a good child. Is a good child. Her full scholarship is the teacher to find ways to get it for her. I'm not so lucky. Yao Ji's tone was regretful, as if she was about to hang down her tears. My scholarship place was taken up by someone, and I don't know why the teacher gave what belonged to me to someone else. But that teacher was fired in the end. I don't know was found out what it was. The atmosphere was colored with a hint of odd awkwardness. Auntie looked at Yao Gu, and then at Tang Yin, who was blushing hard in the hospital bed, and silently walked back to the old woman's hospital bed, no longer enthusiastically striking up a conversation. Is your mom still coming? Yao Gu lowered his voice and cocked his head to ask her. Tang Yin's fingers tightened slightly. Sorry, I forgot. She smiled faintly again. Your mom is currying favor with someone else, holding the stinking feet of that father and son of the Su family as a female lackey. Yao Gu, who was standing at the finish line, was neighbors with the Su Ji father and son. Witnessed many times when Tang Yin was brought into the Su family by Tang Qiuyan, and then driven out by that fat boy Su Ji. Teacher wasn't expelled. She was transferred to a secondary institution. Just when the other party thought she would remain silent, Tang Yin opened her mouth. I don't care about my mom and Uncle Su, but they are legally recognized marriages, independent adults, and whatever happens to them has nothing to do with me. Yao Gu looked at her. It was as if she was looking at a white rabbit that resisted to the death, examining it with interest. Tang Yin was a little confused as to where Yao Gun's hostility came from. It was too early, and her memory was too confused to remember. That attack was treated as an accident by the school. Everyone said that she was accidentally locked in the school's abandoned equipment room in order to go on a date with a married music professor, and as a result, she committed an illness. If she hadn't been found in time by the security guards, she would have lost her life. Even if this is a lie, but 3 is a crowd. Even if the school public clarification, even if the teacher told others over and over again that he did not, he just heard a student shouting someone unconscious so rushed over. Even if the teacher is clean and honest, his life is only about music. Even if Tang Yin never had any extra communication with the teacher, even if everything was a lie, people were still willing to believe what they wanted to believe. Because the impact of the matter was too great, the school had to issue a personnel transfer, transferring the teacher to another institution, and finally the rumor mill resurfaced, saying that he had been expelled, And by that time Tang Yin was already in the hospital undergoing rounds and rounds of resuscitation. What the truth was, people never cared. Without a background, Tang Yin was isolated. There existed a lot of explicit happiness in this world, and those fortunes never came to her earth. Yao Gun created quite a few rumors during the year she briefly became classmates with Tang Yin. It seemed like she just didn't see eye to eye with her, and in the earliest days, it was said that Tang Yin had led people to isolate her, posting for people to keep reposting and calling her a bully. The truth was that Tang Yin was the one being isolated. She was quiet, applied not to take physical education classes due to physical reasons, got top grades, people with a kind of fragile and non-aggressive beautiful with a full scholarship. As many people are in their youthful years, hidden in the heart quietly like female classmates, frequently on the confession wall. It is also at this time, the junior mother remarks clamor straight up, cool and beautiful ice beauty with a stain. It becomes the topic of the task of being talked about. Tang Yin's way of clarification is in the same dormitory roommate colorful fabrication of her mother how lowly is how to break up other people's families. Open the cell phone recording, the real name reported to the department head. The teacher did not expand on the matter and chose to keep a low profile. Yao Gun, the rumor monger, was given disciplinary action, and her eligibility for the end-of-the-month competition was also taken away. This was a direct result of Yao Gun's subsequent series of hatred towards Tang Yin. She fabricated a campus notification text message, changed the location of a lecture to a music classroom that had no cameras and was under repair, and locked the door after Tang Yin entered. Not far away was the women's restroom, bustling with girls after class. They played the most vicious games in the empty classroom, pulling clothes, taking pictures, and threatening Tang Yin to post them in the college's large group. With all the excitement, Tang Yin had a heart attack and fell into a coma. Finally, someone panicked and took out their cell phone to remind everyone, quickly call an ambulance. She's having a heart attack, it's a seizure. But the phone was snatched away just as it was dialed, and hung up as soon as it was disconnected. Wait a minute. Yao Gu suppressed her panic and calmly said to the other few girls, check the scene first. Is there anything of ours if it's found? Do you all not want to judge the award? One sentence woke up the dreamer. All of them were born privileged, and their future trajectories had been beautifully typed into forms that could not be left stained. So at the time when Tang Yin needed to be resuscitated the most, the abuser's hands were busy cleaning, destroying footprints, and erasing places that might have left evidence. After finishing all of this, Yao Gui still hadn't called an ambulance. The girl who had tried to call 120 earlier finally began to panic. Gun Gu, if we don't call an ambulance, she'll die? She won't. Yao Gun grimaced. Have you ever thought that if we call it, we will die? Tang Yin closed her eyes. Yao Ji's phone rang. There was an enthusiastic voice piercing through the receiver, full of leaps and excitement. She laughed as she listened and pulled her own hair, and after a few twirls, she stood up. Classmate Tang, I'm going to go. She took a printed document out of her bag and placed it beside Tang Yin. You quickly signed to give up your participation. You can't get up anyway. How bad is it to take up a spot? Tang Yin didn't say anything. She could imagine the future glorious life of the abuser who had committed the crime against her. Would rely on favorable family resources and get a pretty package. Would go abroad for gold plating and get a pretty degree. Would open a music business. Will get married to a man of the right family or even class transgression and realize the added value. A beautiful, packaged vase in a window. Because of the various labels, it shines and premiums into an expensive luxury. Tang Yin knows what she cares about most. Chapter 76 Blackfeather. Today's hospital is indeed lively, and I didn't expect Tang Shuyun to be here. As always, she was in a hurry, as if she was rushing, taking the time to come out and see her daughter whose life was hanging in the balance. Not expecting to see Tang Yin's classmate, she looked Yao Gu up and down, looking at her clothes, her shoes, and finally her eyes flowed to Yao Ji's bag hanging on her elbow, revealing a bright and enthusiastic smile. Are you Xiao Yin's classmate? They saw the labels on each other. Tang Yin calmly watched it all. For going to the mall next door. Yao Gu gave Tang Yin a meaningful glance, smiled and greeted Tang Shuyan warmly with a mouthful of ants, saying that she was going to the mall next door to see the activities. Combined with the nearby shopping district's prices and consumer profile, the smile in Tang Shuyan's eyes grew heavier. Yes, there's a celebrity coming there today. You young people like to go there. After the false pleasantries ended and Yao Gu finally left, Tang Shuyan commented, this classmate of yours is good. This classmate is good. Tang Yin looked at her mother fixedly and suddenly smiled. Mom, what's wrong? She said calmly, This is the classmate who locked me in the abandoned classroom. Tang Qiuyun's smile froze on her face, slowly turning into an odd look. She finally stopped talking. Tang Nian closed her eyes in peace and heard the real-time broadcast coming from the television. Thunderstorm weather, reminding the general public to pay attention to safety. On the news screen, a tall, lean man was dressed in a well-tailored black suit, his snow-white shirt buttoned all the way up to the knot of his throat, skimpily hiding every inch of his scenery, his cufflinks streaming with an ice blue, expensive glow. He stood beside a few bodyguards, his figure hidden in the back end of the main seat, which was a very marginal, used for the superior to observe the activities of the location. Originally, the young artists singing and dancing on the stage in the middle of the mall were the center of this business activity, but countless long guns were aimed at the man under the stage, and some reporters had already crossed the cordon, trying to get to his side for interviews. This young business nouveau riche always had a way of attracting more cameras and gazes. With that handsome and exquisite face, he attracted countless people to scream for him. Combined with his various and infinite identities, his resume that exuded intelligence, and his assets that owned countless business districts, he turned into a magnet that firmly attracted the attention of all those around him as the center of the circle. Even the young idols performing hard on stage repeatedly cast their winking eyes in the direction of the young man. Tang Nian looked at the news screen, distractedly thinking, "Is this the mall Yao Gu is going to today?" On the other side of the screen was the other end of the pyramid. The downtown real estate circle was suffering from a recent anomaly of the ground rumbling, causing a large area to be blocked off and strictly forbidden to the public, bringing about a considerable economic impact. This included many of the buildings of Lin Sumi Ji, and in those places where every inch of land was worth gold, a one-day blockade was a huge price that was unimaginable to the ordinary people. This commercial show was one of Lin Sumi Ji's means of calming the storm, diverting attention to another rapidly rising business district. It was as if wherever he pointed his golden finger, it would become the next hot, 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 hot place for people to rush to. Unfortunately, this time, the heavens didn't seem to intend to give this young man face. Only a click was heard, the sky resounded with thunderstorms, and Tang Qiuyun, who was peeling an apple, had her hand shaken, so the knife fell to the ground, making a layer of crisp sounds. In the news footage, the lights of the original Crystal Palace-like bright and magnificent shopping mall flickered for a few moments and suddenly went out, and the whole mall looked like a cage that had suddenly sunk to the bottom of the sea. The light of countless cell phone screens lit up in the darkness, and the reporters also quickly adjusted their lenses into night vision mode at the first time, or turned on the lampposts, aiming the light at Lin Sumi Ji, who was out behind the main seat. In the face of such an unusual situation, these media practitioners running to the first scene were still working diligently trying to get news one step ahead of others. Tang Nian in the hospital room was also watching the TV. On the screen, the man who had been unresponsive and whose face was calm and cold suddenly stood up, frowning and looking in a certain direction. The security guards beside him cleared a path for him, only to see him walk to the edge of the glass escalator on the second floor and extend his hand outward. Everyone watched the scene. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, watch out," only to see that the wide marble floor on the first floor of the mall suddenly cracked out into countless deep and long gaps, rumbling upwards like a reverse earthquake. Along with the numbing rupture sound, all the clean and spotless window glass around them shattered, and the huge ornate sculpture in the center of the mall, as well as the rotating staircase that had been made in the shape of a piano key, were instantly destroyed into ruins. The rising ground became rugged with a loud cracking sound, and the independent buildings standing on the side suddenly smashed into the center. Lin Sumiyuki instantly came to his senses and ducked towards the side. The camera blacked out amidst countless people's cries of alarm. A large number of collapsing and crumbling sounds came out from behind the blackened screen, and the rising and falling cries and screams made the people behind the screen's scalps tingle and break out in a cold sweat. The television was instantly cut to commercial, relaying away the chilling news. This was the first time Tang Nian had been directly confronted with the ground rumbling scene. The people in the ward went from whispering to loud and intense discussions. The corridors, the gardens, and the sound of phone calls from patients' families, all of them were discussing the ground rumbling phenomenon that had once again appeared. Some were saying, "It's over. Is that young man smashed? What's he doing walking to the stairs all of a sudden? Yeah, what's the reach for?" Tang Nian looked steadily at the TV. The screen had shifted to a high-calcium milk commercial. She saw it, and he reached out to catch a piece, a dark feather. Yao Gu had just left the house when she heard that the mall had been blocked off, annoyed that she was on the phone with her best friend. It was hard to catch the closest performance of Aizu, but she didn't expect the ground to collapse. She kept contacting her best friend who was crying at the scene, asking her if Adu was hurt, and was relieved to learn that he was picked up by his agency. Luckily, my homeboy wasn't hurt, she grunted, when her shoulder was suddenly bumped by someone. Turning her head just to curse the other person, she saw a stunningly handsome face. It was a young teenager, thin, tall, and fair, with slender legs and feet, and an impatient hostility between his eyebrows. A piece of gauze was attached to the right cheek of his face, but it did not hinder his handsomeness in any way, and even added a sense of uninhibitedness in vain. He was looking for something. Yao Gu looked around, only to realize that in the process of answering the phone, she had unconsciously walked to the hospital's waste recycling office, and not far from there were rows of garbage cans at work. Her eyes were drawn to the teenager, turning to a look of amazement. Hanging up the phone, she took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "What are you looking for, classmate?" Chapter 77, Prayer and the Listener. Suji was in an irritable mood. Finally obtaining a handsome face, he changed schools under the operation of his father's fire, and even went to the public security system to change his name to Suhoven. With a handsome face, a brand new identity, start a brand new life. His life completed a shuffle and start over in the absolute sense. Just after arriving at his new school, his exquisite appearance caused a considerable commotion, and on the day of freshman enrollment, Suhoven's photo was secretly taken and placed on the confession wall. A girl posted a post about seeking everyone's help to find someone at the bottom of the sea, hoping that people would help them find out their crush. Unexpectedly, because the photo was taken too handsome, let this photo unintentionally fire. Everyone claimed that Suh's face was an angelic face that had been pitted by heaven. Even if his look of impatience, even if he tightly frowned, even if his chin raised high and proud, no one in the eye disdain, still harvested many men and women who were in love with this photo, hormonal agitation. He quickly caught fire in school, reaping a handful of attention, and every day since then, several new love letters appeared on Suji's desk. This was an unprecedented experience in Suji's first 17 or 18 years of life. He reveled in this sense of pleasure, deeply enjoying the sense of existence of being sought after, and fell in love with this feeling. Once upon a time, Suji envied the so-called campus male gods whose families were not as well off as his, but who were highly sought after because they had a good-looking face. Now, he had become one of them, and was even more superior. And as a result, he was even more popular than those guys. He gets a new girlfriend every week, picks the best-looking girl to date, and doesn't appreciate it when he gets it. Instead, out of pent-up resentment towards such value-conscious girls who used to treat him with disdain and look at their faces. After getting it, he madly trampled on their self-confidence, verbal humiliation, cold violence, cheating, playing with their feelings, and disdain at their retention. Others have jokingly called him weak throw-type girlfriend, said he is scum, dude rich second generation. But still, there are people who are willing to fly to the flame for the sake of his face and uncommon family background, and are willing to be slagged by him. With all kinds of buffs, Suhao even received an olive branch from a star-making company that wanted to make him a stage idol. While he was indulging in the pursuit and couldn't help himself, he unintentionally incurred no small amount of trouble. When there is a school, there are groups, and when there are groups, there are all sorts of students, among whom there are inevitably punks who collude with forces outside the school. One of them, after school, finds that the girl she likes goes to Suji to confess her love, and Suji accepts her even after looking her up and down with a critical eye. The girl that he himself had been held up like a goddess and chased after for so long was easily hooked up with another boy and indifferently kicked away and dumped indifferently just a week later. Listening to the female's heartbreaking cries, the school bully felt humiliated and looked for someone to teach Suhao a hard lesson. The hand was a little heavy, and a stick smashed on the right side of Suji's face, and blood flowed immediately. In severe pain, Suji realized that he had broken his face and immediately fainted in fear and was immediately pulled away by an ambulance, with 13 stitches for the laceration on his brow bone. After waking up, he almost collapsed. He cannot tolerate his perfect face flaws and has reached a morbid degree. Looking at those scars with obvious stitches, he went crazy and looked in the mirror every day, always feeling that the scars were getting more and more obvious, and fell into inexplicable fear and anxiety, to the extent that he couldn't eat or sleep. He couldn't lose this face. He didn't allow his perfect face to have a single flaw. Suji forced his father to find him a plastic surgeon, but because it was a new wound, Any treatment would leave marks. His father comforted him by saying, "Don't worry, when you recover, the laser can do away with the wound." But Suji never believed it. He was insomnia all night long in front of the mirror. His eyes were full of blood, and he couldn't even eat and even couldn't eat, and as soon as he ate in his mouth, he would be dry heaving and nauseous. Even after falling asleep, always do the terrible nightmare of changing back to the short, fat, and ugly appearance. Every time he woke up, like falling into an ice cave. Already tasted the dividends of beauty, Suji can no longer tolerate a little lack. On the verge of mental collapse, Suji suddenly thought that the feather was found in this hospital, so he asked his stepmother with a grimace, "What was the name of that hospital last time? What do you go there for?" Psychological counseling and cardiology and internal medicine are good there, but the ones involving plastic surgery and such are not as good as. Tang Chuyan plays the role of a knowing stepmother, trying to calm him down. Suji, however, insisted on coming. So, after insisting on following Tang Chuyan to the hospital, he dumped the other party and sneaked into the place himself. Feather. Feather. He wanted to find the feather. He found the corridor where he went over last time and frantically rummaged through it, thinking that it was medical waste, and even sneaked into the waste disposal center, where he was pulled away by the security guards. Gradually going insane, someone bumped into him. With a stunning look in his eyes that he'd grown tired of seeing these days, he pinched his pretentious voice and softly struck up a conversation. "What are you looking for, classmate?" The thunderstorm didn't get any smaller until nightfall. The ground rumbled, causing a surge in the number of injured, and the emergency department was lit up all night with stretcher trucks coming and going, fighting for time on the brink of death. The skinny girl in her hospital gown sat on the window, looking up at the sky. The city's nights were starless, and the light pollution was so severe that the canopy took on a murky, dark purple color, just like the color of her lips. 2 buns of hair were soft and loose, and her feet, without slippers, swung in the air. Behind her, someone was crying, a man with graying temples, a woman who was about to cry until she fainted, and a few doctors standing in front of the hospital bed in silence. The girl then looked longingly at the sky. Someone passed by and brought up a patch of light. The little girl's eyes looking at the sky finally blinked and turned to the slender figure passing by, slowly opening round. "Sister!" She couldn't help but shout. The other turned back, revealing a divine face shrouded in a curtain of light. Moving closer, bending down in front of her, he said gently, "I am not a sister." Only after she opened her mouth did she hear the other party's moving, low magnetic voice, like the musical notes flowing out from the keys of a piano. The little girl was embarrassed to change her mouth. "Brother?" Eyes full of stunning, "You are beautiful, ah brother." The figure of that person appeared. The sky was no longer bright. Behind the hazy light fog, the eyes seemed to flow with the bright stars in the sky. "Brother, what are you doing?" The little girl inquired curiously. The other party thought for a moment and replied, "I'm looking for something." "What things?" "My feather." "Feathers?" The little girl cocked her head, concerned. "And did you find it?" "No." His voice was soft and gentle. "She doesn't seem to be here." A gust of wind blew through and brought cries from inside the window. "Brother, what are mommy and daddy crying about?" Inside the room, the doctor pulled up the white sheet, slowly covering the tiny girl lying on the bed. Showing only the blue bow hairpin in her hair, the monitor showed a long, cold, flat line. The instantly much older male dropped to the ground as he hugged the agonized woman. The man called out as his brother didn't answer, just asked her a question, "What's your name?" "Jasmine." "Jasmine," he repeated softly, addressing the little girl. "Lily, you may pray to me." The girl's round eyes were filled with bewilderment. "What's a blessing?" "It's making a wish." So the little girl closed her hands and said in a tender voice, "Then I wish that mommy and daddy don't cry." The long-haired brother revealed a nice smile. The silver-white eyes flowed with radiant broken light, as if he was hallucinating. His hand gently placed on the top of the little girl's head, rubbing the bud head wearing a blue bow card hair, transmitting a light-like warmth. "Good," he said, "promise." The light was strong and flowed down her forehead. It wrapped around her tiny body. The warm white gold color was all before the little girl's eyes. "Look!" Someone in the room shouted. "Hurry!" The doctor scrambled around and the white sheet was redrawn. The heart of the girl who had been pronounced dead rose and fell twice, and her eyes opened in confusion. The nearly broken parents embraced each other, praying to God over and over again, shedding tears over and over again, this time for luck, for joy, for God's favor. The girl, breathless, was saying something. The doctor leaned down to listen. He heard the words coming out of her mouth and broke into tears. Those beside him asked what he heard, only to see the doctor wipe his eyes and say, "She said there was a big brother outside the window talking to her, with 6 white wings." The others followed and laughed. She dreamed of angels, a dream with a good meaning. The ward was on the 26th floor. The windows were not open. There are no angels in the world. It was just a lucky patient who had successfully raised from death and dreamed romantic fairy tale dreams. Chapter 78. Don't Let the Living In. The VIP ward of the hospital's special ward, the private outpatient clinic, was decorated in a cozy and elegant manner, like a high-class hotel. Outside the special care ward, a slender and tall figure was on the phone. "No need, just push forward according to the previous program. Let the PM pour forward the degree. Give me a node table." One hand was hanging in a plaster splint, the back of the hand floating with sexy clear green veins. The black tailored suit hung over his shoulder, the dark tie ripped away, and the shirt buttons that had been scrupulously fastened to the knot of his throat were unbuttoned a few times, finally begrudgingly revealing small patches of pale skin. The young man with his arm in a cast had a handsome face familiar to the public. His head hung down, his slightly long, broken hair falling over his forehead as he flipped through the foreign language financial news on the slim cell phone in his hand with one hand. A faint counted as a response to the voice in the headset. Turning off the screen, the man called while distractedly glancing out the glass window. Dense crowds of people swarmed downstairs, and a few dedicated reporters sat by the flower beds, holding umbrellas and protecting the machine in their arms as they circled his trip in the torrential downpour. "It seems that he can't go out in a short time." Lin Sumi-ji pinched the bridge of his nose with a headache, his long, drooping eyelashes covering the color of idleness. There was a ding. The elevator door behind him opened. Slender high heels stepped on the floor tiles with a crisp sound and kicked. The female secretary who walked out was wearing a tight one-step skirt that couldn't hide her spring light, a taut blouse, a low-cut neckline, and the female features that couldn't be wrapped up soon jumped out, bouncing and undulating with her steps. Those white and slender legs went all the way forward, walking into Lin Sumi-ji's line of sight. It was too close. He raised his head and saw a face that he hadn't seen a few times and wasn't really familiar with. Possessing a hot and sexy body, favoring an innocent face, white rabbit-like and tender, her eyes were wide open, slightly tilting her head to look at him. It was the new special assistant secretary who joined the president's office not long ago, an honor student who graduated from the university, holding various certificates along the way and entering the president's office with excellent interview results. "Mr. Lin." White Rabbit reddened, holding a piece of information and medical records in her arms. Lin Sumi-ji nodded as a greeting. Sidestepping her, he spared her and entered the elevator. "Please wait." The special assistant secretary who had just squeezed back in, and with a ding, the elevator doors closed, leaving the two of them in the cramped and closed space. The woman's eyelashes fluttered, her voice soft. "I'll go check you in." Leaning in too close, the perfume odor drilled into the nostrils extremely aggressively. Lin Sumi-ji frowned slightly and took a step back. Women who had just entered the workplace were exquisite from head to toe, wearing the logos of high luxury brands on their necklaces and earrings, and every strand of hair was carefully tended. Biased like nervousness, raised his eyes to observe him, and then leapt timidly to move away from the line of sight. With a crash, the document in her hand fell. She let out an "eh" and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. It was my carelessness." The side squatted down to pick it up. Lin Sumi-ji took half a step back. The special assistant secretary's squatting position was subtle. The soft chest squeezed on the knees, the shoulder neckline tensed at the same time, pressing the deep V-low neckline into a one shoulder, revealing beautiful collarbones and a large area of popping soft skin. White, even moist knees directly on the floor, pressing out red marks. Picking up the information, she did not stand up. Instead, she maintained her kneeling position and looked up. Eyes that were glued with long eyelashes looked upwards, looking up at Lin Sumi-ji. It was an absolutely submissive, teasing posture, and underneath the close-fitting dress was a body ready to conquer its prey. With such a tantalizing scenery kneeling beside her feet, Lin Sumi-ji did not even glance at her. Noticing her movement to get up, he once again took a step back. The elevator space was narrow. His back was leaning against the cold metal wall. He couldn't step back anymore. Nose on the bridge of the thin frame metal glasses, reflecting the light of the phone screen. He is like a wall, indifferent and difficult to approach. But this appearance of unapproachable, more want to let people attack. Wanted to rip his collar off, to see him lose control, to see him burn and sweat, to see him go off the rails. The secretary bit her lip, her eyes pulling at sticky silk, slowly straightening her full upper body, her face flush at the height of his belt, her eyes glued to the slender collarbone exposed where he'd undone the collar. She had just done a manicure that extended 0.6 centimeters. It could easily leave forgettable scratches on his collarbone. Just thinking about it, the young special assistant secretary went into cranial fever. The paper in his hand was slow to pick up, as if it had grown on the floor. The elevator in the biased hospital was slow considering the patient's body and preoccupied with stability. The height of 20 floors was almost 10 times longer in this ambiguous and narrow space. Lin Sumiji bent down. The distance between the two suddenly closed. The secretary smelled his scent, extremely aggressive, covering all her senses. Her brain was emptied, recognizing that it was the scent of tea, the scent of wood. It was icy cold, refreshing, the smell of hormones that made her hot. The cold, lean jaw was no more than 30 centimeters away, and with nothing but her own heartbeat in her eardrums, she knew she'd fallen. This was the man women across the country wanted to rip their collars off of, the gospel of intellectual sex. He was a rare and handsome young man among the pot-bellied business titans at the top of the pyramid. Long, slender fingers picked up the medical records and payment slips that the secretary was halfway through picking up, and when he got up, the girl was still sitting on her knees in a pitiful state. "And you are?" He asked her name. The cold tone made her go weak. "Mr. Lin, my name is Chao Jing, Amy," she replied busily, feeling like she was in for a treat. Secretary for Daily Administrative Affairs at the General Office Secretariat. It wasn't in vain that she had dressed up carefully, trying to find a way to switch jobs with the male assistant who had come here to accompany her in the afternoon. Sure enough, no man can escape the temptation of young and tender flesh. But after Lin Sumiji asked her name, it seemed as if he didn't intend to engage in too much communication, the number of floors jumping on the elevator screen, about to reach the first floor. There was not much time left to be alone. He had asked for her name, so he must have had his heart set on her as well, right? Searing thoughts tumbled through Xiao Jing's heart, and boldly, she reached out and grabbed Lin Sumiji's wrist. Her thumb was smooth and soft like a snake, picking open his cuff and kneading against his thin wrist. Lin Yuji stiffened and quickly shook her away. Because of the excessive movement, the injured half of his shoulder ached. "Stay away from me." His gentlemanly quality finally cracked in the female secretary's bold move of stepping over the red line 3 times. His eyebrows furrowed fiercely, like a person who hates bugs being hit in the face by a swooping moth. His tone was cold and stony. "Miss Chiao, you're not suitable for the president's office. I'll let the personnel go through the formal process of terminating the labor relationship with you." When she heard the unexpected answer, Xiao Jing was still a bit unresponsive. Explicitly warm eyes fell on Lin Sumiji's face, and just by being looked at, he felt harassed. By the time her brain slowly picked up the information, her expression turned into dismay and incredulity. "Mr. Lin. Why?" Chapter 79 The Prey. Lin Sumiji had already walked out of the elevator. His slender legs left the person behind in a few steps and dialed the special assistant's number. It was picked up before the second ring sounded. "Hello, Mr. Lin. How did Xiao Jing enter the president's office? I need to know the onboarding process." Lin Sumiji's face was ugly and his tone was raw and icy. Also, why was she in the hospital? "It should be Special Assistant Xiao." Halfway through, the person on the other side of the phone silenced his voice. Obviously arranged a male special assistant, or was she found a way to come over? Think with your feet. Also know what that ambitious girl did. The special assistant had a headache. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I'll take care of it now." Lin Sumiji was too young and managed to kill her way through a crowd of successful middle-aged business giants. His eye-catching appearance had become a much talked about and scarce asset. Too many people wanted to get on his boat and board his shortcut. Beautiful man, excellent background. There is no one who does not look up to the pyramid and aspire to the class at the top of the canopy. It wasn't just women who wanted to climb into his bed, it was men too. The special assistant remembered the shocking scene not long ago. He and Lin Sumiji went to the field together on business, accompanied by the customer representative of the conference, white and handsome. Not bad talk. The results of the original normal people to the second half of the night, pretending to be drunk, stripped clean, kneeling and lying on his back, appeared in Lin Sumiji's bed. The special assistant saw Mr. Lin's face turn green and saw him angrily slamming the door and leaving. Also saw the customer representative red eyes while crying and chasing out, which finally came back from the petrified state, took off his jacket and wrapped the person and dragged him back. Recalling it is all a nightmare. "Mr. Lin, your doctor is already in place. If it's convenient, there's another video conference this afternoon, and the client has made an appointment to start at 4 o'clock. Do you think it's okay? The phone was quiet for a long time before a faint response came from the other party. With the special assistant's knowledge of the boss, he knew that he was lost in thought. Lin Sumiji was indeed lost in thought. He made the call, but his eyes fell on the other end. Across a corridor, behind the curtain of rain, there was a girl in a wheelchair. It seemed to be in line. 15 meters away was another world. Noisy, crowded, filled with tears and cries, with emergency personnel and patients walking back and forth. The other person is at the end of the line with a payment slip, weak, leggy, pale, waiting, like a mushroom. Yes, have Jason send me another copy of the business plan. Lin Sumiyuki hung up the phone. His eyes fell on the girl's back and retracted. The only impression was that it was too thin. It looked like a seriously ill patient. The rain became heavier. She was waiting for the bustling crowd to get shorter. But the hospital had quite a few queue jumpers, and she was always at the end. Understandably, poor as she is, the people with the payment slips are the ones who come here to save their lives. They don't give in to the pity of others, or even break rules and principles and put down qualities and morals in their anxiety. It's just the truest of beings. Assistant Shaw, who had sped all the way here, hurriedly got out of the car and saw from a distance the young man sitting on a couch on the first floor of the VIP ward. Next to his hand was a cup of coffee with ice, and next to him was the special ward's unique escort nurse, red-faced and seemingly ready to strike up a conversation with him. Alarm bells went off in Shaw's head, and he darted away, fearful of another one to strike up a conversation. But a man suddenly came out from around the corner. Unable to stop, Shatsuk crashed into it. The wheelchair hit the transparent glass wall of the promenade uncontrollably. The young girl let out a muffled grunt. The person grasped the railing and skewed his body, and the plastic bag carried in his hand flew out. Medicine bottles and injections were scattered all over the place, and the umbrella also crashed and flew into the water. Xiao's special assistant immediately climbed up to help the person up, but a pair of hands was one step faster than him and helped the person up. Looking up, a cold sweat broke out behind him. It was Lin Sumiji who came over. Are you all right? He looked serious, but his voice was soft, his tone so soft that Special Assistant Xiao found it unbelievable. The girl's eyes were half closed, her eyelashes trembling. One hand pressed on her forehead like she was trying her hardest to endure the pain, and an intravenous retention needle was attached to her neck. The nurse practitioner came over to check her wrist strips and said in surprise, "A cardiac surgery patient. Did she just have surgery?" Assistant Xiao was covered by overwhelming guilt. He wanted to apologize, but Lin Yuji was right in front of him, like a piece of ice emitting cold air, completely shielding him behind him. Lin Sumiji bent down and helped the man back into the wheelchair, speaking in a warm voice. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? The terminally ill girl did not look like the glorified appearance in literature and movies. She was pale, thin, and her cheeks were slightly sunken, looking unbearable. The hair that hung over her shoulders had much less luster, and the ends glowed a malnourished brown. Because of this, no one would misunderstand that Lin Sumiji was attracted to her. After all, the last thing he lacked around him was beauty. But Special Assistant Xiao did not notice that Lin Yuji was looking into her eyes. Looking at her eyes in a serious manner. Dark, moist, and calm. Like dark tides of surface serenity, swirling beneath the sea level. My medicine. She raised her head and frowned, as if she didn't care at all about her battered body, her voice soft. Lin Sumiyuki looked toward the bottles and jars that had been knocked apart. Special Assistant Xiao picks it up, but reveals a look of embarrassment. The infusion bottle broke. It needs to be bought again. But the line will take a long time. The girl's face was pale and her eyes were calm. Besides, these medicines are expensive. I'm sorry, I'll buy them for you. The special assistant was as guilty as a substance and looked about to slap herself. It'll be quick. Which ward are you in? I'll take you back to rest. She reported a ward. It was the other side of the general ward located on the 20th floor or so, bustling with activity. The walk there required going through a corridor, and it was raining outside, the girl's umbrella crashing in the water. The perceptive caretaker of the senior ward had already handed over the prepared umbrella, and Special Assistant Shaw was just about to take it when he realized that his boss had taken it first, holding it open with a natural look. In his eyes of seeing a ghost, holding the strange girl's wheelchair's armrests, lifting the umbrella above her head, whispering, I'll send you back. The other party looked at the raindrops falling from the eaves and nodded, resuming her head to see the umbrella above her head, the corners of her lips curving slightly upwards. Thank you. The fleetingly polite light smile. Lin Sumiyuki instantly fell into the whirlpool. The tiny thorns that pierced his veins snaked out and wrapped around his heart, and along with the unfamiliar sentiments that flooded his heart was pain and pity. He pushed Tang Nian into the long corridor. Special Assistant Xiao looked at his back, his expression no longer describable as ordinary dismay. "Where's your family? Why are you the one who came down to buy medicine?" Lin Sumiji finally asked the question he had wanted to ask since he saw her on the phone. "You're a patient. You shouldn't have come down to stand in line." The girl lowered her eyes and didn't answer. The air was quiet, yet it didn't feel awkward. Lin Sumiji's line of sight fell on her slender and thin neck. It was too thin. The hospital gown hung empty on her, like it would be blown away by the wind. "What's your name?" Ghostly, he asked again. It was the first time he had ever taken the initiative to ask a young girl her name. The other party's tone was light. "Tang Yin." Lin Sumiji heard it, but he bent down and asked again. "What did you say?" "I'm sorry, can you say it again?" Just to hear her voice again. The girl raised her eyes and her sight finally fell on his face, but it was calm. There was no clip of that extra something that other people got when they looked at him. "Tang Yin." The heart messed up uncontrollably for a beat. He said in a warm voice, "A very nice name. Everything in this world has a price tag. Those smiles and goodwill, false friendships, couples in the same bed, respectful subordinates and bosses." Tang Nian wanted to climb a tall building. This world always maintains the absolute fairness of injustice. With the disease of birth, she seems to have always been at the bottom of the valley, looking up at the stars in the mud, trampled by others again and again, cut off by her mother, abandoned by the world. But she was about to go up to the 9 heavens and reach for the moon. Why? On what grounds? She rented a wheelchair, riding in the crowded elevator, all the way down from the bustling 20-something floors. The metal walls reflected her cold eyes as she watched the rain on the promenade, her eyes streaming, searching. Found. At the other end of the corridor was another world. It's another possibility for being alive. The slender figure calling by the floor-to-ceiling glass had attracted many eyes. He had no idea how alluring he was. A well-tailored and slim suit, a tie of upscale fabric, a watch and cufflinks that exuded an icy texture. These obvious labels and the unseen. From his hair to the indifference in his eyes, he clearly did nothing, but was in a superior position. The young superior. Early on in that interrupted news, she'd guessed she'd see him here, the closest tertiary hospital to that mall, and with the best emergency department in the city. It could be easily deduced that he would be admitted to the most expensive special ward here. Tang Nian sat in her wheelchair, quietly watching him. Her prey. Chapter 80 Prey 2. Lin Sumiji was indeed as elegant and decent as the overflowing words in the financial news, handsome and gentlemanly. He was apologizing. Tang Yin knew that behind these apologies was compassion. One to the corridor away was another world, bustling and crowded with people, the real world under the pyramid. Lin Sumiyuki seemed unable to tolerate the noise of this place. He frowned, as serious as assessing the value of the risk of visual inspection of this place. The young shepherd, coming into the world of the sheep. The thin, sickly girl hung her eyes and placed her hand on the wheelchair's rotating wheel. "It's fine up to here." After saying this, she turned the wheelchair to leave. Lin Sumiji grabbed her wheelchair and said without refusal, "I'll give you a ride." This was a subconscious reaction out of irrationality. He had a face that people knew well. Even those who didn't pay attention to financial news had seen him in the city news that appeared frequently these days. The phenomenon of abnormal ground rumbling has occupied the main topic of discussion in everyone's life, and many of the tall buildings in the core business district are owned by this young man, and they remember his face. Even though he tried to avoid the camera and the reporters, he still left a glimpse on TV again and again. Whether it is the temperament or the face, it is hard to forget. This kind of gaze glued, Lin Yuji has long been accustomed to, and there are even people around who picked up their cell phones and quietly stole a picture of him. He knew that perhaps the photos of himself in the hospital would soon be reproduced by the major peripheral news, or there would be speculators who smelled the opportunity to seek over. But at the moment he didn't want to care. His cell phone kept vibrating in his pocket, and he never answered it out of courtesy to the heart attack victim in front of him, and an odd, not wanting to be disturbed mood. The elevator was crowded with people. When they reached a certain floor, a middle-aged woman walked in carrying a cake. Said she wanted to give her daughter a birthday. Lin Sumiji and Tang Yin were on the innermost side of the elevator, his slender arm propped up against the metal wall, and he used his one still intact hand to empty a small space for the young girl suffering from heart disease. Dropping his eyes, he saw her eyes and paused. His voice became stagnant, What's wrong? Tang Yin sniffled, her red eyes extraordinarily obvious. She shook her head. Nothing. Her shoulder blades stood out vaguely under the wide hospital gown, thin to an alarming degree. Lin Sumiji frowned. She was so sick, her body was dying, and she was weak like she was about to break. But she bought her own medicine, squeezed the elevator by herself, and carried a lagging needle in her neck, proving that she had just gone through an operation and had to do it all on her own. He could guess she was an ill-fated young girl. If she was worried about her condition, he could help her. He knew his word could change someone's fate. I'm fine. But she said this. He froze. She had rejected him. For a moment, Lin Sumiji wondered how to politely tell her about his identity. This kind of thing used to be the last thing he would ever mention, and now he actually wanted to take the initiative to tell another person just to help her. Following her line of sight, Lin Yuji saw the cake the women were carrying and suddenly thought of something. Her gaze met his and she calmly said, I also have a birthday. The elevator went and went. More people came up and the air was crowded. Some people saw Lin Sumiji's face and looked him up and down with surprised eyes or reached out their hands to intentionally or unintentionally touch on his empty suit sleeve hanging on one side, like seeing a proud swan when visiting the zoo. Lin Sumiji endured the discomfort of being gawked at and maintained a gentle voice as he asked her, Can I ask how old your birthday is? Tang Yin calmly said, 20 years old. At 20, life had just begun. She was very young. Tang Yin hung her head slightly, her neck so thin that it looked like it would break if she folded it. Her body was thin and scrawny, and the edges of her shoes were a little worn out. The secretary who had chased after him not long ago had dressed herself up like a gift, from earrings to necklaces, and perhaps for the money she spent on her manicure, she could have bought a pair of shoes that felt good on her feet for a girl. Lin Sumiyuki realized that he had developed a sense of compassion. What do you want for a gift? She shook her head. I don't want anything. He squatted down, his tone gentle. What gift do you want? She wanted to live. Tang Yin said, Thank you for sending me back. I don't want anything. When they reached a certain floor, Tang Yin pushed her wheelchair out. The number on the elevator was a dozen floors, and Lin Yuji remembered that the floor number written on her wristband was on the 20th floor. After exiting the elevator, Lin Yuji felt more lines of sight. Almost everyone passing by was looking at him with strange eyes, as if his arrival was out of place here. The cell phone in his pocket was still vibrating, and it was no surprise that by now, he should have found a quiet place to connect to a video conference to conduct a risk assessment on a proposal he was about to invest in. But he didn't. For the first time, he didn't want to get on the phone out of his own sensibilities rather than his reasoning. Following the girl all the way to the head, he realized her destination was the rooftop. The door was open, and tiny raindrops were swept in by the wind, falling on her hair and partially wetting her forehead. She was still sick. This was Lin Sumiji's first reaction. Just as he wanted to step forward to stop her, the girl turned her head back for no reason, her eyes colliding with his in the air. Tang Yin said, Can you help me sit on the bench? Lin Sumiyuki didn't move. The bench she was talking about was next to the glass door, and although it was sheltered by the wide eaves, it was windy and would blow in the rain. But she added, It's my birthday wish. For her 20th birthday, she wanted to see a rain. Lin Sumiji frowned slightly. After further hesitation, he lifted his leg and walked over to her, politely letting her bend over. His hands passed through the young girl's flexed legs and picked her up. He hadn't hugged anyone before, and this weight alarmed him. It was too light. The lag pin in her neck shook gently, covered in bruises. It kept him from exerting himself. The empty hospital gown breathed warm body heat, giving the illusion that she was still alive. Humans had a constant temperature of 36.5 degrees, which they maintained until they lost their lives. Thanks. The distance was extremely close, and she said it next to his ear, like a feather sweeping across her eardrums, constantly refreshing Lin Sumiyuki's senses. He was shaken for a moment and nodded, You're welcome. As if by the mercy of the heavens, even the wind and rain became softer. The fine raindrops were blown by the breeze. Some fell on her eyelashes, like overwatered crow feathers. Some fell on her hair, like mist-dampening velvet. While the girl was watching the rain, Lin Sumiyuki was watching her. The first time a healthy, undefeated, proud son of nature developed a sense of pity for something fragile was not enough to make him think of deeper issues. For example, it didn't matter if other people got wet. But if Tang Yin got wet, she would die. He obviously didn't realize this problem. Having been thrown into the arms too many times, probing and defensiveness hung in his eyes as he watched her slowly close her eyes and sleepily rest her head on his shoulder. Before losing consciousness, Tang Yin asked, "Do you feel guilty?"
What?
Lin Sumi-ji thought she had heard wrong. She didn't answer. Breathing was low and slow. The body slowly became hot. Lin Sumi-ji placed his hand on her forehead, and his expression changed. In just less than half an hour, her body temperature had become hot. "Will you feel guilty?" "You better feel guilty. Guilty enough to bring in the best doctors to cure me. Guilty enough to start exploring the cause of my scars. Guilt enough to use your right to turn your hand to the wind and your right to the rain to clean me up and punish the people who have brought me to this state. Your guilt had better change my fate." Chapter 81, Doomsday Wasteland. 10 minutes later, Tang Yin's hospital room was upgraded to a VIP intensive care suite, like a high-class hotel suite. On the couch in the outer room, Lin Sumi-ji stood up and asked the authoritative cardiac surgery expert who came out from the inner room, "What kind of disease is she suffering from?" The expert spoke a series of specialized terms. In short, it was a very serious heart disease. Lin Sumiyuki could only capture some key words. Declared dead twice, but survived. But there is little hope of survival. Unable to have a heart transplant. It's a pity, she's still very young. Lin Sumiyuki stood, his face hidden in the bright light. The girl was lying on the hospital bed. The warm light and clean, cozy arrangement was very different from the crowded hospital room she had once been in. The girl lying alone in the bedding, weak, pale, like a gardenia on the verge of breaking. No wonder she didn't want anything. 20 years old, life has just begun. The age has already been under the notice of death countless times. For her, there is no more important existence than life. Lin Sumichi had always liked to evaluate everything with a precise gaze. His wealth, land that could be invested in, building capacity, emerging energy, electronic technology, medical industry, even his own marriage, whether to take a wife in the future, and whether to donate his remains after death, were all analyzed and calculated as if they were mathematical problems in a rational and objective manner. He does not care about carnal desire. There is no emotional needs. Only calculations and games will bring subtle pleasure, and therefore like a non-stop running machine, rational and unsympathetic. And now, send her what she will be happy. He actually thought seriously about this question. For a man who could barely see tomorrow, wealth, power, status, had almost zero appeal to her. Tang Yin woke up long ago and kept looking at the window. On the glass was Lin Sumiyuki's reflection. Shrewd businessmen were sometimes simple. The handsome and soft-hearted young superior stared at her for a long time before finally turning away without a word. The sadness on Tang Yin's face disappeared in this instant, her dark and moist eyes empty. She didn't need care, didn't need pity, but needed money and power enough to shake the city. She didn't need useless kindness. She wanted revenge for herself, in the middle of her own reality. When Tang Qiuyun arrived in the hospital room, she looked at Tang Yin in shock, with a mixture of many words she wanted to ask and complex emotions in her eyes. These doubts turned into a question when her eyes landed on the table. Why is there a cake? Who's having a birthday? Walking in, seeing the tiny logo on the velvet box of the cake, his voice was plucked up a lot. Who bought this brand? Ah, this cake is not for eating, right? Tang Yin warmly said, high school classmate sent. Mom, you eat it. You don't eat it? Tang Qiuyun took out her cell phone and took pictures. Her hand dangled from the handle of the gift box, not intending to open it. Tang Yin hemmed, I have a post-operative taboo. I can't eat it. No one had a birthday today. She saw the upgraded hospital room, saw the expensive cake, but didn't see the extra 4 tubes on the back of Tang Yin's hand, didn't see the extra medicines on the bedside table. Tang Qiuyun received a phone call. Her face changed drastically, and she held back 1,000 questions, lifting the entire cake. Tang Yin lay down. Exhausted, she closed her eyes. The birthday was just a casual remark in order to provoke guilt in the pride of heaven, and no one would be suspicious of such a thing. A lame lie that could be found out by a random check, because it was too trivial. She cheated the seemingly shrewd businessman, because she wanted to live. The cool-down period in the game was finally coming to an end, and Tang Yin heard a ding in her head, a familiar beep. She opened her phone, and this time, the map of the Thorn Ancient Castle was still gray and couldn't be accessed. Only the wasteland virus next to it could be entered. It sounded like a very dangerous map yet. Tang Yin felt the dying of her life force and without hesitation, clicked enter. Luck had only favored her once, by bringing her this game. At least, it gave her the chance to save herself. When she opened her eyes, she didn't go straight into the game. Instead, it was a blank, solid-colored space with no boundaries. Like the transit stations that would appear in many hours of movies and games, Tang Yin hadn't even reacted when a prompt appeared in front of her eyes. A line of white transparent light characters read, "User-generated new character name required. Brand new character being logged in." Tang Yin was baffled. Still needing a name? Fortunately, the game was quite humanized, with a line of small words written in the lower right corner that allowed for a randomly generated game name. Tang Yin didn't hesitate to click random. A line of prompts popped up. Need to follow your usual naming user hobbies? What hobbies did she have? Tang Yin clicked OK. Command and reception. Loading. Character name generated. Player character name. Dolly Dolly. Identity. Singularity experiment. Researcher survivor. Status. Not diseased. Dolly? Tang Yin finally understood what user preferences meant. The last game was Carly, and although her memory had been washed away by the power of the game, according to her game records, there was a sandbox map called Lost Temple that was currently temporarily blocked. Her game name was Andrea, and she was called Lily. In the elf's Misty Forest world, her character's name is Molly, this time called Dolly Dolly. So the so-called user preference is the pronunciation of multiple lils when transliterated into Chinese? Is too hasty, isn't it? Ding. Congratulations, player. Loading is complete. Please start the game. A prompt sounded in her head. Tang Yin's eyes went black again, and his entire body was jerked out of the transit space by an indescribable force. I don't know how long it took for the body to have a sense of reality. The bones of the entire body were sore, and the body was stuck in the cramped space, in pain from maintaining the same position for a long time. The eyes were still dark. Tang Yin reached out to feel around. There were cold metal walls in all directions, and she seemed to be in a small square space. Finding a gap at the edge of the space, she fought to stomp upward with her feet. The gap grew larger and larger, and was finally stomped open by her feet. A sense of weightlessness came suddenly, and Tang Yin fell to the ground along with a work card and toolbox. What met her eyes was a power supply room. The instruments surrounding the mess had been destroyed, and there were traces of having experienced a fight and a violent explosion. She was wearing a lab researcher's general white protective suit. It looked like she was trying to hide from something and panicked and fled into the electric cabinet gap. This time, the map is like a place like an experimental base. Tang Yin groped in the darkness, and with the sound of a container breaking, she finally found the emergency light on the wall after bumping into countless things. Chapter 82. The Destroyed Laboratory. The electric switch was melted and rotted away, with only the faint independent power supply emitting an eerie cold light. Deep within the power supply room were monitoring machines, an entire wall of neatly arranged screens. After some fumbling, Tang Yin finally found the rewind and saw an extremely bloody image on the closed-circuit monitor. The video showed that not long ago, a team of heavily armed mercenaries had plundered this place. Each of them wore heavy masks and wielded frighteningly advanced weapons. The unarmed and weak fellows were frightened by them, like a bunch of shivering lambs without any resistance, and were almost instantly swept into a pool of red blood by them. It was too bloody. I don't know what I pressed on, but the screen suddenly failed one after another, turning into black and white snowflakes, like a signal error. It seems that the surveillance is unable to watch. The surroundings are quiet, and white smoke gas lingers outside the door. Tang Yin put the protective shield with good, pushed the door out. The end of the corridor was dark, like a gate to hell, deep and bottomless. The thick layers of iron doors were neatly arranged like a mortuary furnace, and the incandescent light overhead was underpowered and flickering, simply a classic scene from a horror movie. Tang Yin plucked away the spiders, and just a few steps outside, a thick, fishy odor permeated in through the filter on her mask. The level of defense around them looked more and more formidable, but the level of destruction was also getting worse. The thick sandwich metal walls showed a highly corrosive melted appearance. Not knowing what had been suffered, the iron water pattered down the corridor and had solidified. A lot of bloody tissue hung from various high-tech equipment that had gone down. This was thought to be the thugs who broke into this place in the surveillance to do, until she saw a few dead people in the corner, wearing the clothes of those thugs. They were dead? Then who did this mess? Tang Yin held back her intense discomfort, telling herself that this was a game, and that the limbs and blood in front of her were fake and game-generated. Her work tag showed a security level of D, followed closely by a string of code names, no names. In certain weird literature, D-rated personnel tended to be the expendable ones at the bottom of the food chain, doing the most dangerous jobs that could be abandoned to outright execution in the event of a disaster. Good grief. Following the number on his identity card, D-rank officer Tang Yin found the corresponding office. The half-melted metal doorplate was covered with a layer of white, and Tang Yin raised his hand to wipe off the thick cobwebs on it, inscribed with the words Sample Observation Room 001. On the entry table was a copy of the entry report and a cell phone with a lock code that could be opened by facial recognition. It was her phone, all right. Opening the work group chat and scrolling up through the chat logs, everyone was simply reporting on their daily work. The description of the job description was simple. It only required the office staff to feed the experimental creatures in the holding room twice a day. Disproportionate to the job description was the frighteningly high figure on the paycheck. Tang Yin raised an eyebrow. Unless this was a world with outrageous inflation, it could only mean that this job has ghosts. In private messages, 12 hours ago, she had sent a message to her supervisor once, saying that the experimental project she was caring for was showing signs of hatching, and sent out a message asking for help, hoping that the supervisor would find someone to come over and help her, as she felt that something was wrong with her mental condition. However, no one replied. Tang Yin continued to scroll, looking for useful clues. There were still a bunch of unread messages in the chat box, and it looked like it was some coworker who liked her, with a note called Professor P. The text messages passionately expressed their affection for her. The other party also seemed to keep reminding Tang Yin to change her post, saying that the place she was currently in was too dangerous, and stating that the experimental project she was tending to was definitely not as simple as they thought. It's definitely the most dangerous existence in the experimental base. They definitely don't know exactly what kind of monster they're trying to hatch. They are trying to destroy this world. D012, trust me, get out of here. We'll run away far away together. His own reply was a succinct rejection. For some reason, the tone of the replies to the messages in this chat was too similar to her. It was like seeing herself in another world. The computer's error message indicated that this place had just experienced a power outage about 10 hours ago. The last message on the work email pop-up box was asking her to fix the power outage. So that explained why she was in that power supply room. But what kind of emergency would cause a researcher to defy common sense and hide in a dangerous electrical box? On the table lay the entry report with the photo ID printed on it, and Tang Yin picked it up and flipped it open, her fingers pausing slightly. The person in the photo bore an 8-point resemblance to her real-world appearance. This was the first time a face similar to her reality had appeared in the game, and a strong sense of discomfort welled up from the bottom of her heart. Like herself, but not herself. So why did the game modeling suddenly start adopting her real look? According to the work records, she had just been deployed to this office not long ago, and the experimental body was still in the state of an egg that didn't even need to be fed, just kept the air humid and cleaned the room daily. The handwriting on the feeding diary was identical to her own, primarily composed of eukaryotic cellular microorganisms, unicellular fungi, and multicellular fungi. Over time, solid opaque fuzzy outlines appear within embryonic eggs. Structures within the egg are becoming clearer, with suspected humanoid outlines. The log starts to get weird from here. The description says that the egg shell appears translucent, the air humidity inexplicably reaches 70%, something is vaguely moving inside the egg, and it grows larger and larger geometrically every day. Soon, the tiny embryonic egg grew from the size of a fingernail capped to a giant blue object, occupying the entire lab in just a few days. Tang Yin's eyes fell on one sentence. Like a giant translucent blue heart, the opaque matter inside is becoming more and more human in appearance. The handwriting was still hers. Chapter 83, Sheltered Objects. Tang Yin raised her head and looked around. There were many heavyweight protective equipment placed outside the shelter room. She lifted a weapon that was handy and walked towards the shelter room. The main door had been cracked, and the contents were long gone. All that remained of the lab, which was half the size of a large indoor basketball court, was a pale blue mucous membrane, transparent if frozen in texture and crystalline in color, like an icy lake bay, like water droplets, and like punctured balloons. It was empty inside, and it looked like that egg had been hatched. A short description of the item was written on the metal hatch. Description of intake: highly dangerous. Origin: unknown, no homologs have been found so far. Status: embryonic egg. Remarks: the base's shelters died one after another after this embryonic egg entered the experimental base. Cause of death unknown. Tang Yin lingered on the last sentence for a moment longer. Someone on the work record had mentioned that the lab's shelters were constantly disappearing and dying, as if something had sucked the life force out of them. Looking at the azure color that was as magnificent and humid as the blue ocean, Tang Yin found sharp knife marks on the film, which should be the work of those intruders. But they didn't seem to know what kind of thing they had released, and thus took their lives with them. It's a dangerous map then. It is now known that 001 is missing, and the experimental base and these alien invaders are all dead. The electronic screen next to the door had residual video. Tang Yin scanned her iris, and the computer unlocked with a tick in response. I thought I would see some kind of flooding beast. Unexpectedly, it was a small pile of blue stuff that was slowly flowing against the glass. Like jelly. Tang Yin was shocked by this thought of his own, and looked up again at the sign on the metal hatch, highly dangerous, that's right. Along with the entire area belonging to the closed area with the highest level of protection in the base. This jelly must have its dangerous place, Tang Yin thought as such. But looking at the things in the picture, inexplicably feels some cute. The shelter in the video still looked small, and was worlds away from the film left inside. It was stuck alone in the corner, its body flowing with a brilliant icy blue color, like a non-Newtonian fluid. It shifted and seemed to make a faint sound. Unsure if she had misheard it, Tang Yin pressed her ear to the edge of the receiver and did hear a small, sheepish hum. At a certain point it was like she had found something, and as if she had been stroked by an invisible hand, she trembled, quieted down, and shook her body in small increments to the air, like she had rubbed against that invisible hand. She looked at it carefully for half a day, and was sure that she did not see anything touching it. But how does this little jelly? No, shelter. Look kind of cute? Soft and feels good to touch? Tang Yin covered his mouth, and for the first time, his orientation was shaken. Thinking about everything Rua will only harm himself. Live brain. Tang Yin took off his work badge and walked out. Even though he knew that this map was a world of viral mutations, the moment he stepped out of the base gate, he was still startled. Extremely close by, a 2-story tall mutated tree waved its branches covered in wood tumors, its trunk opening up with dark, slimy fissures, devouring a mutated, gigantic rodent. The rodent, rat-like in appearance, grew more exaggeratedly than an elephant. Breathing stops. Having hated rodents all her life, she hid behind the stone bricks with a green face, observing the bizarre world with bated breath. It was an apocalyptic wasteland world of fungal invasion and plant and animal return. It was a haven for viruses, a paradise of death. In the security booth, a greenish-gray monster wearing a uniform with mechanized movements and an extremely bloated body that could no longer be seen in human form was banging its head against the glass panel, smashing it to the point that grayish-white juice splashed about. 300 meters away, a mutant that had lost the lower half of its body and was wearing a white lab coat, with 3 mouths full of jagged teeth on its face, was crawling on the ground with its forelimbs stacked with sarcomas, and greenish mucus snaked out asphalt-like traces on the ground. There were also large winged creatures flying through the sky, mutated flesh-like things covered in eyeballs whose properties were impossible to see, giant spiders and arthropods. Tang Yin closed his eyes, then opened them again. Good, they hadn't disappeared. None of them were hallucinations. Looking at the air testing instrument brought out from the lab, the indicator light was bright red and gave out a piercing warning. Well, the air was toxic too. The sky suddenly darkened. Tang Yin looked up in awe. It turned out that it wasn't dark. 100 meters away, a huge fleshy tissue rose up out of the ground, as if it were a giant device stitched together by a hunting artist, blood-red vertical lengths of flesh filled with human arms, legs, heads, and eyes, densely embedded in the red thing strewn with blood vessels. It was as if hundreds of people had been broken up and reassembled in a disgusting fashion. Tang Yin stepped back with a wooden face, hiding his figure behind a stone pillar. The fleshy creature squirmed and climbed, the column of tentacles protruding from the end of its mouth as thick as an adult's waist, as if emitting some kind of mesmerizing aroma, and a sizzling sound resounded around it. Then, she watched as countless mutated animals, attracted by the strange smell emanating from the gaping mouth, poured out from all directions and crawled towards it, as if bees had smelled honey. Then it was as if the cannibal flower secreted sweet syrup, luring the insects to fly into the stems strewn with digestive juices and be devoured one by the huge, greedy maw. The fangs, crisscrossed with human and animal bones, chewed slowly, making a deafening clicking sound. Vom. Tang Yin was about to vomit. She must have done a lot of evil in her past life, or else why did she have to suffer like this in this life? The gathering of mutant creatures grew in number, and the entire earth shook. Suddenly, the mutant creatures seemed to smell some kind of danger and collectively stopped moving. They abruptly awoke and fled in all directions. Even the fleshy creatures began to shake violently, their flesh and mud shaking off their bodies piece by piece, as if they were trying to escape from a dangerous animal that had begun to reduce its load. Tang Nian did not know why, and also followed to hide, but in the end, he could not avoid it and crashed through his knees. When she got up again, the living things around her had already run away. From the hustle and bustle to dead silence, what had happened? Tang Nian walked a few steps toward the outside. In a vine that grows close to the building, saw a piece of blue, transparent film. It seemed to be as weird and dreamy as a frozen water droplet. It was the thing that ran out of that lab. It was in the neighborhood.